One more time. Li Xiao, we've already done this 6 times. Don't push your luck. Come on, at worst, it'll just book a few more hours. They were on the large bed in the room. Lin Xiao glared in shy anger at the man before her who was wearing a mischievous grin. This man was her colleague Li Xiao at the company, and at this moment, he was also her client. She truly felt she had terrible luck. On her very first day doing part-time service work, she had been picked by him. Even more embarrassing, he had actually booked her for 10 consecutive hours. That was half a month's wages, so she agreed. Yet she had not expected him to be so relentless and insatiable. She had also never imagined that the usually silent, easily bullied Li Xiao at the company could become as ferocious as a hungry wolf when he lost control. Madam. Oh no. Sister Lin, you wouldn't want to make things difficult for your boyfriend, would you? Li Xiao propped his head up with his left hand and looked at Lin Xiao, while a strange power within his bloodline seemed to be awakening. The dazzling beauty before him with her long white-stockinged legs was both his colleague and the girlfriend of his superior Wang Wei. Whenever he thought of that bastard Wang Wei, a surge of anger would rise uncontrollably in his heart. He was forced to work overtime until he practically spat blood, and more than once his hard-earned achievements had been stolen, the bonuses that should have been his all seized by Wang Wei. How could he not hate him? Those bonuses had been meant to pay off his online loans. He had been on the verge of climbing out of debt, yet now everything had turned to nothing. At this moment Lin Xiao fell silent. She knew she was beautiful with an excellent figure, and that many male colleagues in the company secretly stared at her long legs. She also knew what had happened between Wang Wei and Li Xiao, so she was sure Li Xiao would never let her go easily. And Wang Wei, after taking those bonuses, had actually hidden it from her and not spent a single cent on her. A desire to take revenge on him arose in her heart. This is the last time Lin Xiao compromised. She lifted her sweat-dampened hair, her posture exuding a sultry charm. Li Xiao smiled faintly and drew her soft, fragrant body into his arms. Be gentle, Lin Xiao's voice carried a hint of coquettish sweetness. Outside, dawn had broken. Exhausted, Li Xiao lit a cigarette. He was pondering how best to take revenge on that bastard Wang Wei. He could not just let a bonus worth several tens of thousands simply vanish. Even having been with his girlfriend still felt far from enough. Just then a phone ringtone suddenly sounded. Li Xiao glanced at the caller ID on his phone, then at Lin Xiao sleeping soundly beside him. He answered the call decisively, the corners of his lips curling into a meaningful smile. Hello, Supervisor Wang, what is it? On the other end of the line, Wang Wei froze. He felt that something about Li Xiao was different today. Why was he speaking so casually? Wasn't the old Li Xiao always obsequious and timid? He pondered for a long time, but could not figure it out, so he simply dropped it and asked directly. Li Xiao, did you finish the work? I finished. Li Xiao replied with a smile. Nonsense. You quit halfway through, you think I don't know? A torrent of curses blasted through the speaker from the other end of the line. Didn't I tell you to clock out at 11:30 last night? I just checked the surveillance and saw you left at 8. Are you treating my words like they're nothing? You useless waste, do you still want this job? Get to the company immediately. Li Xiao, are you listening? Hello? Hello? Are you deaf? On the other side, Li Xiao's eyes were filled with amusement. He waited for Wang Wei to finish cursing before finally lifting the phone back to his ear. Got it. Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the busy tone, Wang Wei slammed his palm onto the desk. Damn it. He actually dared hang up on me. He can forget about his full attendance bonus this month. And next month his performance metrics and bonuses will still be mine. After he calmed down, he dialed his girlfriend Lin. Sorry, the number you have dialed cannot be reached at the moment. Please try again later. Wang Wei rubbed his head and, strange, why hasn't anyone answered since last night? Xiao, what are you doing? After hanging up, Li Xiao checked his bank card, and seeing there was less than 500 left, cursed under his breath. On a whim last night, he had spent nearly half a month's salary. But in the end that had been nothing more than fleeting pleasure. Upon waking, he still had to face reality. He had considered changing jobs, but with the current economic downturn many companies were laying people off. Having a job that paid wages on time was already a blessing. Though he had no family, he still relied on this job to feed himself. Life still has to go on. Helplessly, Xiao gently pushed aside the white-stockinged legs resting on him and began getting dressed. He glanced at the flushed face of the still sleeping Lin Xiao, then left the room without lingering. 2.5 hours later, Li Xiao arrived at the company building Hope Tower. At the door of the supervisor's office, he took a deep breath and walked in. The instant he stepped through the door, a book flew straight at his face. Uselessly, Xiao. Buzz. Before the scolding could finish, a humming sound echoed across the sky, and the entire Blue Star trembled slightly. At that moment, no matter where they were on Blue Star, people who looked up could see the once azure sky now being covered by a layer of golden firmament. What is that? Wang Wei was so frightened that he forgot all about threatening Li Xiao and strode to the window. Li Xiao tossed aside the book that had hit his face and also looked out the window. Could it be? The golden canopy in the sky resembled a divine oracle as line after line of cold text slowly appeared upon it. Ignoring language borders and distance, those words were clearly imprinted upon the retina of every person on Blue Star. Revelation: final game descends. Blue Star's human civilization has reached a critical point, initiating fusion with the final world. Hot weapons and signals have been destroyed, all systems reset. World data fusion in progress. 10, 37, 62. In the next instant, every human on Blue Star was wrapped in beams of white light. Before Xiao could react, he was pulled into another space. Where is this? He looked around, but did not see Wang Wei, only that he himself was wrapped in a column of white light. Strangely, he could clearly see everything outside through the white glow. The familiar skyscrapers and streets began to twist and warp, trees shot up several times higher, and lawns grew wildly. Ordinary birds in the sky flapped their wings as their bodies swelled, feathers sharpening like blades and eyes turning vicious. The entire Blue Star seemed to be enlarging. Everything was undergoing earth-shattering change. Faced with this sudden upheaval of the world, Xiao stood there in a daze. The final game descends. Datafication. Was this real? Don't lie to an honest man. Welcome to the final world. All humans on Blue Star will unlock a system interface. Humans under 15 and over 60 will gain the identity of native inhabitants of the final world. A system chime echoed in Xiao's mind. Ding. Detected that after the final descent, this area belongs to the Tianqi Empire. Adventurer automatically classified as human. Please name your adventurer. A world becoming data like a game. It was actually real. Xiao clenched his fists hard, his eyes no longer a lifeless pool, but brighter than ever before. Since the old world had collapsed, all previous order would cease to exist. That wretched life and Wang Wei. They can all go to hell. Xiao stared at the semi-transparent sci-fi-like system interface before him. Name Wei Xiao. This name isn't used. Congratulations, adventurer, on successfully naming your character. Please choose your class. Mage, warrior, assassin, archer, priest, knight, beastmaster. Xiao fell into deep thought. Warriors and knights had short reach and needed to fight up close, which was too dangerous. Priests depended on teammates, yet in this real world the only one he could truly rely on was himself. Mage. Xiao chose mage in the end, after all mages wielded dazzling magic. Ding. Class selection successful. Congratulations, adventurer, on awakening SS level talent God chosen. Talent ranks F. SS. Chosen 1 LV1, the only talent that can be leveled up. 1. Luck 10. Current luck is at its maximum. Monster drops and equipment enhancement success rate are 100, and hidden storylines in the apocalypse world can be triggered. 2. Each level increases damage by 5. Current effect damage increased by 5. Damn. It's actually an SS grade talent. Although Xiao appeared calm on the surface, inwardly he was bursting with ecstasy. He had never imagined such a magnificent start. His previous days had been ordinary and miserable, a life whose end he could see at a glance. Now that the apocalypse had descended and he had awakened the highest tier talent, he was soaring straight to the skies. Immediately after, Xiao opened the personal attribute panel on the system interface. Race human, Wei Xiao, LV10-100. Physical attack 10. Magic attack 10. Constitution 5, 1 constitution, 1 physical defense, 10 health points. Spirit 6, 1 spirit, 1 magic defense, 10 mana points. Agility 5. Effects: attack, speed, casting, and evasion. Free attribute points 0. Each level up grants 3 free attribute points. Luck 10. Hidden attribute cannot be increased with free attribute points. Maximum value is 10. Talent: chosen 1 LV1. Revival 1. Skill: Fireball. Common, deals 120 spell damage, 1 second cast time, consumes 20 mana, 10 second cooldown. Common, excellent, rare, epic, legendary, divine. Seeing the uses of maxed out luck, Xiao was overjoyed beyond measure. Not only could he trigger hidden storylines, but his monster drop rate and equipment enhancement success rate were both 100. Worthy indeed of being the chosen one. He had played quite a few online games before and knew all too well how difficult it was to enhance equipment. If your luck was terrible, you could even fail with a 90 success rate. It was simply a bottomless pit. But now for him, this was no longer a problem. As long as he had enough materials and currency, he could max out enhancements in minutes. At this time, the apocalypse world had not yet fully fused, but the original appearance of the world was already unrecognizable. It seems we still have to wait a bit longer. Let's check the system interface first. Xiao looked toward the chat area at the bottom right and clicked to enter. Apocalypse Empire Eastern Region 4399 Safe Zone. GNI time. Damn it. I was playing basketball. How did I end up here? Buqi Xiangsaia. Hurry up and send me back. I want to go home. Qingsong Bengzhu, where is this? I was just about to take off. One more day, and I would have had full attendance. Damn it. Wei Yu Cheng Shinjizi, ha ha ha. Wei Yu Cheng Shinjizi, new world, come and welcome your king. New Jian 88 Gananmo, it's over. My talent is only a grade. Shihuan Dadar, grade is great. As the world continued to fuse, Li Xiao's heartbeat grew faster and faster. He had already begun to look forward to what was coming. He was no longer willing to be just an ordinary person. Not long after the golden canopy in the sky suddenly flared with light, the apocalypse world has fully fused. Apocalypse Chapter 1: Calamity and Rebirth. All adventurers will be randomly teleported to locations near their respective safe zones. Li Xiao felt the world spin around him. When he opened his eyes, the surrounding buildings and streets had already turned into a forest. Li Xiao glanced at the staff that had appeared in his hand. Novice Staff Magic Attack 2. The next second lines of text appeared once more on the golden canopy above. Apocalypse World Announcement. From today onward, a survival mission will be issued every other day. Those who fail to complete it will lose 1 revival. When revival reaches 0, a further deduction will mean true death. Survival mission: 15 adventurers must successfully enter their respective safe zones. Time limit: 1 day, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Reward: 1 gold coin, 50 experience points, 1 revival. Failure: lose 1 revival. Hint: the adventurer's system interfaces contain a mini-map. Head toward the marked location. The golden canopy vanished. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. White light flashed repeatedly around Li Xiao as one adventurer after another was randomly teleported nearby. Where is this? Don't scare me. Sob sob, my phone has no signal. I want to find my parents. It's over. Completely over. Someone take me to do quests, I don't want to die. Huh. I finally don't have to be a wage slave anymore. I am the one chosen by heaven, the one and only. At this moment some people panicked, some were dazed. Someone wearing nothing but their underwear was sprinting around wildly. That survival mission hung over everyone like a sword of death poised at their throats. It warned them all that in this world death could come at any moment. Li Xiao. Just as Li Xiao was checking the mini-map on the system interface, a familiar voice interrupted him. Following the sound, he turned his head. Wasn't that Wang Wei, that bastard? Out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of the chaotic scene unfolding all around. There was no order here, no law. As long as one picked up a weapon, one could fight back. So, Li Xiao's eyes narrowed. He gripped his staff and walked toward Wang Wei step by step. At this moment Wang Wei was in an exceptionally foul mood and had no awareness of the looming danger. His previous life had not been particularly glamorous, but it had been comfortable enough, and he even had a clingy girlfriend. He had never expected the world to undergo such a drastic change, wiping out everything from before. Seeing Li Xiao drawing nearer, he vented all his pent-up frustration on him. Li Xiao, I'm calling you. Are you deaf? Hurry up and see what's going on. Li Xiao did not respond, the distance between them shrinking. He raised his staff, fireball. A fist-sized fireball gathered at the tip of the staff and shot toward Wang Wei. I'm your superior, have you lost your mind? Startled by the sudden attack, Wang Wei had never imagined that Li Xiao would actually strike him. His class was Knight. As a tank, his starting agility was only 2 points, far too low to dodge in time. Bang! The fireball slammed into his chest. 13. 120 skill damage plus 5 from talent minus 2 points magic defense. A red damage number floated up from above Wang Wei's head. Ding! You have suffered a malicious attack from adventurer Wei Xiao. Killing this target will not increase your sin value. Wang Wei lowered his head to look at his scorched skin. Long accustomed to bullying Li Xiao, he now stared wide-eyed in disbelief. You dare hit me? Looking at Wang Wei's twisted face, Li Xiao felt a surge of satisfaction. He then revealed a faint, meaningful smile. Wang Wei, your girlfriend is really something. That waist, those legs, TSK TSK. As soon as the words left his mouth, another magic orb shot out. 10. Thinking of how his girlfriend hadn't contacted him all night, Wang Wei instantly drew his novice iron sword, eyes bloodshot, as he roared in fury. Li Xiao, I'll kill you. He lunged with his sword, stabbing Li Xiao in the arm. Ding! You have been attacked by adventurer Wang Wei, losing 3 health points. Li Xiao sucked in a sharp breath. Although the damage was low, the pain felt far too real. Bastard! In this new world, you think I'll still let you push me around? With that, he raised his staff, first casting a magic orb, then raining down blows with it. 10. 10. 10. 15. Weak point attack. What are you, Wang Wei clutched his crotch as his health bar visibly plummeted. Although his initial health was as high as 70 points, he now had only 2 health left. One more hit, and he would truly die. At this moment, he finally became afraid, fleeing frantically into the crowd while shouting for mercy. Li Xiao, I was wrong, spare me. Lin Xiao is yours, do whatever you want with her. Relying on his 5 points of agility, Li Xiao crushed Wang Wei's meager 2 points and rapidly closed the distance. Just as he was about to catch up to Wang Wei, he unleashed Fireball. 13. Wang Wei's health bar was instantly emptied. No. Wang Wei let out a wretched scream as his entire body turned into a streak of white light and vanished on the spot. Ding! You have slain adventurer Wang Wei. Experience 3, sin value 1. You have become gray named. After death, there is a 100 chance of dropping 1 piece of equipment and a 20 drop rate for currency. Completing missions can remove sin value. Immediately, Li Xiao's name turned gray. He panted heavily, his whole body trembling slightly. So what if I'm gray named? Killing that bastard even once feels unbelievably good. Even my thoughts feel clearer now. Just then a crisp chime rang out in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, Adventurer Wei Xiao, on achieving the first kill in this area and unlocking the achievement, the great first step. A regional announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your ID? What the hell? Is this considered a first kill? Li Xiao was momentarily stunned, but then he felt overjoyed. Hiding? That's impossible. In the past he was timid, but now that the new world has arrived, he must strike with full force. Li Xiao decisively shook his head. No hiding. And it must be announced 3 times. Let's infuriate that bastard Wang Wei. Congratulations to the Adventurer Smile from the 4399 area for achieving the first kill and unlocking the achievement, the great first step. Adventurers, please take up your weapons and bravely take your first step. The announcement sent the entire 4399 area into an uproar. Sister, open the door, it's my brother. Someone completed the first kill so quickly. I haven't even seen the monster yet. I can't believe it. So fierce. You Winbao, that guy is near me, I've seen him, he's a melee mage. 666 cold medicine 666. Li Jiahao, it's just an ordinary first kill, what's the big deal? I'm already looking for the boss. Li Xiao had been out of combat for 10 minutes, recovering 1 of his health and mana every minute. He had only lost a little over 10 health points, and quickly recovered fully. At this point the first kill reward had already been credited. Ding. Reward for Adventurer Smile title, the great first step. 1 gold coin. Li Xiao quickly checked the title attributes. The great first step, rare title, common, excellent, rare, epic, legendary, divine, luck 1 maxed, converted to 1 critical hit rate, 5 attributes, 5 physical attack, magic attack, constitution, spirit, agility. For each level gained, an additional 2 free attribute points are awarded. Description: in this world full of unknowns, you are the first adventurer bold enough to take action. May good fortune accompany you. Li Xiao felt very pleased. Not only did he not lose out, but he also gained a lot. 5 attributes, 5. Luck 1. Each level grants an extra 2 free attribute points, so he effectively has 5 free attributes for leveling up. Now my attributes must be significantly ahead of others, right? Li Xiao couldn't help but check his personal attributes. Smile LV1, the great first step, physical attack, 15 magic attack, 17 constitution, 10, 100 health, 10 physical defense, spirit 11, 110 mana, 11 magic defense, agility 10. Li Xiao nodded in satisfaction. With these attributes, other adventurers probably can't break through my defenses. He looked at the mini-map on the interface. The safe zone was located in a place called Soto Town. I should go to the safe zone to complete the quest and eliminate my crime value and conveniently level up by killing monsters. Li Xiao turned and walked deeper into the forest. Behind him, a white light flickered in the crowd. Wang Wei had been resurrected. His face was pale, and he was trembling with anger. A cold prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. You have been killed by Adventurer Smile. Resurrection count 1. Current resurrection count 0. Level 1, current level 0. Newbie Iron Sword has dropped. Reminder: once an adventurer's resurrection count reaches 0, the next death is true death. Damn it. Wang Wei looked down at his empty hands, nearly spitting out old blood. He had actually been solo killed by that usually timid Li Xiao. At that moment another prompt sounded. Ding. You have become the first adventurer in the area to be killed. Achievement: cursed by misfortune unlocked. An area announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your ID? Wang Wei's expression changed. What does cursed by misfortune mean? He quickly checked the announcement, nearly unable. Cursed by misfortune, rare title, attributes, luck 1, 5 attributes 1. Description: you have become the first adventurer to be killed. May you dispel your bad luck soon, or you will have a hard time moving forward. The system forcibly equipped the title as adventurer. Wang Wei was detected to have negative luck. Me. At this moment Wang Wei's face turned green with anger. He can't avoid it. His attributes were already low, and now he's even worse off. The main issue is that his luck has turned negative. Hide. I must hide. Wang Wei nearly shouted. Adventurer from the 4399 area has become the first adventurer to be killed, unlocking the achievement, cursed by misfortune. Reminder: in this unknown world outside the safe zone, you must not only be wary of monsters, but also other adventurers. Huh. Did someone die? What the hell? The first one to die has an achievement. As soon as the first kill was announced, someone was killed. Huh. Could that unfortunate soul have been killed by Smile? Tisk, it's really possible. What a waste. The surrounding discussions reached Wang Wei's ears, causing his face to shift between green and pale. He quickly hid the ID above his head. Li Xiao. It's all that Li Xiao's fault. Wang Wei gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. Li Xiao, just you wait. Deep in the forest, Li Xiao walked while searching for wild monsters. A slime jumped out from the bushes, its round body resembling a ball of blue jelly. Slime LV1, physical attack 20, physical defense 5, health 100. Finally found a wild monster, Li Xiao raised his staff and cast a fireball spell. Boom. 22. The slime's health bar dropped significantly, leaving it with 78 health. Li Xiao was very satisfied. After equipping the title, his damage had increased so much. Plus the 5 damage bonus from his talent. Although he was only level 1 now, this bonus was already quite evident. At that moment, the slime bounced towards him. Li Xiao sidestepped to dodge, swinging his staff to cast another magic ball. 17. The slime was hit and damage numbers appeared above its head. Hey, it's quite elastic. Li Xiao cast another basic attack magic ball. 17. The slime jumped and charged at Li Xiao. At this point, the fireball spell was still cooling down, and Li Xiao rolled sideways to avoid the slime's furious attack. 17. 17. After 2 basic attacks, the skill was ready again. Fireball. 22. The slime turned into a white light and vanished. Ding. Experience gained for killing slime 1. Copper coin 1, ordinary enhancement stone 3. Ordinary staff, bronze magic attack 5, a level requirement 1, attack range 10. Bronze, silver, gold, diamond, epic legendary artifact. I got a weapon. Li Xiao excitedly opened his backpack and took the staff in his hands. His magic attack had now reached an impressive 20 points. Li Xiao sighed and continued to follow the mini-map forward. After walking a few steps, he heard a commotion. He looked up to see a crowd gathered around a warrior who was swinging a newbie iron sword battling a massive wild boar. The wild boar was pitch black with sharp tusks, displaying raging wild boar LV2 above its head. The warrior's health was nearly depleted, about to collapse. Help! Someone help me! Is there a priest to heal me? The warrior shouted in panic. Surrounding players exchanged glances, but no one dared to step forward, retreating behind others. Before long, Li Xiao, who had originally been at the back of the crowd, had become part of the front row of onlookers. He felt speechless and then checked the wild boar's attributes. Raging wild boar LV2, physical attack 25, physical defense 9, magic defense 5, remaining health 61. With only 5 magic defense, I should be able to take it down. Li Xiao stepped forward confidently, raising his staff. Fireball. Boom. 21. What the hell? Who is this? The damage is so high. Damn, this guy must have at least an A-level talent. I can only deal 5 points. How infuriating. I thought he was just some ignorant guy, but it turns out he's a pro. Pro players are amazing. The wild boar's health bar dropped by 1/3. The wild boar snorted in pain, abandoning the warrior and charging at Li Xiao. Seeing the rushing wild boar, Li Xiao quickly retreated, raising his hand to cast a basic attack magic ball. 16. Snort. The raging wild boar made another noise and launched a barbaric charge. Li Xiao barely had time to dodge. Ding. You have suffered an attack from the raging wild boar, losing 15 health points. Li Xiao gritted his teeth from the impact. Damn, that hurts. He quickly retreated, raising his staff for another magic ball. 16. At this point, the wild boar's health was nearly gone. Li Xiao danced around it for a moment and then cast another magic ball. 16. The raging wild boar turned into a white light and disappeared. Ding. Ding. You slain a rage boar, EXP 5, copper 5, common enhancement stone 10. Common tunic, bronze constitution 1, magic attack 1, level requirement 0. Li Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and slipped on the tunic. This level 2 monster is surprisingly tough. The nearby players gaped in astonishment. Unbelievable. That's a real pro. The mage class is brutal. I regret choosing Beast Tamer. I heard from Yuanba that he might be the Wei Xiao who made the first kill. No wonder he's so formidable. Li Xiao was somewhat surprised to be recognized. He had already hidden the ID above his head because the title The Great First Step shimmered purple and was far too conspicuous, likely to draw hostility. Wei Xiao team up. Immature healer, called a priest girl as she stepped forward, her voice sweet. Li Xiao glanced at her rather meager talent and found it illusory. He politely shook his head. Sorry, I'm rushing a quest. Perhaps another time. With that, he turned and walked away without looking back, using enhancement stones to upgrade the common staff as he went. Ding. Use 1 common enhancement stone and 10 copper coins to strengthen this equipment. 1 gold, 100 silver, 10000 copper. Enhance. Li Xiao did not hesitate and enhanced immediately. The first kill reward had just given him 1 gold, equal to a full 1000 copper. Mere pocket change. Ding. Enhancement successful. Ding. Enhancement successful. 10 common staff magic attack 5/5. Enhancement bonus. Each level grants 10 of base attributes. The higher the base, the greater the bonus. Li Xiao looked at the staff in his hand with a smug expression. Equipment above 10 can drop a level on failure, but he had no such worry. An SSS-tier talent was overwhelmingly powerful. Now his magic attack had soared to 26 points. He only needed to kill a few more monsters to gather 10 common enhancement stones and push the common staff to 20. He had just learned from the system interface that the maximum enhancement level in the end world was 20. Each additional level reduced the success rate by 5. The chance from 19 to 20 was a pitiful 1. The probability dwindled because upon reaching 20 the equipment would randomly gain an extra affix according to its quality. Affixes on epic or higher items could rival its higher talents. At the thought that each future piece of gear might grant an extra talent, Xiao brimmed with hope. He muttered, truly a chosen one. Keep hunting. Ding. You have slain a level 1 slime, EXP 1, copper 1, and common enhancement stone 1. Common tunic. Ding. You have slain a level 1 hair, EXP 1, copper 1, a basic health potion 1. Basic mana potion 1. Finally enough. Slaying more than a dozen monsters left him exhausted, yet Xiao remained spirited, tired, but happy. He had finally collected 10 common enhancement stones. Ding. Congratulations, enhancement successful. Level 1. Ding. Congratulations to adventurer Xiao for enhancing the common staff to 20. Cannot enhance further. 20 common staff bronze. Magic attack 5, 10. Bronze affix normal attack mastery normal attacks. Add 20 of magic attack as damage casting speed 10. Description: an extraordinarily unordinary common staff. Xiao watched the staff glittering golden after hitting 20, utterly pleased with its flashy charm. The affix actually increased normal attack damage. Now both his left and right hand normal attacks dealt substantial damage. He calculated that his normal attack now matched the damage of Fireball. Before he found any skill scrolls, normal attacks were his main offense. The 10 casting speed boost was like inheriting a low-tier talent for free. At this stage it was a little miracle. Xiao waved his staff with delight. At that moment a clear notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to adventurer Xiao for being the first in the region to enhance equipment to 20, achieving the favor of the goddess of fortune achievement. A regional announcement will be made. Hide your ID. Xiao snorted. Don't ask next time. If you ask, broadcast it 3 times. It'll make Wang Wei live in terror every moment. Regional announcement: congratulations to Region 4399's Xiao for being the first adventurer to enhance equipment to 20. Achieved favor of the goddess of fortune. Luck is part of strength. The threefold announcement sent the entire 4399 region into an uproar. Many listeners were near tears upon hearing the bulletin. Talangpu Denaiku exclaimed, damn. 20. I don't even have enough copper for a single enhancement. Was Zhunmei Swan. With such low success rates he still got 20. Is Xiao some kind of fraud? And where did he get so many enhancement stones? I don't believe it. Xiao sure did Jebi, damn. Xiao stole my life away crying. Yu Xiaojing Jai Kuel Gu Shun. Enhancing gear was just luck. True strength is proven in combat. I've condensed 10 practical combat theories, 10 copper a copy. Tang San, master, I've added you. Please accept. Why does this Yu Xiaojing sound like a con? Xiao rolled his eyes at the name. At that moment the reward credited to his account. Ding. Congratulations to adventurer Xiao, achievement reward received. Gold 1, a silver necklace goddess favor has been placed in your bag. A silver tier accessory. Xiao's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly opened his bag. A delicate necklace lay quietly in a slot. The pendant was a teardrop-shaped blue gem. Goddess favor silver upgradable. After level 10, an achievement quest becomes available to upgrade its quality and level. Magic attack 10, spirit 10, level requirement 1. Luck 1 maxed, converted to 1 critical chance. Lucky strike 1 chance to be blessed by the goddess, dealing 10-fold damage. Description: it is said the goddess of fortune once favored a brave youth on a stormy night. He awoke to find this necklace beside his pillow. After the goddess left, the youth cried for 3 days and nights. Not from emotion, but because his legs went weak. Xiao exclaimed, holy crap, awesome. Too bad it cannot be upgraded until level 10. Could that youth in the description be me? Heh. He wanted immediately to enhance goddess favor, but enhancement required silver enhancement stones. 10 common enhancement stones combined into 1 silver enhancement stone, which meant 100 commons were needed. He didn't have a single one now, and the task ahead was arduous. Xiao put on the necklace and glanced at his status panel. Xiao LV won the great first step. Magic attack 41. Spirit 21. Constitution 11. Agility 10. Critical rate 2. When others averaged only 10 attack, his 41 was sheer dominance. Xiao tightened his grip on the staff. Now with a fireball and a normal attack, damage tops 51. Who can withstand that? If a critical or lucky strike triggers. He longed to test the damage on a wild monster, but the nearby slimes and hares had all been slaughtered. Never mind. We'll go to the safe zone to turn in the quest and farm enhancement stones and gear along the way. Xiao walked toward the safe zone on the mini-map. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Wang Wei crouched beneath a great tree, his face an ashen blue. He had just heard that blasted announcement again. Why was that worthless Xiao so lucky? He cast his eyes over his panel, and his mentality utterly collapsed. Wang Wei LV0 bound by misfortune. Physical attack 7-1. Magic attack 0-1. Constitution 6-1. Spirit 5-1. Agility 2-1. Luck 1 negative luck triggers the chain of misfortune debuff. Revive 0. Ah. Wang Wei held his head, raging impotently. Even the novice iron sword had dropped. He was unarmed and could not even defeat a single slime. Right, I forgot I could ask others to team up. Wang Wei sprang to his feet, dusted himself off, and headed toward the Not far away, a few players were grouping to grind. A mage with the title Qing Tian called out, "Group for mobbing. Need a contributing healer, no freeloaders." Wang Wei rushed over and applied to 7 or 8 parties in succession. Huang Minji rejected your party application. Ma La Tang rejected your party application. Bao Zhao Lao Nai rejected your application and blacklisted you. You received a private message from Lantao La, get lost. Stay away from me. At that moment, Wang Wei's face was as dark as a pot bottom. The negative effects of Chain of Misfortune were far worse than he had imagined. Then a heavenly chime rang, ding. You have successfully joined the party, Dao and I. Wang Wei froze, then, it's not easy. Someone finally accepted me. What? The next second, ding. You were forcibly kicked from the party, Dao and I. Li Xiao. It's all Li Xiao's fault. Wang Wei ground his teeth, directing every ounce of his hatred. If he hadn't killed me, I wouldn't have lost a level, wouldn't have dropped my gear, and certainly wouldn't have been forced to bear this accursed title. Damn it. He clenched his fists, eyes burning with venom. Just wait. You'll pay for this. I Wang Wei swear it. Deep within the forest, Li Xiao sneezed. Is some girl thinking of me again? He rubbed his nose and continued onward. His mini-map indicated that the safe zone, Suatua Town, lay just ahead. Along the way, Li Xiao had cleared dozens of slimes and wild rabbits. His experience stood at 51,100. He glanced into his inventory: 11 basic life potions, 9 basic magic potions, 15 common reinforcement stones, and 1 gold, 98 silver, and 101 copper coins. Equipment: ordinary trousers, 1 constitution, 1 magical attack. Ordinary boots, 2 agility. Ordinary pauldrons, 2 magical attack. Not bad. I've looted several more pieces. My magical attack now stands at a formidable 44 points. Now I only need a belt and 2 accessories to complete the set. Li Xiao finally approached the outskirts of the safe zone. Ahead rose a modest town, its crude gate flanked by 2 guards. Suatua Town. Li Xiao stepped before the guards and offered one of his basic life potions with a courteous bow. Brother guard, may I enter? The guard, surprised by the adventurer's uncommon courtesy, offered a kind reminder. Adventurer, once inside, seek out Nick the blacksmith. He may have tasks in need of aid. With that, the gates slowly swung open. Many thanks for the tip, brother, Li Xiao replied with a warm smile. Indeed, cultivating goodwill with NPCs in the end world proved invaluable. Instantly a chime echoed in his mind. Ding. Survival quest 15 completed. Reward 1 gold coin, 50 experience points, 1 resurrection charge. A flash of golden light heralded his ascension to level 2. His sin value reset entirely. His name shifted from gray to pure white. Ding. Congratulations, adventurer, smile. You have reached level 2, 1500 XP. You have gained 3 free attribute points, an additional 2 granted by title effect. Attribute allocation. Maximize magical attack. Magical attack 4449. Li Xiao sought precisely this overwhelming magical attack to accelerate monster slaying efficiency. His greatest advantages lay in guaranteed drop rates and perfect reinforcement success. Only by slaying more monsters and harvesting more reinforcement stones and gear could he swiftly outpace others. I currently hold 15 common reinforcement stones. Reinforcing level 0 bronze gear yields negligible returns, and such gear will be obsolete in no time. Better to save up until I have 200 stones than reinforce fortune goddess favor. Having set his course, Li Xiao strode confidently into the town. Ding. Adventurer has entered a safe zone. Warning: attacking others within the safe zone incurs a penalty of 1 resurrection charge per offense. So there's even a protective mechanism in place. Li Xiao raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, then continued down the street. Though weathered, the town bustled with pedestrians and merchants. Step right up. Take a look. Top-tier gear, affordable prices. True strength demands not only courage, but also well-forged tools. That last line caught Li Xiao's attention. There, bare-chested and hammer in hand, stood a middle-aged man labeled blacksmith Nick, forging a weapon at his anvil. A spark of intuition lit Li Xiao's mind. He walked straight over. Nick wiped sweat from his brow, then looked up, and his eyes brightened upon seeing Li Xiao approach. Young man, you are the first hero ever to set foot in Suatua Town. Ding. As the first adventurer in Region 4399 to reach Suatua Town, Nick's affinity increases by 20. Uncertain whether a quest would trigger, Li Xiao ventured politely. Uncle Nick, how may I assist you? Nick kept hammering as he spoke. Young man, this bow I'm forging requires 50 wild boar skeletons, and I must complete it before sunset. Can you help me gather them? It was real. Li Xiao's face lit up. He accepted instantly. Ding. Blacksmith Nick has issued you quest dungeon difficulty normal hard catastrophic nightmare hell. Nick's commission hard collect 50 wild boar skeletons. Time limit 6 hours. Reward 10 silver coins 100 experience. Failure penalty 50 experience. Time to get. Without hesitation Li Xiao accepted the task and hurried back out through the town gates. Meanwhile high above region 4399, the golden celestial canopy shimmered into view once more. What's happening? The canopies reappeared. Does that mean the world is restored? Huh. I can go home. No. I want to adventure here. I refuse to return. Stop whining. Look. Words are appearing. Adventurer Smile has successfully reached the safe zone of region 4399. Regional level leaderboard unlocked. Leaderboard resets daily at midnight. Top 100 adventurers receive exclusive rewards. First place, 3 gold coins, 5 free attribute points. 2 ND, 3 RD, 2 gold coins, 3 free attribute points. 4 TH, 10 TH, 1 gold coin, 2 free attribute points. 11 TH, 100 TH, 50 silver coins, 1 free attribute point. Leaderboard updates in real time. All adventurers may access rankings via system interface. Li Xiao paused mid-stride and opened the leaderboard. 1. Smile Mage level 2 1. 2. Eternal Bond Archer level 180. 3. Ling Shuang Archer level 178. 4. Eternal Sovereignty Archer level 175. 5. Divine Ascension Potential Warrior level 174. 6. Wanna Go Home Knight level 169. 7. Feng Yunchanggu Archer level 167. Region 4399 erupted. Chat channels flooded instantly. Am I rude? Absurd. Everyone's level 1. Except Smile who's already level 2. Shocked. Lucky Bastard first kill max reinforcement first to enter town 1 on the leaderboard. Is Smile literally the world's chosen son? Grind till you drop leaderboards live. Time to grind. Let's go. Meng brother the strategist damn it. Got addicted to killing slimes. Forgot all about reaching the safe zone. So frustrating. Eternal Overcast brothers. If we hope to survive this perilous world, we must band together for warmth and strength. Eternal Guild sincerely recruits elite players with rank or higher talents to climb the leaderboard. Rename now. Li Xiao sighed inwardly. His region still held many gifted individuals. After all, he'd only leveled up thanks to the 50 experience awarded for completing his survival quest. Yet those ranked in the top 100 were already nearing level 2, without having completed any quests. A sense of urgency stirred within him. The reward for one was simply too valuable to relinquish. Odd. Of the top 10 on the Soul Mage. Soul Mages truly are disadvantaged early on. He scrolled further, then froze. Adventurers 89451-10000. In mere hours, over 10,000 adventurers had perished in Suatua town alone. Across Blue Planet, countless more must have fallen. Li Xiao finally grasped the world's stark cruelty and lethal danger. The initial thrill of entering a new world dimmed sharply. Even with 2 resurrection charges, I must never grow reckless. At once a melodious chime resonated in his mind. Adventurer Smile is the first to reach the safe zone in region 4399. Reward rare skill scroll. Phew, I knew it. Being the first to arrive had to yield a reward. The system's acknowledgement eased his earlier unease born from mass casualties. He opened his inventory interface and retrieved the skill scroll. Ding. Learn this skill. Learn it. In a flash of violet light, the scroll dissolved into his body. In the next moment, Li Xiao skillfully mastered the skill. Each strike of lightning deals 130 magic attack damage. Casting takes 2 seconds, consuming 100 mana points with a cooldown of 35 seconds. A total of 20 areas of lightning for group attacks. At this moment, Li Xiao's eyes gleamed with terrifying brilliance. He was now at level 2, and with his talent as a chosen one, he could increase the damage by another 10. Truly a godly skill for farming monsters. Although his 210 mana points only allowed for 2 casts, it was enough for the current task, which required collecting 50 wild boar bones. Originally, he could only farm wild boars one by one, but now with the Fury Thunder, he could bombard them in groups. Weak at the beginning. What does that have to do with me, Li Xiao? Li Xiao's steps quickened. Meanwhile, outside the city in the forest, Eternal Overcast handed over his enhancement stone, his eyes filled with reluctance. Boss, let it go. Eternal World directly took the enhancement stone into his hands, feeling very unwilling. Damn it. If he can enhance to 20, I refuse to believe I can't even reach 13. But boss, you're being too greedy, right? It failed 5 times with a 40 chance at 13, and now it's dropped to 11. Guys, getting enhancement stones isn't easy. Eternal Overcast muttered a few words. At this moment, Eternal World was clearly obsessed with enhancing, and nothing anyone said could sway him. The other newly joined members of the Eternal Guild also refrained from intervening, fearing they would bring bad luck. I have a feeling this time it will succeed. I will definitely surpass the top player smile. Boss Friendship Brother is also on a roll. He wants to enhance his weapon to 15 and just successfully reached 14. What? He actually has a chance of success. Just after failing, Eternal World felt extremely unbalanced. Eternal Overcast shook his head. No, it dropped to 12 again. Can't you finish your sentence at once? You scared me. This time Eternal World felt balanced again and clicked to enhance. Oh no, it failed again. On the other side, Xiao entered the wild boar forest. The title ID on him and the effects of the 20 staff were all hidden. Now he looked like an ordinary mage, completely inconspicuous. There was no way around it. The death toll of over 10,000 people within that short hour on the leaderboard had sounded alarm bells for him. In this world, dying meant truly dying. He had to cherish his resurrection chances. Moreover, he was too famous now, and there would surely be envious eyes on him. Perhaps someone was already contemplating how to kill him for his equipment. Before he could create a significant gap with others, he chose to keep a low profile for a while. However, keeping a low profile didn't mean he could skip farming wild boars. Xiao walked deeper into the wild boar forest, and his field of vision suddenly opened up. At a glance, there were at least a dozen of them. Furious Wild Boar LV2, Physical Attack 25, Physical Defense 9, Magic Defense 5, Health 120. The level 2 wild boars had only 100 health an hour ago, and now they have 120. They have grown stronger again. Xiao's face darkened, but fortunately, he had also grown stronger. Now his magic attack was as high as 49 points. First, let me lure a wave of monsters to test it out. He tightened his grip on the staff and stepped into the aggro range of the wild boar group. Roar! The nearest furious wild boar spotted him first and charged over with a howl. Following closely were the second and third boars. At this moment, the wild boar forest seemed to shake like an earthquake. Many adventurers were teaming up to farm monsters. A 5-man team had just taken down a furious wild boar, panting heavily. Finally killed it. This wild boar's skin is really tough. Good thing we teamed up. If we were soloing, it would have been tough. Huh. Did you guys feel the earthquake? Look up. An archer pointed towards the depths of the forest. Everyone followed his finger and saw a figure facing a group of wild boars alone. It was a young man wearing novice gear, and the staff in his hand looked rather ordinary. Is he a mage? A mage soloing a group of wild boars. That's hilarious. I bet he won't last 10 seconds. 10 seconds. If he lasts 5 seconds, I'll recognize him as my... Several people discussed among themselves. In their eyes, that mage was simply courting death. However, the next moment, everything happening before their eyes would become unforgettable for a lifetime. The mage raised his staff, and a purple thundercloud instantly formed in the sky ahead. Suddenly, there was a thunderous roar. Then 10 bolts of purple lightning came crashing down. Boom, boom, boom. Each strike hit the wild boars, and the damage numbers shocked them. 65, 130. Critical hit. Double damage 65. Gulp. The archer swallowed hard, already at a loss for words. The warrior beside him rubbed his eyes, thinking he was hallucinating from overwork. Is a mage this powerful in the... This is just insane. Unlike the astonishment of the others, Xiao, facing the group of wild boars alone, could not stop smiling. Haha, a critical hit. With a flash of white light, the wild boar that was critically hit disappeared from the ground. Ding. Killed a furious wild boar, gaining 2 experience points, 20 copper coins, 1 wild boar bone, and 2 ordinary enhancement stones. Meanwhile, the thunder did not cease. A second wave came crashing down. Those level 2 furious wild boars had a maximum health of only 120, and 2 bolts of lightning could take one down. Roar. Suddenly the forest filled with the sounds of agony. 65. 97. Weak point attack. 1. 5 times damage 65. Ding. Killed a furious wild boar, gaining 5 experience points, 20 copper coins, 1 wild boar bone, and 2 primary mana potions. Ding. Killed a furious wild boar. A series of notification sounds echoed in Xiao's mind, making him feel as if he was floating. 10 at once completed a tenth of the task in 1 skill. His smile nearly reached his ears, but each wild boar only granted 2 experience points, meaning he would need to kill 250 to level up. Xiao silently calculated he still had to work hard. In the end world, hitting a monster's vital parts would cause weak point damage. For example, the heads of most monsters, their hearts, the 7 inches of snakes, were all critical parts. Other monsters' vital spots had to be discovered by adventurers during the fight. Moreover, hitting a weak point could also trigger critical hits, with damage calculation being 1. 5 times weak point damage first, then double for critical hit damage, resulting in 3 times the damage. At this time, the several adventurers behind him had just snapped back to reality from their shock. It takes us 5 people a long time to take down a single one, yet he did 10 in 2 seconds. Is this guy even human? 130 damage. I'm really begging you. This person's talent must be shrank. He is a big shot. Let's go and boost our presence. After exchanging glances, the five quickly ran towards Li Xiao's position. Big shot, take me as your little brother. I'm very capable. If the big shot doesn't mind, I would like to be your adoptive father. Li Xiao's lips twitched slightly. Well, just as he said to keep a low profile, but his strength wouldn't allow it. He waved to the group of adventurers. Everyone, I still have a mission to attend to, so I must take my leave. After saying that, he turned and walked deeper into the forest. In the depths of the wild boar forest, the wild boars were denser and respawned quickly, making it an excellent spot for monster grinding. However, each use of Furious Thunder consumed 100 points, and his current magic value was only 210, just enough for 2 casts. I need to use it sparingly. Li Xiao glanced at the junior magic potions in his backpack, noting that he still had 11 bottles. Each bottle could restore 50 points of magic value. If I grind while using them, it should be sufficient, right? Li Xiao glanced at the junior magic potions in his backpack, noting that he still had 11 bottles. Each bottle could restore 50 points of magic value. If I grind 65, 650. Critical hit. Ding. You have been attacked by a furious wild boar, losing 20 health points. Ding. You killed the furious wild boar. Task progress, 2,550. This efficiency is incredible. Li Xiao didn't stop finding a safe spot to drink a magic potion, restoring his magic value to full, and continued grinding. Third wave, 10 heads. Task progress, 3,550. Fourth wave, 15 heads. Task progress, 5,050. I finished so quickly. Li Xiao satisfiedly stowed away his staff and glanced at the task deadline. There were still 5.5 hours left. Should I continue grinding? He hesitated for a second, his gaze falling on his backpack. After grinding 50 wild boars, he had collected 10 junior life potions, 8 magic potions, and 64 ordinary enhancement stones. Adding the previous 15, he had a total of 79. I still need 121 more to enhance the blessing of the goddess of luck to level 20. Keep grinding. Once a person has a clear goal, their motivation is boundless. Li Xiao walked deeper into the wild boar forest. Behind him, the group of adventurers was utterly convinced. My skill deals 15 damage, while the big shot can kill more than 10 wild boars with 1 skill. The gap between people can be so vast. Someday I can be as strong as the big shot. Don't dream the minimum requirement isn't level talent. Don't you know your own level? Aren't you saying your talent is high? Damn it. You damn. Time flew by. Li Xiao was madly grinding monsters in the wild boar forest wave after wave. His actions became increasingly proficient. Luring monsters, casting skills, regenerating magic value, and grinding monsters all happened in one fluid motion. With a cooldown time of 35 seconds for Furious Thunder, he timed his casts perfectly. If those top players on the leaderboard saw him killing 10 to 15 wild boars with a single skill, they would probably be driven to tears. Ding. You killed the furious wild boar. Ding. Congratulations, adventurer smile has reached LV3, experience 11,000. You gain 3 free attribute points extra 2 from title effect. Finally leveled up. All points in a magic attack. 4954. Li Xiao sat down heavily on the ground and drank a life recovery potion. He had already collected 256 wild boar bones in his backpack, far exceeding the task requirement of 50. Ordinary enhancement stones had reached 327. That's enough. Enough. 10 ordinary enhancement stones can be combined into 1 silver enhancement stone. Li Xiao directly synthesized 20 silver enhancement stones. Then excitedly he opened his backpack and took out the blessing of the goddess of luck necklace. Ding. Would you like to consume 1 silver enhancement stone and 1 silver coin to enhance this equipment? Success rate 100. Enhance. Ding. Congratulations, enhancement 1 successful. Ding. Congratulations, enhancement 2 successful. A series of prompt sounds rang out. Ding. Congratulations, adventurer's smile has enhanced the blessing of the goddess of luck to level 20. A further enhancement is impossible. So powerful. Li Xiao hurriedly checked the attributes. 20. The blessing of the goddess of luck silver can be upgraded after level 10, magic attack 10, 20, spirit 10, 20th level requirement 1 luck 1 silver attribute light of luck. The wearer receives the goddess blessing after being attacked, generating a shield equal to 10 of magic value lasting 10 seconds, cooldown 20 seconds. Critical hit 2 chance to gain the goddess blessing, dealing 10 times damage. Description: the goddess is now not only feeling weak, but her waist is starting to ache as well. Not bad. With the passive ability of Light of Luck, my defense has greatly increased, and the critical hit chance is now 2. With my current 410 magic value, I can generate a shield of 41. Li Xiao opened his personal panel. Human race smile, LV3, a great first step, 11,000 magic attack, 5474 spirit, 2141, 410 magic value, 41 magic defense, physique 14, 140 health points, 14 physical defense, agility 12, critical hit rate 2, luck 10, hidden attribute talent chosen 1, LV11. Luck 10 2. Increases damage by 5 for each level gained. Current effect increases by 15 resurrection, 2 skills, Furious Thunder, level 1 rare fireball, level 1 common equipment, 20 common staff, common tunic, common pants, common shoes, common shoulder pads, common belt, physique, 2, 20 the blessing of the goddess of luck, description, an apprentice mage who has only practiced for 2.5 hours. When Xiao saw the system's evaluation of himself, he completely lost his composure. The damage of Furious Thunder has broken 100. The normal attack and fireball damage also reached 96. Ha ha ha, so strong. He touched the necklace feeling invigorated, then sigh. What a pity. Why can the highest enhancement of equipment only be level 20? Wouldn't 100 be better? Xiao sighed, but his gradually rising corners of his mouth revealed his true feelings. The damage of Furious Thunder has broken 100. The normal attack and fireball damage also reached 96. Ha ha ha, so strong. He touched the necklace feeling invigorated, then glanced at the real-time level leaderboard. Adventurers 7839. 110-00001. Smile Mage level 312. Eternal Affection Archer level 243. Ling Shuang Archer level 235-4. Roll Until You Die Assassin level 235. Eternal World Archer level 228. Xiao glanced at the task time, noting there were still over 3 hours left, and at this moment, he was filled with motivation. Finally, I've created some distance, but it's not enough. Keep grinding. Others were starting to push themselves, and he would do the same to outpace them. Meanwhile, deep in the wild boar forest, 4 people were teaming up to grind monsters. The leader was a tall, cold-looking mature woman. She held a longbow in her hand, each shot dealing 50 points of high damage to the wild boars. Moreover, it was all critical damage. At a time when the average level was 1 and attack power was generally only 10, her damage was undoubtedly among the top tier in the entire 4399 zone, second only to Xiao. At this moment, a warrior named Qin Tian suddenly shouted beside the woman. Sister, look quickly. That player named Smile was ranked 3rd half an hour ago, and has now surpassed both you and Eternal Friendship, taking the top spot. Moreover, his experience points have exceeded so much, his leveling speed is simply outrageous. He can frequently trigger area announcements, and his talent is at least rank. Qin Shuang shot down the last wild boar and began to tally the spoils. Besides, he has 20 gear, so it's not surprising that he levels up so fast. We should just do our best. As Qin Tian saw the leaderboard constantly changing with deaths, his sense of urgency grew stronger. He decisively made a suggestion. In our team, only those who deal the final blow will receive 100 of the experience. The other 3 can only get 80. Sister, you have strength talent, so you should level up first and aim for a higher ranking. I suggest we whittle down the monster's health to a sliver, and then you can deliver the finishing blow. Qin Tian then looked at the other 2, asking, what do you both think? The knight, named Wang Si, immediately agreed without hesitation. I completely agree. We need to prioritize leveling Qin first to maximize our advantages. Moreover, I've noticed that many employees from our company have been assigned to the 4399 district. Once we gather enough coins to create a guild, we should invite them to band together for support. The last warrior named Yang Qi flickered his gaze for a moment before nodding. Qin, I think the same, and we should prioritize leveling you up. Alright, then let's restore our health and mana, and continue hunting monsters. Qin Shuang was not a hesitant person. In this new world where death could come at any moment, the only thing she could rely on was her own strength. And now charging to climb the level leaderboard would allow her to gain rewards that would make her stronger quickly and lead the others. 2.5 hours later, Xiao finally stopped. It wasn't that he could no longer hunt, it was that his inventory was nearly full. Wild boar bones, 512 common enhancement stones, 489 coins, 3 gold, 89 silver, 76 copper basic health potions, 35 basic mana potions, 12 various level 0 bronze gear, a pile of ordinary pants, shoes, shoulder guards. What a bountiful harvest. Xiao leaned against a tree and let out a long breath. First, I'll head back to turn in the quest, then I'll set up a stall to sell this gear if it takes up too much space. He then opened the level leaderboard for a glance. 1. Smile Mage level 352. Eternal Friendship Archer level 2, 83. Ling Shuang Archer level 2, 76, 4. Eternal World Archer level 2, 75, 5. If you don't roll to death, roll to the end. Assassin level 270. These people are really competitive. Xiao shook his head just as he was about to leave the wild boar forest. A roar came from deeper within. He instantly turned to look. There, a rampaging wild boar twice the size of an ordinary one charged at him with a shriek. Rampaging Wild Boar LV5 Elite Physical Attack 50, Physical Defense 15, Magical Defense 10, Health 600. Skill Charge. The Rampaging Wild Boar charges forward, dealing 120 physical damage. Cooldown 30 seconds. Xiao looked at the boar's outrageous stats, and instead of being afraid, felt a surge of excitement. An elite monster. If it drops gear, it definitely won't be level 0. He tightened his grip on the staff and quickly put distance between himself and the rampaging wild boar with his 12 agility. As the wild boar locked onto Li Xiao, it let out a furious roar and charged directly at him. Ding! The rampaging wild boar used the skill charge on you. Li Xiao was prepared. He sidestepped to evade while raising his staff. Fireball! Boom! 87. After deducting 10 points of the boar's magical defense, a red number floated above the boar's head, and its health visibly dropped. Roar! The boar in pain turned around and charged at Li Xiao again. Li Xiao retreated while casting 87. 87. With 2 consecutive attacks, the boar's health was reduced to 339. At this point, the boar finally reached Li Xiao and crashed into him. Bang! Ding! You were hit by the rampaging wild boar, losing 38 health, remaining health 102. Wow, that's a high damage. Li Xiao winced in pain, but after being attacked, he triggered the necklace's passive ability, Lucky Light. A shield appeared around him for 10 seconds, capable of absorbing 41 damage. Then he raised his staff high, calling forth rampaging thunder. With a rumbling sound, purple storm clouds gathered instantly, and 10 bolts of purple lightning crackled down. 94. 94. 141. Weak point attack. Although rampaging thunder is an area attack, 3 bolts of lightning struck the wild boar. A series of damage numbers floated above the boar's head, and its health dropped to the bottom. Only 10 left. Li Xiao, quick on his feet, cast another magic ball. 87. A woo! The boar let out a reluctant howl, transforming into a beam of white light and vanishing. Ding! You have killed the LV5 elite monster rampaging wild boar, gaining 50 experience points, 5 silver coins, and 20 common enhancement stones. At that moment, Li Xiao's eyes were fixed on 2 glimmering items on the ground. Silver equipment chest, elite monster drop, bronze tunic, magic attack 3, constitution 3, level requirement 3. Li Xiao hurriedly picked up the chest and opened it. A flash of silver light appeared, revealing a shimmering silver ring in his hand. Silver ring, silver magic attack 10, constitution 10, level requirement 5. Not bad, not bad. A silver ring. Although it requires level 5 to equip, it's still much better than having nothing. Then Li Xiao picked up the bronze tunic and immediately began enhancing it. Ding! Congratulations on successfully enhancing one. Ding! Congratulations to the adventurer. Smile for enhancing the bronze tunic to 20. Unable to enhance further. 20 bronze tunic, magic attack 3, 6 constitution 3, 6 level requirement 3. Bronze effect, block, reduces 10 of damage taken. This effect can block damage, making it extremely useful at this stage. Li Xiao immediately felt a surge of security. He put on the bronze tunic, significantly enhancing his attributes. He opened the system interface. Li Xiao put away his equipment and glanced at the time. There was less than an hour left before the task deadline. He quickened his pace towards Soto Town. By the time he returned to Soto Town, it was nearly sunset. Many adventurers had already arrived at the city gate, waiting in line to enter and submit their tasks. As for those who hadn't arrived yet, their chances of success were slim. Make way, make way. Don't push me. I was here first. Where are you touching? Li Xiao didn't want to wait in line. The task deadline was approaching. He bypassed the crowd and walked directly to the city gate, handing the guard a bottle of basic life potion with a smile. Brother guard, I have completed my task. It's getting dark, hurry inside. Thank you, brother guard. The city gate slowly opened and Li Xiao strode in. Behind him, a crowd stared wide-eyed. It's getting dark, hurry inside. Thank you, brother guard. The city gate slowly opened and Li Xiao strode in. Behind him, a crowd stared wide-eyed. What the hell? How come he doesn't have to wait in line? Aren't adventurers supposed to be equal? Yeah, why does he have special treatment? This isn't fair. Immediately, some people shouted in outrage. Rather than hating privilege, they resented their own lack of privilege. Others silently watched, realizing from Li Xiao's actions that building good relationships with NPCs was crucial. In front of the blacksmith shop, Nick was swinging a hammer. Seeing Li Xiao approach, he paused his work and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Young man, you're back. Li Xiao initially intended to present only 50 wild boar bones. However, he had yet to find another use for these items besides submitting tasks. So he handed over all 512 wild boar bones. Nick's eyes widened instantly as he received the bundle and weighed it in his hands, showing a look of shock. So many. Did you kill them all by yourself? Li Xiao chuckled. Indeed. After realizing that Li Xiao had not completed the task in a team, Nick took a deep look at him. He retrieved a bag of silver coins and a stone that glimmered with a blue light. This is your reward, and this enchanted stone is an extra gift from me. You are quite impressive, young man. Ding. Task completed. Reward 10 silver coins, 100 experience. Ding. Nick the blacksmith's favor 30, current favor 50. Ding. You have received Nick's gift, obtaining an enchanted stone, common, excellent, rare, epic, legendary, divine. An enchanted stone. Li Xiao's eyes lit up as he quickly checked its attributes. Enchanted Stone Common adds a random attribute to equipment. Usable for weapons, armor, and accessories. Success rate 100. What a good item. Without hesitation, Xiao directly used the Enchanted Stone on the 20 Blessing of the... A blue light flashed. Ding. Enchantment succeeded. 20 Blessing of the Goddess of Luck gained additional attribute magic attack. 10 ha. Those 500 plus wild boar bones were worth it. Xiao looked at his personal attributes. My magic attack is now at 92 points, just a step away. Just as Xiao was feeling pleased, Nick retrieved a piece of yellowed parchment from beneath the counter and said, "Young man, your strength has greatly exceeded my expectations. I have a commission from the Adventurers Guild here. I wonder if you might be interested." Ding. Nick the blacksmith has issued you a task. Nick's commission 2 Disaster. The Wolf King to the south of Soto Town has been frequently attacking merchant caravans. The Adventurers Guild is offering a reward for killing the Wolf King. Task deadline, 3 days. Task reward, 2 gold coins, 500 experience, 1 piece of silver grade equipment. Failure penalty experience, 300 disaster level difficulty. Xiao's heart raced, and after hesitating for a second he accepted. Not accepting would be disrespectful to his SS level talent, and besides the rewards were generous. Young man, that Wolf King is not easy to deal with. My suggestion is to consider going after you reach level 5. Nick patted Xiao's shoulder, his tone serious. Thank you for the reminder, Uncle Nick. Xiao nodded, and turned to leave the blacksmith shop. At this moment, many adventurers were pondering how to take on the task. Since the system interface provided no hints and they needed to trigger the task themselves, they found themselves in a fog. Just then someone saw Xiao coming out of Nick's place and shouted, "Look, someone came out of the blacksmith shop. There should be a task to take." After this shout, a large group of adventurers surrounded Nick's blacksmith shop tightly. Meanwhile, Xiao walked through the streets of Soto Town. Rare equipment is being dropped. Oh, everyone knows how low the drop rate is. The highest bidder wins. 0 level bronze rare equipment only costs 100 copper coins. Wild boar bones, 1 copper coin, no time to lose. Scammers die with their whole family. A high-level player ranked 567 is leading a team looking for a warrior with a level talent. The slackers can just avoid it. 41-inch, some were selling equipment while others were forming teams and calling out. Xiao found an empty spot and laid out the bronze equipment he didn't need from his backpack. Common pants, Constitution 1, Physical Attack 1, selling price 80 copper coins. Common shoes, Agility 2, selling price 80 copper coins. Common pauldrons, Magic Attack 2, selling price 80 copper coins. While others were selling for 100, he sold for 80. As he displayed this pile of equipment, it quickly attracted the attention of those around. Most people were still equipped only with the beginner's weapon they received. So many people rushed over. What the hell, so much equipment? There must be dozens of pieces, right? I only have a beginner's iron sword right now. Is this person just like Smile, a paid booster? The drop rate is so high. Though I can't see the ID, he must be a big shot. Don't snatch. I want a piece of clothing. Ding. Transaction successful, obtained copper coins, 80. Ding. Transaction successful, obtained copper coins, 80. A series of notification sounds rang out, and Xiao remained unfazed. In less than a minute he sold over 10 pieces of equipment. He ignored the angry looks from several nearby people. He primarily wanted to quickly clear out this equipment. There were less than 5 hours left until the leaderboard was finalized, and he was eager to hunt monsters. At the same time, in the wild boar forest, Eternal World was sitting on the ground healing after successfully upgrading his bow to level 15 and feeling somewhat frustrated. For some reason, he felt that the drop rate for monsters had suddenly decreased in the past hour. Moreover, the success rate for upgrading equipment had unexpectedly dropped as well. He had just failed to upgrade his armor past level 10, or something that had never happened before. Damn, what's going on? After angrily cursing, he glanced at the level leaderboard. The top was still that Smile at level 3 with 55, while he was only at level 3 with 10. Eternal World flashed with a hint of reluctance. Damn it, even with so many guild brothers helping, I still can't surpass him. At that moment, Eternal Cloud approached quietly and said, "Boss, since we can't surpass him, why don't we gather the brothers and kill that Smile? If he gets killed, he won't just lose experience, or perhaps there's a chance to loot his 20 equipment. Then Bossy would soar to new heights." Eternal World seemed somewhat tempted upon hearing this. He really wanted the first place reward. Initially, he thought he could surpass him fairly, but it seemed that even if he pushed his bow hard, he still couldn't catch up. And that 20 equipment. After deeply experiencing the low success rate of upgrading equipment, he felt very envious. Boss, do it. This world is survival of the fittest. Whoever has the bigger fist speaks the loudest. Eternal World finally made up his mind. That Smile must be hiding his ID. How do we find him? Boss, an hour ago I recruited someone who said he knows Eternal Cloud turned and waved at a rather disheveled middle-aged man behind him. Wang Wei, come here. Wang Wei was on the verge of death in the forest when he happened to see the Eternal Shadow recruiting in the chat channel. With his class talent, he smoothly joined the Eternal Guild. An hour ago, he had completed the task of entering the safe zone with other guild members. Not only did he level up to level 1 again, but he also gained a resurrection opportunity. At this moment, Wang Wei heard the call and jogged over to Eternal Heaven, nodding and bowing, saying, "Boss, did you call for me?" Eternal Heaven looked Wang Wei up and down, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He felt something was amiss with Wang Wei, but he couldn't pinpoint it at the moment. Wang Wei felt very uneasy inside as he had concealed the title of Cursed by Misfortune. He had first-hand experience of how unlucky he had been along the way, even tripping while walking. He feared that if Eternal Heaven found out, he would be kicked out of the guild. "Do you know Smile?" Yes. Wang Wei nodded eagerly as he harbored a deep hatred for Li Xiao. "His real name is Li Xiao, and he used to be an employee under me. This brat, relying on his awakened advanced talent, has been completely lawless, which is truly detestable." Eternal Heaven narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment. "Are you sure you can find him?" "I am sure." Wang Wei patted his chest in assurance. "Although that brat has hidden his ID, I worked with him for 3 years. I would recognize him even if he turned to ashes." Eternal Heaven nodded in satisfaction and patted Wang Wei's shoulder. "As long as you help me identify him, I promise you won't be wronged. From now on, you will follow me closely." Wang Wei was overjoyed upon hearing this and quickly pledged loyalty. "Thank you, boss. I will definitely help you kill that brat, only you have the right to possess 20 equipment in the entire region." His mood was so good, leveling up beside the boss would surely be fast. As long as he didn't reveal his ID, no one would know he was cursed by misfortune. At this moment, Eternal Shadow added, "Boss Smile will definitely come to the Wild Boar Forest to grind and secure the first position on the leaderboard. Let's go outside and ambush him." At this moment, Eternal Shadow added, "Boss Smile will definitely come to the Wild Boar Forest to grind and secure the first position on the leaderboard." Understood. Several people responded quickly. Eternal Heaven then looked at Wang Wei and casually tossed him a bronze-level iron sword. "Where is your novice iron sword?" Wang Wei took the iron sword with both hands, but dared not speak the truth, just making an excuse. "Boss, I lost my novice iron sword on the way." Half an hour later, Li Xiao arrived at the edge of the Wild Boar Forest. At this point, most people had teamed up to grind monsters and level up here. However, Li Xiao noticed that a few people's gazes occasionally turned towards him. Just then a voice came from the side. "Boss, that's him. He is Smile." With a wave of his hand, Eternal Heaven acted. "Surround him." In the next second, more than a dozen people with Eternal Prefix IDs surrounded Li Xiao completely. The surrounding adventurers were taken aback by this scene, retreating to create an open space. What the hell is going on? Eternal Guild. That's a guild with 2 top 10 players on the leaderboard. Who is the one being surrounded? The person's ID is hidden. Who? I can't tell. Wait. I just heard someone call him Smile. Is he Smile? Impossible. That person looks too ordinary. The surrounding adventurers instantly erupted in chatter. It must be noted that since the arrival of the end, the name Smile had appeared on the regional announcements 3 times. In the entire 4399 region, who doesn't know the great name of Smile? Yet that mage didn't seem like a big shot at all. Now the crowd of onlookers grew more curious, wondering if that mage was really Smile. At this moment, Li Xiao stopped in his tracks, sweeping his gaze around, his eyes gradually narrowing. He immediately spotted Wang Wei's annoying face, realizing the other party had a path to death. Eternal Heaven strode over wearing a friendly smile. "Brother Smile, I've long admired your name. I am the president of the Eternal Guild, Eternal Heaven." Li Xiao looked at him indifferently, but his hand had already tightened around his staff. "Is there something you need?" Eternal Heaven smiled, his tone sincere. "I would like to invite you to join our Eternal Guild. With your strength, you would surely deserve the position of vice president. Then we can rush the rankings together, grow stronger together, and look out for each other, right?" Li Xiao looked at the man before him, sneering in his heart. Did he need to bring so many people to invite him to join the guild? And even have Wang Wei identify him? What a joke. "I currently have no intention of joining a guild." Li Xiao decisively refused and turned to leave. Eternal Heaven's smile froze on his face. He quickly regained his composure and reached out to block Li Xiao. "Brother, don't rush to leave. Since you don't want to join the guild, how about we make a deal?" "What kind of deal?" "That 20 equipment on you, I will buy it at a high price." A hint of greed flashed in Eternal Heaven's eyes. "The price is negotiable. Ooh, I definitely won't let you suffer any losses." Li Xiao almost laughed out loud. So it turned out that after all this, he was after his equipment. "I'm not selling." Eternal Heaven's expression darkened completely. "Smile, I am speaking to you kindly. Don't be ungrateful." Wang Wei stepped forward and coldly said, "Li Xiao, our boss, is willing to buy from you because he thinks highly of you. Aren't you afraid of getting burned wandering alone with 20 equipment?" Li Xiao glanced at Wang Wei, sneering. "So, are you planning to rob me?" Eternal Heaven no longer pretended. "What if we do? In this world, the one with the bigger fist has the right." The longbow in his hand, enhanced to 15, glimmered coldly. "Smile, I will give you one last opportunity. Hand over the 20 equipment, and I will let you go. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Idiot. Li Xiao shook his head as since he had already been recognized he no longer hid his ID. In the next second the two characters appeared above his head. Smile. Above his ID there was also a title shimmering with purple light, The Great First Step. The onlooker's eyes widened in shock. Damn, he really is Smile. That title. It's the title for the first kill achievement. So cool. I'm so jealous, really jealous. Eternal Heaven's greed grew even stronger upon seeing Li Xiao's title. Since you refuse a toast, don't blame me. With a wave of his hand he coldly ordered attack. Just as the words fell, a dozen attacks simultaneously surged towards Li Xiao. Fireballs, ice arrows, sword lights. They came in a torrential wave. The surrounding adventurers hurriedly retreated, fearing being caught in the crossfire. It's over. Even if he's ranked number 1, he's surely done for facing this many attacks. How shameless to gang up on one person. The Eternal Guild is too overbearing. What a pity the number 1 on the leaderboard is about to fall before our eyes. However, the next second, a series of damage numbers floated above Li Xiao's head, most of them dealing just 1 point, with several A faint blue shield emerged around Li Xiao, blocking all attacks. The passive effect of his necklace Light of Fortune generated a shield of 41 points. With the additional 10 damage reduction from a 20 bronze chest piece along with 22 points of physical defense and 41 points of magical defense. This group couldn't break through Li Xiao's defenses. 1 point of damage is the mandatory health loss. This is impossible. Am I hallucinating? A dozen people attacking one person, and all they do is deal 1 point of damage. Li Xiao's defense is terrifying. Is this the power of the top-ranked player? No. This isn't just a matter of power, this is a bug. The face of Eternal Heaven turned ashen. His charged attack dealt the highest damage of 23 points among all. But it only took out half of Li Xiao's shield without even touching his health. Impossible. This cannot be. Keep attacking. A dozen people launched another assault. Fireballs, arrows, sword lights. Another round of bombardment. 1. The damage numbers continued to show only 1 point. Just then a scream suddenly pierced through the crowd. Ah! Wang Wei swung his sword, but missed, striking Eternal Dark Sky, standing nearby. 5. Eternal Dark Sky stumbled back, glaring angrily at Wang Wei. Are your eyes on your butt? Who are you hitting? Damn! Wang Wei felt like crying. He truly hadn't meant to do it. Surely he had triggered the cursed luck buff. On the other side, ding. You have been attacked by Eternal Heaven. Killing the opponent will not increase your evil value. You have been attacked by Eternal Dark Sky. Killing the opponent will not increase your evil value. After hearing the system prompt, Li Xiao finally moved. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Have you had enough? His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. If you're done, it's my turn. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xiao raised his staff. A purple thundercloud instantly gathered overhead, enveloping a 12-meter radius. Boom. The deafening sound of thunder erupted. 10 bolts of purple lightning struck down. 108, 113, 170. Weak point attack. 108, 216. Critical hit. 108. The members of the Eternal Guild had no time to react before being struck by the purple lightning. Flashes of white light flickered one after another. Some had only a few dozen health points, and were already in the negative. No. Eternal Dark Sky screamed in agony, having been critically hit, and then vanished in a burst of white light. Others didn't even have time to scream before being struck by the thunder, dying on the spot. Eternal Heaven's pupils constricted as he watched his health bar drop from full to 1/3. This is impossible. He frantically retreated, trying to escape the thundercloud's range. However, the raging thunderstorm lasted 2 seconds, and the second wave of purple lightning struck down. 108. Eternal Heaven's health bar hit 0, and he vanished into a burst of white light. The other members of the Eternal Guild were not spared either. In just 2 seconds, all the dozens of people attacking Li Xiao were killed. Not a single one survived. Outside the wild boar forest, there was a deathly silence. The onlooking adventurers were all stunned. Equipment littered the ground, but no one dared to pick it up. No one could find the words. 2 seconds. Just 2 seconds. The top-ranked Eternal Heaven along with his dozen subordinates were all wiped out. What kind of terrifying damage was this? A bowman rubbed his eyes, incredulously gazing at the scene before him. Killing a dozen people in 2 seconds. And one of them is top 10 in the rankings. It only shows that even among the top 10, there are differences. So terrifying. So terrifying. I just recorded it with the system. Who wants it? Send it to me. I will go back to Sato City to study this video. Li Xiao put away his staff, looking at the equipment and coins on the ground with a satisfied smile. Haha, this time it wasn't in vain. On the other side at the Sato City Resurrection Point, Eternal Heaven was enveloped in a white light as he walked out from the Resurrection Point. He had not expected Smile's attributes to be so outrageous. A cold system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. You have been killed by Smile. Level 1 current level 2, 10 revival count 1, current revival count 1, 15 silver longbow has dropped. My bow. My 15 silver longbow. Eternal Heaven felt as if the sky was about to fall. He couldn't understand why his luck had suddenly turned so bad, losing his weapon among all those pieces of equipment. That 15 silver longbow was something he had spent half the guild savings to obtain. And now it was gone. Just then a series of screams came from behind. Eternal Dark Sky and other guild members also resurrected one after another. Eternal Dark Sky's face was ashen, his level had also dropped by 1, and he had only 1 revival left. Damn, why did I lose 2 pieces of equipment? He gritted his teeth, eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. Smile. I won't let this go. Wang Wei was the most miserable among everyone. Not only did he drop back to level 0, but he also lost the revival he had just gained from completing a task. If he died again, he would truly be dead. Eternal Heaven glared at Wang Wei, stepping forward to grab his collar. Ever since I brought you along, why has nothing gone smoothly? Failed reinforcement failed to drop equipment from monsters, and being killed caused the strongest weapon to drop. Eternal Dark Sky also glared at Wang Wei angrily. Are you carrying some negative buff? Are you a jinx? Wang Wei's face turned pale, feeling helpless. He indeed had a negative buff, but he didn't dare to say it. If he did, he would definitely be kicked out of the guild, leaving him without any support. Boss. I don't know what happened. Eternal Heaven let go of him, taking a deep breath. Since the situation had already occurred, there was no point in saying more. He glanced at the level leaderboard and found that his level had dropped to 38 after death. With less than 3 hours until the ranking was finalized, it was urgent to level up and push into the top 10. Get lost. Don't follow me anymore. Eternal Heaven kicked Wang Wei away, opened the guild channel, and began calling for people to help him level up. Eternal Dark Sky's face was grim as he opened the chat area and edited a message to send out. Eternal Dark Sky, smile. I quickly return my boss 15 silver longbow, or I will make you pay. Meanwhile, Xiao had just finished counting it. Seeing the messages in the chat area, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. He opened his backpack and sent the detailed information of the 15 silver longbow into the chat area. Smile up for sale is a 15 silver longbow attributes as follows. Highest bidder gets it. Deadline tonight. 10 silver longbow, silver physical attack 15, 10 agility 5 level requirement, 3 passive multi-shot basic attacks, have a 10 chance to shoot 2 arrows. The moment the message was sent, the entire chat area erupted. Wind and cloud longing dam. 15 silver longbow. This attribute is too strong, right? Wind and cloud long song, boss, hurry and buy it. Am not jealous. Why are all the good equipments in Smile's hands? Eternal Dark Sky in the resurrection zone nearly exploded with rage upon seeing Xiao's message. Eternal Dark Sky, smile, that is my boss bow. Hurry and return it. Eternal Dark Sky. Someone upstairs got anxious. You have cried out of urgency. Ha ha ha, Smile is amazing. Smile, your boss. Did it say his name above? Besides, it was dropped by me when I killed him. What does it have to do with you? Are you from Eternal Heaven? Lady, please date me. Eternal Guild has hit a snag, failing to steal and losing money. Am dying of laughter. Eternal Dark Sky, smile. You. System prompt. Due to Eternal Dark Sky repeatedly insulting others to maintain the chat environment, they have been muted for 24 hours. Haha, that fool has been muted. Xiao looked at the system notification in the chat area and couldn't help but burst into laughter. So he sent another message. Smile, Eternal Overcast, tell your boss that next time he comes to find me, he must bring enough money and equipment. Whether I can get rich depends on you all. Watching the excitement, does not fear trouble. Smile, you are awesome. Make sure to hit those guys from the Eternal Guild. Damn. Eternal Overcast slammed his fist into the ground after seeing that he had been muted. Boss, if we let this go, how will our Eternal Guild survive in the 4399 zone in the future? They had lost quite a bit of equipment and currency, returning to square one, and were just as resentful towards Xiao. Eternal World's eyes. They had lost quite a bit of equipment and currency, returning to square one, and were just as resentful towards Xiao. Eternal World's eyes gradually darkened with malice. Of course we can't let it go, but our primary task now is to level up quickly, otherwise we'll fall further behind. Equipment and currency can be farmed again, but we must cherish our resurrection chances. Eternal World was not blinded by anger. He knew that with their current strength, sending more people would only serve to deliver equipment to Xiao. Therefore he decided to develop first. The number of people joining the Eternal Guild was increasing. More people meant more resources. He did not believe that concentrating the resources of a guild could not surpass Xiao's individual progress. After contacting another vice president in the top 10 of the leaderboard Eternal Affection, he led everyone out of the city to hunt monsters. Meanwhile, Wang Wei cautiously followed at the end of the team. Seeing that others did not reject him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, in the wild boar forest, Xiao was counting his loot. Although Eternal World had only dropped a 15 silver longbow, it was enough because of Wang Wei, that unlucky guy, being present. His cursed fate was like a walking debuff, who all teammates near him suffered misfortune. The dozen or so members of the Eternal Guild had almost dropped all their enhancement stones and currency. Li Xiao roughly calculated that he had picked up over 40 silver coins and more than 100 ordinary enhancement stones. This was quite a profitable haul. It seems that this unlucky Wang Wei is not completely useless after all. Li Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Then I will temporarily spare his life for him to cause trouble for the Eternal Guild. Once I harvest another wave of players, I can send him off to die. He knew that the Eternal Guild would not let it rest, and would definitely come looking for trouble again. Likewise, he would not let the Eternal Guild off the hook. Since the feud had already been established, it was time to eradicate the roots. Li Xiao stood up, dusted off his hands, and walked deeper into the wild boar forest. There are still 2 hours until the level ranking closes, and I need to farm more monsters. Behind him, a group of adventurers looked at his back with admiration. Is the boss Smile going to farm monsters again? Don't look, he has talent, luck, and skill. Something you can't compare to. Let's just do our honest work. As the night deepened, the spawn rate of wild boars in the wild boar forest increased. Li Xiao found a densely populated area of wild boars and began a new round of farming. Furious thunder. Purple lightning fell, and dozens of wild boars instantly turned into white light. Experience 2, experience 2, experience 2. The notification sound continued without interruption. At this rate, I should be able to reach level 4 before the ranking closes. He glanced at the level leaderboard. 1. Smile Mage level 3, 67 2. Eternal Affection Archer level 3, 35 3. Ling Shuang Archer level 3, 25 4. Rolling Not Dead, Just Keep Rolling Assassin level 3, 20, 67, still 33 to go. Keep going. He tightened his grip on the staff and walked towards the next wave of wild boars. Just then a crisp notification sound rang out. Ding. Congratulations to the adventurer Smile for becoming the first adventurer in the 4399 zone to kill 1,000 monsters, achieving the feat, Killing Machine. Will a regional announcement be made? Hide ID. Li Xiao was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Don't hide it. Announce it 3 times. Regional announcement. Congratulations to the adventurer Smile in the 4399 zone for becoming the first to kill 1,000 monsters, achieving the feat, Killing Machine. As the 3-time announcement went out, the 4399 zone erupted again. Luminescence, damn. Smile is on the announcement again. How many times is this now? Rolling Not Dead, Just Keep Rolling. Smile, don't get cocky, I will surpass you. Yu Xiaojing handed in a god-rational analysis. Smile's monster farming efficiency far exceeds that of ordinary people. I have an efficient monster farming guide, 20 copper coins each. Sugar 3 Master, you haven't sent me the last guide yet. You're not a scammer, are you? Li Xiao looked at the lively chat area, smiling silently. He opened his backpack to check the achievement rewards. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the achievement, Killing Machine. Reward Gold 1, a rare skill point 1, rare skill point. Just in time to upgrade Furious Thunder. Li Xiao's eyes lit up. Ding. Do you want to use the skill point to upgrade Furious Thunder? Yes. Furious Thunder level 2 rare, each thunderbolt's damage increases from 130 to 140. Casting time 1. 5 seconds, magic cost reduced from 100 to 90, cooldown reduced from 35 seconds to 30 seconds. Li Xiao read the upgraded skill description, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. The stronger Furious Thunder was, the higher his farming efficiency would be. Let's test the power. Li Xiao attracted another wave of wild boars, raising his staff. After 5 seconds, the thunder crashed down. 132, 198 weak point attack. 132 high damage numbers floated above the wild boars' heads. Now 1 thunderbolt could kill a wild boar. Almost 20 wild boars turned into white light. Ding. Congratulations. Awesome. So exhilarating. Li Xiao grinned widely. This farming efficiency is simply soaring. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye it was already 1130 p.m. Li Xiao finally reached level 4 in the wild boar forest. Ding. Congratulations to the adventurer Smile for leveling up to LV4, experience 02000. Obtained 3 free attribute points, additional 2 title effect, all into magic attack. Magic attack 9297. Immediately afterward, Li Xiao took out the 2 level 3 armor pieces he had dropped. Bronze boots, bronze pants. Then Li Xiao used 40 ordinary enhancement stones and 4 silver coins to enhance these 2 pieces of armor to 20. 20 bronze boots, bronze agility 3-6, level requirement 3 attribute, dodge 5 chance to dodge normal attacks, bronze pants, bronze magic attack 3-6, constitution 3-6, level requirement 3 attribute, constitution 5. Li Xiao replaced the equipment and opened his personal panel. Human Race Smile, LV4 Great First Step, Grow Magic Attack 105 Spirit 41 41 Magic Defense 410 magic constitution, 35 physical defense, 350 health, agility, 20 equipment, 20 ordinary staff, 20 bronze top, 20 bronze pants, 20 bronze boots, ordinary belt, ordinary shoulder, 20 blessing of the goddess of luck. Magic attack has broken 100. Constitution and agility have also greatly improved. Li Xiao was very satisfied with his attributes, and then glanced at the ranking list. 1. Smile Mage level 402. Eternal Friendship Archer level 353. Roll to Death Assassin level 348-4. Ling Shuang Archer level 344. 10. Eternal World Archer level 3-19. With less than half an hour left, it seems that I am destined to be ranked first on the list. Li Xiao stored his staff and sat down to recover his health. But has Eternal World climbed back up? Tisk tisk tisk, it seems he is crazily siphoning the blood of the guild members. Li Xiao scoffed at his methods, believing that achievements gained from draining others' resources would eventually backfire. Before long, a private message popped up on his system interface. Li Xiao curiously clicked on it. Ling Shuang, smile, I want to buy that silver longbow from you. Can we trade in person? 4th on the ranking list. Li Xiao was somewhat surprised upon seeing this familiar ID. On the other side, sister, do you think that Smile will agree? Qin Tian was unsure. Qin Shuang hesitated for a moment before taking out a scroll from her backpack. This action instantly attracted the attention of Qin Tian and the others. Yang Qi hurriedly spoke up. Qin, this is not good. This is our most valuable item. Trading it for a level 3 silver longbow is not worth it. Although Wang Si usually followed Qin Shuang's opinions, he also hesitated at this moment. Qin, this entry ticket is worth 5 gold coins. Qin Shuang no longer hesitated and made a decision. Although this entry ticket is precious, we currently lack the strength to pass this dungeon. If I trade for the silver longbow, I will be able to push for a spot in the top 3 of the ranking list tomorrow. You all know how significant the differences in rewards are between the 4th and the top 3. After saying this, she directly sent the information of the scroll. Ling Shuang, smile, I will trade this with you. Dungeon entry ticket, click to view details. On the other side, Li Xiao clicked on the interface. Hell difficulty entry ticket to the Wild Boar Cave, normal difficult disaster nightmare hell description located to the south of Suwa, Tuu Town, minimum entry level LV3, a number of people 15. First time completion grants extra rewards. Price 5 gold coins, a hell level entry ticket. Without a second thought, Li Xiao agreed to the other party. Selling a level 3 silver longbow for 5 gold coins exceeded his expectations. Smile, I agree. Let's trade in person at Nick's blacksmith shop at midnight. Li Xiao glanced at the time. There were 30 minutes until midnight. He stored his staff and headed towards Suwa town. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Wild Boar Forest, Eternal Overcast was grinding monsters while keeping an eye on the ranking list. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and shouted. Boss Smile's experience has stopped moving. He must be returning to the town. Let's hurry, we can't let him see us. Eternal World, who was enjoying grinding monsters, suddenly heard such a disheartening statement and punched a tree trunk. Damn it. Damn it. Although he felt very unwilling, his body honestly stopped pulling the bowstring. If he encountered Li Xiao, he would be killed again. This was also the reason why he dared not enter the depths of the Wild Boar Forest to grind monsters. A wise man does not eat at a loss. Without sufficient strength, he could only avoid Li Xiao while leveling up. Moreover, he had already re-entered the top 10, which could be considered achieving his goal. Retreat. Eternal World gritted his teeth and led everyone away. Eternal Overcast cursed while running. Boss, that smile is too arrogant. I feel so suffocated. If this continues, I'm going to get depressed. Other guild members also looked dejected. Yeah, boss, we are the top guild. Running away like frightened dogs, this is embarrassing, right? Shut up. Eternal World interrupted them. Did he not want revenge? But did he have the strength for it? Only he himself knew how stifling it was to be the leader of this guild. Other adventurers nearby saw members of the Eternal Guild running out in droves and were all very puzzled. What's wrong with them? I don't know. Could it be that a boss has appeared in the depths of the Wild Boar Forest? I didn't expect the Eternal Guild to have this day. They used to bully us ordinary adventurers. They deserve it. I get it. They must be afraid that Smile will come out and kill them again. This is hilarious. At the end of the fleeing group, Wang Wei happened to hear this statement. He angrily scolded the person, idiot. Which eye of yours saw us running away? We are in a hurry to return to the town to turn in our quests. Our Eternal Guild would never fear that way. Smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly slipped on something and fell. Wang Wei touched the ground beneath his feet and instantly felt nauseous. Damn, who dropped this shit here? Can't they keep it clean? It was almost midnight and the streets of Sufa town were still bustling with activity. Top-notch equipment for only 150 copper coins. First come, first serve. I am a knight with clever talent looking for a reliable team. Does anyone need basic skills for warriors? Offer a price. Stalls, team formations, transactions, and a crowd of people. Li Xiao walked among the crowd, his gaze sweeping over the busy adventurers. Although the end world is cruel, it also offers opportunities for ordinary people. As long as one picks up a weapon to grind monsters, anyone can become strong. It's that simple and pure. The end world is truly remarkable. A smile crept onto Li Xiao's lips. He loved it here so much because the timid Li Xiao from before no longer existed. However, the most important thing right now was to fill his stomach. After grinding monsters for a whole day, the feelings of hunger and weakness began to surge. This is the real world. One cannot grind endlessly. Fatigue points exist. When fatigue points drop to a certain level, all attributes will be reduced. Li Xiao walked to a food stall, inhaling the aroma of grilled meat and swallowing hard. Boss, how much for this grilled meat? 20 copper coins per skewer. This is grilled with wild boar meat, and eating it can restore stamina. Li Xiao twitched his mouth. 20 copper coins. This is robbery. But looking at the sizzling grilled meat, he couldn't help but buy 5 skewers. Give me 5 skewers. Ding. Transaction successful. Obtained grilled wild boar meat 5. Consumed 1 silver coin. Li Xiao took a bite, and his eyes instantly lit up. Wow. This is so delicious. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, the meat is fresh and flavorful. If only he could have a bottle of cold beer, that would be perfect. He could feel his fatigue points slowly recovering. While Li Xiao was thinking about beer and barbecue, the sky's curtains slowly descended again. It is now midnight. The ranking list is finalized. First place, Smile reward, 3 gold coins, 5 free attribute points. Second place, Eternal Friendship reward, 2 gold coins, 3 free attribute points. Third place, Roll to Death reward, 2 gold coins, 3 free attribute points. Fourth place, Ling Shuang reward, 1 gold coin, 2 free attribute points. Fifth place, Feng Yinchanga. 11th place, Yonghing Tianxia reward, 50 silver coins, 1 free attribute point. 100th place. The second day after the end of the world, at 6 in the morning, the dungeon Wild Boar Cave opens, located on the southern side of the town. Entrance tickets can be purchased from the merchant Kalia. At this moment, all adventurers in the 4399 area looked up at the sky. The sky revealed 100 dazzling names from top to bottom, along with the final announcement of the dungeon opening. The chat area was instantly flooded with messages. Is hard work really useful? Sigh, I worked my fingers to the bone all day, and I'm still a whole level lower than even the 100th place. Crying, optimist family be content, at least we are still alive. The names crossed out on the leaderboard are already dead. Smile. Let's not die and roll hard. The dungeon has finally opened. Prepare to start. Eternal moment, you win, Ba. How dare you surpass our boss? You win, Ba. It's just the 10th place today. I will create new history. Cool. In Soto Town by the roadside. After seeing the announcement of the dungeon opening, Li Xiao felt invigorated. Moreover, the reward for first place has also been received. Ding. Congratulations to the adventurer Smile for ranking first on the leaderboard. Reward, 3 gold coins, 5 free attribute points. Keep it up. The system prompt sounded. Li Xiao opened his backpack, watching his coins jump from over 7 gold to 10 gold, 89 silver, and 56 copper, feeling quite comfortable. The roasted skewers tasted better and better. Add points. All to attack. Li Xiao unhesitatingly allocated his attribute points. Human race Smile, LV4 Great First Step 02000. Magic attack 110. Spirit 41. Constitution 35. Agility 20. Critical rate 2. Talent chosen 1, LV1. 1. Luck 10. 2. Each level increases damage by 5. Current effect increases by 20. Skills Frenzied Thunder LV2 Rare. Fireball LV1 Common. Quest Nyx Commission 2 Disaster. 110 points of magic attack. Level 3 Wild Monsters only have 150 health points. Now with 1 Frenzied Thunder, I could probably take them out in 1 hit. Li Xiao satisfactorily closed the system interface and turned to walk towards the blacksmith shop. It's about time. I should go trade with Ling Shuang. Meanwhile, in another corner of Soto Town, Eternal Tianxia stood under a large tree with a dark expression, staring intently at his name on the sky. 11th place. He was originally in 10th place. In the last minute before the ranking was finalized, a guy named Yu Wenba suddenly surpassed him from above, pushing him down to 11th. Damn it. Just 1 minute away. Just that one damn minute. Eternal Intian cautiously approached and said, Boss, I wanted to remind you just now, but you were too angry. I'm not blind. Eternal Tianxia slapped Eternal Intian on the head, making him grimace in pain. Damn it. Don't let me see this, Yuenba. How dare he surpass me? The guild members around exchanged glances. No one dared to speak. They all knew the president was holding in his anger at this moment. Eternal Intian rubbed his head and advised softly, Boss, don't be angry. That Yuenba dares to claim, he will create new history. Why don't we kill him? Eternal Intian rubbed his head and advised softly, Boss, don't be angry. That Yuenba dares to claim, he will create new history. Why don't we kill him? Eternal Tianxia gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. Remember this. Smile. And this Yuanba. None will escape. Yintian, let me borrow your bow first. This. Eternal Yintian reluctantly handed over the bow. Near Nick's blacksmith shop in Soto Town, Qin Shuang walked along the street with Qin Tian Yangqi and Wang Si towards the agreed trading location. She glanced up at the fourth place on the sky, a hint of unwillingness flashing in her cold eyes. Fourth place. Third level 48, just 2 away from the third place's third level 50. Just a little bit, and she could have made it into the top 3. If only the 15 silver longbow were in her hands right now, the outcome might have been different. Sister, I just made it into the top 100. 96th place. After adding points, my physical attack has already broken 30. Qin Tian said excitedly, waving his arms. Qin Shuang nodded, her gaze fixed on the road ahead. Let's hurry, Smile should have arrived by now. In front of the blacksmith shop, Nick was still hammering away. Li Xiao stood beside him holding a roasted wild boar skewer, eating while waiting. He finished all 5 skewers, and only then did the hunger subside a little. I should have bought a few more skewers. Li Xiao licked his lips, still feeling a bit unsatisfied. At that moment, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, he saw 4 figures walking towards him. Leading the group was a mature woman with a cold and alluring appearance. She exuded a chilling aura that kept strangers at bay. Li Xiao was somewhat surprised he recognized that woman. Qin Shuang, 28 years old, president of Hope Group. She was his former boss. Before the end of the world, they had no interaction at all, completely from 2. He didn't expect to meet her for the first time in this way. Li Xiao. As they got closer, Yangqi widened his eyes, looking at Li Xiao with disbelief. Don't tell me you. Are you Smile? That's right, it's me. Li Xiao nodded, looking calmly at Yangqi. This person used to be their technical department director. At this moment, Yangqi suppressed his shock, and his expression quickly turned from surprise to enthusiasm. I can't believe it, you are Smile. The big shot at the top of the level leaderboard. He patted Li Xiao on the shoulder, his tone friendly, like an old friend who hasn't seen each other in years. From the first day you came to the company, I knew you were extraordinary. I was right. Li Xiao's lips twitched slightly, a cold smile forming in his heart. Had he ever looked at him properly in the company? But he said nothing, casually replying, just lucky. Qin Shuang observed the two, conversing, her beautiful eyes slightly shifting. Do you know each other? Yangqi quickly turned around, his tone tinged with a hint of seeking credit. President Qin, this is Li Xiao, who was previously our technical department employee. He was a very hard-working cow. I know a young man. I always thought highly of him. Li Xiao maintained a poker face, but inwardly scoffed. Thought highly of him. When the project had issues, the director Yangqi immediately shifted the blame to the supervisor Wang Wei, and Wang Wei then shifted it onto him. Is that what you call thinking highly of him? Just not exploiting him is already a blessing. Qin Shuang ignored Yangqi and looked at Li Xiao, her tone slightly polite. I didn't expect that after the end of the world we would meet in the same safe zone. Saying this, she extended her hand. Nice to meet you, I am Qin Shuang. Professional archer's grade talent. Facing Qin Shuang's kindness, Li Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still shook her hand. Her touch was as cold as her demeanor, yet quite soft. Li Xiao, professional mage, well. Also grade talent. Now in a new world with a new identity, everything relies on strength. He didn't need to show her respect, nor did he need to deliberately act high and mighty, just because of his higher level. After coming to this realization, Li Xiao became much more natural and began to appreciate his beautiful superior. Her appearance completely matched his aesthetic, her features were well-defined, and her skin was fair. Her curves were perfection, with a slim waist, not lacking in femininity, and her hips were round and full. Every aspect exuded the unique charm of a mature woman, perfectly ripened. Among the women he had previously interacted with, Lin Xiaoxiao had already been considered exceptional. But compared to Qin Shuang, whether in figure, looks, or temperament, they were worlds apart. Just then Yangqi suddenly spoke up, his face wearing a warm smile. Li Xiao, since we have such a deep connection about that bow, could we possibly? He hadn't finished his sentence when Li Xiao already understood his meaning. He wanted to get that 15 silver longbow for free. Li Xiao looked at Yangqi, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. He was no saint, on the contrary, he held grudges. Yangqi had allowed Wang Wei to exploit him wantonly. He had been harboring resentment for a long time. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Qin Shuang frowned slightly, casting a resentful glance at Yangqi. It was too tactless to say such things at this moment. She then took out a scroll from her backpack and handed it to Li Xiao, her tone sincere. Li Xiao, we are engaging in a normal transaction. This is a hell-level entrance ticket worth 5 gold coins. In exchange for that silver longbow in your possession. Li Xiao glanced at the cold and serious face of Qin Shuang. His fondness for her grew a little more. Indeed, someone who could be a CEO must be a clever person. Qin Shuang knew what to do and what not to do. She did not take advantage of her previous identity, but chose to engage in fair trade. This is the attitude a clever person should have. Qin, it's a deal. Li Xiao agreed readily, then took out the 15 silver longbow from his backpack and handed it to Qin Shuang. She then glanced at the attributes of the silver longbow. Physical attack, 25, agility 10. It surpassed the bow she used before. She then glanced at the attributes of the silver longbow. Physical attack, 25, agility 10. It surpassed the bow she used before by 15 points in physical attack and 5 points in agility. With this bow charging into the top 3 tomorrow should be no problem. At this moment, a smile finally appeared on Qin Shuang's face. Ding. Transaction successful. Obtain the hell difficulty entrance ticket for the Wild Boar Cave. Li Xiao placed the ticket in his backpack, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Both were extremely satisfied with this transaction. Qin Shuang hung the longbow back at her waist, turned to Li Xiao, her cold eyes carrying a hint of curiosity. Li Xiao, would you be interested in joining us to create a guild? She carefully considered her words. The end world is very dangerous. Although you are strong, one person's power has its limits. Dungeons require a team, and future large-scale events also require a team. Moreover, we have quite a connection. It's always better to have someone to rely on in this perilous world. Qin Shuang spoke very candidly without making grand promises or painting rosy pictures, just stating the facts. Li Xiao thought for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. Thank you for your kind offer, but I am used to being alone. However, I will reach out to you first if I need to team up for any activities in the future. A hint of regret flashed in Qin Shuang's eyes, but she didn't press the issue. In this world, the choices of the strong are always free. Okay, then shall we add each other as friends? After Qin Shuang finished speaking, she sent a friend request. Ding. Adventurer Ling Shuang requests to add you as a friend. Do you agree? Agree. Li Xiao and Qin Shuang added each other as friends. They exchanged a few pleasantries, and then Qin Shuang turned to leave with Qin Tian and the others. After walking a few steps, Qin Tian leaned over to Qin Shuang's ear and whispered, Sister, he is actually from our company. I don't remember him. Qin Shuang replied blankly, with thousands of people in the company, it's normal not to remember everyone. Qin Tian scratched his head. That's true, but he is really impressive. He soloed to level 4 and pressured us so much that we could hardly breathe and triggered so many area announcements. The night grew late, and the streets of Soto Town were still bustling with people. Li Xiao watched Qin Shuang's graceful figure disappear before turning back to the blacksmith shop. He was just an ordinary person, inevitably developing different thoughts about her, while also feeling a bit emotional. The end world truly changed his fate. In the past, the cold and noble Qin Shuang was someone he could only look up to from afar. Now that the end has come and the world has been overturned, as they meet again, their identities and circumstances are no longer the same, and she is even polite to him. He quite liked this change in how others treated him. Thus, to continue enjoying this feeling, he must keep getting stronger. Nick saw Li Xiao come in and paused his work. Young man, it's quite late. Shouldn't you be resting? Can your body handle it? Li Xiao got straight to the point. Uncle Nick, do you have any enchantment stones left? An enchantment stone can add at least 10 points to spell attack. After witnessing the power of the enchantment stones, Li Xiao always felt a yearning for them. Nick shook his head. Enchantment stones are not cabbages. I only have that one piece. Li Xiao felt a bit disappointed, but did not press the issue. All right then, Uncle Nick, I'm leaving. He turned and walked out of the blacksmith shop, planning to find a place to sleep and recharge for the hell-level dungeon tomorrow. The inn in Soto Town was at the end of the street, a 2-story building with a wooden sign hanging at the entrance. Adventurer and Li Xiao pushed the door open, and a plump NPC Aunt Sumi stood at the front desk. Do you want to stay, young man? It's 20 copper coins for a night. Aunt Sumi, I'll stay for one night first. Li Xiao paid the money, took a key, and went upstairs. The room was not big, but it was relatively clean. Li Xiao placed his staff on the bedside and collapsed onto the bed. Fatigue washed over him, and he closed his eyes. On the first night in the end world, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Li Xiao woke up early and checked the leaderboard. 1. Eternal Friendship Archer level 452. Roll Until You Die Assassin level 433. Ling Shuang Archer level 424. Smile Mage level 40. Damn, these guys are really rolling hard. Aren't they resting? Upon seeing himself drop to 4th place, Li Xiao instantly woke up. Without a second thought, he grabbed his staff and burst out of the inn. He needed to quickly grind the dungeon and complete the task of killing the Wolf King. The Wild Boar Cave was located to the south of Soto Town, about a 15-minute walk. Li Xiao arrived in just 3 minutes. By this time, quite a few adventurers had gathered here. Wild Boar Cave normal level, need 1 tank knight, 41. Is there a need for assassins in the Wild Boar hard level? I'm ranked 79, fully equipped. A great talent. Big shot, come to my team. I have D healing. Li Xiao moved to the front. Ahead was a massive cave. The entrance of the cave was about 3 meters wide with a layer of white light blocking it. Next to the entrance stood an NPC merchant Clea. Li Xiao walked over and triggered a dialogue. Adventurer, this is the entrance to the Wild Boar Cave dungeon. Clea smiled like a professional. Of course I have various potions here as well as entrance tickets for different difficulty levels. Do you need any? I'll buy 2 hell level tickets, Xiao said. This. Clea was caught off guard by the question, showing an awkward yet polite smile. Adventurer hell level entrance tickets can only be dropped by monsters. Besides, it's too dangerous. No adventurer has ever come out alive. Since you don't have any, then forget it. Xiao felt a bit disappointed, but then took out the hell level entrance ticket from his backpack and handed it over. I want to enter the dungeon. Clea glanced at it, and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. You actually have a hell level entrance ticket. Are you sure you want to enter? His voice was neither loud nor soft, just right for the surrounding adventurers to hear. Everyone turned to look at Xiao. Judging by his appearance, they thought he was just an ordinary mage, somewhat cocky. What? This guy wants to grind the hell level. He's really bold. A mage daring to solo the hell level wild boar cave. Just wait and see. Once he enters, he won't even know how he died. If he makes it through a live stream eating shit. Are you sure? Sure. Xiao's gaze was Clea respected everyone's fate. He said no more and stepped aside to let him through. Xiao directly passed through that layer of white light. Xiao stepped through the layer of white light, and suddenly his field of vision expanded. After looking around, he saw 3 paths ahead. The middle path was shrouded in dark red mist, giving off a faint sense of oppression. I'll take this path. Xiao strode toward the middle path. Just as he stepped into the intersection, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. You have entered the Wild Boar Cave. Hell difficulty. Current level 13. Clear condition: eliminate all monsters on each level and ultimately defeat the mutated Wild Boar King. Dungeon restriction: you cannot revive inside the dungeon after death. How can there be a revival restriction? Xiao paused for a moment, then continued to stride deeper into the passage. Before long, he reached a space the size of a basketball court. Xiao scanned the surroundings and saw over 20 wild boars densely packed together. Hell Wild Boar LV3. Health 400. Physical attack 50. Physical defense 20. Magical defense 15. Skills charge Fong tier. A level 3 monster with health and attack power exceeding that of the rampaging wild boar by more than double. As expected of hell difficulty. Xiao licked his lips, yet there was no sign of retreat in his eyes. Instead, a fighting spirit ignited. Just the right time to test my limits. Roar. The nearest wild boars noticed him and charged over with. Immediately, all the hell wild boars in the space were stirred up. Over 20 of them surged toward Xiao like a black wave. The ground trembled. Xiao didn't rush to use his skills. Instead, he quickly retreated using his 20 agility to create distance. Having spent a day grinding in the wild boar forest, he had a general grasp of the charging distance and speed of the wild boars. Now's the time. As the hell wild boars gathered together, Xiao suddenly raised his staff. Raging thunder. Purple thunder clouds gathered above the hell wild boar herd, and 10 bolts of purple lightning struck down. 161. 242. Weak point attack. 161. 161. 322. Critical hit. A series of damage numbers floated above the hell wild boars, striking terror into one's heart. When the first wave of purple lightning struck down, one of the hell wild boars was critically hit, and its health bar dropped by 2/3. Roar. After being struck by the thunder, the wild boar herd charged even more frantically. At this moment, the terrain of the wild boar cave greatly aided Xiao. It was spacious, yet not empty, perfectly suitable for maneuvering. Xiao retreated while waiting for the second wave of purple lightning to strike down. Boom. Another 10 bolts of purple lightning. 161. 161. Another set of damage numbers floated up. The critically hit hell wild boar vanished in a flash of white light. Ding. You have killed the hell rampaging wild boar LV3, gaining 10 experience points, 50 copper coins, and 5 ordinary enhancement stones. The remaining hell wild boars had less than 80 health left. Xiao didn't even have time to hear the system's voice, because the wild boar herd had already charged in front of him. The lead hell wild boar opened its fangs, charging violently at Xiao. 33. Ding. You were hit by the hell wild boar's skill charge, taking 1.5 times damage, losing 33 health points, current remaining 317. Xiao staggered from the impact, but did not panic. The necklace's passive ability Light of Luck triggered, and the 10 damage reduction from his gear activated. A faint blue shield enveloped his body, absorbing 41 points of damage. After stabilizing himself, Xiao quickly increased the distance. Fortunately, I have 2 defensive passives and 35 physical defense. As he raised his staff, he launched a fireball spell. 139. The critically wounded hell wild boar turned into white light. Ding. You have killed the hell wild boar LV3, gaining 10 experience points, 50 copper coins, and 1 basic health potion. The experience here is several times better than outside. Xiao's eyes sparkled, and his fighting spirit intensified. He then began to eliminate the remaining hell wild boars one by one. Whenever Raging Thunder was off cooldown, he would cast it, if not he would kite using regular attacks. When the last Hell Wild Boar fell, Xiao panted heavily. I'm exhausted. He looked at his bag. He had used 31 out of 36 basic health potions and 22 out of 26 basic magic potions. The consumption is a bit high. The rewards, however, were immense. Ding. Killed a rampaging wild boar, LV3. Experience 10. Ordinary enhancement stone 3. Copper coins 50. Over 20 Hell Wild Boars contributed more than 200 experience points to him, returning him to the top of the level ranking, widening the gap with the second place by 5. More than 60 ordinary enhancement stones dropped directly, and he also had 4 to 500 copper coins. Bronze shoulder pads, bronze magical attack 3, constitution 3, level requirement 3. Just what I needed for my shoulder slot. Xiao opened the enhancement interface and enhanced the shoulder pads to 20. With continuous dinging sounds, the bronze shoulder pads shimmered. 20 bronze shoulder pads, bronze magical attack 3-6, constitution 3-6, level requirement 3. Bronze attribute precision skill, hit rate 5. Haha, I've leveled up again. Xiao equipped the new gear and checked his personal attributes. Human Clan Smile, a great first step, 220-2000. Magical attack 118. Constitution 43. Spirit 41. Agility 20. Equipment 20 ordinary staff, 20 bronze top, 20 bronze pants, 20 bronze boots, 20 bronze shoulder pads, ordinary belt. Jewelry 20 favor of the goddess of luck. Let's continue. Xiao walked toward the second level. The terrain on the second level was more complex than the first. There were slopes of varying heights and several thick stone pillars. Just as Xiao stepped into the second level, he heard a deafening roar. This time the creatures before him were not Hell Wild Boars. It was 3 wild boars covered in pitch-black scales with 2 tusks resembling curved daggers. Wild Boar Warrior LV4 Elite. Health 800. Physical attack 60. Physical defense 30. Magical defense 20. Skills charge or tread feng sweep. 3 elite monsters. Xiao swallowed hard. With 800 health, 60 physical attack, and 3 skills. If he got surrounded, he wouldn't be able to withstand the damage. I can't fight heat and I need to find a way to take them out one by one. Xiao glanced around, his gaze falling on the thick stone pillars, and his heart leaped with joy. Having stone pillars is a good thing. He quickly approached, using a fireball spell to attract the aggro of one wild boar warrior. The fist-sized fireball struck hard against the forehead of the wild boar warrior. 145. A red damage number floated above its head. Roar. The wild boar warrior seemed provoked, letting out an angry roar as it charged over. The other 2 wild boars were also alerted, their blood-red eyes locking onto Xiao. 3 of them. All activated. Damn. The aggro is linked. Xiao's face darkened, and as the first wild boar warrior charged, he swiftly dodged to the side behind the pillar. Boom. The wild boar warrior was huge and turned awkwardly, crashing directly into the wall. Bang. Bang. The 2 behind couldn't turn in time, their heads colliding with the rear of the first wild boar. Xiao took the chance to raise his staff and cast Raging Thunder. Purple lightning struck down. 169. 254. Weak point attack. 169. The 3 wild boar warriors trembled from the lightning, and their health bars dropped by a quarter. Haha, they really are dumb pigs. They can't turn quickly. Xiao felt elated, darting around the pillar while dealing damage. Fireball normal attacks, and casting Raging Thunder whenever it cooled down. 169. 156. 156. He consumed basic magic potions one after another. The first wild boar warrior chased him for several laps, but could never hit Xiao, while its health steadily dwindled, causing it to roar in frustration. When it finally caught up to Xiao, it had only 145 health left. Xiao took a charge from it 40. Then he delivered a normal attack that took it down. Ding. You have killed the Wild Boar Warrior LV4 Elite, gaining 100 experience points, 2 silver coins, and 5 silver enhancement stones. Awesome. Xiao repeated the strategy, using the stone pillars to block and dizzy the remaining 2 Wild Boar Warriors before taking them down one by one. By the time the last Wild Boar Warrior fell, his experience had reached 520-2000. His bag was also filled with loot. Among them was a piece of silver-grade equipment. Hero's Belt, Silver Constitution 10, Magical Attack 10, Level Requirement 5. A silver belt. I also have a level 5 silver ring. Ooh, I need to level up quickly to 5. Xiao pulled out a basic health potion from his bag and downed it. Ding. Used a basic health potion, restoring 50 health points. Current health 397430. Let's have another magic potion. Current magic 360,410. After restoring his status, Xiao stepped into the third level. Ahead was a massive stone door. The boss should be inside. Xiao took a deep breath, walked up to the stone door, and pushed it open. In the center lay a massive wild boar the size of a truck. The strangest thing was its eyes. Those eyes were not the ordinary blood red of wild boars, but a ghostly green emitting a chilling glow. Xiao took a few steps closer, and the system panel displayed the boss attributes. Mutated Wild Boar King LV8, Hell Dungeon Guardian. Physical Attack 100. Magical Defense 40. Physical Defense 50. Health 2000. Skills Charge Fong Stab Ground Smash Summon Piglets. Summons 24 LV4 Elite Wild Boars to fight. Description: the Zealot Clia sacrificed 1,000 wild boars to breed this mutated creature. Its existence is a nightmare for all adventurers in Soto Town. Xiao looked at the dense list of skills and the corners of his mouth twitched. For skills: Summon Piglets. 2,000 health. Xiao tightened his grip on the staff. These stats were even more terrifying than he had anticipated. With his current defense, a single touch would take at least 40 health, and if hit by a skill the damage would likely soar to 100. At that moment, the mutated Wild Boar King's ghostly green eyes suddenly opened wide, locking onto Xiao. Roar! A deafening roar erupted. What a noisy creature! Xiao raised his hand and cast a fireball spell. Boom! 125. The damage number floated above the mutated Wild Boar King's head, and its health bar dropped by about 6. The damage was slightly lower than expected, but still within an acceptable range. The mutated Wild Boar King was thoroughly enraged by this tiny human before it. Its body glowed red as it charged at Xiao. Its speed was far greater than any monster he had ever seen. Xiao had anticipated this. After casting Fireball, he moved close to the stone pillar and swiftly dodged behind it. The mutated Wild Boar King swept past him, crashing violently into the stone wall behind. Xiao had anticipated this. After casting Fireball, he moved close to the stone pillar and swiftly dodged behind it. The mutated Wild Boar Xiao struck with a normal attack. 125. The mutated Wild Boar King turned and lunged again. This time it didn't charge, instead it raised its front hooves and stomped down hard. Ground Smash. Ding. The mutated Wild Boar King used the skill Ground Smash on you. A shockwave spread from its feet, cracking the ground. Xiao couldn't dodge in time and had to take it heat in. 45. The shockwave struck his legs, sending a jolt of pain through him. He lost 45 health points, triggering Light of Luck, generating a shield. Damn it. This skill is also area damage. Xiao suffered an unexpected blow and quickly retreated to create distance. The mutated Wild Boar King seized the chance to pursue with its Fong Stab. Xiao dodged again, raising his hand to unleash Raging Thunder. Purple thunder clouds gathered above the boss and 10 bolts of lightning struck down. 148. 223. Weak point attack. 148. 71. Area damage reduction. A series of damage numbers floated up, and the mutated Wild Boar King's health visibly dropped by nearly a third. At this point, the mutated Wild Boar King had less than 1,200 health remaining. It let out an angry roar and raised its foot again, preparing to use Ground Smash. The shockwave spread. This time Xiao was clever. As it lifted its front hooves, he rolled backward, avoiding the shockwave's radius. 0. Perfect dodge. Haha, I've figured out its pattern. Xiao's confidence soared as he quickly moved behind a stone pillar to block its line of sight. The mutated Wild Boar King was indeed blocked by the stone pillar, awkwardly circling around. Xiao executed the same tactic, darting around the pillar while dealing damage. Fireball. 125. Raging Thunder. 148. 148. 1,480. Lucky Strike. The mutated Wild Boar King's massive body was struck hard by the last bolt of lightning. Its health bar was completely emptied. Ding. You have killed the mutated Wild Boar King, Hell Dungeon Guardian, gaining 1,000 experience points, 152020001 gold coin, and 5 golden enhancement stones. Not only that, the corpse of the mutated Wild Boar King turned into white light, leaving behind a pile of sparkling loot on the ground. Ding. Congratulations to the Adventurer Smile for becoming the first adventurer in the 4399 area to clear the Hell level dungeon. An area announcement will be made. Do you want to hide your ID? Xiao heard the system notification sound, and all his previous fatigue vanished in an instant. Don't hide. Regional announcement. Congratulations to Adventurer Smile from Area 4399 for being the first to clear the Hell level dungeon, Wild Boar Cave. Achievement Hell Conqueror unlocked. Meanwhile, the chat area exploded. I'm really not jealous, damn. Smile is once again in the announcement. How many times has this been already? You win, ball. I'm still preparing to enter the hard dungeon, and Smile has already cleared Hell. What about my new history? Stylish, so that mage who wanted to solo the Hell Wild Boar was actually the Great Smile. 666 Cold Medicine 666. The Great Smile is amazing. Seeking strategies. Scamming for food. What about that guy who said he would live stream eating shit? The Great Smile has already cleared it, so he should fulfill his promise, right? Just kidding. Inside the Wild Boar Cave. Ding. Congratulations to Adventurer Smile for unlocking the achievement Hell Conqueror. Rewards experience 1000, gold 5, epic title Hell Conqueror. Li Xiao was enveloped in a golden light. His life and magic instantly restored to full, and he leveled up. Ding. Congratulations. Ding. Congratulations. Li Xiao reached LV5, experience 520-3000, gained 3 free attribute points extra 2 from title effect. Haha, finally level 5. Allocate points. Li Xiao allocated all 5 points to magic attack, raising it from 118 to 123. Next it was time to tally his loot. He first checked the title attributes. Hell Conqueror Epic 5 dimensions, 10 magic attack, physical attack, constitution, spirit, agility, damage, 10 critical rate, 10 description. This title rewards adventurers who possess not only fearless courage, but also unparalleled strength, wishing them to go further on the path of conquest. An epic title, 10 increased damage and a 10 critical rate. Li Xiao was overjoyed. Compared to his previous title Great First Step, this was significantly stronger. After all, Great First Step is only a rare level title. Of course, he wouldn't waste the effect of gaining an extra 2 attributes upon upgrading Great First Step. As long as he swapped titles right before leveling up, that would be fine. Is it too much to exploit a small bug? He quickly equipped Hell Conqueror, and the golden title effect shimmered above his head, looking incredibly dazzling. Then Li Xiao looked at the loot on the ground. Skill Scroll Berserk Charge Rare Class Restriction Warrior Knight Description. After learning, gain the skill Berserk Charge, charging at the target, dealing 150 physical attack damage, and stunning the target for 1 second. It's a pity I can't learn it. Li Xiao felt a bit regretful, but still stored the scroll in his backpack. This thing would sell for quite a bit of gold. Dungeon Entry Ticket Wild Boar Cave, held difficulty 2. And there was also a gleaming treasure chest. Gold equipment chest. After storing the entry ticket, Li Xiao picked up the chest and opened it. Wild Boar King's Tusks, Gold Staff, Magic Attack, 25, Spirit 10, Level Requirement, 5 Passive Tusk Power Damage 5. Wow. A golden staff. Li Xiao's eyes sparkled instantly. The attributes were incredible. However, to strengthen it to level 20, he needed 2,000 ordinary enhancement stones. 10 ordinary stones can be combined into 1 silver, and 10 silver can be combined into 1 gold. Li Xiao checked the inventory. 5 gold, 13 silver, and 17 ordinary enhancement stones. Just enough. Li Xiao wasted no time in equipping the new staff, replacing the previous 20 ordinary staff. He then strengthened the new staff to level 20. Ding. Congratulations. Ding. Congratulations. 20 Wild Boar King's Tusks, Gold Magic Attack, 25, 50, Spirit 10, 20, Level Requirement, 5 Passive Tusk Power Damage, 5 Gold Attribute, Wild Boar King's Fury Critical Rate, 5. Li Xiao also equipped the previously dropped 5 Silver White Ring and the Brave Belt. He opened his personal attributes. Human Race Smile, LV5 Hell Conqueror, 520-3000, Magic Attack 118209, Spirit 4176, Constitution 4367, Agility 2025, Critical Rate 17, Luck 10, Talent Chosen 1, LV1 1, Luck 10 2. Every level increases damage by 5, current effect increases by 25, equipment 20 Wild Boar King's Tusks, Gold 20, Bronze Tunic 20, Bronze Pants 20, Bronze Boots 20, Ordinary Shoulder Pads, Brave Belt, Silver Accessories 20, Blessing of the Goddess of Luck, Silver, Silver White Ring, Silver Skills, Berserk, Thunder, Level 2 Rare Fireball, Level 1 Ordinary, Revives 2 Quests, Nyx Commission 2, Time Limit 2 days 8 hours. His attributes were ridiculously high now. After clearing the Hell level dungeon, all attributes surged dramatically. However, when Li Xiao saw those 20 silver equipment, he felt anxious. He didn't have enough enhancement stones left, just 3 silver and 17 ordinary enhancement stones. He couldn't enhance them all to level 20, otherwise his attributes could explode even more. Forget it, being anxious won't help. Ooh, I should go out first. I can still claim the clearing rewards from Clea. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the inn in Soto Town, Qin Shuang was just about to go out to grind monsters when she heard Li Xiao's first clearing announcement. He cleared the Hell level so quickly. Qin Shuang murmured, her clear eyes filled with shock. Sister, I heard that Li Xiao soloed it. He's too abnormal. Qin Tian found it hard to believe. We should also grind the dungeon. We can't fall too far behind. We must break into the top 3 today. Qin Shuang tightened her grip on the longbow and led Qin Tian and the others towards the Wild Boar Cave. On the other side, the wasteland forest. Wow. Boss level 5 silver. Eternal Overcast looked at the shimmering equipment in front of him and shouted excitedly. This should be the first level 5 silver equipment in our area, right? Boss, we hit the jackpot. Ha. Eternal World was equally excited. It was worth it for him to gather more than 100 brothers to grind this elite wolf monster overnight. Finally, it's my turn to be lucky. Smile, just you wait. Boss is amazing. Wang Wei joined in the praise. Thanks to his ability to flatter, he regained the trust of Eternal World. But he couldn't understand why with him as a jinx such high-level silver equipment could still drop. Just then Li Xiao's first clearing announcement echoed in the minds of everyone present. What? Impossible. Eternal World's smiling face instantly froze. Eternal Overcast also gritted his teeth in anger, his body trembling slightly. What should we do next, boss? Get lost. I'm so annoyed. On the other side, Li Xiao emerged from the dungeon. At that moment, the entrance of the Wild Boar Cave was crowded with adventurers. What the hell? He's out. No way did he really clear it on hell difficulty. No joke. The first completion announcement has already been sent out. How could it be fake? Big brother Smile, take me with you. I can pay for protection. Brother Smile, I'm not shy at all, not planning to take the exam, just want to eat cilantro. Can I be your boyfriend? Brother Smile, please form a party with me. I can verify academic credentials. Li Xiao ignored the commotion around him and walked straight up to Clea. Adventurer, I didn't expect you to really clear hell difficulty. Clea looked at Li Xiao in disbelief. As a dungeon merchant, he had seen too many adventurers who entered and never came out. Li Xiao was the first to clear hell difficulty alone. Clea, I'm here to collect my reward. Li Xiao was already a bit impatient. Clea took out a treasure chest and handed it to Li Xiao. This is the first completion reward for hell difficulty. Adventurer, you are remarkable. Ding. You have received a gift from Merchant Clea. Reward Gold 2, Enchantment Stone, excellent one. Li Xiao's eyes brightened. It was actually an excellent grade enchantment stone. He quickly opened his backpack to check. Enchantment Stone excellent adds a random attribute to equipment. Usable on weapons, armor, or accessories. Success rate 100. Without hesitation, Li Xiao directly used the enchantment stone on the golden staff. A blue light flashed. Enchantment successful. The Wild Boar King's tusks gained an additional attribute, Ordinary Skill Mastery, all Ordinary Skill levels 2. Li Xiao looked at his skill panel. Skills Berserk, Thunder level 2, Rare Fireball level 3, Ordinary, deals 140 damage, casts in 1 second, consumes 15 mana, cooldown 8 seconds. A smile crept across Li Xiao's lips. Now with top-tier equipment and an epic title, he had a magic attack of 209. It was time to undertake that disaster-level quest. Next quest, to kill the Wolf King. Li Xiao opened the mini-map and followed the quest guidance to leave the area. Behind him, the group of adventurers looked at Li Xiao's departing figure with envy. When can I be as strong as Big Brother Smile? Stop dreaming, his talent is at least rank. How can you compare? Are you going to use that beginner iron sword missing a hilt? You? I. Is anyone forming a party for normal difficulty? 41 looking for mages. Me. Drank talent. No dranks. Only accepting cranks or above. Do I have to deal with talent discrimination? Half an hour later, Li Xiao walked towards the direction indicated by the quest on the mini-map. He opened the level leaderboard. 1. Smile Mage level 517-2. Eternal Friendship Archer level 433. Roll Until Death Assassin level 425. The advantage is mine. According to the quest hint, the Wolf King should be in the valley south of Soto Town. Li Xiao counted the supplies in his backpack as he walked. There were still 28 bottles of basic health potions and 19 bottles of basic mana potions remaining. I need to use them sparingly. If the Wolf King is harder to deal with than the mutated Wild Boar King, and I run out of potions, it will be troublesome. Just as he was thinking, a fork in the road appeared ahead. The mini-map indicated that the left path led towards the Wolf King Valley, while the right extended into an unexplored area. Whoa! Just as Li Xiao was about to walk left, he suddenly heard a faint whimper coming from the right. The sound resembled the mournful cry of a wounded animal, or perhaps the cry of a baby. What the hell? Luckily it was daytime, otherwise it would be a bit scary in such a desolate place. Li Xiao hesitated for a moment, but turned and walked towards the right. In the world of the end of days, danger lurked everywhere, but so did opportunities. Perhaps it was a hidden quest. That would be a big score. After walking along the small path for about 5 minutes, the view ahead gradually became clear. A dilapidated village appeared before him. The village was small, with only about 30 to 40 households. Most of the houses were built of wood and stone. Many had already collapsed, and the remaining ones were in ruins. As he got closer, a faint smell of blood filled the air. Could it have been raided by someone? Li Xiao's gaze swept around, and he noticed dark red stains on the ground everywhere. His hand instinctively tightened around his staff, and a bad premonition surged in his heart. Is anyone there? He called out. Owl. All he received in response were the sounds of the wind and distant wolf howls. Li Xiao cautiously walked into the village. At the entrance of the village there was a wooden sign with 3 characters carved on it: Luofeng Village. Just then a sudden sound of something slicing through the air rang out. An arrow shot from the roof on the side, flying straight towards Li Xiao's shoulder. With a high agility of 25 points, Li Xiao reacted quickly, sidestepping as the arrow grazed his sleeve and embedded itself in the wooden stake behind him. Intruder, get out of our village. At that moment, an old and hoarse voice came from the rooftop. Li Xiao looked up to see an elderly man with gray hair, standing on the roof, holding a hunting bow. The old man wore tattered leather armor, his eyes filled with vigilance and hostility. Old man, I mean no harm. Li Xiao raised his hands, signaling that he was unarmed. I was just passing through, and came in after hearing a sound. The old man let out a cold laugh. You intruders always come to our village to kill, rob, and set fires. Now you're telling me you were just passing through. Hearing this, Li Xiao frowned. Intruder? Are you referring to adventurers? Have adventurers come through here? What are you pretending for? The old man drew back the bowstring, aiming the arrow again at Li Xiao. Ever since you intruders arrived, the beasts have gone wild, and the earth has changed. Our village, which we have lived in for generations, has become more and more unbearable each day. And now it's even worse, attacking and robbing us. Yesterday, a group of intruders broke into the village, killed 3 of our hunters, and stole our ancestral hunting bow. You are the harbingers of disaster. Disasters. The old man's voice grew more and more agitated, his hand trembling as he gripped the hunting bow. It turned out that in the eyes of the natives, these adventurers were intruders. Li Xiao could sense the anger and sorrow in the old man's words and did not refute him. He looked around and finally noticed the pairs of eyes peeking out from behind the tightly closed doors in the village. There were old people, women, and children. They were ragged, emaciated, their breaths weak, and their eyes held not only fear, but also hatred. Seeing their miserable state and the complex expressions on their faces, Li Xiao finally realized he was wrong. He had always regarded the natives, including blacksmith Nick, the tavern owner Somi, merchant Clea, and everyone in this village, as NPCs and mere tools to trigger his quests. But at this moment he realized that these were living beings with independent thoughts and souls. Li Xiao tried to keep his tone calm. Old man, you might have misunderstood. There are indeed some bad people among the intruders, but it doesn't mean everyone is like that. I came here simply because I accepted a quest from the Adventurers Guild. I truly mean no harm, please believe me. The old man said nothing, but the bowstring remained taut. At that moment a young voice suddenly came from the side. Grandpa Kane, what this big brother said seems to be the truth. A boy around 17 or 18 years old peeked out from behind a dilapidated house. The boy had dark skin, a slender build, and held a short knife in his hand. Ryan, go back, the old man shouted sternly. You can't trust the words of the intruders. Grandpa Kane, if he were a bad person like those others, he would have attacked us long ago. The boy named Ryan walked. Besides, his equipment looks much better than yesterday's people. If he really wanted to rob us, there would be no need for him to waste words with us. Li Xiao looked at the indigenous boy in front of him, somewhat surprised. The boy had keen observation skills and was quite bold. Therefore he introduced himself. My name is Wei Xiao, and I am here to kill the Wolf King. I came in after hearing a noise. The old man Kane seemed to have heard the greatest joke. Kill the Wolf King. Just you alone. Young man, do you even know what the Wolf King is? Li Xiao calmly. I don't know, I came here following the task's guidance. Kane stared at Li Xiao for a while, finally loosening the bowstring in his hand. You should leave, Far Village does not welcome you outsiders. Li Xiao did not insist, and turned to leave, not expecting that they, the outsiders, were so unwelcome by the natives. Wait, big brother, I have something to say to you. Ryan suddenly spoke up. Li Xiao stopped, and turned back to look at Ryan. Sneakily glanced at Kane on the roof, then walked to Li Xiao's side, tugging at his sleeve, and leading him deeper into the village. What are you doing? Kane's angry voice came from behind. Grandpa Kane, I'm just talking to my big brother. Ryan shouted without looking back. The two arrived in front of a dilapidated house at the back of the village, and Ryan got straight to the point. Big brother, you said you are here to kill the Wolf King. Yes, what's the matter? Ryan hesitated for a moment. The Wolf King has been corrupted by dark energy, and has become crazed and bloodthirsty. Li Xiao frowned slightly. Dark energy. Ryan nodded. The village has become like this because of the outsiders. The Wolf King started attacking the village, and that cult from Soto Town is behind it all. Li Xiao's heart stirred. Cult. Ryan, tell me more about it. There are 3 major factions in Soto Town. The civilian faction consists of people like the innkeeper Sumi, merchants, and ordinary guards. The freedom faction is led by the blacksmith Nick and the guard captain Santo. The cult. Ryan's eyes flashed with a hint of fear as he spoke. They are the most mysterious faction, and very few have seen them. Grandpa Kane says that the people from the cult are extremely dangerous. Is the Wolf King's corruption related to the cult? Ryan nodded heavily. A month ago I secretly followed a man in a black robe into the Wolf King's valley. That person drew a formation outside the Wolf King's lair and muttered incantations. Since then the Wolf King has started to become aggressive. How do you know that man in the black robe was from the cult? He had the cult's mark on him. Ryan gestured. An upside-down triangle with an eye inside. Li Xiao noted down the characteristics of the cult in secret, intending to be cautious of these people in the future. It seemed that the task in the Wolf King's valley was not that simple. It was not just about killing a boss, it was also entangled with the conflicts among the native factions in the town. Grandpa King doesn't let me talk to anyone about this, but our village is on the verge of collapse. Ryan wiped his tears and looked up at Xiao. Wei Xiao, big brother, you are not one of those bad outsiders, can you? Help us. Ding. Hidden quest triggered. Save Luofeng Village. Save Luofeng Village. 1. Quest objective: eliminate the wild wolves roaming around Luofeng Village. 030 rescue trapped villagers. 08. Quest reward: Hunter Clan favor 50, experience 1000, a silver coins 20, hidden item X1. Failure luck. 1 note: completing this quest will unlock the trust of the Hunter Clan and grant access to more hidden information. Xiao listened to the system prompt and felt ecstatic. He had actually triggered a hidden quest. Moreover, the experience awarded for this hidden quest was too much. Just thinking about others struggling to grind monsters to level up. While he could earn so much experience just by completing a hidden quest, Xiao felt a wave of satisfaction. Alright, I will help you. Xiao agreed without a second thought. Ryan was overjoyed and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, big brother. Quick, take me to find those wild wolves. Xiao was already eager. Ryan wiped his tears and led Xiao towards the outskirts of the village. The two arrived in front of a fence on the north side of the village, and Ryan pointed outside. The wild wolf pack is over there. They don't dare come in during the day, but at night they will jump over the fence and attack the village. We have had several hunters injured at night. Xiao followed Ryan's pointing direction and saw a dozen gray-black wild wolves gathered not far away. Roaming wild wolf, LV4 health, 300 physical attack, 45 physical defense, 15 magic defense, 20 skills. Bite wolf, howl. Xiao assessed the attributes and felt reassured. With his current magic attack of 209, plus a 25 talent damage increase, 5 staff damage increase, and 10 title damage increase, a basic attack would deal an actual damage of 292. Not to mention critical hits and weakness attacks. Ryan, wait here and don't come over. Xiao instructed Ryan, then strode towards the wild wolf pack. Ryan hid behind the fence, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at the group of wild wolves. At this moment, the roaming wild wolves noticed someone approaching and all perked up their ears. A whoa! The leading wild wolf let out a howl, and a dozen wild wolves charged towards Xiao simultaneously. Xiao seized the opportunity and raised his staff. Raging thunder. Purple thunder clouds gathered above the wild wolf pack, and 10 bolts of lightning crashed down. 335. 492. Weakness attack. 335. 670. Critical hit. Damage numbers exploded above the wild wolves' heads, shocking to behold. The leading wild wolf was instantly killed by the critical hit, leaving over 300 health points owed to Xiao. The remaining wild wolves all vanished in a flash of white light. Ding. Killed roaming wild wolf, LV4, experience 8, copper coins 30. Ordinary reinforcement stone 2. Ding. Killed roaming wild wolf, LV4. Ding. A series of prompts sounded, but Xiao didn't even look back and continued towards the next group of wild wolves. At this moment, Ryan, hiding behind the fence, was completely stunned. He rubbed his eyes to confirm that he wasn't seeing things. They are all dead. The scene just now was too shocking, something he would never forget in his life. Those wild wolves that had caused severe casualties among the hunters could not even last a round against this outsider in front of them. At that moment, Ryan was no longer so afraid of the wild wolves and quickly followed Xiao. Big brother, are you a magician? That's right, Xiao smiled. Ryan clenched his fists, his expression excited. If only he had the same power as big brother Wei Xiao, he could protect the village. For the next half hour, Xiao swept back and forth around Luofeng Village. Wave after wave of wild wolves turned into white light under his raging thunder. The experience points soared from the original 17 to 46. Just as the last wild wolf fell, the system prompt sounded. Ding. Hidden quest, save Luofeng Village, first phase completed. Eliminated roaming wild wolves 6,230, a rescued trapped villagers 88, reward Hunter Clan favor 50, experience 1,000, a silver coins 20, hidden item has been placed in the backpack. The hidden quest reward of 1,000 experience points brought Xiao's level directly to 579. Now he was already 1 level ahead of the second place Eternal Affection. Indeed, completing hidden quests was the fastest way to level up. Xiao opened his backpack to check 5 silver and 153 ordinary enhancement stones. Enough to enhance a silver piece of equipment to level 20. Without hesitation, Xiao took out the ring and began the enhancement. Ding. Congratulations, enhancement successful, level 1. 20 silver, white ring, silver magic attack 1020, constitution 1020, level requirement 5 silver, attribute charging, when magic points fall below 20, a restore 10 of magic points, cooldown 60 seconds. Not bad. The magic sustain had improved, and Xiao was quite satisfied. It would also save him a lot of magical potions. He opened his personal attributes. Human race, smile, LV5, Hell Conqueror, 2378, 3000, magic attack, 229 spirit 76 constitution, 87 agility 25. Attributes have increased again and health is about to break 1000. Li Xiao then checked the hidden item from the quest. Ancestral Hunting Bow Bronze Quest Item Non-Tradable Description A hunting bow passed down through unknown why it appeared in the wolf den. This bow. Wasn't it taken by other adventurers? How could it end up in the wolf den? Li Xiao frowned, but didn't think much of it. Perhaps those adventurers were killed by the wolves, and the equipment dropped. Not far away, Uncle Ian, Aunt Mina. Ryan quickly ran over and pointed at Li Xiao. It was Brother Smile who saved you. Cough cough. Little brother, thank you for saving our lives. Ian was very weak, but still bowed in gratitude. The other 7 villagers also expressed their thanks, their faces showing relief from the disaster. Since everyone is safe, let's return to the village first. Li Xiao followed Ryan and the others towards Luofeng village. Brother, you are amazing. You killed all those wolves. Li Xiao handed the hunting bow to Ryan. Take a look if this is the bow that was Ryan took the hunting bow and examined it closely, his eyes filled with surprise. That's right. It's this one. This is the ancestral hunting bow of our village chief. He was so excited that he couldn't find words, hugging the hunting bow and running back to the village. Grandpa Kane, the hunting bow has been retrieved. Uncle Ian and the others have been saved. At the village entrance, Kane was discussing something with several hunters. Hearing Ryan shout, he raised his head and saw the hunting bow in Ryan's hand, a flicker of excitement flashing in his cloudy eyes. How did you get it back? Kane asked hurriedly. Ryan's tone was filled with admiration. It was my brother. He killed all the wolves and found it in the wolf den. Kane looked at Li Xiao, and the hostility in his gaze finally dissipated. He first arranged for people to take Ian and the others home. Then he walked up to Li Xiao, shook his hand, and sincerely said, "Young man, I apologize. I mistakenly judged you earlier. You are indeed different from those evil intruders." Li Xiao waved his hand to show understanding. "Elder, your village has endured so much misfortune, it's normal to be wary of outsiders. After all, he was also here to complete a hidden quest. Thank you for your understanding." Kane sighed. "Young man, you said you're here to kill the Wolf King." "That's right." Li Xiao nodded. "You helped our village. You are a benefactor of Luofeng village. I will tell you the weakness of the Wolf King. After it was corrupted by dark energy, it fears one thing the most. Purification arrow." Li Xiao inquired. "How can one obtain the purification arrow?" "That is the ancestral arrow of our hunting tribe, specially designed to deal with monsters corrupted by dark energy. Unfortunately, there is no one among us hunters who can shoot the purification arrow. It requires an exceptionally talented archer, and they must also be able to use that." Kane gestured momentarily, unable to find the right words. "Are you referring to a skill?" Li Xiao prompted. Kane nodded. Yes, it needs to be paired with a powerful skill to unleash its true power." Li Xiao fell into deep thought. "It requires an exceptionally talented archer. There are several archers among the top 10 in the level rankings. Who should he collaborate with?" At this moment, Kane turned and walked into a dilapidated house. A moment later, he came out holding a wooden box. Inside the wooden box lay 3 silver-white arrows, their shafts covered with dense runes. Purification Arrow 3 Rare Consumable Effect deals 500 damage to Dark-type monsters and removes all buffs. Note for use by archers with S-level talent and above, only 500 damage. Li Xiao gasped. If a high-damage archer shot these, how terrifying would the damage be? "Young man, take these 3 arrows." Kane handed the wooden box to Li Xiao, advising, "The Wolf King, once corrupted, cannot be killed by just anyone. You must find a highly talented archer to assist you." "Thank you, Elder." Li Xiao took the wooden box and left. Kane watched Li Xiao's receding figure with a complex expression. I wonder if his journey will bring fortune or disaster. At this moment, Ryan's eyes were filled with hope. "Grandpa Kane, as long as the Wolf King is alive, our village will always live in fear. My brother is the strongest person I've ever seen, and I believe he can definitely kill the Wolf King." On the other side, Li Xiao was walking back to Soto Town. Before he left, Kane repeatedly warned him that the Wolf King had gained immense power after being corrupted. His current magic attack was 229, and his health was 870, which still felt insufficient. To be safe, he planned to find a helper. So he opened his friends list and found that ID, Ling Shuang. "Smile Qin Shuang, there's a boss to fight. Are you interested in joining me?" Just a few seconds after sending the message, the other party replied. "Ling Shuang, what boss? Where?" "Smile Wolf King Valley, corrupted Wolf King. I need an S-level talent archer to cooperate, and rewards will be distributed according to effort." Li Xiao did not mention the purification arrow as it was too precious. They could discuss it when they met. The other side was silent for several seconds, seemingly weighing the options. At that moment, at the entrance of the Wild Boar Cave, Qin Shuang had just finished a disaster-level dungeon when she received Li Xiao's message. She glanced at the level leaderboard. 1. Smile Mage level 5, 79-2. Eternal Affection Archer level 4, a 61-3. Roll to Death Assassin level 4, 56-4. Ling Shuang Archer level 4, 48. Fourth place was still 8 experience away from third. If she continued to grind dungeons and monsters systematically, she might not secure a top 3 ranking today. However, fighting a boss with Li Xiao, although dangerous, would definitely yield greater rewards. So she sent a message back. Ling Shuang, alright, where are you? He'll go find you to meet up. Smile 12. 23. 54. Click to view coordinates. Sister, why are you dazed? Keep grinding the dungeon. At that moment, Qin Tian approached and asked. Qin Shuang recounted Li Xiao's invitation to fight the boss. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian's eyes lit up. That's great. Li Xiao is so powerful, a leveling up with him while fighting the boss will surely be very fast. Yang Qi, standing nearby, adjusted his glasses and said, Manager Qin, Li Xiao is indeed strong, but after all, I've already agreed. Qin Shuang interrupted Yang Qi, her tone clearly impatient. They had already arrived in the end world. She could no longer view people with her previous perspective. Sister, you should go. Qin Tian was very supportive. Well, continue grinding the dungeon here and wait for your return. MHM. Qin Shuang nodded and turned to walk towards Soto Town. Yang Qi watched Qin Shuang's figure, his eyes flickering slightly. Soto Town at the city gate. Li Xiao leaned against a large tree, checking the system interface. His attributes were already quite high, but he had few skills, only 2. This was a drawback for him, and he needed to find a way to acquire more skills. Li Xiao. Not long after, a cool voice came from behind. Li Xiao turned around and saw Qin Shuang striding over, holding the silver longbow she had bought from him. She had changed into new equipment, her long hair tied in a ponytail, revealing a delicate and cold face. The tight leather armor accentuated her mature and graceful figure, and she wore a pair of black boots on her long, straight legs. She looked strikingly heroic. Li Xiao couldn't help but admire her for a while. You arrived quite fast. Qin Shuang stepped closer, arms crossed, and got straight to the point. When do we set off? Let's go now. Li Xiao felt it was a pity for someone of Qin Shuang's caliber not to play a more active role, so he sent her a team invitation. Ding. Adventurer Smile invites you to join the team. Do you accept? Accept. After Qin Shuang joined the team, a team indicator appeared above both of their heads. Qin Shuang looked at the team interface, seeing Li Xiao's golden epic title, her tone surprised. Your title's attributes are too strong, aren't they? MHM, it is indeed impressive. It's a reward from clearing the Hell Wildboar dungeon. Li Xiao did not forget the main point and handed over the purification arrow as they walked. Take a look at this. Qin Shuang took the 3 silver-white arrows and examined their attributes. Purification arrow, rare consumable, deals 500 damage to dark-type monsters and dispels all negative states. Note: usable only by archers with level talent or above. 500 damage. A hint of fluctuation finally appeared on Qin Shuang's icy face. At that moment, she finally understood why Li Xiao sought her help. This is just one of the reasons I asked for your assistance, Li Xiao smiled. This arrow can only be used by archers with level talent, and you were the first person I thought of in the entire 4399 district. Qin Shuang stored the purification arrow in her bag, her heartbeat inexplicably quickening. She was eager to know what the other reasons for Li Xiao's request for help were. However, since Li Xiao didn't say, she didn't. At that moment, Li Xiao suddenly became serious. The boss is very strong, and I can't guarantee absolute safety. Are you sure you want to go? Qin Shuang retorted. I traveled all this way, you don't expect me to turn back, do you? With that, she flicked her ponytail and headed decisively towards Wolf King Valley. Haha, Manager Qin is indeed straightforward. Li Xiao watched her graceful figure and quickly caught up. The two headed south, passing through a sparse forest and climbing over a small hill. The terrain ahead gradually opened up, revealing a deep valley. At the entrance of the valley stood a broken stone tablet inscribed with 4 characters, Wolf King Valley. Ding. The team has entered a special area, Wolf King Valley. Warning: high-level dangerous creatures exist in this area. Please proceed with caution. Why does it feel so eerie here? Li Xiao shivered, his gaze cautiously scanning the surroundings. The valley was flanked by steep rock walls, and the ground was littered with ominous, white bones, some human and some beast. Qin Shuang drew her bowstring, her nerves taut. Where's the boss? The map indicates it's deep inside. We shouldn't get too close, or we'll make ourselves too big of a target. As Li Xiao spoke, he strode deeper into the valley. Qin Shuang followed closely, maintaining a distance of about 3 meters. After walking for about 10 minutes, a massive lair appeared before them. At the entrance of the lair lay a black, giant wolf larger than a truck. Its eyes glinted with crimson light, and an evil aura surrounded it. Corrupted Wolf King, LV10, Dark Magic Type, Bronze, Boss Health, 10,000 Magic Attack, 200 Physical Defense, 50 Magic Defense, 150 Skills, Shadow Bite, Stealth, Assault, Fear, Roar, Life, Drain. Description: the Wolf King, corrupted by dark energy, was originally a guardian beast of an ancient seal, but has now become a puppet of the sacrificial faction. It hasn't eaten for 2 days. Upon seeing the terrifying attributes, Qin Shuang gasped. 10,000 health. And such high defenses. If it weren't for Li Xiao being beside her, she wouldn't have even glanced at it before turning to leave. Li Xiao looked at the Wolf King's attributes and felt somewhat relieved. Fortunately, he had found a helper like Qin Shuang. This Wolf King not only had thick health, but also an astonishing magic defense of 150, which severely countered him as a mage. Facing it alone truly posed a risk of death. Li Xiao tightened his grip on his staff and quickly formulated a battle plan. I have high health and can face it heat-in. You look for opportunities to deal damage and use the purification arrow at a critical moment. Alright, be careful. Qin Shuang's figure flickered and vanished behind a nearby rock. The advantage of archers in outdoor combat is that they can use the terrain to find optimal locations for damage. Li Xiao strode toward the Wolf King's lair. The moment he stepped into the lair, the corrupted Wolf King suddenly opened its eyes. Its crimson pupils fixed intently on Li Xiao, emitting a low growl. Aru. No wonder it was the corrupted Wolf King. Its temperament was violent, launching an attack as soon as ding. The corrupted Wolf King has unleashed the skill fearful roar on you. A visible sound wave emanated from the Wolf King's mouth, directly impacting Li Xiao's mind. Li Xiao couldn't react in time, feeling a wave of dizziness in his head. A red damage number floated above him. 112. At the same time, the Light of Luck was triggered, generating a shield that could withstand 76 damage. Ding. The corrupted Wolf King dealt 112 points of damage to you, leaving 758 health. Li Xiao cursed his luck inwardly. His magic defense was as high as 76, and his robe could block 10 of the damage, yet he still lost 112 health. Roar. The corrupted Wolf King, seeing that the roar was ineffective, lunged directly at him. Its speed was astonishing, leaving a blur in the air. Li Xiao was already prepared, dodging to the side, just in time to avoid the Wolf King's attack. At the same time, he raised his staff and cast Fireball. 262. A red damage number floated above the Wolf King's head. This defense is too insane. Li Xiao cursed. Whoosh. At that moment, a silver-white arrow flew in from the side. 195. Weak point attack. The arrow struck precisely at the Wolf King's neck, dealing a 1.5x weak point damage. Behind the rock, Qin Shuang's graceful figure flashed by. A glint of surprise crossed Li Xiao's eyes. He had indeed underestimated her. The damage from Qin Shuang's arrow was far higher than he had anticipated. He initially thought hitting 100 would be impressive. Clearly her talent and equipment were stronger than he imagined. At this moment, the corrupted Wolf King was enraged by their attacks, abandoning its lunge and charging towards the rock where Qin Shuang was hiding. Calm and collected, Qin Shuang nimbly darted behind the rock while shooting another arrow. 195. Weak point attack. Enraged by the continuous attacks, the Wolf King's speed suddenly increased. Its body blurred as it ran, eventually vanishing completely into thin air. It's invisible. Qin Shuang's expression changed. Li Xiao quickly raised his staff as purple thunderclouds gathered above the lair. Frenzied thunder. Boom. 10 bolts of purple lightning struck down, covering the entire area. 239. 239. 478. Critical hit. The thunder struck the empty ground, but resulted in a series of damage numbers. The Wolf King's invisibility failed, revealing it from the void. Good opportunity. Qin Shuang's eyes lit up as she shot 2 consecutive arrows. 130. 130. At this moment, the Wolf King had just over 8,000 health left. At that moment, it suddenly howled at the sky, repeating its previous tactic. A woo. Ding. The corrupted Wolf King unleashed the skill fearful roar on you. 112. Li Xiao's shield was instantly shattered, absorbing 76 points of damage, leaving him with 722 health. On the other side, Qin Shuang was also affected by the stun effect, which lasted for 3 whole seconds. 140. Qin Shuang's health dropped from full to just 240. Indicating her physique was not very high. The Wolf King, now with red eyes, perceived Li Xiao as the greater threat. Thus it activated its skill and relentlessly chased after Li Xiao. Ding. You were bitten by the corrupted Wolf King, losing 112 health, leaving 610 health remaining. Damn it. It's gone mad. Li Xiao's health visibly decreased. He drank a health potion while fending off the crate. 262. Fireball. 171. Normal attack. Oh whoa. 2 lines of damage numbers floated above the Wolf King's head. Yet it had already forgotten the pain, relentlessly pursuing Li Xiao. Meanwhile, Qin Shuang quickly drank a health potion. Then she drew a purification arrow and knocked it on her bowstring. The purification arrow transformed into a silver-white streak of light, accurately piercing the Wolf King's eye. 1,300. Purification damage. Critical hit. A terrifying damage number floated above the Wolf King. Its health dropped directly from nearly 8,000 to around 6,500. Roar. The Wolf King let out a mournful cry, engulfed in silver-white light. The dark aura surrounding it was rapidly dissipating. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao finally broke free from the Wolf King's pursuit. He raised his staff high and began to cast a spell. Beast. It's my turn now. Frenzied Thunder. 239. 239. 2390. Lucky hit. Seeing that terrifying damage, Qin Shuang paused her actions. She had no time to marvel, quickly drawing a second purification arrow and fully drawing the bowstring. Whoosh. 975. Purification damage. Weak point attack. The purification arrow struck again, causing the Wolf King's health to plummet to 2,857. A woo. The Wolf King let out a weak whimper. Immediately after, the second wave of frenzied thunder struck down. 478. Critical hit. 478. Critical hit. 239. 168. Area damage reduction. Xiao had been greedy this time. However, scoring a lucky hit once had exceeded his expectations. Xiao had been greedy this time. However, scoring a lucky hit once had exceeded his expectations. The Wolf King's eyes had already begun to glaze over. Its body began to turn red as it prepared to unleash its final attack, Life Drain. Just at that critical moment, whoosh, a silver-white arrow accurately pierced through its skull. 1,294. Purification damage. Fatal blow. The enormous body of the Wolf King collapsed with a thud, then transformed into a streak of white light and disappeared, leaving behind a ground full of shimmering loot. The bronze-level boss, the corrupted Wolf King, was dead. Xiao gave Qin Shuang a thumbs up and smiled, well done. Qin Shuang finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the boss die. At this moment, her forehead was covered in beads of sweat, and her chest rose and fell violently. This was her most thrilling battle in the End of Days world, and also the most exciting one. Ding. Congratulations to the team for killing the corrupted Wolf King. LV 10 Bronze Boss Experience 2000. Gold 5. Xiao hurriedly changed his title to the Great First Step. Ding. Congratulations to Adventurer Smile for leveling up to LV 6, Experience 1378400, gaining 3 free attribute points extra 2 from title effect. A flash of gold light enveloped Xiao, and his health and mana were instantly restored. He switched back to the title Hell Conqueror and simply triggered a bug. Add points. Magic attack. 229-234. Meanwhile, Qin Shuang also received the same prompt. A golden light flashed over her. Her previously low health returned to full, and her level skyrocketed from 4 to 5 at 40. She surpassed Eternal Affection in the level rankings, placing second. She became the second adventurer in the 4399 region to exceed level 5. At that moment, the chat area exploded with activity. I love slime. The bronze boss has been defeated, and am still farming slimes. I really didn't feel jealous. This dog-like supporter smile triggered the announcement again. Damn. No more dying. I was just about to rush for second place when Ling Xuan overtook me. It seems I'm still not enough of a tryhard. You win, boss. Smile. You're amazing. I was just about to create new history when you triggered the announcement. Great needs no words. Eternal Overcast. Isn't your Eternal Guild supposed to be very powerful? Why is it that after Smile's big kill you all went silent? Eternal Overcast, get lost. Just you wait. Don't let me run into you. You are crying urgently, brother. Great, said it well. Eternal Overcast. If you don't have the strength, don't be too arrogant. In the future, when you see me, Smile will be the one with his tail between his legs. What did you say? Eternal Overcast was taken aback to see someone openly mocking him in the chat area and smashed his fist against a stone pillar. Bang. Eternal Overcast, feeling irritable after hearing the announcement, was startled by his own action and slapped his own. What the hell are you acting up for? Boss, I've really had enough. Let's go after Smile again. Mocked by a passerby, Eternal Overcast was both anxious and furious. He had never felt this humiliated. Beside him, Wang Wei was equally furious with Xiao and began to stir the pot. Boss, let's do it. Just as he was about to speak again, Eternal Overcast kicked him in the backside. Let's do it. You only know how to do it. If you keep talking, I'll take you down first. Eternal Overcast vented all his frustrations from Xiao onto Wang Wei. Smile just got the first kill on the boss. His power must have increased. If we go now, aren't we just looking for death? If you don't cherish your resurrection chances, then go ahead. Upon hearing this, Eternal Overcast realized it was indeed the case. He only had one resurrection left, so he stopped shouting about seeking revenge on Xiao. Wang Wei lowered his head, his eyes turning. He took out a piece of equipment from his backpack and presented it to Eternal Overcast, as if offering a treasure, flattering him. Boss, this was given to me by a black-robed person. I feel I don't deserve to use it, so it should be for you, boss. Corrupted Wolf, Fong LV 5 Bracelet Gold, all attacks 30, Agility 5. Corruption effect automatically deducts 1 point of magic value every second after initiating an attack. When magic value reaches 0, it will start deducting health points instead. Description: a necklace corrupted by dark energy, originally a sacrificial item, please use with caution. Eternal Overcast looked at the bracelet in his hand and was overjoyed. Damn, why didn't you bring out such good gear earlier? You are definitely not worthy to use it. Now hand over all the life potions and magic potions you have. With this bracelet, I will have the confidence to deal with Smile in the future. Wolf King Valley. Adventurer's Smile and Ling Shuang received achievement rewards permanent buff, End of Calamity, Gold 5. Li Xiao looked at the newly added buff section on his personal panel. Buff End of Calamity permanently increases 10 damage to bosses. Beside him, Qin Shuang's eyes sparkled as she looked at the newly acquired End of Calamity buff, feeling delightful. This time teaming up with Li Xiao to fight the boss was her best decision. She glanced at Li Xiao, a hint of unusual expression flashing in her eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Meanwhile, Li Xiao arrived at the place where the Wolf King died, looking at the loot on the ground. Wolf King's Fong rare quest item. Then he picked up a scroll lying on the ground. Thunder Chain rare. Class restriction, Beastmaster Mage. Li Xiao's eyes lit up. He was precisely lacked, so he learned it decisively as the scroll transformed into a purple light and entered his body. Thunder Chain level 1 rare releases a thunderbolt that deals 150 damage to the first target, then automatically chains and jumps to a maximum of 5 targets with damage decreasing by 10 with each jump. Cast time 2 seconds, consumes 150 magic value, cooldown 22 seconds. Not bad. Pretty good. Li Xiao quickly suppressed his joyful emotions. He originally thought it would be great to get an excellent level skill, but unexpectedly he directly obtained a rare level skill. He continued to look through the loot. Fragment of a damaged seal rare quest item. Description: a fragment recording the ancient sealing array of collecting 7 pieces can unlock a hidden class. What? A hidden class? Li Xiao's heart trembled. This is not something that can be compared to equipment or skills. This time the harvest was indeed surprising. Ink Bamboo Bracelet LV5 Gold Bracelet, all attacks 30, agility 5, attack speed 20, movement speed 10. I just happen to lack a gold bracelet. Awesome. What great luck. Moreover, it also increases all attacks, meaning it's universal for both physical and magical classes. Li Xiao continued to check the loot. Eye of the Storm LV5 Gold Longbow, physical attack 30, agility 15. Passive Fury of the Wolf King deals an additional 5 damage when attacking weaknesses. In addition, a large pile of gold enhancement stones and coins also dropped. Li Xiao counted 8 golden enhancement stones, 25 silver enhancement stones, more than 300 ordinary enhancement stones. I've struck it rich. Li Xiao grinned from ear to ear. Qin Shuang couldn't help but glance over, surprised that someone as strong as Li Xiao could also have such a greedy look. Li Xiao took out all the loot except for the skill scroll he just learned. Qin Shuang, this time, thanks to your help as promised, I'll give you this Eye of the Storm. The rest is useful to me, so how about this? I'll give you some extra enhancement stones and coins. Qin Shuang only accepted the Eye of the Storm and refused the others. I didn't do much this time. Another archer could have helped you just the same, and the rewards for the first kill are already rich enough. Taking another golden weapon would be taking advantage of you. Li Xiao looked at the person before him and smiled. All right, but you mustn't go back on your word. The Eye of the Storm, physical attack 30, agility 15, passive Wolf King's Fury, deals an additional 5 damage when attacking weaknesses. The attributes are too strong. It perfectly fits her talent. Without enhancements, it exceeds her 15 silver longbow by 5 physical attack and 5 agility. Qin Shuang tightened her grip on the longbow, her beautiful eyes sparkling. After the apocalypse, order collapsed, and human greed was magnified to the extreme. She had seen too many people turn against each other over half an item of equipment. But this man before her casually gave her a golden weapon worth a fortune without even blinking. Is this trust? Or? Qin Shuang tucked away the longbow and looked up at Li Xiao, finally revealing a smile with 2 dimples on her face. Thank you. These 2 simple words spoken by this strong and proud woman were quite rare, especially considering the other party was her former company's boss. Li Xiao felt that this world was truly wonderful, as you never know what will happen in the future. Then he checked the materials in his backpack. 24 gold, 89 silver, and 64 copper coins. 22 golden enhancement stones, 41 silver enhancement stones, and 65 ordinary enhancement stones. Enhancing 2 pieces of equipment requires 20 gold, 200 silver, 20 golden enhancement stones, and 20 silver enhancement stones. That's enough. However, after the enhancement, he would be completely broke. Li Xiao decisively opened the enhancement interface and began enhancing. Ding. Congratulations, enhancement successful, level 1. 20 Ink Bamboo Bracelet LV5 Gold Bracelet, all attacks 30, 60 agility 5, 10 attack speed, 20 movement speed 10. Golden attribute Speed of Wind. After actively releasing a skill, agility doubles for 10 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. Damn. The attribute is an escape skill. Li Xiao was very satisfied and continued to enhance. 20 Brave Belt, Silver Magic Attack 8, 16 Constitution 10, 20 level requirement 5. Silver attribute backpack space 20. Not bad. Originally, there were only 50 slots in the backpack. Now the space was finally a bit more plentiful. Li Xiao checked his personal attributes. Human race, smile, LV6, Hell Conqueror, 13784000. Magic attack 299. Mental 76, 760 magic value 76 magic defense. Constitution 127, 1270 health points 127 physical defense. Agility 40. Critical rate 17. Lucky 10. Talent chosen 1 LV1. Increases damage by 30. Buff End of Calamity permanently increases 10 damage to bosses. Equipment 20 Wolf Kings Fawn Gold 20 Bronze Tunic 20 Bronze Pants 20 Bronze Boots 20 Bronze Shoulder Pads 20 Brave Belt Silver. Accessories 20 Blessing of the Goddess of Luck Silver 20 Silver White Ring Silver 20 Inked Bamboo Bracelet Gold. Skills Rampaging Thunder Level 2 Rare Thunder Chain Level 1 Rare Fireball Technique Level 3 Normal. Resurrections 2. Quest Nyx Commission 2 Kill the Wolf King completed awaiting delivery. Magic attack close to 300. Health points over 1,000. Who still dares to say that mages are fragile classes? He probably has more health than the top knights now. Li Xiao was overjoyed inside. A 100 enhancement success rate is incredibly sweet. However, his enhancement stones and coins were also running low, returning to square one. Just as he was about to close the system interface, he heard the system notification sound. Ding. Adventurer Qin Shuang has sent you a trade request. Do you accept? Li Xiao hurry up and accept. Qin Shuang beside him urged. Li Xiao didn't know what she was up to, but still clicked to accept the request. Ding. Adventurer Qin Shuang traded with you, received golden enhancement stones 3, silver enhancement stones 13, ordinary enhancement stones 246. What? What does this mean? Li Xiao looked at Qin Shuang somewhat confused. I saw you were lacking enhancement stones. These aren't much, so take them. Qin Shuang blinked her beautiful eyes, and a hint of curiosity flickered in them. And I suspect your talent is related to enhancing equipment, right? He was careless. Just now he had received enhancement stones, and was too eager to enhance his equipment, forgetting that Qin Shuang was beside him. Li Xiao cleared his throat, and vaguely said sort of. He didn't refuse either. These were also urgently needed for him. What if he got equipment that he couldn't enhance? Seeing that he didn't want to say more, Qin Shuang didn't pursue the matter. Everyone has their secrets, and she was no exception. Moreover, their relationship hadn't reached the level of knowing everything about each other. Let's go, it's getting dark. Li Xiao turned and walked out of the valley. They hadn't walked far when 3 shadowy figures emerged from the shadows on either side of the valley. The 3 were dressed in black robes with an inverted triangle symbol embroidered on them inside, which was an upright eye. The leading figure in black robe removed his hood, revealing a pale and gloomy face. His eyes were grayish-white without pupils, looking particularly eerie. Descendants, you shouldn't be here. Li Xiao instantly recognized the identities of the few individuals. They were indeed the members of the sacrificial faction that Lian had mentioned. Sacrificial cult follower LV 8 elite. Magic attack 60. Magic defense 30. Physical defense 30. Health 2000. Li Xiao frowned as he looked at the 3 sacrificial followers before him. Where we go is our choice. Do you intend to stop us? Qin Shuang also drew her bow, the arrow firmly aimed at the sacrificial follower. The sacrificial follower sneered. This world should rightfully belong to darkness. You intruders are merely fodder for sacrifice. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the 2 sacrificial followers behind him acted simultaneously. 2 black beams shot towards Li Xiao and Qin Shuang. Li Xiao dodged to the side and cast a fireball spell at the leading sacrificial follower. 393. The follower's health dropped by a fifth instantly, and his expression changed dramatically. This intruder's damage is so high. At that moment, Qin Shuang had already fully drawn her bow, shooting an arrow at the sacrificial follower on the left. 194. Critical attack. The sacrificial follower on the left was staggered, and the follower on the right seized the opportunity to pounce on Qin Shuang. Li Xiao recognized the opportunity and unleashed the skill he had just learned. Thunder Chain. A second later, a bolt of lightning like a snake struck towards the sacrificial follower on the right. Boom. 443. But that wasn't the end. The lightning quickly flew towards the other 2 sacrificial followers like a chain. 418. 393. Whoosh. Qin Shuang drew her bow again, shooting arrow after arrow at the leading sacrificial follower. 194. 194. Once again, 2 critical attacks. The health of the leading sacrificial follower dropped rapidly, and soon it was nearly depleted, leaving only over 400 health. Damn it. These 2 intruders are unlike any others we've encountered. How can they be so strong? The leading sacrificial follower was completely flustered. All 3 of them were level 8 elites. They had seen other intruders before, but compared to Li Xiao and Qin Shuang, it was like heaven and earth. Li Xiao didn't bother with idle chatter and cast another fireball spell followed by a basic attack. 393. 636. Critical hit. The leading sacrificial follower was reduced to a beam of white light and vanished. Not good. Run. The remaining two sacrificial followers were terrified, and after exchanging a glance, turned to flee. Trying to escape. Li Xiao sneered, unleashing a furious thunderstorm that enveloped the entire area. 418. 418. 627. Critical attack. Purple lightning crashed down, and the two sacrificial followers were instantly transformed into white light and disappeared. Ding. Killed sacrificial cult follower. Experience gained 300. Ding. Killing. Sacrificial cult's secret letter quest item. Description: a secret letter from the dark sacrificial cult detailing the secrets of the sealed demon souls beneath Soto Town. Li Xiao opened the secret letter and quickly skimmed through it, his expression growing increasingly grave. The letter read: Soto Town, the safe zone has a sealed demon soul beneath each safe zone. The dark sacrificial cult spreads across every safe zone, aiming to sacrifice intruders and unleash all demons. Qin Shuang leaned over to read the secret letter, a look of disbelief on her face. Demon souls, what should we do? We should first improve our strength. Li Xiao stored the secret letter in his backpack and turned to Qin Shuang, asking, I will go back to turn in the quest. What about you? I need to return to grind dungeons and stabilize my level ranking. After Qin Shuang finished speaking, she turned and walked towards Soto Town. After taking a few steps, she suddenly stopped, turned back, and waved at Li Xiao, a pair of dimples appearing on her face. If you need anything next time, feel free to find me. After saying this, she walked away without looking back, her ponytail swaying behind her. Li Xiao watched her retreating figure and shook his head. This woman really knows how to lead one's thoughts astray. Watching Qin Shuang walk away, Li Xiao headed towards Luofeng village while opening the level leaderboard. 1. Smile Mage level 659. 2. Ling Shuang Archer level 567. 3. Eternal Friendship Archer level 486. 4. Rolling Unyielding Assassin level 483. Luofeng village. As Li Xiao reached the entrance of the village, Lian, who had been waiting for a long time, approached him. Big brother, you're back. The Wolf King. Lian's expression was tense. It's dead, Li Xiao said flatly. Lian was momentarily stunned, then immediately rushed into the village shouting, The Wolf King is dead. Big brother killed the Wolf King. The entire Luofeng village erupted in excitement. Villagers emerged from their homes, their faces filled with disbelief. The Wolf King is really dead. Great. We can finally sleep peacefully. Long live Lord Smile. Cain also came out of his house and approached Li Xiao, tears streaming down his aged face. Young man, thank you. Truly thank you. Li Xiao hurriedly supported Cain. Old man, don't mention it, it was my task as well. Cain shook his head. Though it was your task, you indeed saved us. This kindness will be forever remembered by all the villagers of Luofeng. He turned to face all the villagers and declared loudly, From today onward, Smile will be our eternal benefactor in Luofeng village. Benefactor, benefactor, benefactor. The villagers shouted in unison, their voices ringing out. Ding. The goodwill of all villagers in Luofeng village towards you has reached 100. Ding. Hidden reward triggered. Gift from the Hunter clan. 1. Hunter exclusive buff Wild Instinct. Since the location and hostility status of all wild monsters within a 100m radius, permanently reducing their hostility towards you by 30. Li Xiao's eyes lit up. This buff was incredibly useful. From now on, while hunting in the wild, he would no longer fear ambushes. 2. Luofeng Village free storage point. You can store and retrieve items through the system interface anytime with a storage space of 100 slots. Li Xiao was overjoyed. The system-provided backpack only had 50 slots. Moreover, due to his high drop rate, his backpack was cluttered with junk equipment taking up space. He had been troubled by how to solve this issue, and this truly alleviated his urgent need. 3. Exclusive hunting passage can directly teleport from Luofeng Village to specified locations in the wild, limited to 3 uses per day. No need to run through maps to grind monsters anymore, saving a lot of time. Li Xiao looked at the series of rewards, his smile radiant. This trip earned him a fortune. Young man, you have helped us so much, and we really have nothing to repay you with. Cain took out a black fragment from his pocket and handed it to Li Xiao. I have something I don't need, take it, it might be useful in the future. Ding. You have obtained a fragment of the incomplete seal rare quest item. Description: a fragment that records the ancient sealing formation. Collecting 7 pieces can unlock a hidden profession. Li Xiao took the stone, his expression filled with excitement. Fortune truly comes in pairs, surprises following one after another. The sky gradually darkened. Li Xiao bid farewell to Cain Ryan and the villagers of Luofeng village, setting off on his journey back to the city. He now possessed 2 fragments of the sealing stone, getting closer to the hidden profession. Furthermore, after defeating the Wolf King, he had completed Nick's disaster quest, and there would be rewards upon returning to submit the quest. Li Xiao's steps became noticeably lighter. Meanwhile, outside the Wild Boar Cave dungeon, despite the darkness, the enthusiasm of adventurers for dungeon runs remained undiminished. At this moment, Qin Tian spotted his sister from a distance and jogged over. "Sister, you finally returned." Qin Tian's face was filled with excitement. "Your level has jumped straight to the second place, pulling ahead of the third by so much." Qin Shuang nodded slightly, a rare smile appearing on her cold face. "Good luck." "Sister, that smile is Li Xiao. Oh, just how strong is he? Tell me about him." Qin Tian leaned in closer, his curiosity burning. "Very strong." Qin Shuang recalled the terrifying damage Li Xiao dealt to the Wolf King. She didn't know how to describe it, only uttering 2 words. Qin Tian wanted to ask more, but his gaze suddenly fell on the longbow in Qin Shuang's hand, which gleamed with a golden light. He was instantly stunned. "Sister, this bow. Eye of the Storm golden quality." Qin Shuang showcased the attributes of the longbow. Qin Tian leaned closer and nearly gasped in shock. "Sister, this is the first time I've seen a golden piece of equipment. These attributes are insane." Wang Si also leaned over to take a look, filled with envy. "These attributes are far superior to silver weapons. Sister, Li Xiao is really generous, right? He's willing to give you such strong equipment." Yang Qi remarked, stretching his neck, a hint of barely perceptible jealousy flashing in his eyes. "It seems he's a good person, even though I never interacted with him at the company before." "He is indeed a good person, strong yet humble," Qin Shuang said lightly, putting the longbow back into her backpack. Qin Tian suddenly remembered something and reminded her, "By the way, sister, why didn't you enhance it?" Qin Shuang paused for a moment. She had given all her enhancement stones to Li Xiao. As for why she did so, she couldn't explain it herself. She just handed them over instinctively when she saw he lacked enhancement stones. "The enhancement stones are used up," she said dismissively. Qin Tian didn't press further, scratching his head and saying with some distress, "Then use mine, though I don't have many." Wang Si didn't hesitate and took out all the enhancement stones he had accumulated in his backpack over the day. Yang Qi stood by, hesitating for a moment before also pulling out a few hundred enhancement stones from his backpack, a smile on his face. "President Qin, I don't have many either, don't think it's too little." In total, they gathered nearly 1,000 ordinary enhancement stones. Qin Shuang immediately began the enhancement process. Ding. Enhancement successful, equipment level 1. Ding. Enhancement failed. A series of prompt sounds rang out, and the Eye of the Storm in Qin Shuang's hands ultimately stopped at 10. Physical attack 30-30, agility 15-15. Looking at that pitiful success rate, Qin Shuang frowned. Enhanced to 20. She didn't dare to think about it. It took so many stones just to reach 10, and the success rate will keep decreasing. Qin Tian watched beside her, feeling heartbroken. "Sister, how did Li Xiao enhance his to 20? His luck must be incredible." "I don't know." Qin Shuang shook her head, speculating it might be related to Li Xiao's talent. Just then, a noisy commotion came from the entrance of the Wild Boar Cave. Make way, make way. Everyone clear the path." "Get out of the way. Can't you see our leader from the Eternal Guild coming out?" A dozen figures streamed out from the dungeon entrance, with the leader being Eternal Tianxia. Behind him were Eternal Yintian Wang Wei and several core members of the Eternal Guild. Their faces bore excitement, clearly having reaped significant rewards. "Damn, those are definitely people from the Eternal Guild. It seems they cleared the disaster-level Wild Boar Cave dungeon. There was a prompt at the dungeon entrance just now. Why are they driving us out of a public area? This is too much." The crowd dared to be angry, but did not step forward. The domineering style of the Eternal Guild was known to all in the 4399 region. They oppressed free players, seized resources, and monopolized monster respawn points, committing all sorts of misdeeds. But with their numbers and 2 spots in the top 10 on the leaderboard, ordinary players simply couldn't provoke them. Just as the members of the Eternal Guild turned to leave, Qin Shuang's gaze inadvertently swept past the wrist of Eternal Tianxia. The dim light of the night revealed a bracelet on his wrist that exuded a dark aura engraved with an inverted triangle symbol. At the center of the triangle was an upright eye. Qin Shuang's heart stirred. This symbol was identical to the one on the robes of the 3 cultists. Why would members of the Eternal Guild wear a token of the cult? She withdrew her gaze, maintaining a calm expression, and continued walking towards the town with the others. Upon returning to Soto Town, Qin Shuang found a quiet corner and opened the chat interface. "Ling Shuang, Li Xiao, I encountered members of the Eternal Guild outside the Wild Boar Cave." Barely seconds after sending the message, the other party replied. "Smile, did you have a conflict with them?" Ling Shuang, no, but I noticed Eternal Tianxia was wearing a bracelet engraved with the cult symbol. Meanwhile, Li Xiao had reached the city gate, glancing at the reply from Qin Shuang. Smile, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Ling Shuang, sure. Li Xiao fell silent for a moment. Smile, they must have had contact with the cult, be careful. Ling Shuang understood. The first thing Li Xiao did upon returning to the city was to find Nick to submit the quest. Nick took the Wolf King's fangs that Li Xiao handed over, his eyes filled with shock. Young man, you really did it. Ding. Quest completed. Nick's commission 2 disaster. Rewards 2 gold, 500 experience, 1 piece of silver grade equipment. With 500 experience in hand, his level jumped directly to 671. Young man, here's your quest reward. Nick took out a silver grade bracelet and handed it over. Hunting bracelet LV5 silver magic attack, 15 agility 8. He had just dropped a golden bracelet. Nonetheless, Li Xiao accepted the bracelet, checking if there were any useful attributes after enhancement. Ding. Congratulations, enhancement successful, level 1. Congratulations. 20 hunting bracelet silver magic attack, 1530, agility 5, 10 silver attribute experience boost, additional 10 experience for killing wild monsters. He was overjoyed. In his eyes, this attribute was perfect for him right now, allowing him to gain levels more. When he was about to kill monsters, he could switch to this bracelet to benefit from the experience boost. After all, this wasn't his first time exploiting a bug. He had done it before when he was about to level up, swapping to the title The Great First Step for an extra 2 free attributes. Young man. Li Xiao's moment of joy was interrupted by Nick's deep voice. Li Xiao turned to Nick, puzzled. Uncle Nick, what's wrong? Since you killed the corrupted Wolf King, it means you've encountered the cultists, right? Li Xiao did not deny. Yes, I've encountered them, and even took down 3 of them effortlessly. Upon hearing this, Nick paused, then broke into a broad smile. Good. Well done. Young man, I am the leader of the Free faction, and I have an eternal feud with that bunch of cultists. Uncle Nick, I found a secret letter on one of them. Li Xiao already knew, as Ryan had informed him earlier. Nick's expression changed. What did the letter say? It says there's a remnant soul of a divine demon sealed underground in Soto Town. The cultists want to sacrifice us, the descendants, to release it. Li Xiao said angrily. At this moment, Nick's face grew extremely grim, his fists clenched tightly. These madmen. They've really gone insane. He took a deep breath, refocusing his gaze on Li Xiao, his expression becoming serious. Young man, I need you to help with one more thing. Ding. Blacksmith Nick has issued you a quest. Nick's commission 3 of disaster, eliminate 10 cultists 010. Quest rewards fragment of a broken seal, 1 gold coins, 2, experience 1000. Note, cultists often appear around Soto Town at night, so please act cautiously. Li Xiao's heart raced as he saw the seal fragment among the rewards. He already had 2 pieces, and with this one he would have 3. Collecting 7 pieces would unlock a hidden profession. Who could resist such temptation? Don't worry, Uncle Nick, leave it to me. Without hesitation, Li Xiao accepted the quest and turned to leave the blacksmith shop. Nick watched Li Xiao's retreating figure, murmuring to himself, perhaps he is the variable. The night in Soto Town was even livelier than during the day. During the day, most people were busy leveling up by defeating monsters. Those who couldn't adapt or were unlucky had already vanished from the leaderboard. Li Xiao found an open area and laid out the pile of bronze gear that had accumulated in his backpack. Regular trousers LV0, Constitution 1, physical attack 1, selling price 40 copper coins. Bronze tunic LV3, Constitution 3, physical attack 3, selling price 80 copper coins. Today was the second day since the end had arrived, and the gear was cheaper than yesterday. As soon as the gear was displayed, a crowd gathered around the stall. Wow, there are so many bronze items. Boss, how much are you selling this gear for? I want a tunic. Don't push, I was here first. Boss, with such a high drop rate, you must be the legendary Li Xiao remained silent, having hidden his ID. Ding. Transaction successful, gained 40 copper coins. Ding. Transaction successful, gained 80 copper coins. In less than 5 minutes, more than half of the displayed gear was sold. Just then a clear voice came from outside the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, please make way. The crowd parted automatically, and several figures walked in. At the forefront was a young man who looked to be in his late 20s, with a gentle smile at the corner of his mouth. Behind him were several well-equipped adventurers, all with IDs prefixed by Fengyun. Li Xiao was somewhat surprised to see the ID. Currently ranked 7th on the level leaderboard, he was the leader of the Fengyun Guild. Li Xiao had heard of this guild, who, unlike Eternity, which only recruited those with great talent or higher, Fengyun mostly consisted of civilian adventurers, but had a good reputation. Fengyun Chang'e approached the stall and looked at the pile of gear on the ground, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Brother, I'll buy all these items, is that okay? Sure. Li Xiao didn't refuse. It was all the same to whom he sold the gear, and it would also help Fengyun improve their overall strength, preventing Eternity from monopolizing the market. Fengyun Chang'e squatted down and began inspecting the attributes of each piece of gear. The attributes of these items were quite good, and over a dozen were level 3 bronze. Their guild had over 100 brothers, many of whom were still wearing beginner gear. Brother, your drop rate is it's truly enviable, Fengyun Chang'e couldn't help but exclaim. Just lucky, that's all. Li Xiao didn't know. Fengyun Chang'e didn't press for details, waving his hand. How much do you reckon it all comes to? 50 silver coins. Li Xiao calculated and offered a bundled price. Without hesitation, Feng Yunchanga proceeded with the transaction. Ding! Transaction successful. Silver coins 50. Li Xiao counted the coins in his backpack. A total of 32 gold, 94 silver, and 65 copper. Definitely a wealthy individual. At this moment, Feng Yunchanga didn't rush to leave. He felt that the vendor before him was not an ordinary person, likely someone among the top 10 on the leaderboard. Otherwise, who would dare to sell so much gear in public? They would have been robbed by Eternity's guild members long ago. He inadvertently noticed the staff in Li Xiao's hand and realized he was a mage. After hesitating for a moment, he took out a skill scroll from his backpack and handed it over. Brother, this skill scroll dropped from an elite monster I defeated a couple of days ago. It's limited to mages. I'm giving it to you. Li Xiao was just packing up when he heard the words and looked down. Magic Shield Level 1 Common creates a shield that absorbs 150 magic attack damage lasting for 10 seconds, cooldown 20 seconds. Consumes 50 mana points. A defensive skill. With his current magic attack of 299, the shield could absorb nearly 250 points of damage. With the necklace's Light of Fortune and the tunic's 10 damage reduction, his tankiness was simply ridiculous. This skill scroll must not be cheap, right? Li Xiao didn't rush to accept it, but looked at Feng Yunchanga. It's not worth much, Feng Yunchanga chuckled. And since I'm an archer, I can't use it anyway. Li Xiao shook his head. He had his principles. He took out 2 gold coins and handed them to Feng Yunchanga. I'll take the skill scroll, but you have to take the money. Feng Yunchanga was taken aback. Brother, what are you? A deal is a deal. Li Xiao's tone was serious. He didn't want to owe anyone a favor over a common skill. Seeing Li Xiao's earnest expression, Feng Yunchanga finally did not refuse and accepted the 2 gold coins. Brother, if you have gear to sell in the future, just message me directly. The price is negotiable. No problem. Li Xiao didn't refuse. This way he could avoid the hassle of setting up a stall, saving time and effort. Feng Yunchanga accepted the coins and smiled. Brother, shall we add each other as friends? Sure. Ding. Adventurer Smile requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Accept. Upon seeing Li Xiao's ID, Feng Yunchanga felt a jolt in his heart. It was actually the number 1 on the leaderboard. Smile. No wonder he could sell dozens of items at once without anyone daring to cause trouble. After chatting for a few more moments, Feng Yunchanga left with his companions. About 10 steps away, Feng Yunchanga looked at Feng Yunchanga with some confusion. Boss, why do you seem distracted? Feng Yunchanga's expression was complex as he whispered, the one selling us gear is actually Smile. What the heck? Feng Yunchanga and the other guild members turned back to look at Li Xiao's retreating figure. He looks so ordinary. How can he be so low-key? Feng Yunchanga shook his head. He had both his ID and gear effects, probably afraid of trouble. On the other side, Li Xiao found a quiet corner, opened the skill interface, and clicked to learn. Ding! Learning successful. Gain skill Mage Shield Level 3 Common. Enchanting Stone 2. The shield has now increased to 70 magic attack. I am now both a mage and a tank. Just then a golden sky curtain appeared above. All adventurers, including Li Xiao, looked up. Midnight has arrived. The level rankings are now finalized. First place, Smile reward 3 gold coins, 5 free attribute points. Second place, Ling Shuang reward 2 gold coins, 3 free attribute points. Third place, Eternal Friendship reward 2 gold coins, 3 free attribute points. Fourth place, Roll or Die reward 1 gold coin, 2 free attribute points. Fifth place, Eternal World reward 1 gold coin, 2 free attribute points. 10th place, You Winball reward 1 gold coin, 2 free attribute points. On the 3rd day of the end, corrupted creatures begin to appear and survival missions are about to be issued. Li Xiao looked at the ranking information in the sky, feeling quite pleased. Once again he was first. The 5 free attribute points were all added to his magic attack. His magic attack changed from 299 to 304. Just then a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Survival Mission 2: Hunt Corrupted Monsters. Mission objective: Eliminate corrupted monsters 010. Reward 1 gold coin, 1000 experience, 1 resurrection count. Failure: deduct 1 resurrection count. Time limit 23 hours, 59 minutes. At this time the chat area began to flood with messages. Tonight, Year's Sorrow, another survival mission. Last time it was almost not completed. This time we have to hunt corrupted monsters. Li Xiao ate roasted meat while glancing at the leaderboard. One by one the names of adventurers turned gray and the population in the safe zone dwindled to less than 600. Li Xiao felt a heavy heart. The end of world scenario had only arrived 2 days ago, and nearly half of the population had perished. I should strive to become stronger. First, let's set a small goal: reach level 10 within 2 days. Li Xiao burped and headed towards the adventure. Today's stamina consumption was quite high. Tomorrow, besides completing the survival task, he had to clear the Hell Level Wild Boar dungeon twice. He needed to be well rested. At the adventurers inn, Aunt Somi still sat behind the counter. Upon seeing Li Xiao enter, her smile was much more sincere than yesterday. Young man back again. Same old room. That's right. Li Xiao handed over 20 copper coins and took the key to the second floor. Once inside the room, Li Xiao removed his gear, hugged his staff, and collapsed onto the bed. It wasn't long before snoring filled the air. The next morning, Li Xiao woke up early and took a glance at the leaderboard. 1. Wei Xiao Mage level 6, 71-2. Ling Shuang Archer level 5, 73. Wanbu Si Jiu Wang Assassin level 5, 14. Yongheng Qingyi Archer level 5, 05. Fengyan Changda Archer level 5, 0. 3 more people have leveled up to 5. Ding. Adventurer Ling Shuang has sent you 2 messages, please check. Li Xiao opened the private chat interface. Ling Shuang, I found a relic underground city. Are you coming? 22. 65. 58. Click to view the coordinates. Ling Shuang, the experience in the wild boar forest has started to diminish after reaching level 5. We are in the wasteland forest where the monsters' levels are around 610. Li Xiao instantly became alert. The system interface had a brief introduction. The relic underground city is different from ordinary monster farming maps like the wild boar forest and wasteland forest. It is a hidden map that requires adventurers to find. The monsters inside have not only high experience, but also high-level equipment drops. We must go, Li Xiao replied directly. Wei Xiao, on my way. Following the coordinates sent by Qin Shuang, Li Xiao left Soto Town and headed west. The wasteland forest is located to the west of Soto Town, and few adventurers frequented this area. Because the lowest level wild monsters are level 6, current ordinary adventurers are still far from that level. Li Xiao passed through a patch of woods and came upon an open area. 4 figures stood under a large tree: Qin Shuang, Qin Tian, Wang Si, and Yang Qi. Qin Tian was the first to spot Li Xiao and rushed over his face, filled with admiration. Brother Li, you finally arrived. Li Xiao had no prior connection with this rich young man, so he was surprised. Indeed, when you are strong, good people surround you. Just call me Li Xiao. Who's older between us is still debatable. How can that be? In this world, strength is respected. You are stronger than me, so you are the older brother. Qin Tian said seriously. Besides, I seem to be younger than you, am only 22. Li Xiao accepted this title. He was 26, so he was indeed older. At that moment, Qin Tian leaned in closer, his eyes sparkling with mischief, and said, Big brother, you don't know how popular you are in our district. My sister has. Ahem. Qin Shuang lightly coughed, interrupting Qin Tian's chatter. A blush appeared on her cold face, but quickly faded. Let's get to the point. Qin Tian shrank back at his sister's warning gaze, awkwardly shutting his mouth. And at this point, Qin Shuang walked up to Li Xiao, pointing to a nearby vine-covered rock wall. We found this while tracking a corrupted wild wolf. The space inside is quite large. It should be some sort of relic underground city. Let's go take a look. The group arrived at the rock wall. Li Xiao then saw that the wall was covered in dense ruins. Moreover, it was evident that it had been eroded by the passage of time. It was indeed a relic underground city. The entrance is here. Qin Shuang cleared away a pile of debris, revealing a dark, deep opening. The opening was narrow, allowing only one person to pass through. Let's form a party first. Li Xiao sent out a party invitation to the group. Ding. Adventurer Wei Xiao invites you to join the party. Do you accept? Qin Shuang clicked agree, followed by Qin Tian, Wang Si, and Yang Qi. A party marker appeared above the heads of all 5, with Li Xiao as the leader. Yang Qi walked at the back of the group, adjusting his glasses, his gaze flickering between Qin Shuang and Li Xiao with a hint of barely noticeable jealousy in his eyes. In the past, he was the technical director at the company, and Li Xiao was merely his subordinate. Now this kid had become the top player in the district, and even someone as proud as Qin Shuang treated him with respect. What was even more infuriating was that Li Xiao had just ignored him, a blatant dismissal. Yang Qi clenched his fist, and then slowly relaxed, forcing a smile and catching up with the group. After walking for about 5 minutes, the group arrived at a vast underground space. In the center of the space stood a high platform upon which was a stone statue. The features of the statue were already blurred, but it was recognizable as a warrior holding a long sword. Ding. The party has entered a special area: Soto Underground Ruins. Current layer: outskirts. Warning: the monster levels in this area are too high. The average level of the party is insufficient. Proceed with caution. Qin Shuang frowned slightly and turned to look at Li Xiao. Her expression clearly asked for his opinion. Qin Tian also gazed at Li Xiao. Big brother, should we go in? We will follow your lead. Wang Si nodded in agreement. In their eyes, Li Xiao's strength made him the undeniable core of the team. Although Yang Qi didn't speak, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. He sensed that his position in the team was becoming increasingly marginal. Let's go in. Li Xiao wasted no time and stepped directly into the passage. Now that he was here, how could he not go in? Moreover, he had the wild sense buff, which allowed him to sense the positions and threat levels of nearby wild monsters. The moment he entered the passage, a blurred image appeared in his mind. About 50 meters ahead were 3 wandering guards with high threat levels approximately level 910. There are 3 guards ahead at levels 9 to 10, Li Xiao reminded. Qin Tian's eyes widened. Big brother, you can sense the locations of the monsters. Li Xiao did not explain, simply responding with an mm. Qin Shuang followed closely behind, gripping the eye of the storm tightly. Turning a corner, they arrived at a hall. In the center of the hall, 3 humanoid guards clad in rusty armor were patrolling back and forth. Their eyes glowed a sinister red, surrounded by a faint black aura. That was a sign of corruption. Corrupted Guard LV9 Elite Health 2000 Physical Attack 80 Physical Defense 40 Magical Defense 30 Skills Heavy Strike Shield Block Breath of Corruption. Description: a guard corrupted by the dark aura, once a protector of Soto Town, now a puppet of the cult. Qin Tian and Wang Si were genuinely startled by the attributes of these guards. Their attributes are even higher than that of the disaster level Wild Boar King. On the other side, Qin Shuang calmly searched for a damage-dealing position. Having previously faced Li Xiao's 1000-health Wolf King, she naturally did not take these guards seriously. At the forefront of the team, Li Xiao's eyes brightened. Corrupted Guardian. Just in time to complete today's survival task. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xiao raised his staff. First, he cast a magical shield that could withstand 250 damage on himself. Then he released the fireball spell. 523. A red damage number floated above the Corrupted Guardian's head, instantly reducing its health bar by a quarter. What kind of damage is this? No wonder everyone says, big brother, you're cheating. Seeing Li Xiao's monstrous damage, Qin Tian's confidence surged. Charge slash. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword struck the Corrupted Guardian. 60. On the other side, Qin Shuang had already drawn her bowstring, shooting an arrow. 272. Weak point attack. The health bar of the Corrupted Guardian was reduced to half. Wang Si, being a knight, had the highest health after Li Xiao with over 500. Knight's Shield. He released his skill and charged forward to mitigate damage for the others. Seeing everyone doing their part, Yang Qi also felt he couldn't just slack off and slashed with his sword. 30. That damage was pitiful. Li Xiao frowned as he saw Yang Qi not using any skills. Isn't this too much? He directly blacklisted him and unleashed another fireball spell along with a basic attack. 523. 431. The Corrupted Guardian instantly turned into white light and vanished. Immediately after, a loud boom echoed. Violent thunder engulfed the entire stone chamber. 493. 493. 986. Critical hit. One wave of thunder followed another. The health bars of the remaining 2 Corrupted Guardians dropped to 0 in an instant. Big brother, you are amazing. Qin Tian was left speechless by Li Xiao's monstrous damage. He had never found it so easy to grind. Wang Si was equally shocked and could not find words. His skill shield had not yet dissipated and the monsters had already died. Meanwhile, Yang Qi's jealousy towards Li Xiao intensified. If only he had such strength. His peripheral vision caught sight of Qin Shuang walking over. Ding. Defeated Corrupted Guardian LV8 Elite Experience 200 extra 20. Ding. Defeated Corrupted Guardian LV8 Elite Experience 220. Ding. Survival Task 2. Progress 310. Since all the Guardians were killed by Li Xiao, he received 200 experience. Ding. Defeated Corrupted Guardian LV8 Elite Experience 220. Ding. Survival Task 2. Progress 310. Since all the Guardians... At this moment, Li Xiao glanced at the loot that had dropped on the ground. 16 silver strengthening stones, 25 silver coins, and 3 beginner life potions. Swift Wind Boots, silver agility 8, physical attack 15, O-level requirement 8. Silver equipment dropped. Yang Qi's eyes lit up as he quickly stepped forward. Qin, these boots. Li Xiao, you decide the distribution. Qin Shuang interrupted Yang Qi, her beautiful eyes glancing at Li Xiao with subtle meaning. You dealt the most damage, so it should be up to you to decide the distribution. Qin Tian and Wang Si echoed. Yes, big brother, you dealt the most damage, you choose. That's right, without Li Xiao we wouldn't have had it so easy. Yang Qi's hand froze in midair, feeling very displeased. But since Qin Shuang had spoken, he couldn't say much. Li Xiao glanced at the equipment's attributes. Agility 8, physical attack 15, requires level 8 to equip, which none of them could don. Hold it for me first, and well distribute it after we finish grinding. Qin Shuang nodded, having unconsciously gotten used to Li Xiao making decisions. Qin Tian and Wang Si had no objections. The group continued to defeat several waves of Corrupted Guardians around the ruins. The survival task progress had reached 810. At this point, Li Xiao also had several pieces of silver equipment in his backpack. Mage Robe, silver magic attack 15, spirit 10, level requirement 8, knight's pants, silver constitution 25, a level requirement 8, warrior's belt, silver constitution 10, physical attack 15, level requirement 8. He distributed each piece of equipment according to output, contribution, and necessity. He undoubtedly kept the robe for himself. Qin Shuang received the swift wind boots, which would increase her attack speed as an archer. Wang Si took the warrior's belt, since he was the only knight among the five, making it the most cost-effective for him. Li Xiao then gave the last warrior's belt to Qin Tian. Although Yang Qi was also a warrior, his contribution to damage was too low. Nonetheless, Li Xiao had never intended to give anything to him. He had long sensed the hostility hidden in Yang Qi's gaze. He just hadn't said anything out of consideration for Qin Shuang. Moreover, what could happen if he intentionally targeted Yang Qi? Walking down the corridor, Li Xiao's wild sense revealed the approximate distribution of monsters around him. About 80 meters ahead, there were 4 corrupted guardians, among which one had a significant... Walking down the corridor, Li Xiao's wild sense revealed the approximate distribution of monsters around him. About 80 meters ahead, there were 4 corrupted guardians, among which one had a significantly higher threat level than the others. There are 3 elites ahead, and one should be a mini-boss. Li Xiao slowed his pace and informed Qin Shuang and the others. Qin Shuang pulled back her bowstring, her beautiful eyes sparkling. How should we attack? The usual plan: I'll deal the initial damage, and you follow up. Qin Shuang nodded. They had developed some tacit understanding. At that moment, all 4 corrupted guardians turned as one, their crimson eyes locking onto Li Xiao. Immediately after, the larger guardian stood up. Corrupted Guardian Captain LV-10, Elite Health, 3500 Physical Attack, 100 Physical Defense, 50 Magic Defense, 40 Skills, Heavy Strike, Shield Block, Corruption Breath, Dominion Aura, increases surrounding Guardian's physical attack by 10. No wonder its attributes are significantly higher than the previous ones. Li Xiao understood instantly and raised his staff. Fireball. 498. A red damage number floated above the Guardian Captain's head, reducing its health bar by 1/7. At the same time, the other 3 corrupted guardians roared and charged forward. Thunder Chain. A thick bolt of lightning shot out like a serpent, striking the corrupted guardian at the front. 531. The lightning didn't stop jumping to the first, second, and third guardians, ultimately landing on the Guardian Captain. 478, 430, 387, 348. A series of damage numbers floated up, visibly lowering the health bars of all 4 guardians. Qin Tian slashed with his sword, hitting the guardian with low health. 65. Wang Si raised his shield and released his taunt skill, Knight's Taunt. The corrupted guardian he had targeted shifted its focus and charged towards Wang Si. Meanwhile, Qin Shuang's arrows shot out like meteors. Raining Winds. 285. Weak Point Attack. 194. 285. Weak Point Attack. After using her skills, Qin Shuang's mana was nearly depleted, and she drank a potion. Yang Qi stood at the back of the team, and before he could even act, the 3 ordinary guardians were already defeated. Damn it. Without encountering any monsters, there was no experience. At this moment, only the Guardian Captain stood alone in the center of the hall, with less than 800 health remaining. Roar. The Guardian Captain let out its final roar, slamming its shield violently to the ground. A gray circle of light spread from beneath its feet. Wang Si, standing in front, was unable to dodge in time, and was caught in the circle. Ding. You are affected by Corruption Breath, losing 10 health per second for 5 seconds. Wang Si's health bar was visibly decreasing. He quickly took out a life potion and consumed it, stabilizing his health. Li Xiao unleashed the violent thunder one last time. 480. 480. The Guardian Captain's massive form dissipated into white light. Ding. Defeated Corrupted Guardian Captain LV-10, Elite Experience, 500 extra 50. Ding. Defeated Corrupted Guardian LV-8, Elite Experience, 220. Ding. Survival Task 2 completed. Reward 1 gold coin, 1000 experience, 1 revival count. After the white light dissipated, several shimmering pieces of loot were left behind. Immediately after, whoosh, 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 a series of golden lights flickered continuously. Except for Yang Qi, everyone present leveled up. Li Xiao reached level 7, Qin Shuang level 6, and Qin Tian and Wang Si level 5. Regional Announcement. A regional announcement flashed. Congratulations to Adventurer Eternal Sovereign of Zone 4399 for completing the Dark Baptism and receiving special rewards, 3 gold coins, and the title Shadow Envoy. The moment the announcement appeared, the entire Zone 4399 chat channel erupted into chaos. Lemon Tree bears lemons. Damn. It's so unfair. Why couldn't I have triggered it? I'm not jealous at all. Even Eternal Sovereign triggered an announcement. This world has truly gone mad. Eternal Wong Wei. Boss is legendary. You envious chickens have no ambition beyond sour muttering. Eternal Overcast Sky. The boss reigns supreme. Let them seethe with envy. You Winbaw. Am dying laughing. Your announcement won't hide the fact that you got wiped out and looted by Smile. Laughing Korean Clown. Eternal Overcast Sky. You Winbaw, do you want to die? Angry. Angry. You Winbaw. Oh, how terrified I am. Come hit me then. Playful tongue out 10 inside the Soto dungeon. Li Xiao allocated the 5 attribute points from leveling up entirely to magic attack, raising it to a formidable 309. And upon hearing the regional announcement, he furrowed his brow and turned to look at Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang was already gazing at him, their eyes met in silent understanding. And the dark baptism was likely linked to the cult of ritual. And the bracelet Qin Shuang had glimpsed earlier on Eternal Sovereign's wrist served as compelling evidence. At that moment Li Xiao had already formed a plan. Brother, how did that guy Eternal Sovereign even trigger an announcement? Qin Tian sidled over, bristling with indignation. Li Xiao offered no explanation, merely replying coolly, "It's nothing. Ignore him." And he then bent down and collected the loot dropped by the fallen captain of the guard. Necrotic Mage Boots, Silver Set 15 Magic Attack, 10 Spirit Level Requirement 8. Inset Effects in 3-piece bonus 5 Magic Attack and 5-piece bonus, 20 Spirit, 10 Skill Cooldown. It's a set piece. A flicker of astonishment crossed Qin Shuang's eyes. Indeed. Li Xiao cheerfully stowed the Necrotic Mage Boots into his pack, then displayed the stats of another item. Phantom Leather Armor, Silver Set 20 Physical Attack, 5 Agility, Level Requirement 8. Inset Effects in 3-piece bonus 5 Attack Speed and 5-piece bonus 20 Physical Attack, 5 Critical Strike Rat. And at the sight of this gear, Qin Shuang's serene frostbright eyes instantly lit up. As an archer, physical attack speed and critical strike rate were her core attributes. This phantom set was tailor-made for her. The Phantom Leather Armor is yours, the Necrotic Mage Boots are mine. Li Xiao handed the Phantom Leather Armor directly to Qin Shuang. She held the Windracer Leather Armor in her hands, and a rare, delighted smile softened her features. Qin Tian watched the exchange nearby, eyes darting shrewdly before leaning close to Wang Si and whispering "Don't you think there's something between my sister and brother Li and him?" "Don't speak nonsense." Wang Si shook his head, though his gaze held quiet, knowing amusement. Yang Qi stood at the rear of the party, face dark with resentment. Maid received nothing, not even experience. "Where to next, Li Xiao?" Qin Shuang's voice came from beside him. "We'll keep clearing the dungeon." Li Xiao intended to see whether more necrotic gear might drop and complete the set. Qin Shuang nodded. The group advanced deeper into the ruins. At the hall's far end, a stone door stood half ajar, revealing a shadowed corridor beyond. As they walked, Li Xiao's primal instinct suddenly flared, an anomalous image rippling across his mind's eye, something strange, bearing no aggro, not quite a monster. He halted, his gaze settling upon a pile of bones to the left of the corridor. Thick dust blanketed the remains, easily overlooked without close inspection. Li Xiao hadn't intended to pause, but out of the corner of his eye one skeleton arrested his steps. It sat propped against the wall, clad in armor utterly distinct from the guards. The other guards wore corroded iron armor, yet this skeleton bore gleaming silver plate. Upon its chest plate was engraved a crest, a long sword piercing a shield. That crest bears uncanny resemblance to the Soto town guard's insignia. That instant Li Xiao recalled the emblem emblazoned on the guard captain's chest at the town gate. Noticing Li Xiao's pause, Qin Shuang drew near. "What is it?" "Nothing," he replied, shaking his head and withdrawing his gaze. The party passed through the corridor and arrived before a colossal stone door, sealed tight, covered in arcane runes. Your party has reached the core zone of the Soto underground ruins. Entry is sealed, access denied. So we can't enter after all, Li Xiao murmured, faint regret coloring his tone. Qin Shuang too looked faintly disappointed, but with no choice, she lowered her longbow. "Then let's withdraw. We'll return when our levels rise." The group retraced their steps. Qin Shuang paused at the edge of the wasteland forest. "Li Xiao, shall we grind monsters here in the wasteland forest? Would you join us?" Li Xiao shook his head. "I have other tasks. I'll leave you to it." He planned to clear 2 hell-tier boar caves first, to push his level higher, then undertake Nick's commission, slaying 10 cult of ritual acolytes. "Understood. Take care." Li Xiao gazed at Qin Shuang's coldly elegant profile, inexplicably struck by its arresting beauty. "You too." With that he turned and strode towards Soto town. Qin Shuang led Qin Tian and the others deeper into the wasteland forest. Yang Qi trailed behind, glancing back once at Li Xiao. That glance burned with raw, unvarnished envy. Li Xiao opened the level leaderboard. N1. Smile Mage LV. 7, 18 and 2. Ling Shuang Archer LV. 6, 8 and 3. Roland Till Dead Assassin LV. 5, 26 and 4. Eternal Fellowship Archer LV. 5, 23 and 5. Eternal Sovereign Archer LV. 5, 19 and. Eternal Sovereign has clearly reaped substantial gains, even climbing to 5th place in level. Now that the pig is fattened, it's time for the harvest. A cold smile touched Li Xiao's lips as he strode toward the boar caves. Healthier dungeons offered high experience yields and superior loot drop rates, the optimal path for advancement at this stage. And half an hour later Xiao stood before the entrance to the boar cave. Today's crowd of adventurers dwarfed yesterday's, bodies packed tightly at the entrance. In normal tier dungeon 4 players needed, 1 mage crank talent or higher. Disaster tier raid team top 500 leaderboard players only, no freeloaders, and any seasoned veterans willing to guide a newbie. I'll pay protection fees. Xiao ignored the clamor weaving steadily through the throng toward Krelia. In Krelia, I wish to enter the dungeon. In recognizing him Krelia broke into a long-absent smile. Adventurer, you're returning for another healthier run, and yes. And Xiao nodded, and withdrew a healthier entry ticket from his pack. Krelia accepted it, and stepped aside. In good fortune adventurer, and Xiao stepped across the threshold, a flash of white light, and vanished from view. That very moment was witnessed by an adventurer standing nearby. And inside the boar cave, held difficulty. And Xiao stood at the entrance to the first floor. Compared to yesterday his stats had undergone a radical transformation. Magic attack, 309, HP 1270, critical strike rate 17. Plus 35 innate talent damage bonus, 5 gold staff damage bonus, and 10 title damage bonus. And yesterday he'd needed to weave around pillars to survive. Healthier today. And today, we bulldozed straight through. A subtle smirk curved Xiao's lips as he strode confidently into the first floor. Over 20 hell boars charged roaring. And he waited until they bunched together, then raised his staff. Raging thunder, and purple storm clouds coalesced above the boar pack, and 10 bolts of violet lightning crashed down. In 516, in 516, in 1032. Critical strike. Horrific damage numbers soared from their heads. And before even a single squeal could escape, all 20 boars dissolved into blinding white light. Ending. Defeated Hell Boar LV. 3. Gained 10 EXP, 1 bonus. Ding. Defeated Hell Boar LV. 3. Gained 10 EXP, 1 bonus. A cascade of notifications chimed in his mind. Xiao's smile deepened with each chime. Exhilarating. And he scooped up the dropped loot and marched toward the second floor. Second floor, 3 boar champions. And Xiao repeated his method, opening with raging thunder, finishing with chain lightning. And within 30 seconds the champions fell, without even a final roar. Ending. Defeated Boar Champion LV. 4 Elite. Gained 100 EXP 10 bonus. Ding. Defeated Boar Champion LV. 4 Elite. Gained 100 EXP 10 bonus. And acquired Silver Reinforcement Stone 5. And acquired Bronze Greaves 1. Xiao glanced at his experience bar LV. 723. Still far from level 8. Third floor, the mutated Boar King. And this boss, who'd given him considerable trouble yesterday, lasted less than a minute before him today. Raging thunder opened the assault, followed by alternating fireballs and basic attacks. Chain lightning delivered the coup de grace. And when the mutated Boar King's massive form crashed to the ground, Xiao's HP hadn't dipped below 1000. Ending. Defeated mutated Boar King LV. 8 Hell Dungeon Guardian. Gained 1000 EXP, 100 bonus. Ding. Defeated mutated Boar King LV. 8 Hell Dungeon Guardian. Gained 1000 EXP, 100 bonus. And acquired Gold Reinforcement Stone 5. And acquired Silver Equipment Chest 1. And acquired Healthier Entry Ticket 1. Xiao surveyed the fresh bounty in his pack and nodded, deeply satisfied. One more run. And without exiting, he immediately used the newly acquired entry ticket and re-entered. The second run flowed effortlessly. And after clearing 2 healthier boar caves, Xiao's level rose to LV 768, and his pack overflowed with valuable spoils. 11 gold reinforcement stones, 58 silver reinforcement stones, over 200 common reinforcement stones. And most importantly, he'd opened 3 silver chests and drawn 1 more necrotic set piece. In necrotic pauldrons, silver set 15 constitution, 12 magic attack level requirement 8. In warrior light armor, silver 15 physical attack, 10 constitution level requirement 8. In knight's shield, silver 30 constitution. Xiao examined the newly acquired necrotic set piece. Adding it to his existing necrotic boots, he now possessed 2 pieces. 3 more pieces to complete the 5-piece set. A spark of anticipation lit his eyes. And the 3-piece bonus granted 5 magic attack. The 5-piece conferred 10 skill cooldown, a transformative upgrade for a skill-dependent mage. Xiao exited the dungeon and checked the time. 500 p.m. None healthier entry ticket remained. Time to grind again. Ending. Congratulations to Adventurer Smile for reaching LV 8. Current EXP 566000. Awarded 3 free attribute points, 2 bonus title effect. Pity, the silver chest yielded no further necrotic set gear this time. And looks like I'll need to revisit the Soto underground dungeon after all. Li Xiao felt a mild pang of disappointment, but being LV8 meant he could equip newly dropped silver gear. First he invested the 5 attribute points from leveling up into magic attack, raising it to 314. And then he began reinforcing his gear, mage robe, necrotic mage boots, and necrotic pauldrons. Ending. Reinforcement successful. 20 mage robe magic attack, 1530 spirit, 1020 level 8. In silver trait frostball, 10 chance to launch a magical frostball, dealing 150 magic attack damage upon spellcast. In 20 necrotic mage boots magic attack, 1530 spirit, 10 and 20 level 8. In silver trait, 10 agility after 10 seconds out of combat. In 20 necrotic pauldrons magic attack, 12. 24 constitution, 1530 level 8. In silver trait parry reduces incoming damage by 15. In 60 silver reinforcement stones and 60 silver coins were consumed to max reinforce all 3 pieces. Li Xiao felt profound satisfaction and promptly swapped out his old bronze gear. And he opened his human smile LV8 Hell Conqueror 586000 inch in magic attack 314 413 in spirit 76 136 in constitution 127 145 in agility 25 in critical strike rate 17 in luck 10 in talent chosen 1 LV 1 in 1 luck 10 in 2 5 damage per level current effect 40 inch weapon in 20 tusks of the boar king LV 5 gold staff magic attack 25 50 spirit 1020 in passive tusks might 5 damage in gold trait boar king's fury 5 critical strike rate in equipment 20 mage robe LV 8 silver in 20 necrotic pauldrons LV 8 silver necrotic set in 20 necrotic mage boots LV 8 silver necrotic set in 20 heroes belt LV 5 silver in 20 common trousers LV 1 bronze in accessories in 20 fortune goddesses favor LV 1 silver upgradable at LV 10 in 20 silvery ring LV 5 silver in 20 hunters bracelet LV 5 silver in skills raging thunder LV 2 rare chain lightning LV 1 rare fireball LV 3 common magic barrier LV 3 common in resurrections remaining 3 in quest Nyx commission 3 slay cult of ritual acolytes 010 in far ahead. Gazing upon such extraordinary stats, Li Xiao narrowed his eyes and smiled. In time to fulfill at night in the town of Xiao. The mission description states that the sacrificial followers generally appear at night. Where should I go to find them to kill? Li Xiao pondered deeply but couldn't come up with any ideas. As he entered the city gate, he sensed that the atmosphere was off. There were more locals on the streets than usual, each with a somber expression gathered together whispering about something. Have you heard? The Wolf King has been killed. Of course I've heard. He's the guardian deity of our town. I heard it was those incarnators. One called Smile and another called Ling Shuang. The incarnators. They have only been here for a few days, first robbing our things, and now they won't even spare the guardian deity. Damn it. These incarnators are a calamity. They should be driven out completely. Drive them out. I think they should all be killed. The discussions grew louder, and the locals' emotions became increasingly agitated. Li Xiao frowned as he felt that something was off. The corruption of the Wolf King should be known among the locals. Kane and Ryan both knew. Why did these people seem completely unaware? Could it be that someone is deliberately concealing the truth and reversing right and wrong? Li Xiao scanned the crowd and suddenly noticed a few ordinary-looking individuals blending and occasionally shouting something. The Wolf King is our guardian deity. Killing it is equivalent to declaring war on us. Yes, we are the natives of this world. The incarnators are invaders. Drive them all out of Swatoa town. Those few individuals shouted the loudest, but there was no anger in their eyes towards the incarnators. It didn't seem like they were venting their emotions. It felt more like they were deliberately inciting the crowd. Aren't those just actors? Damn. Those few individuals stirred the crowd for a bit, and then quietly slipped away heading out of town. Li Xiao narrowed his eyes and followed them. He wanted to see if it was the sacrificial faction's people who were playing tricks behind the scenes. He trailed them all the way to the vicinity of an abandoned mine outside the city. At the entrance of the mine stood 2 black-robed followers. Ha ha, my lord, those fools are simply too stupid. We stirred up conflict with just a few words. Exactly. The townsfolk can't wait to skin the incarnators alive. The 2 approached the black-robed followers, chuckling sinisterly. The black-robed followers nodded. Continue to incite. Let the conflict between the natives and the incarnators escalate further. It would be best if it became a fight to the death. Understood. The 2 individuals left. The followers also vanished into the night. Now is not the time to act. There are only 2 sacrificial faction followers, which isn't enough to complete the mission. Li Xiao did not rush to act in the shadows. Instead, he followed those two followers all the way to a base. The base was small, but it gathered at least a dozen sacrificial faction followers. At that moment, Li Xiao's smile was extremely eerie. Hehehe. Just right, I can wipe them all out to complete the mission. As they gathered together, he raised his hand and unleashed a torrent of thunder. Purple lightning crashed down. 714. 714. 1428. Critical hit. A series of explosive damage numbers floated above the followers' heads. Not good. Who is it? The followers were taken aback and turned around. It was an extremely ordinary-looking magician. That person wasn't anything special, but every step he took was filled with a sense of oppression. Li Xiao emerged from the shadows, pointing his staff at them coldly, saying, "I am here to take your lives." Thunder Chain. Furious Thunder. Fireball. A series of skills followed one after another. The dozen or so followers had no chance to resist, and were turned into experience points amidst the purple lightning and white light. Ding. Killed sacrificial faction followers experience points 220 ding. Killed sacrificial faction followers experience points 220 ding. Killed sacrificial faction followers. As the last follower fell, Li Xiao's experience points surged again. Level 8, 26. Ding. Next commission 3 kill sacrificial faction followers, 12-10 mission completed. Ready for delivery. Li Xiao searched the followers' corpses and found a letter. Secret Order of the Sacrificial Society mission item description. The Secret Order of the Dark Sacrificial Society content as follows: insight, the natives' hatred towards the incarnators, and Xiao discord among the incarnators themselves. Focusing particularly on Smile and Ling Shuang, as these two pose a significant threat. Li Xiao looked at the Secret Order, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The cult of sacrifice had indeed learned about his and Qin Shuang's slaying of the Wolf King. Moreover, they wanted the natives and their descendants to engage in mutual slaughter. Once the natives and descendants were completely at odds, the entire Soto town would descend into chaos. At that time, the cult of sacrifice could take advantage of the turmoil to sacrifice the lives of their descendants, opening the seal to release the remnants of divine demons. Such a vicious scheme. Li Xiao tucked away the Secret Order and turned to walk toward the town. He needed to hurry back to report and tell Nick everything. As Li Xiao reached the town gate, he heard a commotion. "On what grounds are you not letting me in? I have a mission to guard. I'm a good person. I've never robbed the natives. Let me in. My girlfriend is waiting for me. She'll be scared if she can't see me." A large crowd of adventurers had gathered at the gate, arguing with the guards. The guards maintained an expressionless demeanor, their tone cold. By the order of the cult of sacrifice, starting today, all descendants entering the town must undergo inspection. Suspicious individuals are not allowed to enter. Cult of sacrifice. What cult of sacrifice? When did Soto town have a cult of sacrifice? The adventurers exchanged confused glances. Li Xiao frowned. The cult of sacrifice. Had they infiltrated the town's management? He approached the gate, but the guard raised his hand to stop him. Submit to inspection. Li Xiao did not resist and allowed the guard to check him. Upon seeing his personal information, the guard's expression changed slightly. Smile? You are the one who killed the Wolf King. The voice was not loud, but the surrounding adventurers and natives heard it. The gate fell silent, all eyes turning to Li Xiao. He is Smile? The one who killed the Wolf King. That's him. I've seen him. Previously, in the Wild Boar Forest, he single-handedly wiped out more than a dozen members of the Eternal Guild. The crowd began to murmur. The expressions of the natives looking at Li Xiao grew complicated, filled with anger and hostility. At that moment, an adventurer suddenly rushed out of the crowd, pointing at Li Xiao and shouting, "It's him. He and Ling Shuang killed the Wolf King. Now the natives are blaming all of us descendants because of him and Ling Shuang." Li Xiao had never seen that person before, but his wild instinct told him that this individual radiated malice. Here near the town, there were safety protections in place, and he couldn't act recklessly. Secretly, Li Xiao took out a small notebook and noted down the person's appearance. Right? It's him. If it weren't for him and Ling Shuang killing the Wolf King, how could the natives target us? Smile, why should we bear the consequences for the trouble you've caused? Exactly. You seek the spotlight, and we all suffer for it. At that moment, several adventurers stood up, pointing fingers at Li Xiao. Their expressions were filled with righteous indignation, as if Li Xiao had wronged their wives. However, these few people looked somewhat familiar, especially the one wearing only a pair of red shorts, and the two in overalls. They resembled those he had previously killed from the Eternal Guild. Li Xiao also memorized the appearances of those few individuals. At this point, the surrounding adventurers exchanged looks, and some began to waver. It seems it was indeed after Smile and Ling Shuang killed the Wolf King that the natives deliberately began targeting us. The natives now curse at us upon seeing us and refuse to trade with us all because of him. I can't even report my mission. Smile, you need to give us an explanation. The discussions grew louder, with more and more people joining in to blame Li Xiao. The first person to point fingers at Li Xiao was hiding in the crowd, occasionally adding fuel to the fire. Li Xiao observed everything. At that moment the natives were also drawn over. Is he the descendant who killed the Wolf King? It's him. Our guardian deity was killed by him. Damn, these descendants are too despicable. Kill him. Avenge the Wolf King. The natives were incensed surrounding Li Xiao. Li Xiao stood in the center of the crowd, his expression calm. The cult of sacrifice stirred the natives while the Eternal Guild incited the adventurers. Their goal was to push him to the forefront, becoming the target of everyone's ire. However, he knew someone would come to help him out. Everyone be quiet. At that moment, a resonant voice emerged from the blacksmith shop. Nick the blacksmith strode out of the town, his gaze sweeping over the crowd until it landed on the raucous natives. What do you know? Just shouting here. Nick's voice was loud, carrying a sense of oppression. The Wolf King was a monster corrupted by dark energy, no longer a guardian, but a disaster. The one attacking caravans and slaughtering villagers these days is that corrupted Wolf King. If it weren't for Smile killing it, how many more would have died? The natives exchanged glances, their anger gradually transforming into shock. Is this true? Was the Wolf King really corrupted by darkness? Lord Nick is the leader of the liberals. His words should be credible. The natives' attitudes began to waver. Meanwhile, the innkeeper Somi also stepped out. I can testify. Somi's voice was soft but firm. 2 months ago, I personally saw a caravan encounter the Wolf King, and it was completely annihilated. That Wolf King's eyes were crimson, and it emanated a black aura. That was not a normal Wolf King. Upon hearing this, the natives fell completely silent. Since her husband's death, Somi had never bothered with town affairs. If even Somi said so, then the Wolf King had indeed been corrupted by darkness. Did we wrongly accuse the descendants? They meant well. That young man named Smile helped us. The natives' attitudes took a complete turnaround, and many looked at Li Xiao with increased remorse. The first instigator saw the tide turning and quietly retreated behind the crowd. Li Xiao swept his gaze over and revealed a mocking smile at that person. Everyone disperse. Nick waved his hand, and the natives began to leave in 2s and 3s. The remaining adventurers saw there was no longer any spectacle and also dispersed. Young man, come in. Nick glanced at Li Xiao before turning to enter the town and walked into the blacksmith shop. Li Xiao followed him inside. Uncle Nick, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how to resolve this. This is the task I entrusted to you, and I should be responsible for you. Nick waved his hand, took out a wooden box from the counter, and handed it to Li Xiao. This is your task reward. Ding. Task completed. Nick's commission: 3 disaster reward, fragment of a defective seal, 1 gold coins, 2 experience, 1000. Li Xiao's experience bar increased again. From level 8, 25 directly rose to level 8, 42. Li Xiao felt a surge of joy within him. He opened his backpack, looking at the newly received seal fragment, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It wasn't in vain. This was the 3rd piece, only 4 more were needed. Young man. Nick's voice interrupted Li Xiao's thoughts. The cult of sacrifice has become increasingly rampant. You must be careful. I know. Li Xiao nodded. After saying this, his eyes flickered, and he asked, Uncle Nick, where is the lair of the cult of sacrifice? No one knows. They are too mysterious. Even we liberals can't find out. All right. Li Xiao stored the seal fragment and told Nick the content of the secret order before turning to leave. As night fell, the streets of Soto town gradually quieted down. Li Xiao walked along the road out of the town. The cult of sacrifice wants to kill me because I killed the Wolf King and disrupted their plans. The Eternal Guild wants to kill me because I killed their people, a long-standing grudge. Li Xiao sneered. Since you seek death, then I shall grant it to you. At the same time, a message arrived in his chat interface. To be precise, it was not a message, but a coordinate. An hour later, in the wilderness forest, several figures were moving through the woods. The one leading them was none other than Li Xiao. Is the coordinate correct? Qin Tian nodded. Yes, they're just ahead. Li Xiao stopped speaking and quickened his pace. A few minutes later, a camp appeared ahead. There were 5 people in the camp, all sporting IDs prefixed with it. They were gathered around a campfire chatting about something. The boss wants us to stir up conflict between the others and Wei Xiao and Ling Shuang in the chat area. Does that mean it's time to take action? It should be. But then again, it's really thrilling to anonymously stir the pot in the chat area. Not to mention there are rewards to be had. Haha, I posted 1,000 provocative messages in the chat today and got muted, but the boss rewarded me with a level 3 bronze equipment. Damn it, so that was you. You actually dared to spread rumors that Wei Xiao sold himself to the natives for a quest. Crap. You're quite the talent. But aren't you afraid Wei Xiao will take revenge on you? Afraid? What am I afraid of? A silver arrow whizzed through the night sky, piercing precisely into his throat. 580. Critical hit. Fatal blow. The man instantly transformed into a flash of white light and vanished. Damn. Who dares to kill a member of our Eternal Guild? Damn it, don't you want to live? The remaining four stood up simultaneously, angrily looking towards the direction from which the arrow had come. In the darkness, a graceful figure slowly emerged. With long hair tied into a ponytail and a stunningly cold face, her fitted leather armor accentuated her mature and alluring curves. However, they had no time to appreciate the beauty before them. Ling Shuang. One of them recognized Qin Shuang, and his face instantly turned pale. What are you standing there for? Run! Run! The four turned to flee, not even thinking of fighting back. That was the second most terrifying existence on the leaderboard. Even their boss had to think twice before making a move. How could they have the right to fight? After running for a while, just when they thought they had escaped, a figure approached from the darkness. Where do you think you're going? Seeing that their retreat was blocked, the four's spirits plummeted. Why you? Who are you? Raging. Boom. 10 bolts of lightning crashed down. 785. 785. 785. 1570. Critical hit. For flashes of white light flickered in succession, they didn't even have time to blink before being sent back to the resurrection point. Ding. You maliciously killed Eternal Evil Value 1. You maliciously killed Eternal Evil Value 1. Xiao stored his staff, but one of those four had just been inciting trouble at the city gate. He had noted it down clearly. Big brother, you've killed 9, already kill one more, and you'll become a red name. Qin Tian looked somewhat worried. Wang Si wanted to advise against it, but Xiao's aura was too strong, so he didn't dare to speak up. It's fine, keep searching. Qin Tian caught a glimpse of his sister's gaze and quickly opened the chat interface, sending out a message. Qin Tian, anyone who sends the coordinates of Eternal Guild members will receive 50 copper coins upon verification. You win. Ba Qin Tian requesting to join your team. Cool. Feng Yun Chongqing 13. 54. 32. Click to view coordinates. A total of 3 people, no need for copper coins. Handshake. Concerned citizen Mr. Wang Ling Shuang is amazing. That eternal dog was just beside me and got one-shotted. Eternal instant Ling Shuang, you wait. Xiao searching for people based on coordinates is too slow. At this moment, Qin Shuang furrowed her brows and approached Xiao, feeling a waft of fragrance. Xiao's gaze fell on Qin Shuang's mature and alluring figure, and he nodded in agreement. Running around wasted an entire hour. This efficiency is too low. We need to think of a way to catch them all at once. Let's head back first. It's almost dawn, and the leaderboard will be finalized. Qin Shuang brushed her hair back and followed Xiao's pace. Behind them, Qin Tian and Wang Si watched the two figures looking astonished. Only Yang Qi was seething with jealousy. He felt that if this continued, his dream girl would eventually be snatched away by Xiao. By then he could only silently pray that Xiao would be gentler. Damn it. In Soto Town, the base of the Eternal Guild, Eternal Heaven sat on a wooden chair looking at the attributes of the title Shadow Envoy. Shadow Envoy rare attributes: 15 passive shadow concealment, can automatically enter stealth mode for 15 seconds, cooldown 10 minutes. Hahaha, great. Eternal Heaven nodded in satisfaction. Not only did he complete the hidden mission for the sacrificial faction today, but he also finished the survival mission, increasing his resurrection count by 1. Now he had 2 resurrections, boosting his confidence. He wasn't afraid of Xiao anymore. Just then Eternal Cloud entered the room looking somewhat grim. Boss, something bad has happened. What happened? Boss, our monster spawn point in the wild forest has been taken over. Eternal Heaven's brow furrowed. Who did it? Eternal Cloud swallowed hard. Wei Xiao and Ling Shuang. The next moment Wang Wei rushed in again. Boss, several newly joined brothers quit after being killed, saying joining the Eternal Guild is asking for death. Bad news came one after another, and Eternal Heaven's face darkened like a pot bottom. Eternal Cloud stood by, gritting his teeth. Boss, they're too rampant. We must show them who's boss. Eternal Heaven took a deep breath, slammed his fist on the table, his gaze cold. The priority now is to tarnish Wei Xiao's reputation. As long as the natives and other adventurers hate him, let's see how he can stay in Soto Town afterward. Boss is brilliant. Wang Wei quickly flattered him. At this moment, Eternal Heaven patted Wang Wei on. Tomorrow buy more trolls to stir the pot in the chat area, saying that Wei Xiao stole the natives' sacred relic, which brought their hatred upon him. But boss, Wei Xiao didn't take anything. What do you know? Eternal Heaven slapped him, his expression. Eternal Heaven's gaze swept over all the guild members present. Also tomorrow morning we gather everyone to rob all the gear. Eternal Heaven's gaze swept over all the guild members present. Also tomorrow morning we gather everyone to rob all the gear from the casual players. Eternal Cloud's face showed a sinister smile. Boss, it's about time to go all out. Eternal Heaven's lips curled slightly. All stolen enhancement stones must be handed in, prioritizing the enhancement of core members' equipment. Once we enhance all the equipment to 20, even if Wei Xiao is strong, can he still outmatch hundreds of us? Boss is right. Boss is awesome. Everyone shouted in unison. At dawn the golden sky appeared on time in the heavens. Warning. A calamity will descend tomorrow at dawn. Today's all beast levels will increase significantly, and the safety zone seal will weaken. The midnight deadline for the leaderboard has arrived. At midnight, the golden sky curtain appeared precisely on schedule. All adventurers instinctively paused their actions and lifted their gazes upward. Xiao stood by the inn's window watching as characters materialized upon the luminous golden expanse. Rank 1 Xiao. Reward 3 gold coins, 5 free attribute points. In rank 2, Ling Shuang. Reward 2 gold coins, 3 free attribute points. Rank 3, Wanbu Si Jiu Wang Si Li Wan. Reward 2 gold coins, 3 free attribute points. In rank 4, Feng Yun Changgu. Reward 1 gold coin, 2 free attribute points. Rank 5, Yong Hung Tian Xia. Reward 1 gold coin, 2 free attribute points. In rank 6, Yong Hung Qing Yi. Reward 1 gold coin, 2 free attribute points. Rank 9, Yu Wenbao. Reward 1 gold coin, 2 free attribute points. N. Rank 100. Li Xiao gazed at his name proudly emblazoned at the very summit of the leaderboard. First place again. Yet the thrill he once felt had long since faded. This was simply his daily routine. Ending. The rank leaderboard rewards have been distributed. Please check your inventories, adventurers. A system chime resonated through the air. Li Xiao opened his inventory. 39 gold coins gleamed within. More than he could possibly spend. Allocate all points to magic attack. His magic attack rose from 413 to 418. Just as he turned to return to bed, he noticed the golden sky curtain had not vanished. Instead, new text continued to unfold upon it. Day 4 of the apocalyptic descent equipment leaderboard activated. Updated daily at midnight. The top 100 equipment holders shall receive exclusive rewards. Rank 1, 5 golden reinforcement stones in ranks 23, 3 golden reinforcement stones each in ranks 410, 1 golden reinforcement stone each in ranks 11,105 silver reinforcement stones each in the leaderboard refreshes in real time. Adventurers may view rankings via the system interface. The chat channel flooded instantly. And by sure to whoa. The equipment leaderboard is live too. Guess the elite's gear won't stay hidden much longer. Grinning. Jita, let me see what stats the top 10 gear possess. I'm practically salivating. Winking and Yong Hung Wang Wei, our guild leader's gear is definitely one. The goat of equipment. Crown. Meng Ge Duo Ji, any gear with intelligence bonuses. Scratching head in. Ding. Adventurer, would you like to conceal your identity on the equipment leaderboard? Li Xiao shook his head without hesitation. No concealment. Eagerly he opened the equipment leaderboard in his system interface. 1. Tusk of the Wild Boar King 20, Golden Staff. Holder Xiao Zion Physical Attack 25-50. Spirit 10-20 in passive tusks, Might 5 damage and golden trait Boar King's Fury 5 critical hit chance and enchantment common skill mastery, all common skills increased by 2 levels. 2. Storm Eye 15, Golden Longbow. Holder Ling Shuang Physical Attack 30-40, Agility 15, 20 in passive Wolf King's Wrath 5 additional damage against weak points. 3. Ink Bamboo Bracelet LV. 5, 20, Golden Bracelet. All attacks 30, 60 agility 5, 10 attack speed, 20 movement speed, 10 in golden trait wins swiftness agility doubles for 10 seconds after casting any skill. Cool down 1 minute. 4. Corroded Wolf Fong 16, Golden Bracelet. Holder Yong Hung Tian Xian attack 30-43, agility 5, 7 in passive corrosion effect each attack, drains 1 mana per second, when mana reaches 0 health, is drained instead. 5. Blessing of the Lucky Goddess 20, Silver Necklace. Holder Xiao Zion Magic Attack 10-20 Spirit 10-20 in Lucky Strike 2 chance to invoke the goddess's blessing, dealing 10-fold damage. In Silver Trait Lucky Light grants a shield equal to 10 of max mana when struck. Enchantment 10 Magic Attack. And 6. Necromancer's Pauldrons 20 Silver Necromancer Set. Holder Xiao Zion Magic Attack 12-24 Constitution 15-30 in Silver Trait Block reduces incoming damage by 15. 7. Necromancer's Boots 20 Silver Necromancer Set. Holder Xiao Zion Magic Attack 15-30 Spirit 10-20 in Silver Trait 10 Agility after remaining out of combat for 10 seconds. 8. Mage's Robe 20 Silver. Holder Xiao Zion Magic Attack 15-30 Spirit 10-20 in Silver Trait Frost Orb 10 chance to summon a magical Frost Orb upon skill activation. 9. Silvery Ring 20 Silver. Holder Xiao Zion Magic Attack 10-20 Constitution 10-20 in Silver Trait Recharge restores 10 mana when mana falls below 20. And 10. Brave Hero's Belt 20 Silver. Holder Xiao Zion Magic Attack 10-20 Constitution 10-20 in Silver Trait 20 Constitution. N. And the entire chat channel erupted. Lu Benwei Nyobi everyone. Stand up. N666 Gon Mao Ling 666. All 20. Xiao, I'm begging you. Sean and I rule except ranks 2 and 4. Xiao dominates the entire top 10. Xiao, your eternal divinity. And Xiao sure dub I tay damn it. I grinded for 3 straight days, and didn't even get a single 10. Furious and Yong Hung In Tian impossible. I refuse to believe it. The success rate for 20 reinforcement is only 1. How could every piece be 20? Official system. I'm reporting cheating. Yuanba, this is hilarious. Yong Hung In Tian, your own guild leader, made the list too with a 16 golden bracelet. Quite impressive, isn't it? Chuckling. Yong Hung In Tian, damn it. Nor leader reinforced that piece himself. Xiao must be cheating. NNIEG Ku, the eternal guild members are losing it. Xiao has 8 pieces ranked. Your leader has just 1. That gap. Clown and Yong Hung In Tian. Xiao, don't get cocky. Just you wait. In Shang Hui, little brother Xiao is incredible. Seeing those 20 pieces made my legs go weak. Winking and Lao Ke Gua Jian Ma Senior. Xiao. Please take me along. In Sutoa Town at the Eternal Guild's headquarters, Yong Hung Tian Xia stared at the equipment leaderboard. His fingers clenched so tightly his knuckles whitened. And damn it, all 20. His voice trembled, not with envy but with raw, ravenous greed. 20 silver necklace. 20 golden bracelet. 20 silver ring. And if he could slay Xiao, even a single drop from those 20 pieces would be enough. Granted, the golden staff and necromancer set were unusable for him, but beyond those, even 1 piece would elevate his power to an entirely new tier. Slayup. In Yong Hung In Tian wiped saliva from his lip, eyes burning with identical avarice. And boss, those pieces, they're damn irresistible. Wang Wei also saw it, and his eyes turned red. After completing the survival task yesterday, he gained an additional resurrection chance, boosting his confidence. He quickly composed himself and approached the eternal heaven with a fawning expression, saying, "Boss, that kid named Wei Xiao hoarding so much top-tier equipment is simply wasting it. Those items are only worthy of you." Eternal Heaven wished he could strip Wei Xiao of his gear right then and there. But he took a deep breath, striving to calm himself down. "Wei Xiao, are you trying to bait me on purpose?" He coldly chuckled inwardly. The equipment list was open, revealing all attributes, yet the holder's information could be concealed. However Wei Xiao revealed all his information, he was either truly fearless or trying to lure them in. Nevertheless, Eternal Heaven licked his lips, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "Even if you are luring me, I will take you down." He turned to Eternal In Tian and coldly said, "Gather all guild members first thing tomorrow morning. We will eliminate Ling Shuang and obtain her Eye of the Storm." "Understood, boss." At the adventurers in Li Xiao looked at his 8 pieces of equipment on the list, his lips curling into a difficult-to-conceal smile. "The daily ranking reward is 12 golden enhancement stones, and I've already cast the bait." He didn't hide the holder's information to let the members of the Eternal Guild know how good his equipment was. This would ignite their jealousy and greed, prompting them to come looking for trouble, allowing him to catch them all in one net. He didn't want to waste time dealing with those useless ones. After all, the calamity was set to descend at dawn tomorrow. He had to seize every minute and second to become stronger. Li Xiao yawned, preparing to turn off the lights and sleep. Knock, knock, knock. The door was suddenly banged on. Li Xiao frowned. So late at night, could it be a girl coming to ask him for a link? He walked to the door, not rushing to open it, but instead asked, "Who is it?" "Young man, it's me." A gentle female voice came from outside. Li Xiao recognized the voice's owner, the innkeeper Sumi. He opened the door, and Sumi stood outside, a hint of anxiety on her face. "Young man, may I come in to talk?" Although Li Xiao was puzzled, he still stepped aside and said, "Please come in." Sumi entered the room, sitting down on a chair, her hands tightly clasped together as if hesitating about something. Li Xiao closed the door and poured her a glass of water. "And Sumi, what brings you here at this late hour?" Sumi took the cup, a flash of sorrow appearing in her eyes. "Young man, I know you are someone Nick trusts and have helped our town a lot. I came today to ask you for a favor." Ding. Hidden storyline triggered Sumi's past. Wow. The equipment list just opened and triggered a hidden storyline. Li Xiao felt a surge of joy and hurriedly asked, "Aunt Sumi, please tell me." Sumi's voice trembled a bit. "My husband was the former captain of the guard in Soto Town. 3 months ago, he discovered something he shouldn't have, and then he died." Li Xiao immediately associated it with the cult of sacrifice. Could it be the cult of sacrifice did this? Sumi nodded, tears finally streaming down her face. He discovered evidence of the cult of sacrifice secretly offering the lives of natives outside the town. He was about to report it to the town council, but the next day, he was found dead outside the town. The guard team said it was an attack by a beast, but I know it wasn't. Her voice grew lower, filled with anger. "My husband was a level 15 powerhouse. How could he be killed by an ordinary beast?" It was the cult of sacrifice. There are infiltrators from the cult of sacrifice among the town's higher-ups. Li Xiao remained silent, not interrupting her. Sumi wiped her tears and pulled out a piece of parchment from her pocket, handing it to Li Xiao. This is a relic my husband left for me, which contains some clues he discovered. Li Xiao took the parchment and it depicted a map marking several locations along with some scrawled notes. The cult of sacrifice has 3 secret bases outside the town. They are concocting a terrible plan. Dear Sumi, I'm sorry I might. The text ended abruptly here. Ding. Hidden quest triggered. Captain Santos last wish. Quest objective 1. Find Santos Relic 01. Quest objective 2. Destroy the cult's bases. 13. Quest reward underground passage map. 1. A fragment of a broken seal. 1. Experience 2000. Gold 5. Failure penalty. Sumi's affection 50. Seal fragment 1. Quest deadline before the calamity descends tomorrow at midnight. Note: Santos Relic was last seen at the outskirts of Soto Underground City. Proceed with caution. Li Xiao looked at the quest rewards, his fingers trembling slightly. A fragment of a broken seal. With this piece, he now has 4. He was one step closer to collecting 7 pieces to unlock a hidden profession. Moreover, the second quest objective showed that there were only 2 cult of sacrifice bases left outside the town. The one that had been destroyed was likely the abandoned mine he had taken down earlier. And the quest reward underground passage map might just be the key to entering the core area of Soto Underground City. Without hesitation, Li Xiao agreed right away. And Sumi, don't worry. He'll handle this matter. Sumi sighed in relief, a look of gratitude appearing on her face. Young man, thank you. But you must be careful. The cult of sacrifice members are not easy to deal with. If it gets too dangerous, don't push yourself. Sumi gave a few reminders before turning to leave the room. Li Xiao closed the door and lay on his bed, his mind racing with thoughts. Captain Santos Relic. Suddenly he sat up. Today he had seen that skeleton clad in silver armor at the outskirts of Soto Underground City. The badge on the skeleton's chest was quite similar to that of the guards of Soto Town. Could that be Sumi's husband, Captain Santo? I will head to Soto Underground City first thing tomorrow. Li Xiao lay back down, closing his eyes. The next morning, Li Xiao was awakened by the system notification sound. Ding. There are 18 hours and 23 minutes left until the calamity descends. All adventurers, please prepare. Calamity. Li Xiao murmured, glancing at the level leaderboard. 1. Wei Xiao Mage level 8, 42-2. Ling Shuang Archer level 6, 54-3. Roll not die, just roll to death Assassin level 6, 12-4. Wind and Cloud Long Song Archer level 6, 8-5. Eternal Heaven Archer level 6, 5-6. Eternal Friendship Archer level 5, 89. I'm still far ahead. Li Xiao closed the system interface and picked up his staff as he exited the room. Another day brimming with hope. Li Xiao finished breakfast humming a light tune as he strolled toward the south gate of Soto Town. His plan for today was crystal clear. First, he would scour the outer fringes of the Soto Undercity for Sancho's relics, and incidentally farm a few sets of necromancer gear. Should members of the Eternal Guild provoke him, he would simply eliminate them on the spot. Oh right. He also needed to grind more monsters to purge his sin value. Passing through the south gate, Li Xiao followed the western edge of the wasteland forest. A dozen minutes later, on the western flank of the wasteland forest. Along the way, Li Xiao noticed most adventurers farming monsters were clad in little more than loincloths. Some wore nothing but scattered leaves. Anyone unfamiliar might mistake them for feral refugees. What on earth had happened? Just then a sharp crackling thunder echoed from nearby. Li Xiao followed the sound. Not far away, Feng Yunchanga stood at the vanguard, his longbow drawn, taut arrows streaking forth like falling stars. Brothers, hold the line. Chief, they're too many. Feng Yunyino was drenched in wounds, his health bar dwindled to barely 1/3. Opposite them, the Eternal Guild amassed in a dense, ominous tide. No fewer than 100 warriors. Eternal Tianxia stood at their center, gripping a 15 meteoric blade, his face curled in a grin of unshakable certainty. Feng Yunchanga, I advise you to be sensible. Surrender the 3 silver-tier armors your guild has farmed, and I'll let you walk away unharmed today. Dream on. Feng Yunchanga gritted his teeth and loosed an arrow. 58. A trivial number floated above Eternal Tianxia's head. He scoffed. Feng Yunchanga, ranked 4th on the leaderboard, and this is all you've got. Ha ha ha. Not even a match for our chief's finger. The Eternal Guild erupted in mocking laughter. Eternal Intian stood beside Eternal Tianxia, smirking with undisguised triumph. Chief, no need for words. Just strike. They're laden with fine gear. Then attack. Eternal Tianxia raised his hand. 100 warriors surged forward at once. Fireballs, arrows, sword beams, a kaleidoscope of skills flared across the battlefield. Feng Yunchanga's expression hardened. Defensive formation. Feng Yun Guild's knights raised their shields, conjuring shimmering barriers. Boom, boom, boom. 54, 47, 36, 52. The knights' health bars plummeted visibly. Their defenses were crumbling. Chief, we can't hold on much longer. Damn it, hold firm. Feng Yunchanga snarled. Eternal Tianxiao merely smiled coldly. He had never regarded them as worthy adversaries. His sole target was one person alone: Smile, the top-ranked player in the realm. Just as victory seemed assured, a familiar voice cut through the air, drawing nearer. Raging thunder. With the cry came a churning violet thundercloud engulfing a 12-meter radius. Smile, you're crossing all lines. Chief. Smile broke all codes. He ambushed us. Run, for your lives. Smile's here. Smile's here. Eternal Entian, who had witnessed the terror of that skill firsthand, spun and fled, swiftly. But lightning was swifter still. Crack them. 10 violet bolts descended in unison. 684. 634. 1242. Critical strike. 956. Weakness hit. Horrifying damage figures leapt above the Eternal Guild's heads. White flashes bloomed repeatedly, leaving behind scattered gear and coins strewn across the ground. In a single volley of raging thunder, over 20 Eternal Guild members fell. No! Eternal Entian screamed, barely evading the first barrage, his health plunging below 100. Yet the second volley struck without mercy. 654. Eternal Entian dissolved into a blinding white flash, vanishing instantly. Where he'd stood lay a 12 longbow and 2 bronze-tier armors. Ding! By slaying the gray-named adventurer, Eternal Entian, your sin value has decreased by 1 point. Current sin value 9. Ding! By slaying the gray-named adventurer, Eternal. A cascade of system notifications flooded Li Xiao's mind as he arrived on the scene. He hadn't realized killing gray-named players could reduce his sin value. Now, gazing upon the remaining Eternal Guild members before him, his eyes gleamed with predatory anticipation. Brothers, don't panic. His skill is on cooldown. We still have over 70 fighters. Charge together. Eternal Sovereign snapped back to awareness and roared, drawing his bowstring taut. Though Eternal Guild members had been paralyzed with fear by Li Xiao, they had no choice but to obey their leader's command, and advanced once more, hearts pounding. 1. In 1. In 1. In Li Xiao's arcane barrier could absorb over 360 points of damage. In each second, the Eternal forces chipped away at it with over a dozen points, requiring at least 30 seconds to shatter completely. Yet his frenzied thunderstorm would be ready again in precisely 30 seconds. In 1. In 1. In 1. And another devastating barrage of lightning rained down. About time. As Li Xiao watched his arcane barrier vanish, he instantly conjured another. One more wave. And the violet thunderclouds coalesced once more. Scatter. Everyone scatter now. And the familiar thunderclap crashed down again. N687. N659. N1240. Critical strike. Over 20 blinding flashes of white light erupted. Another 24 Eternal Guild members collapsed. An Eternal Sovereign himself was left with barely 100 health, but his innate talent allowed him to accumulate fury through taking damage. His fury gauge was now fully charged, and elation surged through him. Smile, you're doomed. And he locked eyes with Li Xiao, a chilling, unnatural smile spreading across his face. Then, gripping his longbow tightly, he activated his innate ability, Drifting Cloud Fury Arrow. And Li Xiao watched Eternal Sovereign with quiet fascination, intuiting that this attack might just pierce his barrier. Just as he prepared to evade, a blade flashed from the side. Die. Wang Wei's face twisted with raw hatred as he slashed toward Li Xiao. He truly loathed Li Xiao, down to his very marrow. And not only had Li Xiao humiliated his girlfriend, but he'd also cursed Wang Wei with misfortune ever since. Yet in the next instant, his sword veered wildly off course. It slammed brutally into Eternal Sovereign, who was mid-cast of his innate ability. N45. Nod damage number floated above Eternal Sovereign's head, and his skill was instantly interrupted. He froze stunned. Wang Wei froze stunned. Li Xiao and the Fengyun Guild members could no longer hold back. They burst into roaring laughter. Ha! I can't breathe. Is this guy a mole? Eternal Sovereign exploded with rage and kicked out fiercely. Wang Wei, you're asking for death. Wang Wei was sent flying, his face crumpling into despair. Chief, please calm down. I swear it wasn't intentional. That accursed aura buff again. And worse. The moment his blade struck, it triggered the debuff misfortune cascade. A wave of black energy rippled outward from Wang Wei, engulfing all Eternal Guild members within a 10-meter radius. The next second. Why can't I cast my skills? Damn it. I'm losing health. What the hell is happening? The Eternal Guild descended instantly into chaos. Even Eternal Sovereign was swallowed by the black aura, his face turning ashen. Wang Wei, what in the 9 hells did you do? And at that moment, he wished nothing more than to pierce Wang Wei through with an arrow. Wang Wei's face paled further, tears welled up as he stammered, Chef, I honestly don't know. Eternal Sovereign kicked him hard in the rear again. We'll settle this when we get back. and he whirled around, fixing Li Xiao with a burning, defiant glare. And smile, you'll pay for this. Fall back. Ni's innate skill consumed fury, and now his gauge was empty. He turned and fled. In seeing their leader flee in disgrace, the rest of the Eternal Guild scattered in panic. But Li Xiao would never let them escape so easily. And think you can run, in chain lightning. Na thick serpentine bolt of thunder lanced forth, striking Wang Wei square in the backside as he lagged behind. N. 912. In Wang Wei vanished in a flash of white light. And the lightning did not cease. It leapt onward, striking the second, third, fourth. N. 821. N. 739. N. 665. N. 598. Na cascade of damage numbers flared, one after another, as slower Eternal members fell like wheat before the scythe. Hearing the thunder behind him, Eternal Sovereign sprinted faster, only exhaling once he'd escaped the chain lightning's range. Yet before he could even catch his breath, purple storm clouds gathered overhead once more. Wait, smile, let's talk. In boom. N621. N621. N1242. Nonly thunder answered him, fierce, unrelenting. Eternal Sovereign dissolved into a flash of white light and vanished. No, and none of the others escaped. The lightning struck them down where they stood, each vanishing in a flash of white light. And spectators nearby felt an icy chill crawl down their spines. They'd only heard rumors before. This was their first time witnessing Smile in action. And it was utterly brutal. Just moments earlier, over 100 Eternal Guild members had swaggered with arrogant confidence. Now every last one lay dead in a blink. Meanwhile, at the Soto Town resurrection point, an Eternal Sovereign, Eternal Overcast Wang Wei, and others reappeared one by one. An Eternal Sovereign's face was livid. Then a cold mechanical system chime echoed in his mind. Ding! You have been slain by Smile. Level 1. Current level 5. Resurrection count 1. Remaining resurrections 1. And 16 Corroded Wolf Fong gold bracelet dropped. And 15 Gale Pants silver dropped. And Fragment of Sealed Seal dropped. And this sensation was eerily familiar. He'd been wiped out by Smile once again. No. An Eternal Sovereign threw back his head and howled, a cry thick with grief and fury. And my gold bracelet. My seal fragment. That 16 gold bracelet ranked second on the equipment ledger. And the seal fragments, if 7 were collected, could unlock a hidden class specialization. Now both were gone. And Smile, you've crossed a line. An Eternal Overcast's expression darkened too. His 12 longbow had also dropped. But when he glimpsed his chief clad only in striped bear-patterned underpants, he nearly cracked. And he clenched his jaw, fighting back laughter. And see, Chief, what do we do now? Eternal Sovereign took a deep, steadying breath. And Smile's gear is simply too overwhelming. We'll lie low for now. Avoid him entirely whenever possible. And it wasn't merely that they couldn't win, it was that they died the moment they appeared. Wang Wei stood silently, trembling inwardly. Li Xiao had killed him 3 times. His final resurrection had expired. And if he encountered Li Xiao again in the wild, he would truly perish. Then Eternal Sovereign kicked out again. In Wang Wei, hand over your pants. Now, in the wasteland forest. And Li Xiao gazed upon the pile of spoils at his feet, his expression alight with excitement. Among them lay a fragment of sealed seal. And with this, he now possessed 4. 5 if he fulfilled Santo's final wish. His path toward unlocking the hidden class drew closer. Li Xiao immediately placed the fragment of the seal into his backpack. He then began to count the spoils on the ground. There were 6 pieces of silver equipment, one of which was 15, but he couldn't use any of them, and there were over 20 pieces of bronze equipment. There were 56 silver enhancement stones and nearly 2,000 ordinary enhancement stones. 16 Corroded Wolf Fong gold bracelet. Li Xiao picked up the bracelet and checked its attributes. All attack 30, 43, agility 5, 7. Although there was a negative effect, it couldn't match the high base attributes. Li Xiao was already grinning from ear to ear. After working hard to defeat monsters and level up, where else could one find such quick improvements in equipment from killing players? Moreover, his sin value had already been reset to 0. It seems I need to find the members of the Eternal Guild for friendly sparring more often in the future. While picking up equipment, Li Xiao thought happily. Behind him, the members of the Wind and Cloud Guild took a long time to recover from their shock. Previously, they had only heard that Li Xiao had single-handedly killed over a dozen members of the Eternal Guild, but at that time, they had no visual image in their minds. But today they witnessed with their own eyes how Li Xiao alone made over 100 members of the Eternal Guild cry out for mercy. The scene was simply too brutal. One could only say that the first in level was on a completely different tier from everyone else. At this moment, Feng Yanchanga suppressed his shock and walked up to Li Xiao. Brother Smile, thank you so much today. Li Xiao waved his hand, saying, no need to thank me, I was going to kill them anyway. Feng Yanchanga gave a bitter smile. Regardless, you saved us. This favor the Wind and Cloud Guild will remember. Li Xiao glanced at him and took out a few pieces of bronze equipment from his backpack, handing them over. These pieces of equipment are for you. Feng Yunchanga was taken aback, saying this. How can I accept this? Take it, I can't use them anyway, and they won't sell for much. Li Xiao shoved the equipment into his hands, his eyes narrowing slightly. As long as you kill the members of the Eternal Guild on sight in the wild from now on, I'll consider you a friend. Upon hearing this, Feng Yunchanga's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Don't worry, if I encounter them, I won't leave any survivors. Li Xiao patted his shoulder and didn't say much more. He glanced at the time. It was almost noon, and it was time to find Santos' relic in the underground city. Changa, I'm leaving first. You all hurry up and grind monsters to level up. The calamity is about to descend at midnight. All right, brother Smile, take care. Feng Yunchanga left with the members of the Wind and Cloud Guild. After watching their figures disappear, Li Xiao took out the golden enhancement stones from his backpack and began to enhance the bracelet. Ding! Congratulations! Using 4 golden enhancement stones and 4 gold coins, the bracelet was enhanced to 20. 20 corroded wolf, Fong gold, all attack 30, 60 agility 5, 10 a passive corroded effect. Every second after an attack, 1 point of magic value is deducted. When the magic value reaches 0, a health will be deducted. Golden attribute purification, immune to all negative effects inflicted on oneself. Wow. Immune to negative effects. Isn't that equivalent to purification? No, it's even better than purification. This is immunity to all negative effects. It's even better than the attribute of the ink bamboo bracelet. I have to switch. Li Xiao quickly equipped the corroded wolf Fong and opened his personal attribute panel. Human race Smile, LV8 Hell Conqueror, 286-46000. Magic attack, 463. Spirit, 136. 1360 magic points, 136 magic defense. Constitution, 145. 1450 health points, 145 physical defense. Agility, 40. Critical hit rate, 17. Luck, 10. Talent, chosen 1. LV1. 1. Luck, 10. 2. Every level increases damage by 5. Current effect, 40 increase. Buff, End of Calamity, permanently increases damage to bosses by 10. Wild Intuition perceives the location and aggro status of all wild monsters within 100 m. Equipment, 20 Wild Boar Kings Fong, LV5 Gold Staff, 20 Mage Robe, LV8 Silver, 20 Necromancer's Shoulder Pads, LV8 Silver Necromancer Set, 20 Necromancer's Boots, LV8 Silver Necromancer Set, 20 Heroes Belt, LV5 Silver, 20 Bronze Pants, LV3 Bronze Jewelry, 20 Blessing of the Goddess of Luck, LV1 Silver, can be upgraded after level 10. 20 Silver White Ring, LV5 Silver, 20 Corroded Wolf, Fong, LV5 Gold Skills Berserk, Thunder, LV2 Rare Thunder Chain, Lock, LV1 Rare Fireball, LV3 Common Resurrection, 3 times Quest Guard Captain Santos, Last Wish. Quest Objective 1, Find Santos Relic 01. Quest Objective 2, Destroy the outpost of the cult outside the city. 13. After reviewing his personal attributes, Li Xiao happily headed towards the Soto underground ruins. Meanwhile, deep in the wild forest, Qin Tian finished a bottle of life potion and suddenly shouted after looking at the equipment rankings. Sister, your weapon ranking has dropped to 3rd and the bracelet has risen 1 place, but the holder has changed to Big Brother. While recovering, Qin Shuang curiously opened the system interface. 1. 20 Wild Boar Kings Fong, LV5 Gold Staff, Holder Smile 2. 20 Corroded Wolf Fong, LV5 Gold Bracelet, Holder Smile 3. 16 Eye of the Storm, LV5 Gold Long Bow, Holder Ling Shuang. Upon seeing the holder of the bracelet, a smile finally appeared on Qin Shuang's cold face. It seems that the Eternal Guild has been slaughtered by Li Xiao again, and the bracelet dropped. Sister, I told you long ago that your worries are unnecessary. No matter how many members the Eternal Guild has, they are all just providing equipment for Big Brother. Qin Tian looked at his older sister with a smug expression. So, I wasn't wrong, right? Ouch. Just as he finished speaking, he received a kick on his backside. Qin Shuang glared at him with annoyance, threatening him with her bow. Don't talk nonsense. I never worried about him. All right. Qin Tian covered his, but looking resentful. Half an hour later, Li Xiao stepped into the outskirts of Soto underground city. Thanks to wild intuition, the positions of the surrounding monsters appeared in his mind. Near the entrance, 3 corrupted guards were patrolling, and there were more deeper inside. First clear the monsters, then look for Santos' relic. Li Xiao gripped his staff tightly and strode inside. Turning a corner, a corrupted guard rushed towards him. It was clad in rusty armor, its eyes glowing with a crimson light. Corrupted guard, LV8 Elite Health, 2000 physical attack, 80 physical defense, 40 magic defense, 30. Li Xiao had already farmed quite a bit yesterday, and he skillfully cast a fireball. 872. A red damage number floated above the corrupted guard's head, and its health bar dropped by nearly half. His damage was nothing compared to before. With a magic attack of 463 points, defeating these level 8 elite monsters was incredibly easy. Roar! The corrupted guard roared and charged at Li Xiao. Li Xiao raised his hand and unleashed another normal attack. 1374. Critical hit. The corrupted guard instantly turned into white light and vanished. Ding. Killed corrupted guard LV8 elite experience 220. He continued to push deep. Berserk, Thunder Chain Lock, and Fireball took turns in attacking. Another 2 corrupted guards fell beneath his staff. Ding. Killed corrupted guard LV8 elite experience 200 additional 20 ding. Killed corrupted guard LV8 elite experience 200 additional 20 ding. Obtain silver enhancement stones 3, A basic life potions 2. These monsters are too weak. Li Xiao shook his head and continued deeper. He circled around the first layer's outskirts and his experience bar rose to 58 of level 8. Where was that skeleton again? Li Xiao slowed his pace, carefully scanning both sides of the corridor. He remembered that the skeleton in silver armor was among a pile of white bones on the left side of the corridor yesterday. Found it. Li Xiao stopped and focused his gaze on the left side of the corridor. The skeleton in silver armor sat against the wall, standing out from the other bones. Li Xiao squatted down and examined it closely. The skeleton's hand was tightly gripping a small box. Sorry for the intrusion. Li Xiao whispered, carefully taking the small box from the skeleton's hand. Upon opening the box, it revealed a bronze token engraved with the words Santo on the front below, which was a simplified map and a few lines of text. Relic of Guard Captain Santo. Quest item description records the specific location of the cult's outpost and their conspiracy. Ding. Quest, Guard Captain Santos' last wish, Objective 1 completed. Please proceed to destroy the cult's outpost outside the city. 13. After reading those lines, Li Xiao's expression turned serious. So the seal buried under Wolf King Valley is not some treasure, but a calamity monster. Captain Santo, don't worry, it'll help you fulfill your last wish. With that, his gaze fell deeper into the corridor. Since he was here, he might as well take a look at the entrance to that core area. Perhaps he could get in. Before long, Li Xiao reached the end of the corridor where a massive stone door appeared before him. In front of the stone door stood a gigantic elite guard captain. Corrupted Guard Captain LV10 Elite Health 3500 Physical Attack 100 Physical Defense 50 Magic Defense 40 Skills Heavy Strike Shield Block Breath of Corruption Dominance Aura. It's you again. Li Xiao looked at the respawn guard captain and immediately cast a fireball. 864. The corrupted guard captain's health dropped by nearly a quarter. Roar. It let out an angry roar and charged forward with its shield. Thunder Chain Lock. A thick bolt of lightning struck it, bouncing to the 2 ordinary guards beside it. 909. 862. 830. The corrupted guard captain's health dropped again, while the 2 ordinary guards were left with only a sliver of health. Li Xiao added a normal attack and the 2 ordinary guards turned into white light and vanished. Ding. Killed corrupted guard LV8 Elite Experience 200 additional 20. At this moment, the corrupted guard captain rushed towards Li Xiao, slamming its shield down. Heavy Strike. 78. A damage number not too high floated above Li Xiao's head, and his magic shield barely lost half its strength. Moreover, the necklace's Light of Luck was triggered. Is that all? Li Xiao unleashed a fireball right in its face, followed by a berserk thunder. 10 bolts of purple lightning crashed down. 1262. Weak point attack. The corrupted guard captain's health instantly hit 0, and its massive body turned into white light and vanished. Ding. Killed corrupted guard captain LV10 Elite Experience 500 additional 50. Ding. Obtained silver enhancement stones 5, a silver equipment chest 1, a silver chest. Li Xiao's eyes lit up as he opened the chest. A flash of silver light passed by. Necromancer's Pants, silver set magic attack 12, constitution 10, level requirement 8. Li Xiao was overjoyed. With the previously acquired necrotic shoulder guards and necrotic spellblitz, he now possessed 3 pieces of the set. At last, the full 3-piece set. Li Xiao immediately retrieved an enhancement stone and began reinforcing. Ding. Reinforcement successful. 20 necrotic trousers, silver magic attack 12, 24 constitution 10, 20 level requirement 8. Silver trait mana surge 5 chance to restore 50 of spell cost upon skill activation. Li Xiao removed the bronze trousers he had worn for nearly 4 days. After dismantling them, he equipped the necrotic trousers. His stats visibly surged. He opened his personal attribute panel. Magic attack 463 514, including 5 from the 3-piece set. Constitution 145 166. Magic attack has broken past the 500 threshold. Amid his elation, he glanced at Qin Shuang's profile and discovered her physical attack had just surpassed 200. After all, Qin Shuang ranked second in their region. The sheer magnitude of his own stats became staggering. Pure, overwhelming numerical supremacy. Li Xiao approached the stone gate and pushed. It did not budge. A system prompt chimed in. You have reached the core zone of the Soto underground ruins. The entrance remains sealed. Entry is currently impossible. Still can't get in. Li Xiao frowned, then fired a fireball at the gate. 492. The stone gate remained unmoved. So I'll need the underground passage map after all. Unperturbed, Li Xiao turned and walked back down the corridor. Since entry was denied, he would continue farming necrotic set gear. So I'll need the underground passage map after all. Unperturbed, Li Xiao turned and walked back down the corridor. Since entry was denied, he would continue farming. His experience points surged upward, now at 72, toward level 8. His inventory overflowed with spoils, 4 silver-tier items though none belonged to the necrotic set. Over 100 silver enhancement stones, and more than 4,000 standard enhancement stones. Just as he prepared to resume, grinding a system chime echoed in his mind. Ding. The cataclysm descent commences in 8 hours. Adventurers, prepare yourselves. Time truly flies. Li Xiao murmured softly. Then his wild instinct flickered faintly. Someone was approaching. Not a respawnable monster, but living beings. In a flash, Li Xiao vanished into the shadowed recess of a corridor junction. Moments later, 2 figures draped in black robes emerged from the far end of the passage. Hoods drawn low, inverted triangles emblazoned upon their chests. Cultists of the ritualist sect. Li Xiao narrowed his eyes, holding back from action. How had they infiltrated the ruins undercity? The cultist on the left spoke, voice low and gravelly. Are all arrangements complete? The right-hand cultist replied, tone feverish with zeal and anticipation. All set. The seal upon Wolf King Valley has been lifted. The cataclysm beasts will emerge at midnight. We even passed 2 descenders earlier. They smiled at us. What fools. Let them smile. For when the cataclysm beasts rise at midnight, laughter will be the last thing on their lips. They have no idea what awaits them. This time we shall capture every single descender. Without exception. They are merely offerings, nothing more. As they spoke, the pair strode deeper into the undercity. Li Xiao stepped out from the shadows, gaze complex and contemplative. So that was it. The system's announcement of the cataclysm descent at midnight referred precisely to the cataclysm beasts unleashed by the ritualist sect's ritual. He could not stop it. This was not fate. He was witnessing the preordained narrative of the endworld itself. If prevention was impossible, then preparation was paramount. Li Xiao steeled himself. His sole imperative now was to grow stronger. Behind him, the 2 cultists exited the undercity and marched northward along the fringes of the wasteland forest. Li Xiao followed at a safe distance. After roughly 20 minutes, a concealed cave mouth appeared ahead, veiled by thick vines. Without guidance, it would have remained utterly undetectable. The cultists parted the vines and entered. Li Xiao paused, not rushing in but first scanning the interior with his wild instinct. 8 red blips pulsed within, ritualist cultists. Li Xiao unrolled Santo's hand-drawn map. 1 marked stronghold matched this very location. Clutching his staff tightly, he stepped inside. 8 black-robed cultists stood encircling a dark altar, conducting some arcane rite. Who was that? A cultist spotted him and hurled a bolt of black energy. 0. Li Xiao evaded flawlessly, his exceptional agility turning the attack aside, then raised his staff to cast. Frenzied thunder. Violet storm clouds coalesced above the cavern ceiling, 10 crackling bolts gathering before crashing down. 697. 697. 1,394. Critical hit. 1,046. Weak point strike. A cascade of horrifying damage numbers erupted above their heads. Who are you? I'll lodge a formal complaint with Mayor Jivich. The descenders are slaughtering innocents. Screams rose in waves of 4 or 5 cultists dissolved into blinding white light. How can this descender be so powerful? Don't panic. Gaiki, you hold him off for now. The great ritualist lord shall protect you. Before the speaker finished, he shoved his companion aside and fled, vanishing into darkness. The remaining cultists whirled around and bolted in terror. But the narrow cavern offered no escape. Chain lightning. A thick roaring bolt surged behind them, bouncing violently between bodies. 864. 832. 802. White flashes flared repeatedly, until the final cultist collapsed lifeless upon the stone floor. Ding. Defeated 8 ritualist cultists, gained 880 experience. Ding. Guardian Captain Santo's last wish, objective 2 completed. 23. Li Xiao surveyed the loot scattered across the floor. Pathetically meager. He gathered a few bronze-tier armors and some coins and enhancement stones, then exited the cave. Only 1 stronghold remains. He unfolded Santo's map again. The 3rd marked location lay within the abandoned cathedral south of Soto Town. Abandoned cathedral. Li Xiao stood outside, gazing upon the crumbling edifice. Its great doors were shut tight, guarded by 2 black-robed sentinels dozing on duty. This is it. Without hesitation, Li Xiao launched a fireball and a magic bolt. 988. 906. The 2 guards never stirred from their slumber before vanishing into oblivion. Li Xiao pushed open the cathedral doors and stepped inside. Within, black-robed cultists encircled a jet-black idol chanting in hushed fervent tones. Intruder. The outermost cultist caught sight of Li Xiao, face draining of color. By your appearance, you're a descender. Correct guess, but no prize for you. Li Xiao's smile gleamed disarmingly bright. Frenzied thunder. Violet storm clouds roiled overhead, 10 thunderbolts crashing down with deafening force. 897. 1394. Critical hit. 704. No. Descender. I curse you. Half the dozen cultists crumpled instantly. The survivors scattered in blind panic. Their first encounter with a descender of such terrifying might. Great ritualist lord, where are you? Your faithful are being slaughtered. Li Xiao's spells followed without pause. Chain lightning. Fireball. One after another, white flashes erupted beneath his staff. Nothing short of absolute one-sided annihilation. No, you cannot. As the last cultist fell, Li Xiao's experience bar surged dramatically. Defeated 12 ritualist cultists. Gained 1200 experience. Ding. Guardian Captain Santo's last wish. Objective 2 completed. 33. Return to Soto Town and deliver the quest to Somi. Time to head back. Li Xiao checked the hour. Just past 6 in the evening. Less than 5 hours remained until the cataclysm descent. Soto Town, Adventurers Inn. Somi sat behind the counter, her face etched with exhaustion. Since her husband Santo's death, she had not known a single night of rest. Auntie Somi. Li Xiao entered and approached the counter. Upon recognizing him, Somi sprang to her feet. Young man, you've returned. Did you find? As promised, I found it. Li Xiao withdrew Santo's badge from his pack and handed it to her. This belonged to Captain Santo. Trembling, Somi accepted the badge, tears flooding her eyes instantly. Santo! Santo! Li Xiao stood silently beside her, knowing grief such as this required only time, not words. At length Somi wiped her tears away. Young man, thank you. Without you, I fear I'd never have recovered Santo's final keepsake. Hidden quest completed. Guardian Captain Santo's last wish. Unveiling the truth behind the cataclysm. Reward: underground passage map 1 of fragmented seal, shard 1, 2000 experience, 5 gold coins. 5 seal fragments. Collected. A golden glow shimmered. Li Xiao leveled up. Ding. Congratulations, adventurer. Smile. On reaching level 9. Current XP 102,7000. Awarded 3 free attribute points, bonus 2 from title effect. Allocate all points to magic attack. Magic attack increased from 514 to 519. Li Xiao's spirit soared. Then he recounted to Somi the ritualist's sealing ritual, and how the cataclysm beasts would soon descend. Somi recoiled in shock, and rushed outside to inform Mayor Jivich immediately. At that very moment, a golden celestial veil shimmered into existence across the sky. It was still 5 hours before the scheduled midnight ascension ceremony. Why had the golden sky veil manifested prematurely? Somi stared upward, clearly seeing it too. The native denizens of the end world perceived it as well. Li Xiao stepped out of the inn and gazed upward. He was not alone. Every adventurer and townsfolk across Soto Town had frozen mid-step, transfixed. For this was no regional bulletin. It was a worldwide announcement. End world, global notice. The Eastern District 4399 of the Divine Revelation Empire, Adventurer Smile, has completed a hidden quest, becoming the world's first to unveil the truth behind the cataclysm descent. Reward: permanent buff granted to Adventurer Smile. All adventurers in District 4399 receive a 24-hour buff. Cataclysm's Echo, 10 increased damage against Demunkin. Cataclysm descent rules follow. The rules of the Calamity are as follows. Calamity arrival at dawn. A demon lord will simultaneously descend upon all safe zones in the end world. Participation: all adventurers can engage in the hunt outside the safe zones. Even a minimum of 1 point of damage will grant rewards. Kill rewards: 3 gold coins, 2000 experience points, 5 free attribute points, 10 silver enhancement stones. Failure penalty: if the demon lord destroys the safe zone, that zone will permanently lose its protective barrier, and all adventurers will lose 1 resurrection count. At this moment, a shadow of dread fell upon everyone upon seeing the failure penalty, because most of them had already exhausted their resurrection counts. Isn't this forcing us all to kill the boss? Fear. Wah. Our zone has barely 5000 left. What should we do? I don't want to die. Cry. Isn't the smile supposed to have earned us the entire zone buff? What is there to fear? Everyone, don't panic. The smile has given us a 10 damage increase, which is already a significant advantage over other safe zones. Have you all forgotten? Our zone is protected by the Great Smile. Everyone cheer up. I believe that as long as he is here, we can definitely kill the boss. At this moment, those adventurers still panicking in the 4399 safe zone finally calmed down a bit. Upon mentioning the smile, it was as if they had found their anchor of hope. Ding. Congratulations, the adventurer smile has triggered the world announcement and achieved the pioneer achievement. Reward reputation 2000, permanent buff calamity aftermath. Reputation. That sounds like a great thing. He quickly opened the system interface to check the uses of reputation. It displayed adventurers need to reach level 20 to unlock the reputation feature. Just as Xiao was feeling disappointed, he noticed the talent section in his personal attributes. SS level talent, chosen 1 LV1 200, 010000. Haha, reputation can actually upgrade talents. If level 1 is already so powerful, I can't imagine how strong level 2 would be. Xiao clenched his fists, suddenly finding his direction for effort. Earn more reputation points, upgrade talents after reaching level 20. At this moment, the golden sky once again revealed a line of text. Calamity, arrival inner zone ranking. From the moment the boss descends, the system will update the kill progress of various bosses in different safe zones in real time. First place, all adventurers in the zone receive an additional 5 gold coins, 10 free attribute points, time-limited buff, hero's blessing, 20 experience increase within 24 hours. Second to 10th place, all adventurers in the zone receive an additional 3 gold coins, 5 free attribute points, time-limited buff, warrior's blessing, 10 experience increase within 24 hours. 11th to 100th place, all adventurers in the zone receive an additional 1 gold coin, 3 free attribute points, time-limited buff, calamity fear, 3 increase in all attributes within 24 hours. The last 3 places, all adventurers in the zone trigger the calamity fear debuff, 3 decrease in all attributes within 24 hours. Personal damage ranking in the safe zone, internal ranking. First place, 1 level 10 gold jewelry, chest 1, a epic skill scroll for this class, 1 a resurrection count 1. Second to 10th place, 2 level 10 silver jewelry chests, rare skill scroll for this class 1. 11th to 100th place, 1 level 10 silver jewelry chest, 2 normal skill scrolls for this class. The golden sky disappeared, and the entire Soto town fell into a brief silence. Xiao wiped the corners of his mouth, his eyes shining uncontrollably. He couldn't be blamed for his envy. The things on that ranking were all excellent. If rare skills are this terrifying, how powerful would epic skills be? Not to mention the level 10 gold chests. And the resurrection counts. He currently has 3. If he could add 1 more, that would be 4. In a world where dying truly means death, resurrection counts are his confidence. I want both the first place in cross zone and the first in personal damage in this zone. Xiao was already itching with anticipation, eager to head out and attack the demon lord. At this moment, a system prompt rang in his mind. Ding! The cross zone chat interface has been opened. Your 4399 safe zone belongs to the 5th cross zone of the Apocalypse Empire. The current cross zone has a total of zones 4001, 4400, 4401, up to 5000, totaling 1000 safe zones. Xiao opened the newly unlocked cross-zone chat interface. At this moment, it was already bustling with activity. Light of Glory Zone 4401, Level 23, who is the smile from Zone 4399? They actually completed the hidden task before our boss. Angry. Princess Xiao Zone 4001, a Level 4565, is there a young man who can help? I have an 11 talent. Pitiful. King of Lonling Zone 5000, a Level 69, come to our zone, it'll take you flying. Lecherous. Unbeatable Myth Zone 4986, a Level 1, is everyone here just competing for second? Yuwenba Zone 4399, Level 8, you all can compete for second place. First place is, our zone will create history under the leadership of the Smile. Cool. I heard you say Zone 4555, a Level 56, arrogant. Our zone's level leaderboard has already reached Level 8. The Smile from your zone is just lucky to have completed the hidden task first. Contempt. Seeing this message, Xiao chuckled. Level 8. He is already level 9 and fully equipped with 20 gear. If only the chat interface could display equipment, he would definitely blind them with his gear. However, he wasn't so arrogant as to underestimate others. There were bound to be many strong players among the 1000 safe zones. Xiao glanced for a while and discovered that sending messages in the cross-zone chat actually costs money. Each message costs 10 silver coins. He currently has over 49 gold coins, but he didn't want to waste them. 10 silver coins could buy quite a few skewers. Xiao felt a wave of fragrance envelop him as he gazed at the enchanting face just within reach, forcing a shy smile. Give me your eye of the storm quickly. Although it was somewhat bold, could he really be blamed entirely? With such a seductive figure and remarkable talent, which man could resist stealing a few more glances? It's only human nature. Qin Shuang rolled her eyes dramatically and let out a light huff. She then handed the eye of the storm to Xiao, her heart racing uncontrollably. So tense. Will it succeed? Xiao took the longbow and gave her a reassuring look. Ding. Do you wish to consume 1 golden enhancement stone and 1 gold to enhance this equipment? Current success rate 2020. For others, a 20 success rate meant a high chance of failure. But for him, ding, congratulations on successful enhancement. 17 Eye of the Storm. Ding, ding, congratulations on successful enhancement. 20 Eye of the Storm. Even though it was Qin Shuang's second time witnessing Li Xiao enhance equipment, she couldn't help but be astonished. She had spent who knows how many enhancement stones to reach 16. Yet Li Xiao casually clicked around and reached 20. It's worth noting that the success rate from 19 to 20 is only 1. At this moment her lips parted in a large O shape. Li Xiao returned the 20 Eye of the Storm to Qin Shuang, saying lightly, "Alright, take a look at the attributes." Qin Shuang snapped back to reality from her shock, and took the longbow to check its attributes. 20 Eye of the Storm Golden Longbow Physical Attack 30, 60 Agility, 1530, Passive Wrath of the Wolf King, deals an additional 5 damage when attacking weaknesses. Golden Attribute Eye of the Storm Critical Hit Rate 5. Now apart from Li Xiao, she was the only one in the entire 4399 area to possess 20 equipment. This was the most thrilling moment since she entered the End World. Qin Shuang gripped the longbow tightly, her heart swelling with excitement. Her physical attack had now reached 220. Moreover, her talent is Shrank Weakness Source, locking onto the source of flaws, triggering weakness attacks with a 100 rate. If a critical hit is triggered, the damage would be even more terrifying. Thus, this golden attribute perfectly matched her needs. Qin Shuang looked up at Li Xiao, her icy gaze filled with gratitude, but she couldn't help but ask, How did you manage to achieve such a high success rate?" Li Xiao shrugged and smiled. "Maybe it's just my..." He wasn't wrong. High luck indeed meant good fortune. However, his luck was at its maximum. Qin Shuang stared at Li Xiao with wide eyes for several seconds before clicking her tongue. What a joke. She didn't believe in such good luck. The 9 pieces of 20 equipment on the leaderboard couldn't possibly be explained by luck. She was becoming increasingly convinced that Li Xiao's talent was related to enhancing equipment. Yet Li Xiao openly revealed his talent in front of her, clearly trusting her. This sparked a different emotion within her. "Don't worry, Li Xiao, I will keep your secret," Qin Shuang promised. Li Xiao pretended not to hear and stretched lazily. "With less than 4 hours until the disaster strikes, what are your plans?" Qin Shuang shook her head, her ponytail swaying. "I don't have any plans either, but my brother and Wang Si are waiting for me at the Wild Boar Cave entrance. Let's go while there's still some time. Let's farm a few hellish wild boars." Li Xiao eagerly sought to gather the necromancer set, as this area was relatively far from Sato Underground City. Farming hellish wild boars would also be good. The two walked side by side into the town. Night fell deeper. The streets of Sato Town were busier than usual. Everyone was preparing for the demon boss. At this moment, a tense atmosphere permeated the air. The two walked down the street, when suddenly Qin Shuang slapped her forehead, took out a piece of equipment from her backpack, and handed it to Li Xiao. "I almost forgot, I opened a piece of necromancer set equipment today while farming dungeons. Can you use it?" Li Xiao took the equipment and checked its attributes. Necromancer Belt LV 8 Silver Necromancer Set Magic Attack 15, Constitution 10, 4 pieces completed. Just one more robe, and he could complete the 5-piece set of the Necromancer. The effect of the 5-piece set is 20 Spirit, 10 Skill cooldown. Don't underestimate this skill cooldown. His current skill Berserk Thunder has a cooldown of 25 seconds, while Thunder Chain has 22 seconds. This 10 could reduce the cooldown by a couple of seconds, making a noticeable difference when fighting the thick-blooded demon bosses. Li Xiao placed the Necromancer belt into his backpack and looked at Qin Shuang with joy. "Haha, I won't be polite to you." For someone who could help him, the usually aloof Qin Shuang couldn't help but smile. "As long as you can use it, that's good." The two walked to the entrance of the Wild Boar Cave. Qin Tian saw them from afar and waved excitedly. "Big brother, sister, over here." Wang Si also stood up and nodded at Li Xiao. Li Xiao glanced around and noticed someone was missing. "Where's Yang Qi?" Li Xiao casually asked. Qin Shuang's expression changed slightly, and she replied calmly, "I kicked him out this morning." "That's fine." Li Xiao noticed Qin Shuang's discomfort and didn't say much. He didn't have a good impression of Yang Qi, whether before or after the end descended. That person was too scheming and jealous. In the end world, one must stay away from such people. "Let's go, let's farm dungeons." Li Xiao sent a team invitation and waved his hand, leading the three toward Clea. Clea greeted Li Xiao with a professional smile. "Adventurer, are you going to farm at hell level again?" "That's right." Li Xiao took out the last hell level entry ticket from his backpack and handed it over. Clea accepted the ticket. "Just you alone?" "No, there are 4 of us." Clea glanced at Qin Shuang and the others behind Li Xiao and stepped aside to let them through. "I wish you good luck." The 4 stepped into the dungeon entrance, and with a flash of white light, they disappeared from everyone's sight. Wild Boar Cave hell difficulty. Li Xiao stood at the entrance of the first level, looking at the familiar terrain ahead. "Old rules will be the main damage dealer, you all just clean up the kills." "Understood." Qin Shuang nodded. Qin Tian and Wang Si also got ready. Everyone stepped into the first level. More than 20 hellish wild boars were dozing on the ground. Just as Qin Shuang was about to shoot an arrow, she saw Li Xiao had already raised his staff to cast a spell. Berserk thunder. Purple thunderclouds gathered above the wild boar herd. Boom. 948. 948. 1896. Critical hit. A series of terrifying damage numbers danced above the heads of the wild boars. The more than 20 hellish wild boars didn't even see their invaders before vanishing into white light. They might be the most unfortunate batch of hellish wild boars to date. Gulp. Qin Tian swallowed hard. After not seeing Li Xiao for a day, his damage had evidently elevated to another level. Big brother, your damage. Amazing. He had thought that dealing 150 damage was already quite good. However, compared to Li Xiao's terrifying damage that nearly reached 2,000, he instantly fell into deep self-doubt. Forget it, why compare with monsters? That would just be asking for trouble. Wang Xi also fell silent, feeling that he as a knight was entirely unnecessary. Li Xiao eliminated all the monsters ahead before he even had a chance to tank damage. Thank goodness this was a dungeon. If they were farming monsters in the wild, he wouldn't even get to touch them for experience. Qin Shuang, however, remained much calmer as she had already grown accustomed to it. Stop dawdling, hurry, and pick up the equipment, she reminded. Qin Tian and Wang Xi hurriedly nodded and went to pick up the loot on the ground. Li Xiao didn't linger and headed straight to the second level. The second level had 3 wild boar warriors. Berserk thunder initiated, followed by thunder chain. The entire process took less than 20 seconds, and the 3 wild boar warriors turned into white light. The third level, the mutated wild boar king. Roar. It looked fierce, but in front of Li Xiao it couldn't even last 30 seconds. When the massive body of the mutated wild boar king disappeared, Li Xiao's damage output accounted for over 90 of the team's total. The entire hellish wild boar run was surprisingly completed in under 2 minutes. Without the distracting presence, the efficiency of clearing was indeed high. Qin Tian looked at the loot on the ground, rubbed his hands together, and cheerfully said, "Hee, this was way too easy." Wang Xi deeply agreed. They had to be extremely cautious when farming nightmare level before. Now farming at hell level with Li Xiao felt like a leisurely stroll. Continue. The 4 of them consecutively farmed 3 more rounds of hellish wild boars until they stopped after not dropping any entry tickets. Now, continue. The 4 of them consecutively farmed 3 more rounds of hellish wild boars until they stopped after not dropping any entry tickets. Now Li Xiao's level had reached 949. Beside him, Qin Shuang was enveloped in a golden glow, reaching level 8. Finally, she could wear the phantom set. Sister, you leveled up too. Ha ha ha, I'm ranked 10th now, pushing that idiot from eternal heaven down. Qin Tian shouted excitedly, then tightly hugged Li Xiao's leg, feeling how solid it was. Big brother, I've become addicted to the thrill of farming hell dungeons. How will I survive without you? Well, please don't abandon me. Li Xiao looked at the lively Qin Tian and couldn't help but chuckle. Qin Shuang walked over, grabbed Qin Tian by the collar, and said disdainfully, "Look at you, so pathetic, just causing trouble for Li Xiao." "I was just excited." Qin Tian chuckled sheepishly. Li Xiao shook his head and began tallying the loot from the 4 dungeon runs. 56 silver enhancement stones, 1202 ordinary enhancement stones, plus 2 ordinary skill scrolls and 1 space jump scroll. Most importantly, from the 3 silver chests, he opened 1 piece of the phantom set and the last piece of the necromancer set. Necromancer robe, silver set, magic attack, 20, a spirit 15, level requirement 8, 5 pieces completed. Ding. Countdown to disaster arrival 1 hour and 24 minutes. All adventurers, please prepare. Seeing that there was still more than an hour left, Li Xiao immediately took out the enhancement stone to begin fortification. Congratulations on successful enhancement. 20 undead robe, LV 8 silver undead set magic attack, 20/40 spirit 10/20 silver affix mana surge, increases maximum mana by 10/20 undead belt, LV 8 silver undead set magic attack, 15/30 constitution, 10/20 silver affix constitution, 20. Li Xiao removed his mage robe and hero belt, putting on the undead set. A silver glow flashed all over his body, and the set effect was incredibly stunning. He opened his personal attribute panel. Human race smile, LV9 Hell Conqueror 34807000, magic attack, 540 spirit, 156, 1560 mana, 156 magic defense, constitution, 166, 1660 health, 166 physical defense, agility, 25 cooldown reduction, 10 talent, chosen 1, LV1. 1. Luck 10. 2. Each level increases damage by 5, current effect increases by 45, buff, end of calamity, wild instinct, aftermath of calamity, magic attack, is at 540. Li Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Currently his attributes had no room for improvement, he was just waiting for the demon boss to descend at midnight. The group left the instance. Li Xiao handed the phantom shoulder from his backpack to Qin Shuang, curiously asking, "How many pieces of your phantom set do you have now?" Qin Shuang happily received the equipment, after reaching level 8, she finally replaced her previous level 5 leather armor, significantly boosting her attributes. With this shoulder piece I now have a total of 3 pieces which grants a 5 attack speed increase. The substantial boost to her attributes made her more talkative. My physical attack has now surpassed 250, and my agility has reached 30. I should have the highest attributes in the entire 4399 zone besides you. Li Xiao didn't know how difficult the demon boss would be, so the higher Qin Shuang's attributes the more pressure she could help alleviate for him. He distributed the unnecessary silver equipment according to their classes to Qin Tian and Wang Si. Previously both of them had bronze gear, and now half of their equipment was silver. There's only 1 hour left until midnight. Let's head back to town to recover some stamina. Exactly what awaits us next is a tough battle. Qin Shuang nodded in agreement. Suddenly Qin Tian spoke up looking somewhat gloomy. Brother, sister, you should quickly look at the chat area. Li Xiao opened the chat area and found that the entire 4399 zone had become lively again. Eternal overcast, everyone. The demon boss is about to descend. We in the 4399 zone must unite. I propose that all adventurers follow our leader Eternal Heaven for commands. Eternal Heaven, that's right. Although Smile is strong individually, he is just one person. At this time only our Eternal Guild can lead everyone to survive. Wind and Cloudlong Song, shut your mouth. You Eternals dare to talk about unity. You're just a bunch of You Winba Eternal Heaven. Oh, isn't this the lucky child who got killed by Smile twice and lost equipment twice? Laughing and crying Qin Tian Eternal Heaven, why? Can't help but want to show filial piety to Brother Smile again. But do you still have equipment to lose? You're killing me, Clown Eternal Overcast. You Winba. Why are you everywhere? You. Rolling to death, what do you count as Eternal Heaven? Your level isn't even higher than mine, and you dare to command me. I listen to Smile. Wants to go home one. Although the big guy Smile isn't talkative, at least he won't bully us casual players. Forever God one, we listen to the commands of Big Brother Smile. Deliberately provoking one at this time the chat area overwhelmingly supported Li Xiao. The members of the Eternal Guild were scolded mercilessly, unable to utter a word. Meanwhile, at the Eternal Guild's base, Eternal Heaven looked at the messages in the chat with a grim expression. These ingrates. Who am I doing this for? Isn't it for the entire 4399 zone? And they dare to call me a lucky child. Overcast, tell me, is it true? This? Boss, it seems to be the case. Eternal Overcast cautiously nodded. The first time he dropped a 15 silver longbow, last time it was a golden bracelet, all top-tier equipment. Isn't this the definition of a lucky child? Hearing this, Eternal Heaven instantly kicked out. Whose person are you really? You can't be an undercover, right? Hey boss, don't dwell on this. You've already been labeled as a lucky child, and it won't be easy to shake it off any. Eternal Overcast quickly hugged Eternal Heaven's leg, trying to comfort him. We should first consider whether we should go fight the boss. Isn't that obvious? Of course we need to fight. Eternal Heaven slammed his fist on the table. If we don't kill the boss, the safe zone will be gone. Without a safe zone, won't we really become stray dogs? At this moment, Wang Wei shouted urgently from the side. Boss is wise. On the other side, Li Xiao and the others were walking along the road in the town. There was less than an hour left before the calamity struck. Qin Shuang quickly walked up beside Li Xiao and whispered, Li Xiao, do you have confidence in fighting the demon boss? To be honest, she was still a bit nervous. Li Xiao stroked his chin and ultimately shook his head. I haven't seen it, so it's hard to say. The sacrificial faction went to such great lengths, sacrificing so many people to break the seal and release the demon, so it surely isn't ordinary. But to say he was afraid, that wasn't the case. After all, there were nearly 50,000 people in their 4399 zone. They could wear it down. Moreover, his current attributes should be among the very top in the entire 5th cross zone. No big deal. Under the moonlight, Qin Shuang's fair skin was particularly eye-catching in the night. Paired with the close-fitting phantom armor, she looked cool, yet subtly alluring. Seeing her ponytail sway, Li Xiao felt his heart stir and reminded her, make sure to output next to me, don't die. Qin Shuang was taken aback for a moment, then a look of confusion appeared on her cold and beautiful face. Are you concerned about me? Li Xiao rolled his eyes. I'm afraid if you die, no one will help me fight the boss. There are too few experts in our... Not hearing the answer she wanted, Qin Shuang clicked her tongue, but her earlobes secretly turned red. Qin Tian stood behind, watching the interaction between the two with eager eyes. Hurry up and make a move, he felt anxious inside. At midnight, the golden sky appeared on time. The daily midnight has arrived, the level rankings are established. Rank 1 Smile reward 3 gold coins, 5 free attribute points. Rank 2 Ling Shuang reward 2 gold coins, 3 free attribute points. Rank 3 Rolling to Death reward 2 gold coins, 3 free attribute points. The equipment rankings have been established. Rank 1 20 Wild Boar King's Fong Gold Staff Holder Smile reward 5 gold enhancement stones. Rank 2 20 corrupted wolf fang gold bracelet holder smile reward, 3 gold enhancement stones rank 3. 20 eye of storm gold longbow holder ling shuang reward, 3 gold enhancement stones rank 4 to rank 10. Add magic attack. Passive ability. 1. Darkness erosion debuff. All adventurers within a 100-meter radius suffer an 8 reduction in all attributes. Active abilities. 1. Demonic Claw Rend enhances melee basic attacks, dealing 180 physical damage to all targets in a frontal fan-shaped area. 2. Calamity Wolf Howl, a sonic attack that stuns all adventurers for 5 seconds. Costs 50 mana points instantly. 3. Shadow Charge charges forward in a straight line for 20 meters, striking all adventurers along the path for 200 damage and launching them airborne. Exclusive skill. 1. Sanguine Drain for 5 seconds. All adventurers within a 20-meter radius lose 200 HP per second. 30% of all drained HP is restored to the caster. When every adventurer witnessed the Demon Lord's attributes projected across the golden skyward veil, fear flickered unmistakably across every face. The atmosphere in Zone 4399 grew profoundly oppressive. Just as despair settled over the crowd, the golden skyward veil issued another regional announcement. Alert! All adventurers in Zone 4399, the demonic boss has descended upon Wolf King Valley and is advancing toward the safe zone. The demon icon on your minimap indicates its current location. Rules of this calamity event. 1. During the boss invasion, the safe zone seal is lifted. Monsters may enter freely and adventurers may engage in combat anywhere inside the safe zone without accruing sin points for killing fellow adventurers. 2. All adventurers will activate a time-limited protection mechanism during the demonic boss's incursion. Death does not consume resurrection attempts. Instead, only 20 experience is lost and 1 piece of equipment is guaranteed to drop. 3. The safe zone's defense integrity stands at 100. Should the demonic boss reduce it to 0, each adventurer will forfeit 1 resurrection attempt per remaining revival count. 4. Cross-zone leaderboards are now active. The boss elimination progress of every safe zone updates in real time. 5. Individual damage leaderboard for the safe zone is now live. Upon reading the rules, those who had recoiled at the boss's 1 million HP exhaled in collective relief. Excellent. Dying during the boss invasion won't cost us a resurrection. Only 20 experience loss. Brothers, let's rush the boss now. Defend the safe zone and climb the rankings. With Smile's 10 damage boost, we're poised to break into the top 10 across all zones. At that moment, every adventurer in Xiao town seized their weapons and surged out of the gates, sprinting toward the demon icon pulsing on their mini-maps. Had these rules not been revealed, none would have dared such recklessness. But now, armed with knowledge of the time-limited protection, they advanced unflinchingly. After all, death meant merely shedding 20 experience. Their aim was no longer mere survival. They sought supremacy, even first place. Meanwhile, Xiao led Qin Shuang out of the town. Big brother, my greatsword has long thirsted for battle. Qin Tian licked his lips and gripped his sword, trembling with excitement. Qin Shuang's gaze remained icy and resolute. Her ambition extended beyond the cross-zone ranking. She intended to claim second place on the local individual damage board. Xiao studied the demon icon on his map. Less than 1,000 meters remained. He quickened his pace. Let's race to land the first hits. Elsewhere, on the road stretching from Wolf King Valley to Xiao town, the earth trembled intermittently. Not from seismic forces, but from the thunderous tread of a colossal entity. Roar. Each tremor echoed with a guttural, decaying bellow thick with the stench of rot and oblivion. In the blackness of night, 2 crimson eyes, larger than human heads, glowed with predatory malice. The demon wolf loomed like a living mountain, hurtling ever closer to Xiao town. Its snarling maw radiated a suffocating field of darkness. Mere proximity induced palpable suppression. By now, numerous swift-footed adventurers had drawn near the demon wolf. Instantly, a debuff appeared above each of their heads. All attributes 8. No. My HP has plummeted below 400. Ack. Damn it. Calamity, Demon Wolf, LV. 15 Darkness Physical Type, World Boss. HP 10000000. Physical Attack 385. Physical Defense 120. Magic Defense 95. Even those who had seen these stats earlier drew sharp, involuntary breaths. 1,000,000 HP. How in blazes do we fight this? I can't even pierce its defenses, and approaching it weakens me. 385 Physical Attack. With just over 400 HP myself, one touch means instant annihilation. We're doomed. We're utterly unequipped to challenge this beast. Only the top 100 on the leaderboard stand. Yet though fear gripped them, not a single soul retreated. It wasn't courage, it was desperation. Only by slaying the boss could the safe zone be preserved. Should the boss prevail, the safe zone would crumble. Those without resurrection attempts would perish outright. Those with revivals left would become fugitives, exposed in the wild, stripped of sanctuary, vulnerable to slaughter by any passing monster. Moreover, the rewards of the cross-zone rankings were irresistibly seductive. A permanent 10 bonus to all attributes plus 20 increased experience gained for 24 hours. Such boons could elevate an ordinary adventurer's power dramatically within a single day. What are you all standing around for? A flippant voice shattered the silence. From the crowd emerged a lean, wiry figure. His dagger gleamed with lethal coldness. Above his head floated the ID roll till dead. Zone 4399's strongest assassin. Ranked third on the leaderboard through sheer relentless grinding. Nicknamed the Grinder. What's there to fear? Death costs only 20 experience. Not true death. Follow me and grind until the end. Without another word, he charged forward. His dagger slashed deep into the demon wolf's foreleg. 220. A crimson damage numeral rose from the boss's head, its health bar unmoved. Yet that modest 220 damage sounded the clarion call to battle. Every adventurer present surged with adrenaline. The Grinder is legendary. Brothers, charge. Secure damage. Claim the rankings. Tens of thousands of adventurers surged forward like a tidal wave. A kaleidoscope of skills erupted across the night sky. 1. Force damage. 23. Weak point strike. 8. 56. 1. Force damage. 12. In an instant, a cascade of damage numerals flashed across the battlefield. Yet reality proved merciless. The vast majority, though burning with fervor, could not even breach the boss's defenses. Occasionally, a few landed double-digit damage, but those matching the Grinder's 100+ strikes were vanishingly rare. Rule War. Enraged by these insignificant insects, the demon wolf reared back and unleashed a deafening howl, the shockwave rippling outward. Alert! The demon wolf has activated Calamity Wolf Howl. Every adventurer's head bore a floating azure numeral. 50 mana. More critically, all fell into a 1. 5-second stun. Their coordinated assault ground to an abrupt halt. Tens of thousands stood frozen mid-motion. The demon wolf narrowed its eyes with eerie sentience, then lunged directly into the crowd. Boom! Its colossal claw slammed down upon the densest cluster of adventurers. Alert! The demon wolf has activated Demonic Claw Rend. 692. 708. 685. Crimson damage numerals blazed above their heads before thousands dissolved into white light, leaving behind a scattering of dropped gear. Alert! Adventurer has been slain by the demon wolf. 20 experience lost. Equipment Bronze Pauldron dropped. Alert! Adventurer has been slain by the demon wolf. 20 experience lost. Equipment Common Trousers dropped. Death notifications flooded the chat channel, a chilling cascade that tightened every throat. No sooner had the 1. 5-second stun ended than the demon wolf launched its next assault. Its massive body shot forward. Shadow charge. It became a streak of obsidian afterimage, blasting 20 meters in a straight line. Adventurers along its path flew backward like skittles. 756. 738. 792. Once again, thousands of white lights flickered into oblivion. Within mere seconds, nearly 5,000 adventurers lay fallen. Though true death was averted, the loss of 20 experience still stung fiercely. Scatter. Everyone, spread out. Don't clump together. The boss's skills are AoE. Knights and warriors, form a frontline wall and tank the damage. Mages and archers, focus fire from the rear. Assassins, seize openings. Priests, immediately shield and heal the frontliners. From within the throng, Yuwenba began shouting commands with raw horse urgency. Among the top 10 fighters present, only he and the Grinder stood ready. Yet the Grinder was already locked in combat, leaving command solely to him. He naturally assumed leadership. Hearing a clear voice of authority, the previously disorganized mass instantly coalesced into disciplined formations. Warriors and knights rushed forward, their heads blooming with emerald numerals. 50. 40. Archers and mages opened fire from the rear. Arrows rained like monsoon torrents, meteors streaked like falling stars. The demon wolf's HP had fallen to 99000. Nearly 50,000 adventurers, after one full minute, had whittled away only 100 HP. At this pace, over 100 minutes would be required to fell the boss. By now, Xiao could already hear the distant clamor of battle. The demon icon on his mini-map pulsed ever nearer. Big brother, the battle's begun. Qin Tian cried, exhilarated. Xiao glanced at the system interface's live feed. Calamity event. Cross-zone rankings 5th cross-zone, 100 safe zones. 1. Zone 4872 boss elimination progress 5. 2. Zone 4001 boss elimination progress 5. 3. Zone 4500 boss elimination progress 4. 864. Zone 4399 boss elimination progress 1. Damn, only 1%. Xiao frowned sharply. Their zone housed over 40,000 adventurers. Output should have been formidable. Yet they ranked last. Clearly some were holding back. Smile everyone. Unleash maximum output. No idling. Li Xiao posted the message into the chat channel. The moment the message appeared, zone 4399's chat exploded. You Wenba were already engaged. Forever divine smiles spoken. No one dares slack off. Eternal overcast. Deliberate fist output. Hit it hard. Anyone dragging our zone's progress gets a fist to the face. Minutes later, when Li Xiao and his companions reached the battlefield, the sight stunned them. Tens of thousands of adventurers lined both sides of the road like swarming ants. Skills of every hue detonated relentlessly against the demon wolf as it marched towards Sitoa town. 1. Force damage. 23. Weak point strike. 8. 1. Force damage. 22. Roar. The demon wolf's health bar was clearly visible, still at 98000. At that moment, Qin Shuang cast Li Xiao a fleeting glance, then vanished. In the next instant, she stood atop a massive boulder to the road's left, her storm eye fully drawn in the night. Tempest barrage. A crisp frost-laced command. 5 silver-white arrows launched simultaneously. 321. Weak point strike. 321. Weak point strike. 322. Weak point strike. 644. Critical hit. Weak point strike. 5 towering damage numerals leapt from the demon wolf's head, including 1 critical strike. Its health bar visibly receded. 98000, 97800. Holy hell. After hours of collective effort, had any among the tens of thousands ever witnessed damage of such magnitude? As one, they turned their gazes toward the lone statuesque figure atop the boulder. A top 10 powerhouse has arrived at last. Who is this elite from our own zone? Ling Shuang. It's Ling Shuang, the second-ranked player on the level leaderboard. When did she grow so formidable? Within the ranks of Eternal Guild, Wang Wei trembled uncontrollably upon recognizing Qin Shuang. If Qin Shuang had ascended to such heights, what terrifying strength must Li Xiao wield? He dared. While all remained transfixed by Qin Shuang's assault, another figure approached the boss. A young man clad in silvery mage robes, gripping a golden staff that shimmered with latent power. Above him floated his ID smile. Above his ID gleamed a golden title, Conqueror of Hell. It's Smile? Smile himself has arrived. Ha ha ha. Our zone's leader has finally come. Seeing our abysmal cross-zone ranking earlier nearly choked me. I couldn't bear it. Our damage was laughable. Mere tickles. But with Smile leading us top 10 is inevitable. By now Li Xiao stood within dozens of meters of the demon wolf. Thanks to his purification trait, he was immune to darkness erosion. His attributes remained unimpaired. The demon wolf too sensed the threat, its scarlet eyes locked onto him with lethal intensity. Roar. It roared, a low guttural vibration exhaling decay from its fanged maw. Li Xiao uttered no words, only raised his staff. First he wove a magical barrier, nearly 400 HP strong. Then, raging thunder. Familiar violet storm clouds coalesced above the boss's head. 10 bolts of purple lightning struck in rapid succession. 1104. 1104. 2208. Critical hit. 854. Reduced AoE damage. Damage figures so staggering dwarfed even the boss's own might, shocking every onlooker. The demon wolf's health bar plummeted nearly 1,000 in a heartbeat. 97800, 969000. Calamity event. Cross-zone rankings 5th cross-zone, 100 safe zones. 1. Zone 4001 boss elimination progress 6, 2. 510. Zone 4399 boss elimination progress 3, 350. Good heavens. Smile Senior's damage is utterly incomprehensible. It's as if he's cheating. Just moments ago our district ranked dead last, now we've surged into the mid-tier rankings. Smile is legendary. Brothers, push your output even harder. At that moment, witnessing Li Xiao's explosive damage, everyone's confidence soared. 1. 43. 1. 5. 23. The next wave of attacks barely scratched the surface. Mere wisps of wind against stone. The monstrous wolf ignored the others entirely, its gaze locked unblinkingly upon Li Xiao. This human was unlike the other insignificant insects. Somehow he had slashed away 10,000 points of its health in an instant. A roar of fury erupted from its throat. ROR. Ding. The monstrous wolf has unleashed its skill. Calamity Howl. 50 mana. Stun. A shimmering blue numeral floated above Li Xiao's head as his body froze rigid in place. Not only Li Xiao, but most adventurers nearby were plunged into a 1.5-second stun. Seizing the opening, the monstrous wolf charged forward with its colossal frame hurtling straight toward Li Xiao. Shadow Rush. Yet just as its massive form was about to collide with Li Xiao, golden script suddenly shimmered above his head. Stun effect. Nullified. Ding. Adventurer Brainy Bust has cast Dispelling Aura upon you. stun immunity granted. Li Xiao snapped back to full awareness and raised his staff, bellowing aloud. Chain lightning. A thick bolt of violet lightning erupted from the tip of his staff, striking the charging monstrous wolf Hedon. 1149. The lightning did not vanish. It leapt across the beast's massive frame 4 more times. 1104. 1050. 995. 1880. Critical strike. The wolf's charge shattered mid-lunge. Get howled in agony as over 6,000 health points vanished in an instant. Roar. Enraged beyond reason, the beast abandoned all others' feeble assaults and slammed its massive claw down upon Li Xiao with murderous intent. Demon Claw Rend. That claw spanned like a great iron gate. Li Xiao had no time to evade. He braced himself and simultaneously hurled a fireball. 218. His arcane shield cracked. Half its strength shattered under the blow. 2208. Critical strike. A brilliant crimson numeral flashed above the monstrous wolf's head. What the A? Smile Sr. tanked the boss's claw barehanded. Wait, how is his physical defense higher than the knight's? Damn, no wonder he's number 1. These stats are downright absurd. Surrounding adventurers stood utterly dumbfounded. Qin Shuang stood atop a boulder, her storm eye bowstring drawn again and again. Her indomitable spirit flared. She refused to fall too far behind Li Xiao. 5 silvery arrows streaked like falling stars toward the monstrous wolf. 321. 322. 644. Critical strike. Each arrow struck a vital point with surgical precision, triggering weakness damage. Her output ranked second only to Li Xiao, stripping nearly 2,000 health from the boss each rotation. You're all way too intense. Meanwhile, Wan Wang darted swiftly around the monstrous wolf, daggers flashing, each stab carving away 200 health from its hind legs. Though inferior to Li Xiao and Qin Shuang, his performance left every other adventurer far behind. In the Eternal Guild's ranks, Eternal Tianxiao watched those 3 towering damage numerals flicker distantly and clenched his teeth. Land a critical strike, damn it. 78. Respectable for an average player, but laughably insignificant beside Li Xiao's 1,000-point strikes. Eternal Intian stood beside him, dealing steady damage. Yet his eyes kept drifting involuntarily toward the silver bracelet gleaming on his guild leader's wrist. Curses. That bracelet had once been his. Damn it. My 12 longbow shattered. If it hadn't, my damage would have been much higher. Eternal Intian muttered bitterly. Wang Wei lingered at the rear of the formation, too timid even to step forward and attack. Ha, I can't deal much damage anyway. 1 more or 1 less makes no difference. Wang Wei consoled himself thus. By now the boss battle had settled into a tense stalemate, the monstrous wolf's health dwindling slowly but steadily. 950000, 940000, 930000. Cross-district leaderboard rankings shifted constantly. Calamity descends. Cross-district rankings: 5th cross-district 100 safe, zones 1. 4986 boss defeat progress 11-2. 4001 district boss defeat progress 10-3. 4500 district boss defeat progress 9. 94. 4399 district boss defeat progress 7. 293. Not enough. Still too slow. Li Xiao waited for his cooldowns while pondering strategy. At this pace his district would need over an hour to fill. Meanwhile rival districts had already pulled far ahead. We must devise another way. Just then the monstrous wolf roared again, furious, disoriented. Cursed pests. They've distracted me from my true purpose here. Meanwhile rival districts had already pulled far ahead. We must devise another way. Just then the monstrous wolf roared again, furious, disoriented. Cursed pests. Ding. The monstrous wolf is assaulting the safe zone barrier. Suatoa Town Defense 3, remaining 97 no. The boss is besieging the town. If the barrier falls, all players will lose a resurrection chance. Instantly Li Xiao and every adventurer sprinted towards Suatoa Town to halt the beast's assault. Simultaneously the cross-district chat channel flooded with messages. Thousands of adventurers across safe zones monitored real-time kill progress on the leaderboard. Invincible Myth District 4986, a rank 1 ha. Our progress stands at 12, a commanding lead. This cross-district crown belongs to us. Loves Big Things District 4001, rank 9, isn't that smile from District 4399 supposed to be legendary? Why doesn't he appear on the board? Glory of Light District 4401, rank 23 exactly. Didn't smile from 4399 complete that hidden quest. Then why is his ranking so abysmal? Eternal Tianxia District 4399, rank 11, don't get cocky. Under my leadership our district will claim first place. Outside Suatoa Town's gates the initial force of over 40,000 had dwindled to roughly 20,000, while those slain by the boss had already respawned within the town walls. Oh, I've dropped to level 4. I'm doomed. I lost my only gear. I refuse to go out there. Why are you all so cowardly? Didn't you hear the system alert? The boss is attacking the town. Exactly. Breaching the walls means losing resurrection chances. Do you want to die? Ding. The monstrous wolf is assaulting the safe zone barrier. Suotua Town Defense 3, remaining 94, no more hesitation. Let's rush out and fight the boss alongside Senior Smile. Outside the city gates, Xiao watched the rampaging beast. His eyes gleamed with quiet intensity. He opened his inventory, and his gaze settled upon a spatial leap scroll. Spatial leap scroll, rare consumable, instantly teleport to a designated location, maximum range 100 meters. Uses remaining 11. He'd looted it while slaying hellboars, and had yet to use it. Smile, all follow my orders. Xiao broadcast the command through the public chat. Smile, knights and warriors, advance immediately and surround the boss to halt its siege. Smile, Ling Shuang Yu Wenbao. You two lead mages and archers in focused assault on the boss's head and eyes. They're its weak points. Smile, priests. Prioritize healing the frontline and warriors. Yu Wenbao understood. Ling Shuang affirmative. Feng Yun Changqing, all Feng Yun guild members. Assemble at the city gate now. Wan Wang. You and your assassins focus exclusively on the boss's eyes. Xiao sent a private message to Wan Busi Jiu Wang Si Li Wan. Understood. Wan Wang's reply was swift and decisive. Xiao drew a deep breath. Current output still fell short of claiming cross-district supremacy. He activated the spatial leap scroll, and in the next instant vanished from sight. When he reappeared, Xiao was already standing atop the massive wolf-like monster. What the hell? How did the great Smiler get on top of the boss? Is he not afraid of dying? I get it now, he's aiming for the weak spot. At this moment, the monstrous wolf sensed something unusual above it, and frantically shook its head, trying to throw Xiao off. Stop struggling, beast. Take my strike. Xiao gripped its mane tightly, his staff pressed against its head. Raging thunder. Purple thunder clouds gathered above the monstrous wolf's head. This time, all 10 lightning strikes landed directly on the wolf's skull. 3,312. Critical hit. Weak point attack. 1,656. Weak point attack. 1,656. Weak point attack. 1,304. Area damage reduced. Weak point attack. A series of terrifying damage numbers flashed. The first wave of thunder directly dealt nearly 20,000 damage to the monstrous wolf. Roar. The giant wolf let out a miserable shriek, then wildly shook its head, but Xiao held on tight to its mane. In the next moment, the second wave of thunder struck down. As arrows and meteors rained down relentlessly, the monstrous wolf's health was visibly dropping. 93W. 91W. 89W. 86W. Disaster descends cross-region, ranking 5th region, 1,000 safe areas. 1. 4399 region boss kill progress 14, 216. 2. 4986 region boss kill progress 13-1. 3. 4001 region boss kill progress 12-1. After this round of horrifying bursts, they in 4399 region instantly topped the charts. The cross-region chat channel fell into silence, followed by an uproar. Unbeatable myth, 4986 region, level 1 impossible. How could the 4399 region unleash such high damage? I can't comprehend it. Not to be underestimated, 4401, level 46. Damn, did they take drugs? In an instant, 6000 health points vanished. Eternal Overcast, 4399 region, level 56. Eternal Heaven, the boss, is amazing. 4399 region gloriously reached the top under your leadership. Crown. Eternal Heaven, 4399 region, level 11. I've said it before, our region will definitely be number 1. Remember, the Eternal Guild will be your strict father. Cool. At this moment, Eternal Heaven finally felt a sense of pride. He had suffered under Xiao losing face, but now he regained his dignity in the cross-region chat. After all, no one from other regions knows who truly holds power in their region. Boss, your trick is too underhanded. Wang Wei showed a flattering smile, continuing to curry favor. Since Smiler doesn't like to talk, you should show up more in cross-region chats. They'll really think you're the true leader of our— Haha, boss, this is called using your brain. You should learn well. Eternal Overcast chimed in. Meanwhile, the entire 4399 region was in an uproar. We're number 1. We've reached the top. The Great Smiler is amazing. Keep going. Don't stop. Let's leave the other regions far behind. Everyone saw the reward for ranking first beckoning to them, so they output even more frantically, as if they had received a shot of adrenaline. Eternal Heaven also put in a vigorous output, as if the 4399 region truly was reaching the top under his leadership. Meanwhile, the monstrous wolf's health began to plummet. 85W. 82W. 78W. 75W. At that moment, the monstrous wolf suddenly stopped all movement and howled at the sky. This howl was completely different from before, carrying a sense of decay. Roar! Yo! The howl echoed throughout the Sato town. Li Xiao's wild instinct went into overdrive, and the boss's aggro shot up dramatically. Everyone retreat. Li Xiao frantically signaled while standing atop the giant wolf. But his warning came too late. A massive amount of black mist surged from the monstrous wolf, spreading out in all directions. Within a 100-meter radius, adventurers' health bars began to visibly drop. 200, 200, 200. 200 damage per second, lasting a full 5 seconds. Most adventurers had only 300 to 400 health, unable to withstand it. Flashes of white light continued to flicker, with over 10,000 people sent back to the revival point within a short 5 seconds. So disgusting. The monstrous wolf's health actually recovered by 5,000. 75W, 80W. Damn. The boss's skill introduction didn't mention healing. This is too unfair. Woo, don't rush me. I really have no healing left, not a drop. The remaining adventurers retreated in terror, no longer daring to approach. Meanwhile, Li Xiao still stood atop the monstrous wolf, his health dropping from 1660 to 1260. Fortunately, he had a magical shield and triggered Lucky Light, narrowly escaping disaster. Ding. Adventurer Bad Omen cast a healing spell on you, health 40. Ding. As the hope of the entire region, Li Xiao received attentive care from the priestesses. Healing spells of varying sizes dazzled him. He felt his health was about to burst, needing to release some. So he pressed his staff against the monstrous wolf's eye, revealing a cruel smile. Still healing. Let's see how capable you are. Thunder Chain. ZZZ. 1712. Weak point attack. 3340. Critical hit. Weak point attack. 32,700. Critical hit. Weak point attack. Lucky hit. 5 shocking damage numbers flashed. The monstrous wolf was instantly paralyzed by the electricity. Its massive form swayed slightly, and the 5,000 health it had just recovered instantly dropped back. Not only that, its left eye went blind, becoming a true one-eyed wolf. Damn. A lucky hit. Li Xiao was overjoyed, not expecting his full-out effort to gain the favor of the goddess of luck. Indeed, making the goddess weak in the knees is also a skill. At this moment, those around were dumbfounded. What were they witnessing? During a time when everyone was dealing single-digit damage, someone was able to unleash over 300 damage. Is this still human? However, once they saw that this was dealt by Li Xiao, they quickly accepted it, because no one knew where Li Xiao's limit lay. At this moment, the one-eyed monstrous wolf's siege actions were finally curtailed. The rate of health decline accelerated again. 75W, 72W, 69W, 65W. Disaster descends cross-region, ranking 5th region, 1,000 safe areas. 1. 4399 region boss kill progress, 35. 2. 4986 region boss kill progress, 25. Hold steady. We're already significantly ahead of second place. Everyone keep it up. Ouch, you shot my butt. Once we kill the boss, everyone will get a reward. The adventurers' morale soared, their output never ceasing. After being killed and revived, they continued to rush out of the town to deal damage. Due to the monstrous wolf's impaired vision, its movement slowed, and its health quickly dropped to 50. At this moment, Li Xiao's output remained firmly in first place. Personal damage chart, 4399 region. 1. Smiler damage 35. 2. Ling Shuang damage 6. 3. Not dead, yet just rolling damage 2. 4. Wind and Cloud Long Song damage 2. 5. Eternal Friendship damage 1. The boss had lost a total of 500 health, and Li Xiao alone dealt 3500. The gap is just too big. Eternal Heaven looked at his meager 7,000 damage, his face turning. As the esteemed leader of the Eternal Guild, he couldn't even make it to the top 10, falling short of even that. Damn it. He cursed under his breath, and at this moment different thoughts began to form in his mind. Meanwhile, Li Xiao stood on top of the giant wolf, outputting, while observing the adventurer's damage from his elevator. He could easily tell who was putting in effort and who was slacking off. Upon seeing the situation on the Eternal Guild's side, a flash of killing intent crossed Li Xiao's eyes. He withdrew his gaze and continued to output. Raging Thunder. The monstrous wolf's health continued. 48W, 45W, 40W, 35W. At that moment, the monstrous wolf suddenly stopped, ceasing all movement. Li Xiao thought it had given up struggling and was about to unleash his full output when he saw its body begin to swell, enveloped in black mist. Not good. The boss is about to unleash a big move. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Li Xiao realized that the monstrous wolf seemed to be releasing a skill, but it made no attacking motions. Could this be? Charging up. Li Xiao squinted, a thought flashing through his mind. If he could interrupt the boss before it unleashed its big move. Smiler Qin Shuang quickly used the purification arrow. Qin Shuang received the message and immediately took a silver-white arrow from her backpack. The purification arrow dealt 500 damage to dark-type monsters and dispelled all negative statuses. This was something used against the Wolf King, and Cain had gifted her 3 arrows. She had used up 2, leaving 1 remaining. Qin Shuang's gaze was fierce, and the purification arrow transformed into a silver-white streak of light shooting straight towards the monstrous wolf's head. 3,248. Purification damage. Critical hit. Fatal strike. A damage number second only to Li Xiao's flashed above the wolf's head. More importantly, the effect of the purification arrow was triggered. The black mist surrounding the monstrous wolf was dispelled by the silver-white light, stopping its swelling midway. Yuwu. The giant wolf let out a mournful howl. The big move was interrupted. It felt too bullied and humans were too cunning. It wanted to go home. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiao stood atop its head and unleashed a flurry of attacks. Raging Thunder. Thunder Chain. Fireball Spell. 3 skills were unleashed in succession, intertwining purple lightning and red flames exploding on the monstrous wolf. 1,645. 3,364. 1,645. 1,746. Without a doubt, all hits dealt weak point damage. The monstrous wolf's health visibly plummeted. 28W. 25W. 22W. 18W. Qin Shuang pulled back her bow again, shooting the silver-white arrow like a meteor. Storm of rain and wind. 322. 644. 322. 321. Others also stepped up their damage. 15W. 12W. 9W. 5W. As the skills cooled down, Li Xiao did not rush to unleash them. He needed to save his skills for the last blow. The health of the monstrous giant wolf was rapidly declining. 20000. 18000. 15000. 12000. The boss is about to die. Last hit. Whoever lands the final blow will be rich. At this moment, everyone was frantically using potions, launching skills at the giant wolf as if they cost nothing. The monstrous giant wolf let out a weak wail. Its health had fallen below 10,000. Yongheng Tian was fixated on the boss health bar, his heart racing with tension. His class talent skill required accumulating rage, but the next strike could unleash 4 times the damage. To achieve this, he had intentionally allowed the boss to kill him twice to quickly build up rage, waiting for this very moment. As long as he could secure the last hit, it would all be worth it. Now's the time. Yongheng Tian suddenly drew back his bowstring, beginning to condense a golden arrow. 10,000 arrows of flowing clouds. He was determined to land the final blow. Wang Wei stood beside him, watching the imposing Yongheng Tian with excitement. Boss, you're so cool. Now's the time. Boss, take him down. Yongheng Tian waved his arms in premature celebration. However, just as the golden arrow was about to leave the bowstring, a thunderous roar reverberated from above. Yongheng Tian and the others instinctively looked up, their smiles freezing in an instant. Not good. This scene and that thunder were so familiar. It was the nightmare they could not shake off. Raging Thunder. Boom. 10 bolts of purple lightning struck down, precisely hitting Yongheng Tian Wang Wei, and all the core members of the Yongheng Guild around them. No, I don't want to die. Woo, boss, save me. Hey, don't use me as a shield. 2,268. Critical hit. 1,240. 1,180. 2,240. Critical hit. A series of terrifying damage numbers flashed, accompanied by bursts of white light. Even in his final moments, Yongheng Tian maintained his striking bow-drawing posture. Unfortunately, he vanished in a flash of white light just 2 seconds later. A silver bracelet was left on the ground. Ding. You have been killed by the Adventurer Smile. Experience 20. U current level 6, 087. Revival count 1. U silver bracelet has dropped. No. This was the last sound of Yongheng Tian before his disappearance, filled with unwillingness and despair. Yongheng Tian Wang Wei and all the surrounding core members of the Yongheng Guild were not spared, all struck down to white light by the thunder. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. Meanwhile, all the others were desperately attacking the boss, completely unaware of what was happening with the Yongheng Guild. Even if they had noticed, no one would have objected. They would only shout, "Well done." Smile is awesome. Li Xiao stood atop the giant wolf, looking at the place where the Yongheng Guild had vanished, a scornful smile appearing on his face. From the very beginning, he had been on guard against the Yongheng Guild, thinking they could steal the boss right under his nose. Dream on. He then focused his gaze on the remaining health of the monstrous giant wolf. 2,800. 2,100. 1,500. Almost there. Li Xiao raised his staff and began to cast his skill. Thunder Chain. A thick purple lightning bolt shot toward the monstrous giant wolf's only remaining eye. 3,124. Critical hit. A fatal strike. The last bit of health of the monstrous giant wolf was completely emptied by this attack. Ding. Adventurer Smile has completed the last hit on Disaster Monstrous Giant Wolf. Rewards: Reputation 2,000, Experience 5,000 fragment of the defective seal 1. The monstrous giant wolf dissipated into black light in the night sky, leaving behind a ground filled with sparkling loot. Piles of coin enhancement stones. One of the loot items was particularly eye-catching. Diamond treasure chest world boss drop kill attribution smile. Meanwhile, a golden canopy suddenly appeared in the sky. Not just in the 4399 zone, but across all safe zones in the 5th cross region of the Apocalypse Empire. From Zone 4001 to 5000 adventurers in 1,000 safe zones looked up at the canopy simultaneously. Cross-region announcement. Congratulations to the 4399 zone for becoming the first safe zone in the 5th cross region of the Apocalypse Empire to kill disaster monstrous giant wolf. Time taken to kill 47 minutes. All adventurers in the 4399 zone will receive kill rewards gold x3, experience 2,000 free attribute points 5, silver enhancement stones 10, additional reward of the excellent Titletown Defender. Cross-region ranking personal damage ranking rewards are being calculated. At this moment, tens of thousands of adventurers in the 4399 zone stood dazedly staring at the golden canopy, momentarily unable to react. The boss is dead, eh? Did we really win? Some murmured, their voices filled with disbelief. After all, that was a world boss with 1,000,000 health. A single claw could squash thousands. Could it really have been killed by them? We won. We won. Huh. The boss is dead. We killed the boss. The safe zone is preserved. We don't have to die. Long live the 4399 zone. Long live the big shot smile. Brother Smile, the little sister, has come to her senses. In an instant, thunderous cheers erupted in the night sky. At this moment, regardless of whether they knew each other or not, everyone embraced and began to cheer. This boss invasion battle saw nearly 50,000 participants with almost no one retreating or fleeing. Moreover, most of them had died 5 or 6 times, losing levels or even more. But at this moment, no one cared about that. They only knew that their zone was the first safe zone to kill the boss in the entire 5th cross region. A sense of honor and achievement filled every person's chest. Whoa, I died 7 times, dropped from level 6 to level 4, but I'm so happy. Me too, come here and let a girl hug you, let's celebrate. I've never fought this hard in my life. It was all worth it. Everything was worth it. This experience of giving their all and standing together in life and death made everyone feel a sense of belonging in this strange and perilous world. A golden light flashed across Li Xiao's body. He reached level 10. He stood still, watching the cheering crowd, finally revealing a smile. Although he had claimed a substantial portion of the damage in this battle, this victory at this moment belonged to everyone in the 4399 zone. He allocated the 5 attribute points from leveling up and the 5 attribute points from the boss kill reward to magic attack. 545, 555. He then looked at the 6 fragments of the defective seal in his bag, just one more to gather 7 and unlock a hidden class. Not only that, his reputation value reached 4,000 points, just 6,000 away from upgrading his talent. Most importantly, he planned to wash his hands at the end before opening that diamond treasure chest. He secretly hoped that the goddess of fortune would reward him once again tonight, allowing him to obtain some exceptional equipment. Meanwhile, in District 4986, the undefeated myth was engaged in a fierce battle with over 30,000 adventurers and the monstrous wolf. The boss health was still below 40, and they had been fighting for nearly an hour. When he saw the announcement, he completely lost his composure. Impossible. District 4399. How could they be so fast? Next to him, the undefeated legend was dumbfounded. Boss, District 4399 is the one where Smile is. We haven't looked at the leaderboard for just 10 minutes, and they've already killed the boss. The undefeated myth stubbornly opened the cross-district leaderboard, truly unwilling to believe it. Calamity descends cross-district ranking 5th cross-district 1000 safe, zones 1. District 4399 boss kill progress, 102. District 4986 boss kill progress, 62-3. District 4401 boss kill progress, 58. It's actually true. The face of the undefeated myth turned ashen. They in District 4986 prided themselves on being the strongest in the 5th cross district, and he considered himself the strongest man in the 5th cross district. They boasted loudly, but reality slapped him hard. That was nearly a 40 gap. Even if the overall adventurers of District 4399 had a 10 damage increase, this enormous gap was despairing. Boss, do you think Smile is single-handedly carrying District 4399? The undefeated legend looked pale. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The undefeated myth gritted his teeth desperately, trying to convince himself that he was the strongest man across districts. How could Smile single-handedly carry an entire district? It must be that District 4399 is strong overall. It must be. Not just him, the entire 5th cross district was discussing this matter now. In other safe zones, similar conversations were unfolding in every corner. District 4399 is too fierce, right? The first to complete the kill. Is their district filled with freaks? It can't be. Maybe it's that Smile who is stronger. Smile carried the whole district. I don't believe it. It must be that District 4399's overall strength is strong. I hate myself for not being assigned to District 4399 back. Then, how enjoyable it would have been to win easily. It's over. Our district's boss still has 80 health. There's no way to avoid the countdown. It seems we can't escape the fate of debuffs. Why doesn't our district have a powerhouse like Smile? Why? Cross-district ranking is being calculated. Personal damage ranking is being calculated. Ding. Congratulations to District 4399 for securing the first place in the cross-district ranking. All adventurers in District 4399 receive Gold 5, free attribute points, 10 times buff, Hero's Blessing, 20 experience increase within 24 hours, 20 experience increase. Today I will level up fiercely and regain the experience points lost. I will put all these attributes in a physical attack. Big Brother Smile is amazing. District 4399 is amazing. District 4399 was filled with joy. Meanwhile, people from other districts looked at the generous rewards enviously close to madness. If given a chance to freely choose a district, they would unhesitatingly choose District 4399 to ride the coattails. In that district, even a pig could take off. On the other side, Xiao also received the rewards. As usual, he first allocated the 10 free attribute points to magic attack. 555, 565. What a delightful feast of attribute allocation. Xiao was utterly immersed in this feeling. The buff of Hero's Blessing, combined with his hunting bracelet, resulted in a 30 experience increase. In the following day, his monster-killing efficiency would soar. Before he could fully digest this reward, the Golden Sky continued to announce. However, this time it was only announced in District 4399. Final rankings for District 4399 personal damage ranking announced. First place, Smile Mage Damage, Share 74. 3 reward level 10 gold accessory, chest 1, a epic skill scroll for this profession 1, revive count 1. Second place, Ling Shuang Archer Damage Share 9. 1 reward level 10 silver accessory chest 2, rare skill scroll for this profession 1. Congratulations to the adventurer, Roll Until Dead, for securing third place in the personal damage ranking of District 4399. Reward level 10 silver accessory chest 2, rare skill scroll for this profession 1. Congratulations to Feng Yunchanga, Yonghing Qingyi, Yu Wenba Qingtian. The rewards for the personal damage ranking caused District 4399 to erupt once again. But this time the reason for the eruption was not the rewards themselves, but that terrifying damage figure. 74. 3. Against the 1 million health of the monstrous wolf, Xiao dealt 700,000 damage alone. My heavens. 74, I must be seeing things. Wow. Big Brother Smile dealt over 70,000 damage alone. So it wasn't that our district was united, but that Big Brother Smile was just too freakish. Carrying an entire district single-handedly. This is Smile, the eternal god. Big Brother Smile, please look at your little sister, just once. At this moment the young ladies wished they could pounce on Xiao and ravage him fiercely. Meanwhile, those adventurers still immersed in their sense of honor finally woke up. They realized that they might not be as important as they had imagined. Without Smile they might be nothing. At this moment Xiao looked at his name on the sky and could hardly contain his smile. All the efforts before were not in vain. The moment of harvest had finally arrived. He opened his backpack, gazing at the dazzling level 10 gold accessory chest and the epic skill scroll. With the additional revive count 1, he now had 4 revives. Amazing. Just facing such generous rewards, who could hold back? In any case, Xiao couldn't hold back. He grinned widely. Then he opened the level 10 gold accessory chest. A dazzling golden light flashed. Heart of Calamity gold ring level requirement 10, all attacks 40, constitution 15, spirit 15, passive power of Calamity, all hostile targets within a 10-meter range lose 10 health points per second. I will enhance this at the end later. Xiao continued to check the other rewards. Epic skill scroll mage. After learning, you can obtain an epic level skill limited to the mage profession. Learn. Xiao did not hesitate. The skill scroll transformed into a purple golden light and entered his body. Ding. Learning successful. Skill acquired. Crimson Lotus Inferno Epic. Crimson Lotus Inferno level 1 epic summons a strand of inferno to strike a target area, dealing 200 spell damage to all enemies within a 15-meter radius and inflicting a burn effect, dealing 20 spell damage per second, lasting 3 seconds. Casting time 2 seconds. Consumes 300 mana points. Cooldown time 90 seconds. Xiao looked at the skill description. 200 damage. Plus a burn effect of 20 per second, lasting for 3 seconds. This amounts to a total of 260 spell damage. Moreover, the radius is 15 meters larger than the 12 meters of the rampaging thunder. Epic level skill. Truly terrifying. No words could describe his excitement at that moment. At that moment, Li Xiao, Qin Shuang approached, striding gracefully in her long boots, her beautiful legs accentuating her figure. Her enchanting eyes sparkled in the night, filled with joy and a hint of admiration. We actually did it. Overcome with excitement, Li Xiao hugged Qin Shuang tightly as she approached, exclaiming, "Haha, have you received your ranking rewards? What accessories did you get?" You? Qin Shuang's cold face immediately flushed. She had never had such close contact with the opposite sex before. Of course, no other male had dared to act like this towards her. Li Xiao was the first. Thus, this sudden act left her at a loss, allowing him to hold her without resistance. Feeling the soft warmth in his arms, Li Xiao paused for a moment. He then released her and awkwardly said, I got a bit too excited just now, please don't mind me." He was unsure of what had compelled him to embrace her. However, he vowed. Li Xiao was not coveting her body, it was merely a moment of joy that he couldn't resist. You? Qin Shuang initially wanted to scold Li Xiao for his rudeness, but the words turned into a light hum as they left her lips. She felt no displeasure, instead she found an unprecedented sense of security in his embrace amidst the end world. Li Xiao noticed that Qin Shuang did not seem angry with him. Then with a daring flick of his eyes, he boldly took her hand and smiled at her as she looked away. "Thank you for your hard work." Qin Shuang did not refuse, instead she tucked her wind-tossed hair behind her ear, revealing two lovely dimples as she smiled. You too." She didn't even realize that her originally cool tone had softened. At that moment, she caught sight of her brother approaching. She quickly withdrew her hand and signaled Li Xiao to be cautious. Li Xiao thought it was a pity. He was still savoring the soft and delicate sensation. Meanwhile, Qin Tian and Wang Xi squeezed through the crowd. They looked disheveled, but their smiles were brighter than anyone else's. "Big brother, sister, we won. This is the top ranking across regions." Moreover, Qin Tian's personal damage ranked 9th in the entire region, which made him eager to show off. Also arriving were Wan Wang and Yu Wenba. Wan Wang gave Li Xiao a thumbs up. "You're amazing, Smile. I've never acknowledged anyone before, you're the first. I admit I can't compete with you." Yu Wenba, seeing Li Xiao in person for the first time, grinned and said, "Boss Smile, I'll stick with you from now on if you don't mind." "Whatever you want." Li Xiao shifted his gaze from Qin Shuang's cheek. Looking at the group of light bulbs before him, he wished he could cast a fireball at each of them. It was truly annoying. They had already held hands, and the next step would be something more intimate. The next moment, the golden sky displayed a line of text. The 4569 safe zone has been breached by the disaster giant wolf monster. This zone has permanently lost its safety protection. Monsters can invade at any time, and all adventurers resurrection count 1. In the 4569 zone, which once had over 400 adventurers, half of the names had completely disappeared. At this moment, the adventurers in all safe zones of the 5th Inter region felt heavy-hearted. They all felt a sense of sorrow for the fallen. What? How could this happen? Quick, kill the boss. I don't want to die. It's over. A safe zone has been breached so quickly. We need to stop the boss from attacking the city and find a way to kill it. Ooh, the safe zone is gone. Without safety protection, how are we supposed to live tomorrow? Who can save us? Why wasn't I assigned to zone 4399? I'm so angry. Some were terrified while others felt fortunate. They didn't expect the safe zone to be breached so quickly. The adventurers in that zone faced a slow death. At the same time, they were grateful to be in the same safe zone as Smile. At this moment, Fengyun Chang'e and the members of the Fengyun Guild approached Li Xiao and solemnly said, "Boss Smile, thank you for leading us to defend the safe zone and securing the first place." Unconsciously, his title had changed from brother to boss. No one could deny that Li Xiao's output was simply Li Xiao shook his head, not wanting to take all the credit. "This is the result of our collective effort in the entire region. No, without you we could never have held off the boss." Fengyun Chang'e spoke sincerely, genuinely grateful to Li Xiao, and was utterly convinced. The surrounding adventurers echoed his sentiments. Yes, without Boss Smile the safe zone would have been breached long ago. Boss Smile is amazing. Having Boss Smile in 4399 zone is our fortune. Please accept my knee, boss. Please, Brother Smile, go out with me. Brother Smile, please. Li Xiao coughed. Alright, let's quickly gather the loot. Everyone is almost exhausted and needs to rest. The crowd collected themselves and began to gather the spoils. Apart from the exclusive diamond treasure chest for Li Xiao, there were a bunch of other equipment and items. However, Li Xiao had already checked. Aside from one space sealing scroll, there was nothing a mage could use. Space sealing scroll, after use, it seals the space within a 20-meter radius, preventing all teleportation and displacement skills. Duration 30 seconds. With only one use left, he took the scroll along with all the enhancement stones and coins. He decided to distribute the rest to the others on the damage leaderboard. Currently his backpack contained an astonishing 80 gold coins, 48 golden enhancement stones, 354 silver enhancement stones, and 6,894 ordinary enhancement stones. What a lucrative haul. Meanwhile, a notification sounded in the minds of the adventurers in Zone 4399. Congratulations to Zone 4399 for successfully defending against the disaster. On the 5th day of the Endworld survival missions are released. Survival Mission 35, Mission Background. The disaster giant wolf monster is merely the vanguard of the demon race. Since this zone was the first to kill the giant wolf monster, it has been specially marked for care by the ancient demon race. In the later stages, stronger disaster boss will be targeted for deployment. Also, level 10 monster demon race apostles will randomly spawn at Wolf King Valley. Mission objective: kill demon race apostles. 020 mission reward gold 3, experience 3,000 rare skill points. One note: survival missions will no longer reward resurrection counts, so adventurers should cherish their limited lives. Before long, the joy of the crowd was shattered by this grim news, plunging them into panic. No more resurrection rewards. Why didn't anyone say this earlier? I thought future survival missions would grant resurrection rewards. If I had known, I wouldn't have wasted my chances. It's over. I have no more resurrections. Next time I die, it will be for real. Why is this happening? This feeling of facing death at any moment is truly despairing. I want to go home. I don't want to stay in this world of demise any longer, nor do I want to play this damned game. I just want to go home. Meanwhile, Xiao was heading towards the town with Qin Shuang and the others. It was now 2 in the morning. It was time to go back and rest to regain strength. Qin Shuang walked beside him, the two of them side by side. Xiao? How long do you think we can live? Xiao was momentarily taken aback by the question, then looked up at the sky. The golden sky had vanished, replaced by countless stars. I don't know. Xiao shook his head, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. In the original world, he was just an ordinary person. The arrival of the end had granted him his current strength and status. He harbored no grand ambitions and felt content with what he had. However, this world was filled with dangers, and death could come at any moment. After only a few days of good fortune, how could he easily die? He had to strive to become stronger to maintain his existence. Once he realized this, the hint of confusion in Xiao's eyes completely dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented determination. His overall demeanor became sharper. He turned to look at Qin Shuang, the woman beneath the starlight, appearing exceptionally radiant. No matter what we face next, we can only survive by continuously growing stronger. Qin Shuang gazed at Xiao's confident demeanor, gradually overlapping with the spirited figure she had seen standing atop the disaster boss. At this moment, that figure still lingered in her mind, refusing to fade away. No. How did I become so love-struck? The more Qin Shuang thought about it, the redder her face became, completely losing her usual calmness and rationality. Xiao observed her, noticing that she seemed a bit distracted, and was puzzled. What's wrong with you? Nothing. Qin Shuang shook her head. She had just been filled with worries about the future, but Xiao's confidence had influenced her. You're right, we can only grow stronger to live better. After exchanging a glance, the two fell silent. Before long, they returned to the adventurer's inn. Good night, big brother. I'm going back to open a silver treasure chest and learn some rare skills. Qin Tian and Xiao shared the same floor. He waved excitedly and rushed into his room. Wang Xi did the same. At that moment, only Xiao and Qin Shuang remained. Just as Xiao was about to bid her farewell, Qin Shuang suddenly stood on her tiptoes and kissed his cheek before entering her room without looking back. Hey. Xiao stood frozen, reaching up to touch his cheek. The warmth of Qin Shuang's red lips lingered there, and the scent of her presence still filled the air. What's going on? Did she just tease me and run? Xiao licked his lips, feeling a sense of longing as he pushed the door and entered his room. At that moment, he felt an indescribable sensation within him. In his previous world, beautiful women were always in someone else's embrace. In the dead of night, he was accompanied only by the teachers of the island country and the five-fingered girl. Yet now that once unattainable cold goddess had taken the initiative to kiss him. Though he was no longer Xiao Chu, and he had never experienced such a feeling before. Xiao placed his staff and equipment on the table. The more he thought about it, the more he felt he had lost out. How dare she ambush me? I must get my revenge next time. As he spoke, images of Qin Shuang's stunning aura and her alluring figure involuntarily surfaced. For a moment, he found himself quite distracted. No. Women will only slow down my blade drawing speed. Xiao forcefully shook that image from his mind and washed his hands before sitting on the bed. He looked at the dazzling diamond treasure chest before him, closed his eyes, and clasped his hands together. Goddess of Fortune, please bestow your favor upon me once more. Ding. Congratulations, adventurer, for opening the diamond treasure chest. Nebula Flame 1. Li Xiao trembled as he looked at the nebula flame in his hands. Nebula Flame LV 15 Diamond Staff Bronze Silver Gold Diamond Epic Legendary Godly Profession Requirement Mage Beastmaster. Magic Attack 150 A Spirit 40 Equipment Requirement Spirit greater than 180. Passive Flame, when casting fire skills an additional 10 of true magic damage is dealt. Passive Nebula restores 3 mana per second with a 25 increase in mana recovery speed after exiting combat. Description: the nebula envelopes the blazing fire burning away the world's evil. Wow. A base magic attack of 150. And it has 2 passive skills. Li Xiao's, if I enhance it to level 20, this single weapon can provide me with 450 magic attack. Not to mention the diamond quality attributes. For the entire day ahead, he would focus on grinding monsters to quickly level up to 15, after which he would truly take flight. Li Xiao wiped the corner of his mouth. To him, this staff was as coveted as a beautiful woman. He stroked the nebula flame for a while before finally putting it in his backpack. Next, he took out the Heart of Calamity to begin enhancing it. Ding. Do you wish to consume 1 gold enhancement stone and 1 gold to enhance this equipment? Current success rate 100. Enhance. Li Xiao did not hesitate. Ding. Congratulations on successfully enhancing. 20 Heart of Calamity LV 10 gold, all attacks 40, 80 Constitution, 15, 30 Spirit, 15, 30. Passive Calamity Power, all hostile targets within a 10-meter range lose 10 life points per second. Gold exclusive attribute Calamity Gaze expands the range of passive Calamity Power to 18 meters, increasing life loss per second to 22 points. Ding. The Lucky Goddess achievement quest has been accepted. Objective 1: defeat 1 of 0 wild monsters of level 5 or higher. Progress 010000. Objective 2: collect 1 tier of the goddess. Progress 01. Reward Blessing of the Lucky Goddess. Upgraded to Golden Rank LV 10. Time limit 7 days. Note: the tier of the goddess is said to appear only in zones where demon clans have descended. Proceed with extreme caution. 10,000 monsters. For Li Xiao, that was merely 2 days of relentless grinding. As for the tier of the goddess, the demon clan descent zone must be the very location where demon clan apostles spawned at dawn. 6 a.m. Precisely. Perfect. He could complete both this quest and his survival objective simultaneously. Flawless. Having resolved everything, Li Xiao picked up his staff and strode out of the room. Night was black. Wind howled. The perfect night for bloodshed. Meanwhile, at the safe zone's resurrection point, Yingheng Tianxia emerged dazed and disoriented. The cold mechanical voice of the system still echoed inside his skull. Ding. You have been slain by experience lost 20. Current level 6, 87. Silver bracelet dropped. Behind him, Yingheng Tian also resurrected, wearing nothing but a pair of gray underpants. Elder brother. Yingheng Tian's voice trembled. What do we do now? Wang Wei staggered out of the resurrection point last and collapsed onto the ground. Had it not been for the ongoing cataclysm descent with its time-limited protection mechanism, where death only cost experience instead of permanent loss, he would have perished utterly. It's over, all gone. Wang Wei murmured, eyes hollow with despair. He regretted it so deeply he felt his bowels twist in anguish. Why hadn't he treated Li Xiao with even a shred of decency? But there was no elixir of regret in this world. He knew Li Xiao would never spare him. Around the resurrection point, other members of the Eternal Guild began reviving one after another. Over 100 souls clad uniformly in gray underpants, faces as grim as mourners at a funeral. They wore no gear. Only the Titletown Defender awarded to players from Region 4399 for defeating the Cataclysm boss. Yet a title without equipment was worthless. Xiao Wei. Yingheng Tianxia ground his teeth. I will kill you. I swear it. Yingheng Tian crouched nearby and whispered, Elder brother, look at us now. How can we possibly fight him? Yingheng Tianxia snapped his head up, his gaze blazing with ruthless resolve. No gear. Then we seize it, from others. He rose to his feet and swept his eyes across the scattered solo players lingering at a distance, watching the chaos unfold. The Cataclysm descent is still active. The safe zone seals remain partially disabled. We may act freely within these boundaries. Those solos carry gear. Take it, and it becomes ours. Wang Wei's eyes lit up. He scrambled upright, nearly tumbling over. Elder brother is absolutely right. Those solo players are exhausted, barely able to stand. They're no match for us. Yingheng Tian perked up instantly. Exactly. Let's strip them bare. With our numbers, what have we to fear from a few stragglers? Yingheng Tianxia sneered coldly and raised his hand. Listen well, all of you. Seize every piece of gear from those solos. Take one down. Every single one. Over 100 naked Eternal Guild members surged forward like rabid hounds, charging toward the exhausted solo players resting near the resurrection perimeter. Hand over your gear. Don't run, stand still. Damn you, think you'll escape, eh? The Solos had just endured the grueling boss battle, their stamina utterly spent. In an instant, pandemonium erupted around the resurrection point. Eternal dogs, you'll rot in hell. Hey, don't hit my face. Have you gone completely mad? Not even a scrap of cloth left. Help! Is anyone going to intervene? Ingheng Tianxia stood at the center of the maelstrom, watching his subordinates strip gear from the Solos, one item after another, his lips curling into a triumphant smile. Hurry up, don't let them slip away. At that moment, a mocking voice cut through the din from afar. Ingheng Tianxia, I hear you vowed to kill me. At that familiar voice, Ingheng Tianxia's smile froze, then vanished. He whirled around sharply. There he stood, the man who haunted his nightmares, walking straight toward him. Xiao Wei, you misunderstood. Terrified beyond reason, Ingheng Tianxia shook his head violently. Li Xiao sneered and raised his staff. I preferred your former defiant arrogance. Do restore it, please. Xiao Wei, no brother. Ingheng Tianxia surrendered outright, yet his plea was met only with a storm of raging thunder. The familiar roar of lightning cracked once more, and every Eternal Guild member instinctively shuddered, freezing mid-motion. Oh, don't kill me. I'm quitting the guild right now, spare me. Ingheng Tianxia's over there. Go kill him instead. Please, don't kill me. Damn you, Ingheng Tianxia, you doomed us all. I wish I'd never joined the Eternal Guild. Boom. 1648. 1673. 1864. Terrifying damage numbers flickered across the air as blinding white light flashed repeatedly. Ingheng Tianxia, utterly broken, turned and fled. But clad only in underpants, his agility was abysmal. No chance of escaping the thundercloud's reach. Crack. A bolt of lightning struck him with surgical precision. 1584. Ingheng Tianxia's health bar emptied in an instant, his body dissolving into white light as he reappeared at the resurrection point. Ding. You have been slain by Xiao Wei. Experience lost 20. Current level 6, 67. Ingheng Tianxia reappeared at the resurrection point, pale as ash. No sooner had he stepped out than a fireball hurtled toward his face. N. 1312. 66 true damage. White light flashed again. Ingheng Tianxia resurrected once more. But Li Xiao showed no mercy. Blocking the exit, he unleashed Crimson Lotus Karmic Flame. 1738. 1798. 1688. 179 burning. Please stop burning me. My body hair is all gone. Sniff. White light flared. Ingheng Tianxia revived yet again. Level 6, 47. None who drew near escaped unscathed. In moments, the entire resurrection point became a battlefield of lightning and inferno. Ingheng Tianxia was on the verge of collapse, unable to utter a single coherent sentence between deaths. Great job, senior brother Xiao Wei. The Eternal Dogs finally got theirs. Brothers, join in. We've suffered their tyranny long enough. Today we settle old scores and new alike. Chop off their jewels. Solo players seized their weapons and surged into the fray. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was cornered at the resurrection point center, dying and reviving in rapid succession. He dropped to his knees, begging desperately. Li Xiao, stop killing me. I was wrong. Li Xiao, you already took my girlfriend. Surely that balances things out. Sniff, please stop striking me. Just let me pass like a harmless fart. Li Xiao cast spells steadily, his expression icy and unyielding. Spare you? When you stole my reward, did you consider sparing me? When you forced me to work overtime day after day, did you ever think of sparing me? Chain lightning. 1567. 1498. 1408. Wang Wei died and revived repeatedly within the resurrection point. Soon his level plummeted to 0. Intian, call Qingyi now. Save us. Ingheng Tianxia clutched at his final lifeline, thrashing wildly. Ingheng Qingyi, where are you? Hurry to the resurrection point. We're under siege. But no, Eternal Guild members who had refused to join the looting spree opened their guild roster. The number of members plummeted rapidly. 568. 532. 487. 421. Ingheng Intian watched helplessly as the guild dwindled from hundreds to mere dozens, his mind shattering entirely. Elder brother, we're finished. Ding. You have been slain by Xiao Wei. Level 1. Current level 2, 17. Ingheng Tianxia laughed, a hollow broken sound. Level 2. 5 days worth of progress, reduced to nothing in a single night. Just then a figure emerged from the crowd, his nameplate glowing above his head, Ingheng Qingyi. He was the Eternal Guild's vice president, and ranked 5th on the leaderboard. Standing outside the resurrection point, Ingheng Qingyi first nodded respectfully toward Li Xiao. Then gazing upon Ingheng Tianxia engulfed in thunder and flame, he spoke calmly, farewell. I am resigning from the guild. Ingheng Tianxia stared, disbelief flooding his eyes. What did you say? Ingheng Qingyi shook his head. From the beginning I opposed your methods. Bullying solos wielding power unjustly. This was never why I joined the Eternal Guild. He turned away, voice detached. Our paths diverge, thus we part ways. Ding. Member Qingyi has left the guild. Guild members remaining 3. Staring at the roster. Only 3 names left. Ingheng Tianxia sank into absolute despair. Morale shattered. The guild disbanded. Ingheng Qingyi, his last pillar of support, had abandoned him. It was day 5 of the apocalyptic descent. Even level 1 slimes now possessed doubled stats, capable of slaying him effortlessly. Without a guide, level 0 was indistinguishable from death. Even his sole remaining resurrection would prove meaningless. Now he was public enemy number 1. Every soul wished him dead. Ingheng Tian had burned to death over a dozen times. His level reduced to level 1. Wang Wei cowered in a corner of the resurrection point, face ashen and lifeless. Once the time protection expired, Li Xiao wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Every solo player he'd ever oppressed could drown him and spit alone. Spit on him, deserved. This is karma. The Eternal Guild is now history, erased from Region 4399 forever. We eagerly await Senior Brother Xiao Wei's new guild. Li Xiao cast one final glance at Wang Wei, now level 0, and at Ingheng Tianxia, before vanishing into the night. Dawn broke the next morning, at precisely 6 a.m. Ding. The Cataclysm descent has concluded. Cross-region chat disabled. Safe zones that failed to defeat the Demon Clan boss are automatically deemed breached. All safe zone seals have been reactivated. Monsters may no longer enter freely. The time protection mechanism is now void. Adventurers who perish will begin consuming resurrection charges. Demon Clan apostles have spawned across the map. At midnight tomorrow, adjacent safe zones will open channels, and the system shop will launch. Outside Suatawa town, inside a church. Do you wish to grow stronger? A sinister whispering voice coiled around Ingheng Tianxia and Wang Wei. Their ashen faces ignited with desperate hope. In unison they cried yes. They'd slipped secretly from the safe zone, but were discovered and nearly slain by solos. Fortunately, the robed figure before them had intervened. Very well, I grant you one chance. Instantly the church drowned in suffocating darkness. Ah, what is this? Why are horns sprouting from my head? No, I take it back. 2 shrieks of agony tore through the air. Ah, Ingheng Tianxia, what are you doing? Silence, you jinx. If not for you, I'd never be here. Since you've no more resurrections left, sacrifice yourself for me. Ingheng Tianxia, you'll burn in hell. Wang Wei's struggles weakened, fading into silence. The robed figure observed the carnage with a guttural, chilling laugh. Excellent. That's the makings of a true demon. Now I shall send you to the Demon Clan realm. Ha ha ha. On the other side, Li Xiao was awakened by the system's prompt sound. He opened his eyes and stretched lazily. What is the adjacent safe zone passage? A hint of confusion flashed in his eyes, and then he glanced at the leaderboard. 1. Smile Mage level 10, 43-2. Ling Shuang Archer level 8, 37-3. Roll Without Dying Assassin level 7, 67-4. Fengyan Chang'e Archer level 7, 65. Friendship Archer level 7, 55-6. Yu Wenba Mage level 7, 57. Qin Tian Warrior level 7, 044. First complete the survival task, then take the map to the core area of the ruins underground city and grind some monsters along the way. Li Xiao had already planned his day and walked out of the room. Big Brother Wang Wei's name has turned gray on the leaderboard, and the name of Eternal World has disappeared. A gray name on the leaderboard signifies true death, while disappearance means not being in the safe zone anymore. Li Xiao frowned slightly. Wang Wei is dead, so what? Where did Eternal World go? But he is only level 0, not to be feared. Li Xiao stopped thinking further. In the corridor, Qin Tian with dark circles under his eyes appeared unusually excited. Big brother, guess what I got last night? What? Qin Tian gestured in the corridor. A rare skill, Whirlwind Slash. Area damage. Plus a bracelet and a necklace, but they can only be used at level 10. Li Xiao patted his shoulder and encouraged, good job, you will finally be useful in the future. Ha ha ha, wait big brother, are you praising me? Qin Tian only realized halfway through that his words sounded a bit. Li Xiao had already gone downstairs, and he hurried to catch up. Big brother, why are you like my sister, always trying to hit me? Li Xiao showed an expression of being wronged. Not at all, in my eyes, being a bit useful means your strength is already quite strong, alright. That's true, who told your strength to be so abnormal? Qin Tian received recognition as the #1 in the entire district, instantly feeling energized. In the hotel lobby, Qin Shuang was already sitting at a table eating. She was wearing the Phantom 3-piece set, and the silver-white leather armor accentuated her figure, making it incredibly alluring. Today her long hair was not tied in a ponytail, but casually draped over her shoulders. Her entire demeanor had lost some of its sharpness and gained a touch of grace. Li Xiao brought his breakfast and sat down opposite her. This woman seems to have really changed, no longer appearing cold and unapproachable. Qin Shuang raised her head without a hint of shyness. Have you had enough of looking? Not at all. Li Xiao shook his head. Beautiful women always bring joy to the eyes. Qin Shuang rolled her eyes at him, but the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted, feeling inexplicably happy. It seemed that their relationship had crossed some boundary since last night, and every word and action was filled with tacit understanding. Qin Tian sensed the subtle magnetic field between the two and wisely took his breakfast to sit at Wang Si's table. What are your plans for today? Qin Shuang asked. Li Xiao took a bite of roasted meat. I'm going to Wolf King Valley to grind the demon clan's apostles and complete the survival task. Then I'll head to the core area of the ruins underground city. Qin Shuang finished her hot milk and wiped her mouth. I have a task deadline approaching, so I want to accompany you this. Alright, be careful. After Qin Shuang left with Qin Tian and Wang Si, Li Xiao quickly shoved the remaining roasted meat into his mouth, downed a large cup of milk, and picked up his staff to exit the inn. As he walked, he opened the mini-map. Wolf King Valley was quite far. He decided to teleport from Luofeng village to save some time. Half an hour later, a flash of white light appeared on the outskirts of Wolf King Valley. Li Xiao teleported directly here, where a few scattered adventurers were already grinding monsters. The Demon Clan Apostles were humanoid monsters with curved horns on their heads and eyes that glowed a ghost. Demon Clan Apostle LV 10 health, 3000 physical attack, 120 physical defense, 60 magic defense, 50 skill shadow strike. Demon Bloodline attack speed 20 when health is below 30. Description: the advanced team of the Demon Clan spread across the world of the end. 3000 health means even a 5-man team of ordinary adventurers must be cautious. But for Li Xiao it was exceedingly easy. He walked towards the 3 Demon Clan Apostles ahead. As he approached within 18 meters, the effect of the bracelet power of calamity was triggered. 22 depletion, 22 depletion. The damage numbers continuously floated above the 3 Demon Clan Apostles, their health slowly decreasing. Li Xiao raised his staff, aiming at the 3 clustered Demon Clan Apostles. Crimson Lotus Flame. A massive dark red flame lotus shot out from the tip of his staff, crashing into boom. The flames exploded, turning the ground within a 15-meter radius into a sea of fire. 1,750. 1,751. 1,750. At the same time, 175 burning, 22 depletion. The health bars of the 3 apostles dropped. Roar. They let out a shrill scream, their bodies engulfed in dark red flames, struggling to escape the sea of fire. But the radius of the Crimson Lotus Flame was 15 meters, and they simply could not run away. 3 seconds later. Ding. Killed Demon Clan Apostle LV 10, experience 50, E extra 15 hero blessing, hunting bracelet. Ding. Killed Demon Clan Apostle LV 10, experience 50-15. The 3 apostles transformed into white light and vanished, leaving behind a few silver coins, several silver enhancement stones, and 3 black crystals. Li Xiao stored the silver coins and enhancement stones in his backpack and examined the black crystal. Demon Core description: a crystal of energy condensed within a Demon Clan body can be exchanged for various items in the system mall based on quality. The system mall will open at dawn, or I'll see what good things are available then. Li Xiao stored the Demon Core in his backpack and continued searching for the next wave of apostles. There were several spawn points for Demon Clan apostles in Wolf King Valley, but each spawn point only had 3 to 5 refreshing 2 minutes after being killed. Fortunately, Li Xiao's efficiency was high. Both Crimson Lotus Flame and Violent Thunder were area attacks. He finished off the last wave using Thunder Chain. 1 skill for 1 wave of monsters. In less than half an hour. Ding. Survival task, 35, completed. Killing Demon Clan Apostles, 2020, reward gold 3, experience, 3000, rare skill point 1. Experience reached 97 of level 10. I'm about to reach level 11. Li Xiao nodded in satisfaction, and then checked the loot from killing monsters. Demon Core 20. Silver coins 45, silver enhancement stones 32, and a few pieces of level 8 bronze equipment. Li Xiao organized his belongings and took another round around Wolf King Valley. It's a pity I didn't find Goddess-tier. It seems it's not so easy to find. He was not discouraged as the task deadline was 7 days, there was no rush. Li Xiao found a large stone to sit on and opened the skill interface. The survival task just rewarded him with a rare skill point, and he was hesitating which one to add. Violent Thunder LV2 rare, each lightning strike deals 140 magic damage with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Thunder Chain LV1 rare, 5 segments of damage decreasing from 150 by 10 each time with a cooldown of 25 seconds. He thought for a moment. Although Thunder Chain has high damage, it only has 5 segments and the damage decreases. Violent Thunder, while slightly lower in single damage, has a larger area and can hit over 20 targets. Moreover, his Goddess achievement task requires killing 10,000 level 5 and above wild monsters. Area skills are the correct way to go. I'll add Violent Thunder. Li Xiao made his decision and clicked to upgrade. Ding. Violent Thunder up. Current level LV3 rare Violent Thunder LV3 summons thunder clouds to cover a 12-meter radius for 2 seconds. Each lightning strike, causing 140,150 magic attack damage. Consumes 10090 mana cooldown, 3025 seconds. With a cooldown of only 25 seconds, plus the 10 cooldown reduction from the Necromancer, said it's 22. 5 seconds for 1 Violent Thunder. Li Xiao first took out the Underground Passage map as a reward for completing the hidden task, then headed towards the ruins Underground City. Soto Underground City. When Li Xiao arrived, he found that it was no longer deserted as it had been 2 days prior. Many people had discovered this underground ruin. At that moment, numerous adventurers stood at the entrance forming small groups as they ventured inside. Above their heads, they all bore the same title, Town Guardian. After last night's boss battle, the overall strength of the 4399 region had significantly increased, with each person gaining more than 10 points of free attributes. Moreover, with the hero's blessing buff, a surge of leveling up was sure to come today. Team up to grind the dungeon, looking for knights with over 80 Constitution 41. Come join us. We need a bowman for the level 8 elite guards, and we'll split the set if it drops. Knight set for the Phantom set, DM me. Listening to these calls, Li Xiao stepped into the dungeon entrance. Big brother smile. At that moment, a female bowman recognized Li Xiao. She ran over excitedly. Li Xiao was taken aback. You know me. Of course. Last night your damage output, while standing on the giant wolf's head, was so manly. The girl's eyes sparkled, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Her shout drew the attention of surrounding. Hey, it really is Big Brother Smile. Is he here to grind for gear in the dungeon? Looks like it. Li Xiao was used to hiding his ID and equipment effects to avoid trouble. Unfortunately, he could be recognized wherever he went. Everyone hurry and grind, don't waste the buff time. I'll be off first. He waved to the crowd and quickly walked deeper into the passage. Behind him, a group of adventurers gazed at his back with admiration. Big Brother Smile is really so low-key. Well, why doesn't Big Brother Smile look at me more? Stop dreaming. Do you think I'm going to look at your elephant legs? Or your barrel waist? Ah. On another side, Li Xiao discovered that the corrupted guard captain at the passage was killed with 10 minutes left until the next spawn. Just saves me the trouble. Saying this, he passed through the passage and arrived in front of the stone door in the core area. The stone door remained tightly shut. Li Xiao brought the underground passage map close to the stone door. A golden light shot out from the map. Rumble. The stone door slowly opened. Ding. Adventurer has entered the special area Soto Underground City core area. Warning: the monster levels in this area are too high. It is recommended that adventurers be level 12 or higher before entering. Ignoring the warning, Li Xiao stepped into the passage. Inside was a hall with a statue standing in the center. It depicted a middle-aged man in armor holding a long sword with its tip embedded in the ground. On the pedestal of the statue, a line of words was engraved. Guard Captain Santo, the eternal hero protector of Soto Town. Is this the true face of Santo? Qin Shuang looked at the statue with respect. He had completed the other party's wish quest and knew that the individual had died protecting Soto Town. Deserving of respect. At that moment, the statue's eyes suddenly lit up. A golden beam shot from the statue, landing in front of Li Xiao and transforming into a phantom. The phantom looked exactly like the statue, clad in armor with a resolute expression. Guard Captain Santo's spirit, young adventurer. The phantom spoke, its voice sounding as if it came from a great distance. I sense that token on you. That is my relic, right? Li Xiao took out the Santo token from his backpack. Originally, he had given the token to Somi, but Somi returned it to him, saying it might be useful for him. So it was you who helped me fulfill my wish. At this moment, a hint of gratitude flashed in the phantom's eyes. Thank you, young man. Ding. Triggered hidden quest Guardianship and Legacy. Guardianship and Legacy 13. Quest objective: complete the trials set by Santo. 01 Quest reward: Santos recognition experience 2000. A rare skill point 1 Legacy set. Part 1 Note: after accepting the trial, you will be transported to the trial space. If you die in the trial, you will lose 1 resurrection count. Please decide carefully. Lose a resurrection count. This was Li Xiao's first encounter with a hidden quest that deducted resurrection counts. However, the quest rewards were incredibly generous. He had discovered that the avenues for acquiring skill points were extremely limited. One was for triggering area announcement rewards, and another was for completing survival task rewards. Each acquisition was hard-won. Not to mention the reward of legacy set equipment, which was clearly high-level gear. I accept. As soon as he spoke, golden light enveloped him completely. In the next second, Li Xiao vanished from his spot. Trial space. An open circular arena surrounded by stone walls. Li Xiao stood in the center of the arena holding a staff and surveying his surroundings. Ding. Entering trial space. Trial rules: defeat 3 waves of enemies consecutively, with each wave increasing in number. The last wave is the Trial Guardian. During the trial, potions cannot be used, resurrection skills are disabled, and item scrolls cannot be used. You can only rely on your own strength. Trial begins. As soon as the words fell, 5 figures appeared at one end of the arena. Corrupted Guard, LV 10 elite health, 4,000 physical attack, 120 physical defense, 60 magical defense, 65 level 10 elite monsters. Not much of a challenge for Xiao. Furious Thunder. Purple thunder clouds gathered above the guards, lightning crackling down. 1,328. 1,330. 2,660. Critical hit. 22 drain. After 2 waves of thunder baptism, the health bars of the 5 corrupted guards were nearly bottomed out. Xiao cast a lightning chain to finish them off, 5 beams of white light flashing consecutively. Is that it? Ding. First wave of the trial passed. At the other end of the arena, 10 figures appeared. Corrupted Warrior, LV 12 elite health, 6,000 physical attack, 150 physical defense, 80 magical defense, 10 of them. Their level was 2 higher than the first wave and health was increased by 2,000. Xiao first cast a magical shield on himself, then approached them to trigger the drain effect of calamity power. Finally, raising his staff high, he declared burn. Dark red crimson lotus flames fell from the sky, crashing down on the center of the 10 corrupted warriors. Boom! 1668. 3,336. 1,669. 169 burn, 22 drain. The health bars of the 10 corrupted warriors dropped at a visible speed. Xiao did not stop, following up with Furious Thunder. Another series of damage numbers flashed. 1,338. 1,339. 1965. Weak point attack. The 10 corrupted warriors did not even reach Xiao before being struck down by 2 waves of thunder, disappearing in beams of light. Ding. Second wave of the trial passed. Xiao looked at his intact magical shield and smiled slightly. He had thought the trial would be difficult, but it turned out to be nothing much. He then turned to look at the other end of the arena. This time there was only one figure. But that figure stood 5 meters tall, covered in pitch black armor, wielding a massive warhammer. 50,000 health, 300 physical attack. This attribute is far inferior to the Calamity Demon Beast Giant Wolf, yet it still poses a challenge to him now. The most crucial point is that potions cannot be used during the trial. He had no means of recovery, relying solely on his health and magical shield. Quick battle, quick resolution. Xiao tightened his grip on the staff and cast a magical shield on himself. Then he raised his hand. Thunder chain. The thunder struck directly at the corrupted commander. 1,288. 1,206. 1,690. Weak point attack. 2,140. Critical hit. 980. 22 health loss. The corrupted commander's health bar instantly dropped by about 15, and Xiao's damage was terrifying. At that moment, its actions were interrupted, and it let out an angry roar. Roar. Ding. The corrupted commander cast the skill Relentless Hammer. It raised its hammer, its face twisted in rage, and smashed down. Xiao felt an immense sense of pressure. His movement slowed, and he was struck instantly. 102, he had 181 points of physical defense, and his shoulder armor's attribute reduced 15 of damage. This blow only reduced his magical shield by 102, leaving 318. Moreover, Xiao's health did not drop at all, and he triggered Lucky Light, gaining an additional shield of 200 health. Haha, it seems dying is still too difficult for me. Xiao laughed heartily, stepping back to create distance. At this moment, the Red Lotus Inferno still had 38 seconds of cooldown, but the Violent Thunder had cooled down. Violent Thunder. 10 purple bolts of lightning fell. 1,288. 1932. Weak point attack. 2,578. Critical hit. 886. Area damage weakened. After 2 rounds of thunder baptism, the corrupted commander's health bar was left with only 55. Perhaps sensing Xiao's mockery, it angrily raised its hammer and began to strike wildly. The warhammer came with a howling wind. Ding. The corrupted commander cast the skill Furious Hammer. Damn, what a temper. Xiao quickly retreated, but still got hit by the edge. 80. The magical shield remained strong, but its duration was about to expire. Xiao retreated while dealing damage. All his major skills were on cooldown. The corrupted commander's health continuously dropped under the fireballs and magic orbs conjured by Xiao with each swing of his staff. His exceptionally high base magic attack and frequent normal attacks gradually overwhelmed it. Roar. Its health dropped to 30, and it began to unleash its final skill. Summon the guards. For black beams of light shot from it, landing beside it. For corrupted guards, LV-12 Elite appeared in the arena. Damn, are you a summoner? Xiao's expression darkened, but he did not stop casting. Red Lotus Inferno. A massive flame of red lotus bloomed among them. 1,680. 1,680. 1,680. 3340 critical hit. 168 burn 22 health loss. The corrupted commander's health bar was left with 25. At this moment Xiao ignored the guards and continued to focus his fire on the corrupted commander. As long as the commander was dead, the guards would automatically disappear. Thunder Chain. 1288. 1206. 1126. 2140. Critical hit. 22 health loss. The damage numbers kept jumping above the corrupted commander's head, and its health fell below 8,000. It let out an angry roar, raising its hammer to unleash the skill Relentless Hammer. 102. Damn, that was intense. This time Xiao had no shield on him, and he truly lost health. His health dropped from 1810 to 1700, his body feeling numb from the hammering. All his major skills were still on cooldown, and he could only kite. Then he activated a magical shield that had just cooled down, beginning to circle around the corrupted commander. Fireball spells and normal attacks were unleashed in succession, combined with the loss effect of calamity power. This was his unique flystyle tactic to deal with less agile monsters. Absolutely safe and efficient. At this moment the corrupted commander had damage numbers of 22 constantly jumping above its head. It looked at the diminutive Xiao, unable to exert force, merely striking wildly. But this was like swatting a mosquito. It was right in front of you, yet no matter what you just couldn't hit it. Moreover, he was buzzing around you, taunting. Damn it. Its health quickly dropped below 2,000 due to the loss effect from calamity power, feeling more frustrated than ever. At that moment when it saw Xiao suddenly stop, it also came to a halt. Xiao stood still, his staff aimed at its head, and smiled. I'm waiting for a skill. What are you waiting for? As the words fell, purple lightning struck the corrupted commander. 1288. Its health bar was instantly emptied, and it vanished from sight. Ding. Successfully killed the corrupted commander. LV-15 Trial Guardian trial passed. The trial space disappeared, and Xiao reappeared in the hall of the core area. Ding. Completed the task. Guardian and Heritage. 13 reward experience. 2000 heritage. Set golden robe. 1 skill points. 1 a flash of golden light, and Xiao leveled up. Ding. Congratulations to the adventurer. Smile for reaching LV-11 experience. 1740900. Gained 3 free attribute points. Additional 2 title effect. Allocate points all into magic attack. 655,660. Xiao couldn't care less about the experience bar, his gaze fixed on the equipment in his hands. Heritage will robe. LV-15 golden heritage. Set magic attack 50, spirit 30, constitution 30. Passive heritage will win health is below 30. Both defenses increase by 20 for 10 seconds. Cooldown 60 seconds. 3-piece. Set effect magic attack 10. 5-piece. Set effect skill cooldown 15. Magic consumption 10. Description: the will pass down through generations of the Santo family, bearing the faith and glory of guarding the town of Soto. Level 15 golden set. Xiao's breathing became rapid. He was still wearing the level 8 silver necromancer set, which was incomparable to this. Too bad I can only wear it at level 15. Xiao stored the heritage robe in his backpack, feeling as if 1,000 ants were crawling in his heart. Level 15, he must quickly level up to 15. There's the diamond staff Nebula Flame waiting for him to equip. He then looked at the skill points. The previous trial made him realize an issue. Although Violent Thunder quickly dealt with small monsters, it was insufficient damage against single target bosses. Each wave of lightning could hit at most 2 targets, and 2 waves could hit at most 4, but starting from the 4th strike the area damage was weakened, not to mention that in most cases each wave could only hit 1. In contrast, Thunder Chain's 5 segments of damage, while each segment decreasing by 10, could hit all 5 segments on a single target, resulting in considerable total damage. Moreover, the cooldown time of Thunder Chain is shorter than Violent Thunder. Upgrade Thunder Chain. Xiao made his decision and clicked to upgrade. Ding. Thunder Chain upgrade successful. Current level LV2 rare Thunder Chain LV2 releases a Thunder Strike that hits the first target for 150,160 damage, then automatically chains to a maximum of 5 targets, with each jump reducing damage by 108. Casting time 2 seconds, consuming 150 magic points. Cooldown 2,522 seconds. For single targets, damage has increased considerably. At that moment the spirit projection of Santo floated over. His gaze fell on Xiao, filled with appreciation, gratitude, and a hint of regret. Young man, you have passed my trial. Thank you for retrieving my relics, and thank you for guarding Sumi for me. Xiao shook his head. I just did what I was supposed to do. Come find me after you reach level 15. At that moment Santo's spirit projection began to blur. I will tell you the next step of Guardian and Heritage. Ding. Triggered hidden task Guardian and Heritage. 23. Task requirement: reach level 15, then return to the core area of Soto Underground Dungeon. Task reward. Note: Santo's spirit is about to dissipate. Please level up quickly. Xiao nodded seriously. Don't worry, Captain Santo, I will definitely come back. Santo's spirit projection took one last look at Li Xiao, transforming into specks of silver light that dissipated into the air. The hall fell silent once more. Li Xiao stood in place, but his gaze fell on the last black stone door in the hall. The door was tightly shut, but a wisp of black aura seeped through the gap. Is there something inside? Li Xiao frowned and walked towards the stone door. The closer he got, the more he felt a sense of oppression. Moreover, the air was filled with an evil aura. Ding. Warning: extreme danger creatures are present in the area ahead. It is advised to enter only at level 15 or above. Extreme danger creatures. He was currently at level 11, and the system advised level 15 or above to enter, indicating that the monsters inside were at least 5 levels higher than him. But, having come this far, could he sleep at night without taking a look inside? Li Xiao felt that his current attributes could easily handle monsters below level 20. So he pushed open the stone door. Behind it lay a deep passage, and the black aura emanated from the depths of the passage. Li Xiao cast a magical shield on himself and cautiously stepped inside. At the end of the passage was a vast underground space. In the center of the space floated a mass of black mist. Within the mist, a distorted face could be faintly seen. At this moment, Li Xiao's wild instinct buff was wildly warning him until his mind turned a vivid crimson. He instinctively checked the information of that monster. Demon Stokiah, Demon King, Avatar, LV, Health, Physical Attack, Magic Attack, Skills. Description: the avatar of the ancient demon Stokiah, though merely an avatar, still possesses the power to devastate the world. Suggestion: run. Damn, it's all question marks. Monsters more than 10 levels above a player are marked with a question mark. He was level 11, which meant that the Demon Lord's clone must be at least level 21. Moreover, the terrifying pressure it exuded was far beyond what a mere level 21 should possess. Li Xiao's heart lurched. This was the first time in the Zhongyan world that he truly felt the menace of death. At that instant, those crimson eyes snapped open, fixed upon him. A deep, guttural roar reverberated through the space. Li Xiao clapped his hands over his ears. Even so, his eardrums pulsed with piercing pain. A system notification sounded. Stokiah's Demon Lord clone activated the skill Maui Demonic Might. A titanic force slammed onto Li Xiao, pinning him utterly motionless. 200, 200, 200, 200 damage every second. His magic barrier and the Xingyun Zhiguang Light of Fortune shield shattered after 3 seconds. His health began to plummet. Li Xiao's face drained of color. He struggled to retreat, but his body would not obey. The black mist drifted toward him. What to do? Countless options flashed through his mind, only to be dismissed one by one. Fight. Not a chance. Run. He couldn't move. Die. He refused to waste a revival. Survival quests no longer awarded extra revives. Then he remembered the scroll that drops from killing the Calamity Giant Wolf. Space Sealing Scroll Rare Consumable seals the space within a 20-meter radius of the target. All teleportation and displacement skills become unusable. Duration 30 seconds. Uses 11. Li Xiao did not hesitate and used it at once. A golden radiance burst from the scroll, instantly enveloping the advancing black mist. The mist slammed to a halt as if it had struck an invisible wall. A hoarse voice seethed from within. Human. You. Rage rolled off it like a tide. Li Xiao exhaled in relief as the crushing pressure vanished. He stared at the black vapor trapped within the sealed space and spat a fierce vow. Ugly monster. You're called Stokiah, right? Just you wait. He'll kill you one day. With that, he turned and sprinted without looking back. Behind him, the black mist took the insult as provocation and hurled itself frantically against the golden barrier, emitting deafening roars. The readout showed 0. The golden barrier was impregnable. Human, how dare you call me a monster? It thundered. You will pay. I decree that when I break free from this seal, the entire town shall be a sacrifice. At the same time, every adventurer in the ruined dungeon abruptly halted their actions. The previously calm ground began to tremble, the quaking growing more violent. Oh, what's happening? Why is the ground shaking all of a sudden? Is a boss going to appear? Run. Panic spread, and before long the dungeon was emptied of people. They intended to wait until the tremors subsided before returning to grind for gear. Meanwhile, Li Xiao burst through the stone gate and ran until he reached the dungeon entrance, where he collapsed gasping. By the gods, that scared me to death. He bent over with his hands on his knees, panting. He had nearly been left behind. What a shame about that scroll. Li Xiao winced at the loss. It had been a rare consumable. Then he told himself that one scroll was nothing compared to losing a revival. But that Demon Lord clone. It was terrifying. I couldn't even move. Could the Jisai sect really be true? A sense of urgency tightened in Li Xiao's chest. It was 2 in the afternoon. The hero's blessing buff must not be squandered. He decided to head to Langwang Valley to farm demonic apostles and level up, and to work on the goddess achievement quest along the way. Having made up his mind, Li Xiao set off toward Langwang Valley and glanced at the level rankings. 1. Weixiao Mage LV. 1119. 2. Wanbu Si Jiu Wang, Si Li 1 Assassin LV. 8:59-3. Ling Shuang, Archer LV. 8:37. It's been the whole morning. Why hasn't Qin Shuang's level moved at all? And Qin Tian's neither. Li Xiao opened his private messages and sent her a note. Wei Xiao come to Langwang Valley to level up. A minute passed with no reply. Could she be at a crucial stage of a quest? Li Xiao thought, and pressed on toward Langwang Valley. Within a peculiar pocket of space, a silver-white figure darted at breakneck speed. In the distance, a giant lizard bearing a single horn on its head raged and bellowed. Corrupted Giant Lizard LV. 12 Dungeon Guardian. Remaining HP 895. Fizz ATK 180. Fizz DF 80. Mag DF 60. Skills Venom Spit Massive Tail, Sweep Frenzied Charge. A swift whistle sliced the air. A golden arrow cut through the sky and struck the lizard's head with unerring precision. 895. Critical. Weak point hit. A killing blow. The lizard's health bar imploded to zero, its hulking form dissolved into white light. Qin Shuang drew in ragged breaths as she lowered her longbow, sweat beading on her skin. She had been fighting this dungeon guardian since morning, failing 4 times before barely succeeding on the 5th. System Kill Corrupted Giant Lizard. Reward 1500 XP Lizard IX1. System Congratulations on completing the Personal Quest Dungeon Trial. Quest Complete Dungeon Trial. Rewards Phantom Leggings Silver Phantom Set X1 of 1500 XP Quest Item Bejiers Token X1. Qin Shuang leapt from 8 level 37 to 8 level 87. She looked at the newly acquired Phantom Leggings in her bag, and for the first time a cool smile flickered across her eyes. For pieces of the set, only one remained to complete the 5-piece. It had been worth fighting from 8 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon. The effort had not been in vain. Finally done, almost didn't pass. Qin Tian collapsed onto the ground in a heap, utterly exhausted, his HP a miserable 56. Wang Si was no better off, though all her potions were gone. Qin Tian lay sprawled on his back, staring at the sky with a hollow expression. We fought from morning until afternoon and only cleared it on the 5th try. Sis, why didn't you ask Big Brother for help? That guardian could be one-shot by a few of his skills. Qin Tian muttered. Qin Shuang gathered the loot, her tone cool and resolute. Don't expect everything from Li Xiao. Are our hands tied? Qin Tian mumbled quietly. We have hands, but not the strength. You're asking for trouble. Qin Shuang lifted her head, a dangerous glint flashed in her eyes. What did you say? Nothing. Qin Tian cowered, shrinking his neck in fear. He knew his sister's nature well. Since childhood, she had been fiercely competitive. Once she set her mind on something, nothing could turn her back. In the world before, she had risen to the position of CEO at Shiwan Group, not through family connections, but by steady, grinding effort. After the Zhongyan calamity, that will to prevail did not wane, if anything it hardened. On the other hand, he found himself missing their mother. But both he and Qin Shuang deliberately avoided the subject. Neither dared be sure whether their mother had survived after entering the Zhongyan world. Alright, stop lying around. Get up and recover your condition. After changing equipment, Qin Shuang's attributes rose. We're going to find Li Xiao. At once Qin Tian perked up and scrambled to his feet. That's more like it. We should have gone to Big Brother. Qin Shuang shot him an irritated look and opened her private messages. Wei Xiao come to Langwang Valley to level up. She had been in the middle of the Trial Guardian fight and hadn't been able to reply. Now that the task was complete, it was time to find him. Ling Shuang am coming. She closed the interface and set off toward Langwang Valley with Qin Tian and Wang Si at her side. 2.5 hours later, in the Wolf King Valley, Li Xiao stood among a group of demon apostles enveloped in dark red flames. 1,748. 3,496. Critical hit. 175 burn, 22 drain. 3 or 4 demon apostles died under Li Xiao's staff just seconds after respawning. Ding. Kill the demon apostle LV10 experience 4012 ding. Congratulations, adventurer smile leveled up to level 12, 121, 0000. Kill the demon apostle LV10 experience 39. A series of prompt sounds echoed in his mind. Li Xiao remained calm and unruffled. The experience bar skyrocketed from level 11 at 19 to level 12 at 1. Magic attack 660-665. As he leveled up to 12, the experience from killing demon apostles further diminished. Moreover, the demon apostles respawned too slowly, wasting his area attack. Goddess achievement task: kill wild monsters above level 5 U1861000. It took over an hour to respawn, just over 100, so, to complete the achievement task, he would have to grind normal monsters. However, the maps above level 10 had not been unlocked yet, so he could only wait for the adjacent safe zone passage to open at dawn. Li Xiao was preparing to grind the next wave when he caught sight of 3 figures approaching from the valley entrance. The leading woman was tall and slender, her long hair tied back in a ponytail, every step exuding a sharp, yet seductive aura. It must be said this beautiful superior of his was top-notch in both looks and figure, especially that hint of a noble demeanor amidst the coolness that made one unable to resist the urge to desecrate. You're here. Li Xiao put away his staff and walked towards Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang approached. Seeing Li Xiao's relaxed demeanor, she couldn't help but speak. You seem quite at ease enjoying yourself while grinding alone. Not at all happy the monsters respawn too slowly. I have all this power, but nowhere to unleash it. Li Xiao shook his head with a sigh, then took a glance at Qin Shuang from top to bottom. She had the phantom set, and her weapon was still the 20 Eye of the Storm, but her condition was clearly not good. Her health bar was only half full, and her mana was almost depleted. What task takes so long? Did you grind from morning till afternoon? Before Qin Shuang could speak, Qin Tian ran over and couldn't help but mumble. Big brother, you don't know my sister triggered a personal trial. Luckily, I was able to join and help with old Wang. But we still ground from morning until afternoon, and it took 5 tries to pass. I asked her to seek your help, but she refused. Qin Shuang shot a glare at Qin Tian, who shrank his neck and awkwardly fell silent. Li Xiao was not at all surprised to hear this. If Qin Shuang had asked him for help, she wouldn't be herself. Let's grind the apostles together and finish the survival task first. Li Xiao sent a team invitation and Qin Shuang and the others joined. With Wang Si the Knight, it was much easier. He could use taunt to gather several demon apostles from adjacent grinding spots together. When grinding alone, Li Xiao could only hit 3 or 4 at a time. Now he could hit more than 10 at once. Although not hitting the last blow would reduce his experience by 20, the overall efficiency increased significantly. Knight's Taunt, Crimson Lotus Flame, Tempest Fury, Whirlwind Slash. The 4 of them worked in perfect harmony, clearing the demon apostle respawn points in Wolf King Valley one after another. In less than half an hour, the survival tasks of Qin Shuang and her companions were completed. Ding! Survival task 35 completed. A flash of golden light, and Qin Shuang finally reached level 9. She opened her skill interface. Tempest Fury LV1 rare fires 5 arrows, each dealing 130 physical attack damage. Cooldown 20 seconds. Level up. Ding! Tempest Fury upgraded successfully. Current level LV2 rare. Li Xiao glanced at the time. It was 4:30 in the afternoon. With less than 8 hours left until the hero's blessing buff ended. Let's continue grinding, don't waste the buff. The 4 continued to grind monsters in Wolf King Valley. Li Xiao's staff never stopped, with Crimson Lotus Flame, Berserk Thunder, and Thunder Chain alternating in attack. Qin Shuang's arrows also shot out like meteors. Together their output accounted for over 95 of the team's total damage. Wang Si, after using taunt to gather monsters, was busy picking up equipment behind them. Qin Tian, after using his area attack, was the same. He was practically grinning from ear to ear. Big brother, your drop rate is ridiculously high. You can loot 2 or 3 pieces of equipment from one wave of monsters. I can't even get that much after grinding for a whole day. Li Xiao didn't explain. His luck was maxed out, something others could only envy. Time ticked by. The demon apostles in Wolf King Valley respawned over and over again. The 4 of them were grinding frantically. When his stamina was nearly depleted, he ate the roasted meat from his backpack. During this time, other adventurers came to grind the apostles, but upon seeing Li Xiao, they instinctively went elsewhere. There was no helping it. The mighty smile was too fierce in grinding, and they couldn't even get a drop. At 11 at night in Wolf King Valley, Li Xiao finally stopped his staff. It wasn't that he could no longer grind, but because the hero's blessing buff was about to end. Ding! Kill the demon apostle LV10, experience 10-3. Ding! Congratulations, adventurer. Smile leveled up to LV14, experience 515,000. Gained 3 free attribute points, additional 2 from title effect. Allocate points all into magic attack. 665 675. Li Xiao smiled happily. He was almost at level 15. After reaching level 15, he would change his equipment, and his magic attack would likely approach 1,000. Just thinking about it made him excited. Ding! Goddess of Luck achievement task progress 2168100001. Smile Mage level 1412. Qin Shuang Archer level 1154-3. If you don't die, just keep on rolling. Assassin level 10-15. Wind and Cloud Song Archer level 10-12-5. Qin Tian Warrior level 10-10-6. Affection Archer level 10-6-6. Yu Winbao Mage level 10-1. Today the whole district experienced a leveling frenzy, averaging an increase of 2 levels. Li Xiao couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the leaderboard. Qin Shuang was also exhausted, plopping down on a rock, her impressive figure rising and falling sharply. So tired. Usually graceful and composed, she was utterly exhausted now. After grinding for a whole morning against the secret realm guardian, and then grinding monsters for another 8 or 9 hours, her hands were sore. Sister, I'm level 10 now, I can change my equipment. Qin Tian excitedly took out 2 pieces of jewelry from his backpack, rewards for the damage leaderboard against the disaster boss, and eagerly equipped them. Ha ha ha, my physical attack has broken 200. Qin Shuang did the same, swapping out her level 5 silver necklace and ring her equipment looking brand new. Her physical attack surpassed 310 and her agility also reached 50. Wang Si didn't make the damage leaderboard, but Li Xiao gave him a silver shield. His constitution finally broke. Li Xiao put the dropped hell-level spider cave entrance ticket into his backpack and said, "Let's return to town, it's almost dawn. The golden sky is about to appear. Let's go." The night was deep. In the town of Soto, the streets were brightly lit and bustling with people. Adventurers gathered in groups, discussing their gains from the day. "I leveled up 2 levels today. Ha! The hero's blessing buff was so awesome. Experience skyrocketed. Too bad it will be gone tomorrow. Be grateful, but the passage to the safe zone opens tomorrow. Ew, I wonder which safe zone is adjacent to us. Do you think there are any strong players like Big Smile in other districts? You must be dreaming. Big Smile is already level 14. Who can surpass him? True. Not to mention him, even Qin Shuang is someone to look up to in other districts. I just returned from Wolf King Valley and happened to see Big Smile and Qin Shuang grinding monsters." 20 minutes later, Li Xiao stood at the entrance of the adventurers and looking up at the sky. The golden sky appeared on time. Ding! The daily midnight has arrived, and the level rankings are set. First place, Smile reward 3 gold coins, 5 free attribute points. Ding! Second place, Qin Shuang reward 2 gold coins, 3 free attribute points. Third place, if you don't die, just keep on rolling reward 2 gold coins, 3 free attribute points. Ding! Fourth place, Wind and Cloud Song reward 1 gold coin, 2 free attribute points. Qin Tian. Ding! Equipment rankings are set. First place, 20 Heart of Disaster Gold Holder Smile, reward 5 gold enhancement stones. Second place, 20 Boar King's Fong Gold Staff Holder Smile, reward 3 gold enhancement stones. Third place, 20 Eye of the Storm Gold Longbow Holder Qin Shuang, reward 3 gold enhancement stones. 4th to 10th places. Li Xiao looked at the ranking information on the sky with a good mood. All first places. 15 gold enhancement stones received, totaling 48 now. He allocated all 5 free attribute points to magic attack. 675, 680. Then a new line of text appeared on the sky. The end world has entered the 6th day, unlocking the 10-level dungeon spider cave, unlocking the 10-20 level map dark forest. The system mall and auction house are now open. Adventurers can use currency or magic cores to exchange for various items in the mall: enhancement stones, skill scrolls, potions, rare items, and old world living supplies, etc. The auction house can list any item. A deposit of 1 gold coin is required to list an item, refunded upon successful transaction with a transaction fee of 10. The adjacent safe zone passage is also opened. Due to District 4400 being destroyed by the boss during the disaster, District 4399 is connected to District 4401. Adventurers cannot freely enter the other side's safe zone town, and killing players from the other side in the wild does not increase evil value. Drop rates are doubled. This means that the 4399 zone is no longer closed off. Interesting. Li Xiaodian opened the system interface and discovered the icons for mall and auction, along with a double zone chat. At this moment, the 43994401 double zone chat area was bustling with activity. Li Xiaodian took a look inside. Glory of Light, Zone 4401, Level 10, 4399 zone. The last disaster allowed you to get first place by luck, and that will forever be our zone's pain. This time, as we connect with your zone, we will make up for our past disgrace. You Wenba, Zone 4399, Level 10, who did I expect? It turns out to be a defeated foe. Back then you blabbed endlessly in cross-zone chats. What place did you end up in? Laughing. Glory King, Zone 4401, Level 9, so what if we rank 10th? Aren't you just relying on having more people and an extra damage buff? If it were a fair competition, our zone would definitely be stronger. Brother Xiong, Zone 4399, Level 9, how can a mere Level 9 speak so boldly? Does your leader dare to say that? Glory of Light, Zone 4401, Level 10, does such bragging need our leader to say it? What about that one called Smile from your zone? Facing the Wind, Zone 4399, Level 9, do you even qualify to talk to our leader? Jester. Brother Xiong, Zone 4399, Level 9, you made me laugh to death. Despising Glory King, Zone 4401, Level 9, go ahead Brother Xiong, just don't let me catch you too, or I'll take you down. Li Xiao closed the chat interface, no longer paying attention to the verbal battle, which was unavoidable. He opened the mall. The mall interface was very simple, divided into Currency Mall and Reputation Mall. However, the Reputation Mall requires level 20 to use. Li Xiao opened the Currency Mall. It included enhancement items, skills, potions, equipment, special items, and old world life supplies. Common enhancement stone, 20 copper coins each. Silver enhancement stone, 2 silver coins each. Golden enhancement stone, 2 gold coins each. Thunder Strike, common class requirement, Mage Beastmaster 1 gold coin each. Leather Tunic LV 10 bronze 30 silver coins piece. Basic Life Potion 30 copper coins bottle 50 life. Intermediate Magic Potion 1 silver coin bottle restores 200 magic points. The prices seem quite reasonable. The skills are all basic skills for various professions, and the equipment is also the most common bronze gear. Most people drop 1 silver coin when killing a level 10 monster with a small chance to drop enhancement stones, potions, and equipment. People like Xiao who have a 100 drop rate for one of these items naturally do not lack these things, so they are not particularly useful to him. However, although the mall sells only basic items, it is still beneficial for most ordinary people. It seems that to acquire stronger equipment and skills, one still needs to rely on completing quests and defeating bosses. Xiao clicked on the special items. Return Scroll 10 magic cores each space, Jump Scroll rare 1000 magic cores each, Rare Skill Scroll random 1000 magic cores each, Enchanting Stone excellent 1000 magic cores each, Goddess Tear personal limit 5000 magic cores each, Epic Skill Scroll random 10,000 magic cores each space, Sealing Scroll 10,000 magic cores each. Xiao was dazzled. These are all great items. The Return Scroll is the most practical, so he immediately purchased 10. The time saved from returning will allow him to farm quite a few monsters. He had used the Space Jump Scroll once while fighting the disaster boss, teleporting directly above the boss head, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to deal critical damage on every strike. The excellent Enchanting Stone and the Goddess Tier that he had searched for all day without finding. The Epic Skill is unfortunate as it is random. If it turns out to be a skill for another class, it would be a loss. That would be 10,000 magic cores. However, his luck is high, so he can indeed give it a try. The Space Sealing Scroll goes without saying, fit can seal attributes right. Of the Demon King's avatar. These are all good items, but I only have over 2,000 magic cores. Xiao sighed softly. He had farmed over 2,000 demon apostles today, each of which dropped a magic core, and Qin Shuang, and the others didn't take any, leaving them all for him. He thought he had enough magic cores, but now he realized it was still too few. He would need to farm more demon apostles in the future. Xiao then clicked on the Old World life supplies. Wallace's non-spray set restores 10 fatigue, 10 copper coins portion, steak restores 20 fatigue, 1 silver coin portion, Beijing roast, duck stinky, tofu grilled cold noodles. He was very familiar with these all snacks from the Blue Star world that could be bought, not only delicious, but also restoring fatigue. In the world of the end of days, the maximum fatigue value is 100. If it drops below 10, one will enter a weakened state with attributes reduced by 80. Things like sleeping and eating can restore fatigue. Sleeping for an hour can restore 20 points. Therefore, a normal person needs to maintain at least 5 hours of sleep each day. Xiao scrolled down and saw many familiar items from the Blue Star world, including various toys and clothing. However, these do not provide any attributes, primarily serving as a nostalgic reminder of the old world. Xiao also opened the auction interface where many items had already been listed. He searched around to see if there was anything useful aside from some shabby bronze equipment. He only found a common healing skill. It seems there really isn't much good stuff at this stage. Xiao listed all the silver equipment he had farmed over the past few days that he didn't need. Most of it was equipment for assassins, priests, and mages. After about 10 minutes of operation, he found that he had lost 41 gold coins from his backpack, meaning he had listed 41 silver equipment, and once the transaction succeeded, they would be refunded. Xiao set a fixed price for the listed equipment. At this stage, silver equipment was still very scarce, and each piece could instantly elevate an ordinary person's level. Armor was set at 5 gold coins, while weapons and accessories were set at 6 gold coins. Their zone had just experienced a victory against the disaster boss, so everyone was quite wealthy. It was a good opportunity to sell. Now, excluding those 41 gold coins, Xiao still had 73 gold, 56 silver, and 45 copper. Once all the equipment sold after deducting a 10 handling fee, he would make around 200 gold coins. Haha, by then my gold coins will exceed 300. Xiao with a smug smile closed the system interface and went upstairs to prepare for sleep. Meanwhile, the 4399 zone was buzzing with chat. I love speaking the truth, you bunch of fools are still chatting. There are good items at the auction house. I just bid on an 8-level necromancer robe, and my magic attack and constitution skyrocketed by 8 points. Where's my husband, my god, who sold the necromancer set? Truth-telling brother, do you have a healing set for priests? I love speaking the truth, yes, but hurry. The auctioneer is the smiling big guy. Disappearing Peter, damn. Why didn't you say it earlier? On the other side, Xiao was just about to return to his room when the door next door suddenly swung open. There stood Qin Shuang barefaced, wearing a lace camisole nightgown at the door. The nightgown was quite conservative with a low neckline and a hem that reached the knee, yet it still could not conceal her mature and graceful figure. Especially her curvaceous waist and hip line exuding a sexy and fiery aura. Xiao was momentarily stunned. How did that cold and noble goddess change so much? Qin Shuang felt awkward under Li Xiao's stare. She had just put on the nightgown she bought in the shop and his eyes had already found it if she shot him an annoyed look. "Where are you looking?" Li Xiao snapped back, clearing his throat, though his gaze nevertheless flicked again to her. "Because it looks good," Qin Shuang retorted irritably. "I only came out for some water. Who knew you'd come back?" Li Xiao looked at her unadorned, pretty face and smiled. "You seem to owe me something, don't you?" Qin Shuang frowned in confusion. "What?" Li Xiao did not answer. Instead, he reached out and clasped her slender, softly curved waist. Qin Shuang stiffened, though she did not push him away. She lifted her head, his figure reflected in her cool eyes. She asked quietly, "What do you want?" "To collect a debt," he replied. With that, Li Xiao decisively silenced her full, tempting lips with his own. He was not one to accept losses. Besides, the barrier between them was almost imperceptible now. Faced with such a domineering move, Qin Shuang's eyes widened. But within seconds her hands had unconsciously clutched at the hem of Li Xiao's shirt. The corridor was quiet, the only sound the mingled cadence of their breathing. After a long time, Li Xiao finally released her. Qin Shuang's breath was quickened, and her chest rose and fell sharply. Her chilly gaze seemed veiled by a mist, losing its edge and gaining some tenderness. "You?" She opened her mouth, unsure what to say. "What about me?" Li Xiao looked at her, stirred by her intoxicating beauty. "This is a corridor. If someone sees us, I will be cross." Qin Shuang pushed at his chest with a cool face. "True enough. Only I am allowed to look at you like this," Li Xiao said, feeling the warm softness in his arms and smiling. Qin Shuang glared at him again, but the cold expression held no menace. It read like playful banter between lovers. With a dominant woman, one must be more assertive still. Li Xiao pushed open the door to her room and held her by the waist as he led her inside. In the room, he pressed Qin Shuang against the door, hands braced at her sides as he looked down at her. "Qin Shuang, do you like me?" Faced with such a blunt question, she did not evade. She was not shy. What she felt she acted upon. She lifted her head and kissed him. That was the best answer. Beneath Qin Shuang's frosty exterior beat a fervent heart. Li Xiao only discovered today that this usually ice-cold female Xiao could be so endearingly tender when moved. After a long moment, their lips parted. Qin Shuang leaned against Li Xiao's chest, breathing still unsteady, emitting an indolent, sensual aura. "Li Xiao, are we together now?" Li Xiao brushed a stray lock from her forehead and smiled. "Of course. Were you thinking of backing out?" Two dimples appeared on Qin Shuang's face, her smile, sweet, a stark contrast to her usual cold. Li Xiao scolded himself inwardly for being ordinary and could not resist stealing another kiss. Qin Shuang closed her eyes and stayed still. They lingered in each other's arms for a while before settling down. "Why did you suddenly?" Qin Shuang leaned against his shoulder, hesitating to speak. Li Xiao thought for a moment and shook his head. "I don't know. When I saw you at the doorway, I felt that if I did not take the initiative now, I would regret it tomorrow." Qin Shuang buried her face in Li Xiao's neck, her cheeks flushed like a peach. In her previous life, she had been CEO of a 1,000-person conglomerate. Her position had forged a decisive, commanding heart. The stronger a woman is inwardly, the more she reveres and yearns for strength. Simply put, strength inspires admiration. Why else would she have fallen for Li Xiao, once an inconspicuous subordinate in the old world? Now he was powerful, confident, decisive. Each quality stirred her. There is a saying, a man's humility cannot buy loyalty, only strength earns a woman's worship, and when a woman's admiration is won, betrayal is unlikely. Qin Shuang currently regarded Li Xiao with admiration. "What are you thinking about?" Li Xiao's voice came from above. "Thinking about you," she answered honestly. Li Xiao smiled like a simpleton. "If you have any difficult tasks later, tell me. I will help you." He patted his chest in promise. Qin Shuang raised her head and looked at Li Xiao, whose tenderness filled her cool eyes. "All right." Li Xiao stroked her rosy cheek. "By the way, bring out your equipment and I'll enhance it for you." "What's your fee, eh?" Qin Shuang asked with a crooked smile. Li Xiao leaned down and kissed her lips. "Consider this a deposit." Qin Shuang rolled her eyes. Li Xiao gave her backside a playful pat and urged, "Hurry and bring out the gear." Qin Shuang did not. Things were different now. She was Li Xiao's girlfriend. There was no need for unnecessary politeness, which would only... She sat up from Li Xiao's arms and smoothed the tangled lace of her camisole. Sitting at the bedside, she began to take equipment out of her backpack, one piece at a time. 13 Gale boots, 13 Phantasm pauldrons silver set, 13 Phantasm belt silver set, 13 Phantasm leather armor silver set, 13 Phantasm greaves silver set, 13 Linkshire rings silver, 12 Wind Whisper necklace silver, 14 Gale bracelet silver. "Is the Phantasm set complete?" Li Xiao sat down on the bed beside her. "Missing the boots stilly. After I finish my personal trial tomorrow, they'll have the full set." Qin Shuang shook her head. Li Xiao wondered why his personal trial had not been triggered, then realized it might be because he had already completed the set earlier. He then noticed the pile of 13 gear and could not help but laugh. "You're stuck at 13 and can't get past it." Qin Shuang sighed helplessly. Do you think strengthening is as easy as drinking water for everyone? Li Xiao opened his system interface and found an auction notification. System: the 41 silver items you listed have all sold. After a 10 fee you received 198 gold. Your 41 gold deposit has been returned. That fast? Not even an hour has passed. Li Xiao's eyes lit up. His backpack now held 300 golden enhancement stones, 64, a silver enhancement stones, 689, common enhancement stones, 11365, 312 gold. Qin Shuang leaned over to look, lips parting in astonishment. So many coins and enhancement stones. You are wealthy. Ha, just lucky, Li Xiao said with a smile as he took the gear from her hands. Since arriving in the terminal world, his luck had been exceptional. System: consume 1 silver enhancement stone and 1 silver coin to attempt enhancement on this item. Current success rate 35. System enhancement successful. 20 gale boots. Qin Shuang watched with bated breath, but it did not end. The equipment that had merely shimmered now one by one turned into items of flame with golden light in Li Xiao's hands. Even Qin Shuang used his spectacle swallowed hard. Amazing. Don't stop. After 5 pieces of armor reached 20, Li Xiao continued his work. System enhancement successful. 20 Lingshire ring. System enhancement successful. 20 wind whisper necklace. System enhancement successful. 20 gale bracelet. In one sweep, everything reached 20. He used 57 silver enhancement stones and 57 silver coins in total, resources that were negligible to him. Now the equipment rankings from 10th to 18th were all Qin Shuang's gear. Alright, look at the stats. Li Xiao returned the items to her. Qin Shuang stared at her row of 20 gear, breathing quickened. With these stats, she would surely soar. Li Xiao waved his hand before her eyes. Stop dawdling. Check the attributes. She eagerly opened her personal status panel. Character: Human Ling Shuang, LV 11, Town Guardian. Physical attack 512. Spirit 98. Constitution 105. Agility 78. Critical rate 12. Attack speed bonus 8. Her HP had surpassed 1,000. Agility 78 meant she moved swiftly, at least 2 arrows a second. Her physical attack had broken 500, up from 310, a jump of 200 points. Coupled with her steer talent, Trace Weakness, which guarantees weak point strikes, a single arrow would deal at least 7 to 800 damage. Paired with skills and a critical hit. Each piece of gear also carried a silver tier attribute, especially the necklace, which granted a 5 damage bonus. Qin Shuang drew a deep breath and regarded Li Xiao with growing reverence. She had never felt she needed to rely on anyone, yet now she understood what it felt like to be conquered. This man was powerful enough to make her willingly lay down all pride. Li Xiao, thank you. Li Xiao ruffled her hair and said, what for? You are my girlfriend. He smiled. Now your attack is only a little over 100 below mine. You should be able to handle most dangers. Qin Shuang's lips curved and 2 dimples flickered. She leaned in and planted a light kiss on Li Xiao's lips. This is the final payment. Faced with his tender soft girlfriend, Li Xiao grew covetous. Then I want a little interest. He wrapped his arm around Qin Shuang's waist and pulled her into his embrace. She did not resist, nestling against his chest. After a while she pushed away his wandering hand and lifted her head. Tomorrow I'm doing a personal trial to complete the Phantasm set. What about you? I'll farm the Hell Dungeon and quickly reach level 15, Li Xiao answered. He thought for a moment and added, then I'll attempt a hidden quest. Qin Shuang pushed him, cheeks flushed. Alright, go get some sleep. Don't you have dungeon runs tomorrow? Li Xiao was a little disappointed that she made no wish for him to stay the night. But having just confirmed their relationship, they would take things step by step. He let go. Fine, I'm off. Sleep early. Tomorrow I'll take you to claim the Hell First clear reward. Li Xiao turned toward the door, but paused halfway, glancing back at Qin Shuang with a teasing smile. That nightgown would look even more seductive with black stockings. He left, lips still tasting faintly of peppermint balm. Today he had reached level 14 and at last shed his lifelong singlehood. A good day indeed. Qin Shuang watched his retreating figure. Her lips, moist and slightly swollen, were a little red. She lay back in bed, burying her face beneath the covers while her fair legs fluttered happily. Is this what falling in love feels like? It was a wonderful sensation. Soon her flushed expression cooled, and she opened the shop to browse. At 6 in the morning, a world announcement sounded. System: all adventurers in safe zones, please pay attention. Due to the frequent slaying of the Calamity monster boss yesterday, the leader of the ancient demon clan is enraged. In 2 days the Demon Lord battlefield will open. Please consult the system interface for details. System: the Demon Lord battlefield will be opened by safe zones adjacent to the connected channels. The world announcement echoed 3 times in a row, igniting the spirits of all adventurers in the end of Glory of Honor Zone 4401, Level 10. The Demon King battlefield is filled with demon monsters. Adventurers can earn points by slaying them, and by defeating adventurers from opposing zones they can plunder their points. After the battlefield concludes, the points of all adventurers in both safe zones will be calculated, and the zone with the highest accumulated points will receive rewards. Points can be exchanged for skills, equipment, and special items. Glory of Kings Zone 4401, Level 9 Zone 4399. This time, you won't have damage buffs, right? Wait to be crushed by us. You Winba Zone 4399, Level 10 Nonsense. Do you really need damage buffs to kill this group of Level 9 trash? You trash from Zone 4401. Vomit. You Winba's words seem to have sparked a guild war, instantly igniting a barrage of insults. Glory of the Royal Family Zone 4401, Level 8. You damned you Winba, just wait. He'll make sure to wipe out all of you worthless fools. Brother Xiong Zone 4399, Level 9. Where did this Level 8 clown come from? Is everyone from your zone like this? No need for the Great Lord to step in, he'll squash you like little chicks. Fingers too long to be kicked out by Wife Zone 4401, Level 8. Brother Xiao. What the hell? Our zone's boss Glory Pinnacle can wipe you out. The insults between Zone 4399 and Zone 4401 escalated, and every participant in this verbal battle had their mother thoroughly insulted. Xiao also awakened, his face filled with excitement after reviewing the details of the Demon King battlefield. He was just one piece short of the shattered seal fragments needed to gather all 7. Xiao couldn't wait to get out of bed. He aimed to quickly reach level 15 today. So he called Qin Shuang and the others and headed straight to the spider cave. Big brother, are you in such a hurry? Qin Tian looked puzzled at Xiao's urgency. Qin Shuang beside Xiao shot him a glare and coldly said, stop wasting time. Hurry up. All right, no need to be so fierce. Qin Tian felt a bit wronged. He always sensed that something had happened between his sister and big brother, but he didn't dare to ask. The last time he spoke out of turn, he got shot with an arrow. Although it didn't hit a vital spot, his rear still throbbed slightly. As Xiao walked, he opened the level leaderboard to take a look. 1. Smile Mage level 14, 1-2. Ling Shuang Archer level 11, 54-3. No one can survive unless they are rolled to death. Assassin level 10, 0-15-4. Wind and Cloud Longsong Archer level 10, 12-5. Qin Tian Warrior level 10, 10-6. Affection Archer level 10, 6-7. Yu Winba Mage level 10, 1. To the east side of Soto Town, the Spider Cave. Xiao stood at the entrance taking out the Hell level Spider Cave admission ticket that dropped from the Demon Apostle he farmed yesterday. Spider Cave Hell difficulty suggested level 1015, number of players 15, clear conditions, defeat all monsters on each level, and ultimately defeat the Spider Queen. First clear reward inheritance, wish treasure, chest X1, experience 3000. Xiao stepped into the dungeon entrance, a flash of white light, and he disappeared from sight. The terrain of the Spider Cave is much more complex than that of the Wild Boar Cave, and it is also damp with webs and slime everywhere. The first level is filled with swarms of small spiders. Poison Spider LV 10 health, 2500 physical attack, 110 physical defense, 45 magic defense, 40 skills, venom spray, web entanglement. Now Xiao and the others were very in sync, and without needing to say much they began to perform their roles. Wang Si donned a shield and directly activated Knight's Taunt. The most effective method against these spiders is the Red Lotus Flame. Xiao weaved through the spider swarm, waving his staff and beginning to cast spells. Crimson flames blossomed in the spider swarm. Qin Shuang also rained arrows down, dealing explosive damage. 1850, 3700. Critical hit. 185 burning, 22 loss. Over 20 poison spiders instantly turned into white light and vanished. Qin Shuang, now vastly improved, dealt an astonishing 762 damage with each arrow. Sister, did you take medicine? How can you be so fierce? Xiao had long grown accustomed to his own strength, but Qin Shuang's damage left Qin Tian dumbfounded. He hadn't noticed the changes on the equipment leaderboard, and was unaware that his sister had already boosted her gear by 20. Ding. Killed Poison Spider LV10, experience 33. Ding. Killed Poison Spider LV10. The 4 of them continued to farm monsters while advancing. Thunder, Fire, Sea, and Arrow Rain poured down. In less than 10 minutes, the first level was cleared. The second level was filled with elite monsters. Poison Liquid Spider Guard LV12, elite health, 5000 physical attack, 150 physical defense, 60 magic defense, 50 skills, venom spray, web, entanglement, poison explosion. The 3 elite monsters were resolved in less than 30 seconds by Xiao and his team. The third level features the boss. Spider Queen LV15, held dungeon guardian health, 8 physical attack, 220 physical defense, 80 magic defense, 70 skills, venom spray, web, entanglement, summon young spiders, venom storm. 80,000 health was nothing for Xiao's team at this point. Under the explosive damage from Xiao and Qin Shuang, the Spider Queen's health rapidly declined. 80k, 60k, 40k, 20k. Roar. The Spider Queen emitted a final screech, her massive body vanishing from sight. Ding. Killed Spider Queen LV15 held Dungeon Guardian Experience 2000. Ding. Congratulations to the Smile team for becoming the first team to clear the Hell difficulty Spider Cave across both zones. An area announcement will be made. Should we hide the IDs? Don't hide. Area announcement. Congratulations to Zone 4399 Smile team for being the first to clear the Hell level Dungeon Spider Cave, achieving the title Spider Terminator. All team members receive 100 reputation, 3000 experience, 2 gold. This area announcement was heard by everyone in both Zone 4399 and Zone 4401. The people of Zone 4399 were already accustomed to this Smile-triggered announcements every few days, and it was noteworthy if an announcement was not made. However, the people of Zone 4401 could not accept it. The fact that Smile triggered the first clear announcement meant they had no chance. On the other side, the Spider Cave in Zone 4481. Glory Pinnacle raised his staff and shouted at the Spider Queen before him. Quick, deal damage. She's got less than 1,000 health left. The first clear reward is ours. As soon as he finished speaking, an announcement echoed in his mind. Damn it. Boss, it's that Smile again. Glory of Honor suddenly lost motivation, displaying a face of indignation. Last time he completed the hidden quest half an hour before us, causing us to miss out on the damage buff. Now he's taken away our first clear of the dungeon. Glory of Kings was equally outraged. Boss, that Smile is too much. Glory Pinnacle's expression fluctuated, and he waved his hand. Never mind. Let him have it this time. When the Demon King battlefield begins, they'll make him pay. That's right, boss, you're the man with diamond gear. That Smile is definitely not your match. Boss is awesome. By the way, boss, someone named Yang Chi private messaged me early this morning. On the other side, after clearing the Spider Cave, they dropped another Hell level admission ticket, so Li Xiao and his team continued to farm. After farming a total of 3 times without dropping an admission ticket, they finally stopped. Ding. Congratulations, Adventurer Smile leveled up to LV15 4081500. Reward, 3 free attribute points, 2 extra for title. In a flash of golden light, Li Xiao finally reached level 15. Qin Shuang was at level 12, while Qin Tian and Wang Si had both reached level 11. The 4 of them exited the dungeon and began to tally their loot. These are all great treasures. Li Xiao exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. It was time to distribute the spoils. Naturally, the legacy wish chest was his, and he also claimed the spider silk bracelet, which could replace the level 5 golden bracelet corroded wolf fang. Li Xiao handed the spider silk necklace to Qin Shuang, smiling as he said, "This is for you." As she reached out to take it, her palm was gently tickled. She felt a tingling sensation and quickly withdrew her hand, maintaining a cold demeanor in front of Qin Tian and Wang Si, exuding an aura that kept others at bay. "I'm off to complete my trial. See you tonight," she said, tossing her ponytail behind her without looking back, leaving with a decisive grace. After watching her enchanting silhouette disappear, Li Xiao gave the Knight's Glory to Wang Si, a shield that granted a terrifying 90 points in Constitution. This instantly boosted his health by nearly half, allowing him to better absorb damage for Li Xiao. "Big brother, what about me?" Qin Tian leaned in, wearing a look of eager anticipation. Li Xiao tossed the skill scroll rage over to him and waved his hand, saying, "All right, go accompany your sister to complete the trial. I have tasks to attend to as well." "Got it, big brother," Qin Tian replied, cheerfully following in Qin Shuang's footsteps. Once they were gone, Li Xiao was almost overwhelmed with excitement. Level 15 meant he could wear the legacy set. It also meant he could wield the diamond staff Nebula Flame. Li Xiao took a deep breath and organized the equipment he needed to enhance. Legacy Wish Robe LV15 Golden Legacy Set. Legacy Wish Shoulder Pads LV15 Golden Legacy Set. Spider Silk Bracelet LV12 Golden. Nebula Flame LV15 Diamond Staff. He quickly calculated the number of enhancement stones required. 3 pieces of golden equipment would require a total of 60 stones. The Nebula Flame, being diamond quality, needed 1 diamond enhancement stone, which required 10 golden enhancement stones to synthesize, totaling 200 golden enhancement stones. In total, he needed 260 golden enhancement stones. He had 78 in his backpack, leaving a deficit of 182. "Fortunately, I have plenty of silver and ordinary enhancement stones." Without hesitation, Li Xiao began the synthesis. He had 1-178 ordinary enhancement stones in his backpack, which could be synthesized into 1-1-7 silver enhancement stones. Adding the existing 807 silver enhancement stones, he would have 2024 silver stones, which could then be transformed into 202 golden enhancement stones. 202.78, 280 golden enhancement stones. That exceeded the required 260, he was set. Li Xiao grinned. "Let's get started." He first took out the Legacy Wish Robe and clicked on Enhance. Ding. "Would you like to consume 1 golden enhancement stone and 1 gold to enhance this equipment? Current success rate 100. Enhance." Ding. Congratulations, enhancement successful. 20 Legacy Wish Robe LV 15 Golden Legacy Set. Magic Attack 50 100 Spirit 30 I 60 Constitution 30 60. Passive Legacy Will when health is below 30, both defenses increase by 20 for 10 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Golden Attribute Legacy Power Magic Attack 5. Percentage-based magic attack, truly delightful. Xiao continued to enhance the Legacy Wish shoulder pads. The same set of operations. Ding. Congratulations, enhancement successful. 20 Legacy Wish shoulder pads, LV 15 Golden Legacy Set. At 4 in the afternoon. When Xiao arrived at the Soto Underground City, he noticed that the number of people here was currently there are about 280 adventurers surviving in the 4399 safe zone, with an average level reaching level 8. Even without the buff of Heroes Blessing, the enthusiasm of the adventurers remained undiminished. This place not only allows for the collection of complete sets of equipment for their profession, but the experience gained from monster hunting is also 1.5 times higher than that in the level 510 Wilderness Forest. Everyone was preparing for the Demon King's battlefield that would commence the day after tomorrow. They yearned for victory, but even more so for the rewards. In the center of the hall, the ethereal shadow of Santo was indeed still present, though it appeared fainter than last time. Santo's gaze fell upon Xiao, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Young man, you have grown faster than I imagined. Xiao stepped forward and cupped his fists, saying, Captain Santo, I have come to fulfill the next step of protection and inheritance. Santo nodded and raised his hand, pointing towards the black stone door at the end of the hall. You have been in there before, haven't you? Xiao felt a lingering dread upon hearing this. I have been inside, nearly didn't make it out. If it weren't for that spatial ceiling scroll, he would have lost one of his resurrection chances. It is fortunate that you survived. Santo's tone grew serious. That was a projection of the Demon King's Dokaya, and it is level 49. What? Level 49? Xiao's heart raced. If the projection was level 49, how strong was the actual body? Santo looked worried. The seal is starting to weaken now. At this rate, in no more than 7 days the seal will completely shatter. 7 days. Just the thought of that oppressive force that had left him immobilized sent shivers down his spine. If released, it was likely that no one would survive. Santo's ethereal figure floated before him, solemnly asking, Young man, do you wish to protect Soto? Ding. Triggering Hidden Quest Protection and Inheritance, 23. Quest Difficulty Nightmare. Quest Objective. Use the teleportation array to travel to the border demon race's fallen zone, find the surviving humans, and bring back the sealing stone to reinforce the seal of the Demon King Stokaya's projection. Quest Exclusive Item Teleportation Scroll 1 Shatter to return instantly to Soto Town. Quest Rewards Reputation 2000 Inheritance Legacy Treasure Chest 1. Epic Skill Scroll of this Profession 1. Experience 10,000 Failure Penalty. Timeout Voluntary. Abandonment results in a loss of 1 resurrection, a 5 deduction of all attributes, and 1,000 reputation. Unable to unlock remaining parts of the inheritance. Set time limit before the Demon King battlefield opens. 31 hours 48 minutes remaining. Timeout results in quest failure. Environment debuff all attributes. 10 in demon areas. High-level demons have innate inner demon interference. Quest description. 10 years ago, this was the human resistance's line against the demons. Now it has been completely occupied. Even so, many human predecessors bravely rushed there to resist the demons, because behind the line, there are more people who need protection. Adventurer, do you wish to inherit this will of protection? Xiao looked at the quest information somewhat shocked. It was actually a nightmare-level quest, second only to the highest hell level. The difficulty of quests in the end world differs from that of instance dungeons. In instance dungeons, all adventurers are held to a standard, whereas quest difficulty is assessed based on the current strength of the adventurer. In the past, the quests he accepted were either ordinary or difficult. The only disaster-level quest he had undertaken was to slay the Wolf King. But that Wolf King had been corrupted with attributes enhanced across the board. At that time, if it weren't for Qin Shuang and the Purification Arrow, he would have faced a dangerous situation. Now, however, his attributes had reached such exaggerated heights, yet the system still assessed it as nightmare-level difficulty. This indicated that the danger of this quest far exceeded all the battles he had ever experienced. Xiao lifted his head to look at Santo. The demon race fallen zone, where is that? Santo handed over. Ding. Adventurer has activated the map of the demon race fallen zone. Time limit 31 hours 45 minutes. Xiao brought up the system interface and opened the limited time map. The demon race fallen zone is located at the border of the Apocalypse Empire, over 600 kilometers from Soto Town. Santo explained beside him. The fallen zone is divided into 3 areas. The outer area is the territory of demonized beasts with levels ranging from 10 to 18, which shouldn't pose much of a problem for you. The middle zone is the stronghold of demon generals, where the demons are between levels 18-25. At your current level, You can only enter the mid-layer at most, and you must be very careful. The inner layer is the fortress where the Demon King resides, and you shouldn't even think about entering there. Li Xiao nodded. He had no intention of seeking death. At this moment, he gazed at the substantial quest rewards. 2,000 reputation. His current reputation was 4,100, and he needed 5,900 to upgrade his talent to level 20. Completing this quest would significantly advance his progress. The Inheritance Legacy treasure chest goes without saying it is the most top-notch equipment for him at this stage. Coupled with the epic skill scroll and 10,000 experience. Li Xiao clenched his fists. I am willing to inherit this will. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Santos' eyes. He took out 2 items and handed them to Li Xiao. This is the teleportation scroll. Shatter it after completing the quest, or if you wish to abandon the quest, and you will be instantly teleported back to Soto Town. Li Xiao took the scroll and placed it in his backpack. Santo handed over a gray-white stone. This is the teleportation stone. Use it at the teleportation array in Luophone Village, and you can directly teleport to the outskirts of the Demon Race Fallen Zone. Additionally, once you reach the Fallen Zone, my Guardian's badge will guide you to find the surviving humans. Once you find them, they will know where the sealing stone is located. Li Xiao looked at the badge in his backpack, nodding solemnly. Captain Santo, rest assured I will complete the quest and bring back the sealing stone. Santo's ethereal figure began to blur his face, showing a hint of reluctant hope. Young man, you have a heart for protection and inheritance. May you return safely. You are Soto Town's last hope. As soon as the words fell, Santo's spirit dissipated into countless white dots finally surrounding Li Xiao. Ding. Adventurer smile receives Santo's blessing. Gains permanent buff spirits, wish immune to all negative effects, healing effects doubled. Ding. Quest protection and inheritance, 23, has been accepted. Quest time limit before the Demon King battlefield opens, 31 hours 40 minutes. Please set off as soon as possible. Li Xiao stood in place, regaining his senses after a long while. Santo had completely vanished from this world. Now he bore the heavy responsibility of bringing back the sealing stone. Leaving the underground city. As Li Xiao walked, he began to check the supplies in his backpack. Basic life potion 143 bottles, basic magic potion 127 bottles, intermediate life potion, restores 200 health, 23 bottles, intermediate magic potion, restores 200 mana, 18 bottles, roasted meat 12, restores 10 fatigue, return scroll 10, teleportation scroll 1, quest exclusive teleportation stone 1, quest exclusive gold strengthening stone 11 pieces silver, strengthening stone 6 pieces, regular strengthening stone 24 pieces, currency 50 gold, 54 silver, 88 copper. These potions should be enough. Li Xiao then stored away all the bronze equipment and low-level materials in his backpack that he wouldn't be using at the free storage point in Luophone Village. He freed up 50 slots, enough to hold quest items and loot. Once all preparations were complete, Li Xiao opened the private message interface. Smile, I accepted a quest, might not return tonight. Qin Shuang, what quest? Where? Li Xiao hesitated for a moment. Smile, hidden quest. It's not difficult, just a bit far. Qin Shuang, you're lying, angry smile. Qin Shuang, you hesitated for 2 seconds, just now. Li Xiao's lips twitched. How could she notice such a flaw? Smile, really nothing, just going to grind some things. They'll definitely be back tomorrow. Qin Shuang, wait a minute. The next second a trade request popped up from the system. Ding. Adventurer Qin Shuang has initiated a trade request. Oh, do you agree? Li Xiao was taken aback and clicked agree. Qin Shuang placed a scroll in the trade window. Guardian scroll, rare consumable, after use it can block 1 lethal damage and restore 20 of health. Remaining uses 11. Description, the final reward for completing personal trials, may you return safely. Li Xiao felt warm inside as he looked at this scroll. This Guardian scroll is truly precious. It can lock health equivalent to 1 resurrection. Smile, it's nice to have a wife who cares. Kiss Qin Shuang, who's your wife? Don't call me that, randomly disdained Smile, then what do you say when you kiss me? Sly smile, Qin Shuang, that was forced by you. Smilo. Then I won't force you next time. Qin Shuang, you dare knife. Li Xiao looked at those 2 words, and suddenly, so she likes this kind of teasing, got it for next time. Li Xiao took out 10 return scrolls from his backpack and placed them in the trade window. Qin Shuang, no need. Smile, it saves you the trouble of running around. Take it quickly, or I'll be angry. Qin Shuang hurriedly accepted the trade. Qin Shuang. Be careful, don't die. Smile, don't worry, I have 4 resurrection chances, and besides, I haven't discussed the truth of life with you yet. Next time I go to your room, no matter what I say, I won't leave. Sly smile, Qin Shuang, go away. Smile, Mua. Li Xiao smiled, closing the private message interface. He knew that Qin Shuang had a cold exterior, but a warm heart, clearly worried to death, yet still acting tough. Li Xiao stepped into Luophone Village as evening approached. Kane led Li Xiao to a stone platform. In the center of the stone platform, there was a groove that perfectly fit the teleportation stone. Young man, this is the teleportation array. Li Xiao took the teleportation stone from his backpack and placed it in the groove. The stone platform instantly lit up, enveloped in blue light. Ding. The teleportation array has been activated. Target demon race fallen zone outskirts warning high-level dangerous creatures exist in the target area. Please proceed with caution. Li Xiao stood in the center of the teleportation array. Young man, take care. Kane's voice came from behind. Don't worry, Grandpa Kane. Blue light flashed, and Li Xiao disappeared from the spot. Meanwhile, all instances of his ID in the 4,399 zone's level and equipment rankings vanished completely in that instant. Level rankings. 1. Ling Shuang Archer level 12, 91. 2. Wanbu Si Jiu Wang Si Li Wan Assassin level 11, 89. 3. Feng Yunchang Gu Archer level 11, 84. Equipment rankings. 1. 20 Eye of the Storm LV 5 Holder Ling Shuang. 2. 10 Knight's Glory LV 12 Holder Wang Si. 3. 12 Wings of Death LV 10 Holder Wanbu Si Jiu Wang Si Li Wan. Chat area 4399. I love speaking the truth, brothers and sisters. Where is Boss Wei Xiao? Why is he no longer on the leaderboard? I just realized. Boss Wei Xiao isn't dead, right? Fear. Ling Shuang Yuwenba, watch your filthy mouth, or he'll shoot you dead with an arrow. Yuwenba, big sister, I was just joking. Boss Wei Xiao has 4 revivals, how could he possibly be dead? I'm just worried. The Demon King battlefield is about to open. Without Boss Wei Xiao we have no confidence. Feng Yinchang Gu Ling Shuang, where exactly has Boss Wei Xiao gone? My guild's brothers in the public area of Zone 4401 are already getting restless. Crazy lowly, without Brother Wei Xiao in our zone, I feel so insecure. Fear. Xiang Huijia, all you big shots help. That bunch of scum in Zone 4401 just ambushed our party in the public area. Our equipment has been destroyed. Meng Duo Ji weren't both sides just restraining each other without any conflict before. How is it that as soon as Boss Wei Xiao disappears they attack? Did someone leak the news of Boss Wei Xiao's disappearance? Kongting washing machine, there's a traitor in our zone. On the other side, Li Xiao opened his eyes and found everything around him was dark red. In the distance he saw fragmented mountain peaks, and the ground was filled with cracks. Immediately a smell of charred flesh mixed with blood wafted in. Ugh, this is the demon race's fallen zone, huh? Li Xiao retched and gripped the nebula flame. Ding. Adventurer has entered the special area demon race, fallen zone periphery. Environmental debuff, triggered non-demon race, all attributes 10. Heroic spirit blessing buff activated, negates negative effects. A red debuff icon appeared above Li Xiao's head, but was soon covered by a golden buff icon. At the same time, buffs such as Wild Instinct and Residual Might of Calamity also took effect. Fortunately, his attributes were unaffected. Li Xiao opened the mini-map. Several locations were marked on the map. This is the area perimeter. Heading south leads to the territory of corrupted beasts with monster levels from 10 to 18. Further south is the mid-level area where the demon race stronghold is located with monster levels from 18 to 25. In the center is a large red exclamation mark marking the Demon King territory. I should look for survivors first. Li Xiao took out the Guardian's badge and several green dots appeared on the mini-map. These markers should indicate the survivors. Li Xiao made his decision and headed in the direction indicated. Before long, Wild Instinct revealed a series of red dots in his mind. 3 corrupted creatures appeared ahead. Li Xiao slowed his pace, circumventing a patch of charred shrubbery to see the forms of the 3 monsters. Corrupted Giant Wolf, LV 14. Health per 1000. Physical attack, 160. Physical defense, 70. Magical defense, 60. Skills by Corruption Howl. 4000 health, 60 magical defense. Li Xiao wasted no time and cast a magic shield on himself, absorbing 670 health points. With 46 agility, he quickly approached the monsters while raising his staff to begin casting. Thunder Chain. His base magic attack was 1140 points with an additional 5 from the Legacy Power and another 5 from the Necromancer's 3-piece set, reaching a total of 1254 points. Thunder Chain dealt 160 damage with talent damage increase of 75, title damage increase of 10, and residual Might of Calamity of 10. In 1 second the thunder coalesced and struck directly at the 3 giant wolves. 3,137. 22 damage. A terrifying damage number popped up above the giant wolf's head. This was not over. The thunder instantly jumped to the other 2 giant wolves. 3,014. 2,889. 22 damage. A woo. The thunder jumped again 2 more times, directly reducing the 2 giant wolves to white light. The last remaining giant wolf let out an angry howl, trying to rush over to bite. But in the next second a web of spider silk enveloped it, trapping it in place. Li Xiao triggered the golden effect of the spider silk bracelet, Spider Silk Entangle. Not missing the opportunity, Li Xiao raised his hand and cast Fireball. 2,636. The giant wolf could not withstand the massive damage and turned into white light in despair. Ding. Killed corrupted giant wolf LV14, experience 10-1. Ding. Killed corrupted. Obtain magic core 3, a silver coins 15, a silver reinforcement stone 3. Too weak. Li Xiao shook his head and continued forward. The corrupted beasts in the periphery were nothing more than walking experience bags for him. Groups of them spawned, and the experience bar visibly increased. Level 15-8. Level 15-15. Level 15-23. The magic cores in his backpack were also increasing. 2,150. 2,230. 2,380. Li Xiao brushed through the monsters while advancing towards the direction of the green dots on the map. After an unknown amount of time, the sky was adorned with a dark red moon. Ding. Killed corrupted vulture LV13, experience 11. A flash of golden light indicated that Li Xiao leveled up. Ding. Congratulations, adventurer. Wei Xiao has reached LV16, experience 6-20000. Gained 3 free attribute points, additional 2, title effect. Allocate points all into magic attack. 11401145. Li Xiao put away his staff and checked his backpack. Magic core 4,896. Silver reinforcement stone 3465. Lady Luck achievement task 5104100000. It's only 9 o'clock, now keep grinding. Li Xiao licked his lips just as he was about to head towards the next wave of corrupted beasts. Suddenly, he saw a green dot on the map moving towards him. At the same time, wild instinct began to alert in his mind. A human survivor was being chased. Li Xiao's expression changed, and he quickly turned and sprinted toward the location sensed. Meanwhile, on the other side, a chase was unfolding. 6 figures in black robes were pursuing a woman who was fleeing in a disheveled state. The 6 figures in black were enveloped in thick black mist. Woman, I wonder where you can escape to. Hehehe. I enjoy watching you run desperately. The woman ahead was drenched in blood. Her silver-white robe was torn in many places, revealing gaping horror. As she fled, she glanced at the letter in her hand, feeling a sense of despair. Then she looked up toward the distant sky, which was in the direction of the Tianqi Empire. Rui's, I can't escape anymore. Her eyes turned red. You took that blow for me. At that moment, one of the black-robed figures lost patience and swung his long knife. I've had enough. Die. The 6 black figures lunged at the woman. She closed her eyes in despair. Just then a roar echoed from afar. Thunder chain. A purple lightning bolt struck down from the side. 3,191. 4,658. Weak point attack. 5,978. Critical hit. 2,849. 2,765. Who is it? Ah, damn. Who dares to ambush me? Come out. I don't strike. I lost my eyebrows. Wails echoed as several black-robed figures had their hair singed instantly. At the same time, shocking damage numbers appeared above their heads. The woman's dull eyes turned toward the young mage stepping out from the darkness, and in the next moment, she fainted from exhaustion. The young mage Li Xiao held a glowing staff in his hand. He glanced at the severely injured black-robed figures whose spirits were now low, having lost their imposing arrogance. The newcomer was none other than Li Xiao, who was staring at the black-robed figures. Elite Demon Warrior LV22 Elite, remaining life 46, 51 physical attack, 280 physical defense, 120 magical defense, 90 skill shadow, / demon bloodline dark charge. Description: regular troops of the demon race stationed in the fallen zone, bloodthirsty and brutal. At that moment, one of the demon warriors relaxed his tense expression upon seeing that Li Xiao was merely a level 16 mage. Human, you dare to act so arrogantly in our demon territory. When did a level 16 apprentice mage have the audacity to wander alone? Are you here to seek death? Ha! Truly the ignorant are fearless. Li Xiao sneered, unimpressed by their intelligence. He ceased to waste words, stepping forward with afterimages, raising his staff to cast a spell. Crimson Lotus of Inferno. 22 HP drained. Boom. 2 seconds later, a massive dark red flaming lotus descended from the sky. The inferno, with a radius of 15 meters, engulfed everything. Sizzle. 3,826. 3,826. 7,652. Critical hit. Ah, it's so hot. You are not an apprentice mage at all. Who are you? Several demon warriors, not receiving a reply from Li Xiao, were soon overwhelmed by the sea of flames. Above their heads, not only huge fire damage numbers appeared, but also burning damage of 380 per second, along with 162 true damage from the staff's passive ability, Burning Fire. Flashes of white light sparkled, leaving behind a pile of demon cores. Ding. Killed Elite Demon Warrior LV22 Elite Experience 220. Ding. Killed Elite Demon Warrior LV22. Li Xiao didn't have time to look at the experience bar and quickly walked towards the woman lying on the ground. As he got closer, he could see the information above her head. Human Eileen Fowl, LV-24 First Transition Elementalist, dying. Li Xiao squatted down and carefully helped her up. Are you alright? Eileen struggled to open her eyes. When she saw Li Xiao's face, her once dull eyes suddenly lit. You are the descendant. Human race. Yes, I am the descendant, and I am also of the human. Li Xiao hurriedly took out a bottle of intermediate life potion from his backpack and held it to her lips. Don't speak, drink this first. Eileen shook her head, her lips trembling slightly. It's useless. I am cursed by the demon race. The potion has no effect. Li Xiao looked down and finally noticed the layer of black aura surrounding her wounds, slowly eroding her body. Don't talk. I will take you back. Li Xiao reached out, wanting to carry her and see if he could bring her back to No, it's too late. Eileen clutched Li Xiao's sleeve with her remaining strength, her eyes filled. The letter, the demon race's secret letter, is in my arms. You must. Her voice grew weaker, as if she were on the brink of death. It contains the plan of the Demon King Stokaya. He intends to attack 12 towns in the eastern territory of the Tianqi Empire within 7 days. Li Xiao's expression turned grave as he looked at the blood-stained letter. Demon Race Secret Letter Quest Item Description contains the plan of the Demon King Stokaya, along with the names of the 12 towns. Sotoa Town is one of them. Li Xiao took the letter, feeling its weight in his hand. What do you want me to do? Aylin's voice was becoming increasingly faint. Deliver the letter to the town chief of your town. Have him report to the city lord, then pass it to Princess Sophia so that the emperor knows. You must do it within 7 days. Her body swayed, and Li Xiao quickly supported her. Cough, cough, the sealing stone. Eileen continued speaking, her breath growing weaker. In the middle layer, on a demon leader. That leader is level 25, you must be careful. Alright, I understand. Li Xiao nodded. Eileen lifted her head, using her last bit of strength to appraise. You are only level 16. An apprentice mage. Yet you could kill a level 22 elite demon. Her tone was filled with amazement mixed with a hint of satisfaction. Not once did Li Xiao hear the term apprentice mage, and he furrowed his brows. What is an apprentice mage? Aylin's lips curled up in a feeble smile. Li Xiao gazed at the experience notes that had unexpectedly appeared in his hand, crouching silently for a long time. It was the first time he had felt so vividly the death of a person. Eileen was a native of the end world, unlike the arrivals like them. Arrivals could still stand up again at the resurrection point after death. But Aylin's death was true. Aylin's body leaned against his shoulder, gradually growing cold. Li Xiao gently placed Aylin's body on the ground and took out a clean robe from his backpack to cover her. Then he piled up some stones to make a simple grave. He stood before the grave in silence for a long time. Eileen, trust me, I will deliver it. Your companions will not die in vain. He turned and walked towards the mid-layer of the fallen zone. At that moment, there was a red mark on the map indicating the mid-layer area. That was the location of the demon leader. Li Xiao walked while flipping through Aylin's mage experience notes. Ding. Do you want to use Aylin's mage experience notes? Using it will grant a large amount of mage profession experience and unlock first transfer profession-related information. Use. The notes transformed into a beam of golden light and entered Li Xiao's brow. A torrent of information surged into his mind. Ding. Experience gained 5,000. 16th level 26. Ding. Unlocking career advancement information. After reaching level 20, the first job transfer can be performed, unlocking the first transfer profession, Elementalist. Elementalist branches fire, ice, lightning, wind, earth. Transfer determined based on the adventurer's highest elemental affinity. Current elemental affinity fire 40, lightning 60. Determined as a lightning elementalist, collect 7 sealing fragments to unlock hidden profession 67. Cannot learn skills from other elements after the first transfer. Unlocked new skill slots 2. Unlocked elemental resonance, passive learning corresponding elemental skills permanently increases damage. Li Xiao looked at this information, his heart shaken. He used to know nothing about job transfers, but now he finally understood the information about it. It turned out that an elementalist could only learn skills of one elemental type. It seemed he needed to quickly obtain the last sealing fragment to unlock the hidden profession. If he remembered correctly, it could be exchanged for points on the Demon King's battlefield tomorrow dawn. He didn't know how much time had passed. Ding. Killed the demonized Tiger King, LV-18, experience 110. Li Xiao was grinding monsters while heading to the mid-layer. Now his experience had reached 16th level 78. The achievement task for the Goddess of Fortune was 760810000. Li Xiao glanced at the time. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. So he took out some roasted meat from his backpack to eat. After recovering to 95, Li Xiao continued forward. He slowed his pace as wild scents kept presenting so he took out some roasted meat from his backpack to eat. After recovering to 95, Li Xiao continued forward. He slowed his pace as wild scents kept presenting the distribution of surrounding monsters in his mind. The monster density in the mid-layer area was much higher than that in the outer region, and the levels ranged from 18 to 25. However, these ordinary demons were nothing to him. What he really cared about was the red dot marked as leader on the map, which appeared to be dark red. Xiao did not rush over, but first observed the layout of the area. The terrain was complex and suitable for kiting. He cast a magic shield with 670 health points on himself, then stepped out from the shadows. Ahead, a massive figure was sitting on a pile of rubble. It was a humanoid demon over 3 meters tall, with 4 curved horns on its head and dark golden eyes. It was holding a huge bone club gnawing on something. At first glance, it was a tough character. Demon Leader Grom LV 25 Silver Boss Health 150000 Physical Attack 650 Magic Defense 180 Physical Defense 200 Skills Earth Split / Demon Flame Impact Bloodthirsty Frenzy Demon Roar Description: one of the leaders under the Demon King Stokaya responsible for guarding the mid-layer of the Fallen Zone. Cruel and bloodthirsty, it has slaughtered entire human villages. With 1500 health, 650 physical attack, and 180 magic defense. What a monster! Since I've come, am I supposed to be afraid of him? Xiao encouraged himself and stepped out from the shadows. Grom immediately noticed his presence, its dark golden eyes fixed on the tiny human. Its voice was deep and resonant, carrying a sense of oppression. A level 16 apprentice mage dares to venture here. Looks like you have had enough of life. Just right, this leader isn't full yet, so it'll eat you. Xiao tightened his grip on the nebula fire and curled his lips into a cold smile. You big fool, dreaming of eating me. Grom stood up, its 3-meter-tall body trembled slightly. It raised its bone club and slammed it down to the ground. Earth split slash. The ground cracked open, and a black shockwave surged towards Xiao. Xiao's agility had already reached 46 points, but he was still grazed by the shockwave. 246. The magic shield was reduced by a third. Then Lucky Light was triggered, adding another 326 shield. The damage is acceptable. Xiao quickly approached Grom and raised his staff to cast a spell. He intended to unleash a high-frequency damage skill, aiming to trigger the Silk Thread Bracelet ability of Silk Binding for safer damage output. Thunder Chain. A purple lightning bolt crashed down. 3,164. 6,080. Critical hit. 2,918. 2,796. 2,674. 22 lost. 5 damage numbers flickered above Grom's head. His luck was good to trigger a critical hit. 18,000 health directly dropped by 10,000. Unfortunately, Silk Binding did not trigger to control it. This is impossible. Grom's eyes widened. An apprentice mage, how could you deal such high damage? Tell me, which elementalist are you disguised as? Disguised as what? Xiao retreated, distancing himself from the power of calamity loss effect as the opponent was clearly about to unleash a skill. He needed to attack from a distance, casting a fireball spell. 2,718. Grom's health bar dropped a little more. In less than half a minute since their encounter, Grom's health had dropped to 130,000. Human, you have angered me. Grom howled to the sky. Demon Flame Impact. For horns above its head gathered a massive flame. Boom. 1,068. Xiao wanted to dodge behind the stone wall, but he was still a step too late, enduring a horrifying amount of damage. Damn. A suffocating number flickered above his head. His magic shield and Lucky Light shield shattered in an instant. Originally at 2810 health, it dropped directly to 2,349. He did not trigger the shoulder guard's heritage wall entry, taking over 1,000 damage directly. Xiao grimaced in pain, shaking his sore body, quickly drinking a medium health potion. 234-92549. Haha, how does it feel to be injured? The shrunken human. Grom was in a good mood after seeing Xiao injured. For black beams of light shot from it, landing beside it. For Demon Warriors, LV-22 Elite appeared on the battlefield. Kill this human. Grom commanded. In its eyes, Xiao was not worth it for it to act personally. The 4 Demon Warriors charged towards Xiao simultaneously. Xiao's face darkened, feeling underestimated. He immediately waved his staff and began to cast a spell. Crimson Lotus Fire. 2 seconds later, a dark red flame lotus blossomed amidst the Demon Warriors. 3,407. 3,407. 3,407. 6,814. Critical hit. For Demon Warriors were instantly left with low health. The burn effect triggered. 510. 510. 510. 1,020. The 4 Demon Warriors stared at each other and then vanished into white light. Ding. Killed Demon Warrior LV-22 Elite Experience 110 ding. Grom was also affected by the Crimson Lotus Fire, suffering continuous burning damage above its head. Its expression finally changed. This human was extraordinary. Frenzied Thunder. Purple lightning clouds gathered above Grom's head. 10 bolts of purple lightning crashed down. 2,970. 2,970. 5,940. Critical hit. 18,400. Area damage weakened. Lucky hit. A series of damage numbers flickered above Grom's head. Remaining health 9,000. Triggered a lucky hit. Xiao silently lamented that it was a pity if that critical hit had triggered a lucky hit, it would have been perfect. Damn human. Bloodthirsty frenzy. Grom's body glowed red, greatly increasing its attack and movement speed. It raised its bone club and wildly slammed it down towards Xiao. 680. 654. 192. Heritage wall blocks 65. Xiao's newly cast magic shield shattered under the consecutive attacks. His health also fell below 2,000, leaving only 1,756. But Xiao remained calm, drinking a medium health potion while retreating and dealing damage. Fireball. 2,710. Basic attack. 2,140. The power of calamity loss effect was also continuously draining health. 22. 22. 22. Grom's health bar continued to decrease. In the next second, its massive body was entangled by silk threads. Xiao seized the opportunity to continually wave his staff under the influence of 46 agility magic balls and fireballs pounded down towards Grom. Soon its health dropped below 5,000. Human, you are doomed. Grom was truly enraged, and black flames coalesced at its horns, charging towards Xiao. Demon Flame Impact. Xiao was already prepared as it raised its hand, having already evaded the impact range. The skill cooldown was up, and he raised his staff. Thunder Chain. This was Xiao's highest single-target damage skill so far. Boom. 4,658. Weak point attack. 3,040. 2,918. 2,796. 5,154. Critical hit. Another skill caused Grom to lose 18,000 damage. It now only had 3,000 health remaining. Roar. Demon Roar. A visible sound wave spread from its furious mouth. Ding. Heroic Spirit Blessing buff activated, immune to stun effect. Xiao stood still, a mocking glint in his eyes. Is this it? A hint of surprise finally appeared in Grom. How could this be? What's impossible? 20 seconds had passed. Xiao chuckled coldly, swiftly moving and starting to unleash skills. Frenzied Thunder. Purple lightning clouds gathered in the sky and 10 bolts of lightning crashed down. 2,970. 5,940. Critical hit. 5,940. Critical hit. 1910. Area damage weakened. 22 lost. Damage numbers were wildly flickering above Grom's head. It was left with just over 10,000 health. At this point it finally showed fear. Damn human. You'd better wait for me. As soon as it finished speaking, it actually turned to flee. Before it could escape, a figure strangely appeared before it. A face bore a mocking smile. Where do you think you're going? Crimson Lotus Fire. Bang. No. It let out a desperate roar. A terrifying number flickered above its head. 32,670. It was fortunate to become a soul favored by the goddess. Ding. Congratulations to the human adventurer Smile from the Apocalypse Empire for the first kill of the silver level boss demon leader Grom, achieving the Demon Calamity achievement. Due to the adventurer being outside the 4399 zone, a world announcement will be made. Do you want to hide your ID? Not hiding. Xiao felt a tinge of curiosity. He noticed that this world's announcement was somewhat different from the one that accompanied the disaster's arrival. Because in front of his ID, there was an added title of a human from the Tianqi Empire. The Tianqi Empire human adventurer Smile became the first to kill a silver-level boss in the Endworld, achieving the title Disaster of the Demon Race. Reward Reputation 5,000. Resurrection Count 1. Disaster of the Demon Race buff reduced 10 damage from demons, double demon aggro, 3 announcements. In the entire Endworld this time, it wasn't just the safe zone for humans. Adventurers from all races and all safe zones heard this announcement. In the Demon Empire Zone 3766 of the 7th Demon Domain, a young demon warrior with 2 horns on his head and a stern face held a blood-red longsword. His name was Zhan Shibin, the top of the level leaderboard in Zone 3766 of the Demon Empire, a level 15 demon warrior. The moment he heard the world announcement, his hand paused. Human adventurer? Beside him stood a demon dressed in a black robe, his ID reading John Mail, a level 14 mage. John Mail wore a grave expression. Big brother, this Smile must be the strongest human adventurer, right? Killing a silver boss on the 7th day alone. Jean Sherbond raised his head and replied nonchalantly. I also killed a silver boss alone yesterday, and it was a level 25 one. John Mail twitched his mouth upon hearing this. Big brother, was that a silver boss? That was a silver elite monster, 1 level below a silver boss. Shut up. Jean Sherbond licked his lips, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Our demon race possesses demon bloodline, so our base attributes are naturally 20 higher than those of humans. Conquering humans, colonizing the Tianqi Empire, and restoring the glory of the Demon Empire is my mission, Jean Sherbond. Because I am the chosen one. John Mayle did not underestimate Smile like Jean Sherbond did. On the contrary, he felt that this Smile would be their great enemy in the future, as well as a formidable foe for the entire demon race. In the Elven Empire Morning Light Forest Zone, 2103. In the dense forest, tree houses were built on the branches of towering trees. A female elf with pointed ears and golden hair was crouching on a branch holding a vibrant green longbow. Her name was Moonshadow, a level 14 elven archer. Smile. Moonshadow softly repeated the name, feeling a bit curious. The Elven Empire had no conflicts with humans or demons and belonged to a neutral faction. However, everything in the end world was changing and no one knew what would happen tomorrow. Moonshadow, what are you daydreaming about? Monsters are spawning. Coming. Moonshadow retracted her gaze and leaped down from the branch. Yet the name lingered in her mind. Smile. She remembered. In the demon race's fallen zone mid-level. Ding. Congratulations to the adventurer for killing the demon race leader Grom, LV25, experience 10,016, level 76. Xiao was unaware of the commotion his world announcement had caused in the end world. He was checking the rewards of the demon race disaster buff. Reduced 10 damage from demons, doubled demon aggro. The demon aggro towards me has doubled. It seems they already hate me to the bone. Xiao was not afraid because he would only grow stronger. Reputation 5,000. Last time he triggered a world announcement and received a reward of 2,000, but this time it was 5,000. It must be because the range of this announcement was broader. He opened the reputation panel. Reputation 9,100,100,000, only 900 points away from upgrading his talent. Moreover, he only needed to bring back the Sealing Stone, and the Guardian and Heritage quest would reward him with another 2,000 reputation. Once he reached level 20, he could immediately upgrade his talent, Chosen One, which he was really looking forward to. Finally, his resurrection count increased by 1. This was what made Xiao the happiest. He now had a total of 5 resurrection chances. The resurrection count was his confidence. Then Xiao looked at the pile of loot on the ground. Heritage will treasure chest, refined magic stone, LV20 gold ring, flame of the sun, LV20 gold armor, sealing stone, 1 quest item, the core item, needed to reinforce the seal on the Demon King's avatar. Gold reinforcement stone, 65 silver reinforcement stone, 487 magic, core, 10,000 gold coins, 10 demon race leaders badge, goddess tier, quest item. Xiao was momentarily dazzled. First he stored the ring, refined magic stone, and the armor, flame of the sun. He could use the ring, but he wasn't level 20 yet, so he stored the armor in his backpack. He then picked up the sealing stone, which was the main goal of this quest, and now it was finally complete. He put the gold reinforcement stones, silver reinforcement stones, and the 10,000 magic cores, as well as the gold coins into his backpack. Demon Race Leader's token quest item description. The identity token of the Demon Race Leader Grom can be exchanged for points 5,000 after the Demon King's battlefield opens, 5,000 points. Good stuff. Points can be exchanged for fragments of the Shattered Seal, just 1 piece away from unlocking a hidden profession. Xiao stored the token in his backpack and finally looked at the small bottle on the ground that shimmered with silver light. Goddess tier quest item. Xiao nearly jumped up. He had originally planned to use 5,000 magic cores to exchange for it in the system shop, but unexpectedly it dropped from Grom. The Goddess Luck achievement task is complete. Ding. Goddess Luck achievement task: kill monsters above level 5, 100, for 61,000 completed. Goddess tier 11 completed. Reward: the Goddess Blessing upgraded to gold, LV10. Ding. Due to the previous upgrade to 20, he received a refund of 20 silver reinforcement stones and 20 silver coins. Xiao took out the necklace from his backpack, and its attributes had changed. The Goddess Blessing gold LV10 can continue upgrading after level 20, all attacks 40, spirit 20, physique 20, luck 2, transformed into a 2 critical hit rate, lucky strike 3, chance to deal 10 times damage. Xiao eagerly began the enhancement. Ding. Ding. 20. The Goddess Blessing gold LV10, all attacks 40, 80, spirit 20, 40, physique 20, 40, lucky strike 3, chance to deal 10 times damage. Gold attribute lucky blessing, lucky strike probability increased to 5. Description: the goddess is now not only weak and sore, but her voice is also hoarse. Although the goddess light is diminished, the 5 chance of lucky strike is undoubtedly stronger. In the end world, luck is truly very important, as some equipment can really turn the tide. Xiao put on the necklace and opened the last treasure chest. A flash of golden light appeared. Heritage will pants LV15 gold heritage set, magic attack 40, physique 30, spirit 20, agility 10, passive power of will life limit 10, 3-piece set of heritage, and the passive also increases life limit. Without a second thought, Xiao began the enhancement. Now he was only missing the magic boots and belt to complete the heritage set. He spent 20 gold reinforcement stones and 20 gold coins to successfully enhance it to the maximum level. 20 heritage wool pants LV, 15 gold heritage set magic attack 40, 80 physique 30, 60 spirit, 20 40 agility 10, 20 passive power of wool life limit 10 gold attribute 8 critical hit rate. Awesome. Finally, he compensated the 5 critical hit rate lost from the wild boar king's tusks. Xiao opened his personal attribute panel. Human smile LV 16 Hell Conqueror 76. Magic attack 11451319 3-piece heritage set 10, spirit 326416 physique 2, 81431 life limit 10, agility 4777 critical hit rate 1221 resurrection 5 luck 10 talent chosen 1 LV1. Current effect increased damage by 89 buff in the disaster wild intuition aftermath of disaster heroic wish immune to all negative effects healing effects double demon race disaster permanently reduced 10 damage from demons double demon aggro equipment 20 nebula flow fire LV 15 diamond 20 heritage wool robe LV 15 gold 20 heritage wool shoulder pads LV 15 gold 20 heritage wool pants LV 15 gold 20 necromancer belt LV 8 silver 20 necromancer boots LV 8 silver accessories 20 goddess blessing LV 10 gold 20 spider silk bracelet LV 12 gold 20 heart of disaster LV 10 gold skills crimson lotus fire LV 1 epic violent thunder LV 3 rare thunder chain lock LV 2 rare magic shield LV 1 normal fireball LV 1 normal 1 skill slot remaining. Quest guardian and heritage 23. Please place the sealing stone on the stone door in the core area of the Soto ruins. My attributes have increased significantly. Xiao clapped his hands in satisfaction and stood up. He glanced at the time. It was 2:30 a.m. There were less than 22 hours until the Demon King's battlefield opened. It's time to go back and deliver the sealing stone to claim my rewards. By the way, there's also a liens entrustment. Xiao took out the return scroll and crushed it. A blue light enveloped his body. In the next second, he vanished from the mid-level of the fallen zone. In the distance, the silhouette of the Demon King's fortress flickered in the night. A pair of crimson eyes peered through the fortress window, watching the direction in which Xiao had disappeared. In the town of Soto, in the village of Luofing, the teleportation array shimmered with blue light as Xiao returned. Breathing in the long-lost air, he felt completely at ease. The Demon Clan's fallen zone had been far too oppressive. Although it was now midnight, Xiao couldn't wait to head to the Soto ruins. Only by reinforcing the seal could he feel at ease. Thus, with another flash of blue light, he appeared in the Wolf King Valley. As he walked, he opened the level leaderboard. 1. Wei Xiao Mage level 1676. 2. Ling Shuang Archer level 1356. 3. Undead Scroll Assassin level 12 64. Xiao hadn't checked the system interface for a long time and found that his private messages had reached 99. He quickly opened it. Ling Shuang, is the mission going smoothly? Ling Shuang, just now I killed a hell spider and got a level 15 golden longbow. Ling Shuang, Area 4401 and our area are fighting in the public zone. Ling Shuang, have you encountered danger? It was now 3 in the morning and the last message had been sent an hour ago. Xiao thought to himself that it was not good. He had forgotten that he was no longer single and that a woman was worried about his safety. So he hurriedly reassured her. Wei Xiao, don't worry, I'm back. Everything went smoothly. Thank you for your concern, my dear. Sneaking a smile. Qin Shuang seemed to have been waiting for his reply, responding quickly. Ling Shuang, looking at the proud little expression she sent, Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. The more he interacted with her, the more he felt that her inner self contrasted starkly with her aloof exterior. Xiao closed the system interface and made his way to the core area of the Soto underground city. He walked briskly towards the stone door, placing the sealing stone into the groove in the center of the door. Click! The runes on the stone door glowed, and the black aura was suppressed by golden light. Ding! Hidden Task Guardian and Inheritance 23 completed. Reward Reputation 2000 Legacy Wish Treasure Chest 1 A Epic Skill Scroll for Current Profession 1 Experience 10,000. With a flash of golden light, Xiao leveled up. Ding! Congratulations to the adventurer Wei Xiao for reaching LV 17. Experience 5046-3000, gaining 3 free attribute points, additional 2 from title effect. Allocate points. Magic attack 1319 1324. Reputation also reached 11,100, enough for a talent upgrade at level 20. However, he was only level 17, now still 3 levels short. Xiao opened the Legacy Wish treasure chest, and a beam of golden light flashed. Legacy Wish Belt LV 15 Golden Legacy, set magic attack 30, constitution 30, Spirit 20 with 4 pieces, only a pair of magic boots is left to complete the set. Without hesitation, Xiao began to enhance it. Ding. Do you want to consume 1 golden enhancement stone and 1 gold to enhance this equipment? Current success rate 100. Ding. Congratulations on the successful enhancement. 1. 20. A series of notification sounds rang out as the belt sparkled with golden light. 20 Legacy Wish Belt LV 15 Golden Legacy Set Magic Attack 30, 60 Constitution 30, 60 Spirit 20 40. Passive Legacy Tenacity generates a shield equal to 15 of max health when attacked lasts 10 seconds. Cooldown 20 seconds. Golden Attribute Heart of Legacy Shield increased to 30. This attribute perfectly compensates for the absence of Lucky Light, generating nearly 1,600 health points of shield when attacked. Xiao happily put on the belt and opened the Epic Skill Scroll. Epic Skill Scroll Mage Learning will grant you an epic skill. Do you wish to learn? Learn. The scroll transformed into a beam of ice blue light that entered Xiao's body. Ding. Learning successful. Skill acquired. Frostfall Epic. Frostfall LV1 Epic summons Frost in front, dealing 180 spell damage to all enemies within a 12-meter radius, and applies the frozen effect. Unable to move or attack, lasts 2 seconds. Casting time 2. 5 seconds, consumes 350 magic points. Cooldown time 100 seconds. Note a signature skill of Ice Element Mages combining control and damage. Finally, I have a stable control skill, and the damage isn't low. However, the cooldown is quite long, 10 seconds longer than Red Lotus Inferno. Xiao previously relied solely on the bracelet's web binding for control, but the triggering probability was only 10. With Frostfall, he could freeze first, and then calmly cast other skills. Xiao nodded in satisfaction and opened his personal attribute panel. Human Race Wei Xiao LV17 Hell Conqueror 5046 Magic Attack 1324 1388 Legacy 3-piece Set 10 Legacy Power 5 Spirit 416 456 Constitution 431 481 Max Health 10 Agility 77 Skills. Frostfall LV1 Epic Red Lotus Inferno LV1 Epic Berserk Thunder LV3 Rare Thunder Chain Lock LV2 Rare Magic Shield LV1 Common Fireball LV1 Common Skill slots are full. Over 1500 magic attack, more than 5000 health. Xiao looked at his stats, feeling as if he were dreaming. It had only been 7 days since the end had descended, and his attributes could already be described as monstrous. Now he was a mobile, indestructible artillery piece. He then glanced at the time, 3:30 in the morning. I need to hurry and deliver the message. Xiao recalled the commission Erin had entrusted him with before her death, and his mood grew heavy. He turned and exited the Soto underground city, hastening towards the town of Soto. The Soto town was still lively at dawn. Adventurers were busy on the streets, some setting up stalls, others. It had been 7 days since the end had come, and most people had grown accustomed to this way of life. Xiao did not linger and headed straight for the blacksmith shop. Nick was hammering away at the forge when he paused, noticing Xiao enter. Young man, you've returned. Xiao nodded, his expression anxious. Uncle Nick, I have something important to discuss with the town chief. Where is town chief Jivich? Nick's expression changed slightly. What happened? Xiao took out the demonic message from his backpack and handed it over. This is the plan of the demon Lord Stokaya. He intends to attack 12 towns in the eastern territories of the Empire of Revelation within 7 days. Nick's face changed drastically upon hearing this. He quickly took the message and browsed through it. After reading, his expression turned extremely grim. These madmen. They are truly insane. He set down the message and looked up at Xiao. Young man, wait here. I will notify town chief Jivich immediately. With that, he turned and swiftly left the blacksmith shop. Xiao waited in the shop for about 15 minutes. Outside, hurried footsteps approached. Nick entered with an elderly man with graying hair and a dignified appearance. The old man wore a gray long robe and moved steadily. Town Chief of Soto Jivich LV30, Guardian Knight Human. Description: the Town Chief of Soto, former commander of the Border Legion of the Empire of Revelation, returned to his hometown after retirement to serve as Town Chief. He is known for his integrity and is deeply loved by the locals. Jivich approached Xiao and sized him up for a moment. Young man, are you the one called Wei Xiao the Descendant? That's me. Xiao nodded and handed over the demonic message. This is a demonic message detailing the plans of the demon Lord Stokaya. Jivich took the message and his expression grew increasingly grave. 7 days. 12 towns. He set the message down and looked at Xiao, his eyes filled with seriousness. Young man, how did you obtain this letter? Xiao recounted his encounter with Erin in the Fallen Zone, detailing when he mentioned how Erin was pursued by the demons and entrusted him with the letter before her death. Jivich's eyes turned red. Erin, that child is the daughter of an old friend of mine. I watched her grow up. His voice became choked. I didn't expect. Even she couldn't escape. Jivich wiped the corners of his eyes and took a deep breath. Young man, you did well. I will personally deliver this letter to Princess Sophia. He then gave a solemn bow to Li Xiao. On behalf of all the residents of Soto, I thank you for your efforts. There's no need for that, town chief. Li Xiao quickly supported him. This is Aaron Fowl's last wish, though I am merely fulfilling it for her. Li Xiao's eyes lit up. A rare enchantment stone. He took the stone and examined its attributes. Enchantment stone rare adds a random rare attribute to the equipment. It can be used for weapons, armor, and jewelry. Success rate 100. Without hesitation, Li Xiao directly used it on 20 starry flowing fire. A dazzling blue light flashed. Ding. Enchantment successful. 20 starry flowing fire gains the additional attribute, all elemental skill damage. 10. Li Xiao couldn't help but smile. The rare enchantment stone truly did not disappoint him. Now all his skills were about to soar. Young man, it's getting late. Hurry back and rest. Ji Weiqi put away the letter. Tomorrow we have to prepare for the Demon King battlefield, so get some good rest. Mayor Uncle Nick'll take my leave now. Li Xiao turned and walked out of the blacksmith shop with Nick following him. Young man. Nick called out to him, patting him on the shoulder. Having you in Soto Town is our blessing. Li Xiao smiled. Uncle Nick, don't say that. I'm just trying to— Yes, it's all about survival. Nick sighed as he watched Li Xiao's back. Meanwhile, Li Xiao pushed open the door just as he reached his room, the door next door suddenly opened. A hand reached out and pulled him in violently. Li Xiao didn't have time to react before he was pressed against the wall. A mature and alluring body pressed against him. Qin Shuang. Li Xiao recognized the familiar fragrance and relaxed his tense body. In the moonlight, Qin Shuang stood before him in a red lace camisole nightgown. Her typically cold face was now tinted with a subtle blush. Unlike the conservative style last time, this neckline was a bit low, revealing curves that were suggestively hidden. The hem reached mid-thigh, and a pair of long-toned legs wrapped in glossy black stockings glimmered enticingly in the moonlight. Camisole paired with black stockings. Which man could resist? If she just wore a pair of red-soled high heels, it would be perfect. Li Xiao swallowed hard, his gaze glued. Do you think it's beautiful, eh? Qin Shuang's heart raced, losing her usual calmness and reason. Of course you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Li Xiao wasn't flattering her. It wasn't merely because she was his girlfriend, it was what his 26 years of experience told him. A woman adorns herself for the one she loves. Hearing the answer she wanted, Qin Shuang felt a bit proud, justifying the hour she spent choosing. Facing the increasingly daring hand, she shot him a glare. How could Li Xiao be deterred by just a glare? He pulled her into his embrace. I worried you. Qin Shuang's body stiffened for a moment, then slowly relaxed against his chest. Do you know how scared I was when you hadn't returned by midnight? Qin Shuang's voice dropped lower. When you didn't reply to my messages, I thought you. She didn't finish, burying her face in Li Xiao's neck, her shoulders trembling slightly. She had a cold exterior, but a passionate heart. She seemed icy and indifferent on the surface, but once she fell in love, that warmth was more intense than anyone else's. Li Xiao felt the soft warmth in his arms. A wave of warmth surged within him. In this new world where death could come at any moment, having someone who cared and worried for him felt truly wonderful. He then lowered his head and captured her alluring red lips. Qin Shuang closed her eyes, wrapping her arms around Li Xiao's neck. After a long while, their lips parted. Qin Shuang's cheeks were flushed, and her bosom rose and fell rapidly. Should I just stay here tonight? Li Xiao's voice was hoarse, flames dancing in his eyes. He didn't want to think too much anymore, he just wanted connection. Qin Shuang didn't answer, only burying her head deeper. Silence was the best answer. Li Xiao lifted her up by the waist. The moonlight streamed in, falling on her cold yet shy face. Her usually cool eyes were now misty, her red lips slightly parted, carrying a barely discernible fragrance with her breath. Li Xiao's breathing grew increasingly rapid as he carried her to the bedside, gently placing her on the bed. The red lace camisole nightgown emanated a captivating sheen under the dim light. Qin Shuang lay on the bed, her long hair spread out, exuding a lazy yet sensual aura. This contrasting side was something he had only seen himself right. Li Xiao felt a sense of accomplishment. Li Xiao. Qin Shuang softly called his name, her voice trembling slightly. Qin Shuang bit her lip, her beautiful eyes hazy, radiating an unprecedented alluring charm. Wait, let me tie my hair in twin tails. Li Xiao excelled academically in junior high, especially fond of reciting the Peach Blossom Spring. At first the passage was exceedingly narrow, barely wide enough for a single person to traverse. Then, after proceeding dozens of paces, one suddenly emerged into broad, open light. Meanwhile, the cross-district chat channel erupted into chaos. It began yesterday in the Shadowy Grove, where players from District 4399 and District 4401 had been calmly farming monsters. Then, without warning, players from District 4401 suddenly seized control of the farming zones. In the end, District 4399 suffered heavy losses. Many players were slain, and their gear. Glory's light. District 4401, level 13. Yesterday's battle was exhilarating. District 4399 is practically donating gear to us. Glory's sovereign, District 4401, a level 12 indeed. District 4399 players are nothing but weaklings, trembling in fear within their safe zones. Glory's apex, District 4401, level 13. He yesterday was merely a warm-up. The true massacre begins at midnight in the Demon Lord's battlefield. Players from District 4401 mocked relentlessly, their arrogance palpable. Meanwhile, District 4399 seethed with suppressed fury, yet remained speechless, powerless to retort. Because their farming grounds had been seized the day before their average level began falling behind the opposing district. Most players in District 4399 were solo adventurers, long oppressed by the Eternal Guild, and aside from the Fengyun Guild, no other organized guild had truly taken shape. Since a Tier 1 guild may recruit no more than 1,000 members, the remainder remained scattered and uncoordinated. By contrast, District 4401 boasted not only the Glory Guild, but nearly 10 additional guilds, structured, coordinated, and thus overwhelmingly dominant in combat. You Wenba, District 4399, a level 12, don't get cocky. Once our guild leader Xiao returns, you'll be the ones weeping. Brother Xiong, District 4399, level 11, exactly. When the Demon Lord's battlefield opens, our leader will crush you utterly. Glory's light, District 4401, level 12. I'm dying laughing, Brother Xiong. Do you mean that Xiao who vanished from the leaderboard? Did he perish? Battle Tiger, District 4401, level 12, better if he did. By the way, where's your 2-ranked archer? Why didn't we spot her in the shadowy grove? Did she grow afraid of my brother? Just as District 4399 players prepared to retort, someone noticed something unexpected. District 4399 chat channel. Truth lover, brothers, stop arguing. Check the leaderboard. Leader Xiao has returned. Everyone hurriedly opened the level leaderboard. 1. Xiao mage level 1716. 2. Ling Shuang archer level 1389. 3. Unbreakable grind, assassin level 12 and 98. Equipment leaderboard. 1. Nebula flame staff, 20 LV. 15 diamond, owner Xiao 2. Legacy wish robe, 20 LV. 15 gold, owner Xiao 3. Legacy wish pauldrons, 20 LV. 15 gold, owner Xiao The District 4399 chat channel exploded with excitement. You Wenba, leader Xiao is back, and now level 17. Raging Lolita, big brother Xiao is finally back. I feel so safe now. Truth lover, leader Xiao's entire equipment set on the equipment leaderboard has been replaced. All pieces are gold tier level 15 enhanced to 20, and he wields a diamond tier nebula flame staff, also 20. I'm jealous. Good heavens, a 20 diamond staff. How many enhancement stones and gold coins did that cost? Fengyun Chang'e, leader Xiao remains as awe-inspiring as ever. Still, now that he's returned, I can finally breathe easy. You Wenba, at midnight's Demon Lord's battlefield, leader Xiao must lead us in exacting vengeance, full and fierce. At noon, in the Adventurer's Inn, a night that struck straight to the soul. When Li Xiao opened his eyes, his mind still reeled, utterly exhausted. He'd only returned from the demon-tainted zone at 4 a.m., then spent nearly 2 more hours contemplating the essence of life. Li Xiao lay supine on the bed, limbs splayed wide, gazing blankly at the ceiling. Tisk tisk tsk. She appeared icy and aloof, but beneath that exterior burned an astonishing fire. Li Xiao grinned, a grin suffused with a quiet, deeply masculine satisfaction. He turned his head, only to find the space beside him empty. The beauty had slipped away unnoticed, leaving behind only the faint, sweet fragrance of shower gel. On the bed lay a crimson lace slip, and nearby several torn strands of black stockings. Li Xiao rose slowly and stretched luxuriously. His lower back ached, but his mood soared. He opened his system interface to check the time, 1220 p.m. After over 6 hours of sleep, his fatigue bar was fully restored and his mental clarity peaked. Rubbing his lower back, Li Xiao sighed. Even with a constitution stat of 481, I'm still no match for that. Indeed, some things simply lie beyond physical attributes. As he dressed, Li Xiao opened his inventory to tally supplies. Though he'd completed hidden quests, slain Grom, and even triggered world announcements, his coin purse and material reserves were nearly depleted. Unavoidable, he'd just upgraded his entire gear set: the Legacy Quartet, the Diamond Nebula Flame Staff, the Heart of Calamity Ring, the Necklace of Fortune's Favor, and the Spider Silk Bracelet. Every piece had been enhanced to 20. Even with deep reserves, his materials were all but exhausted. Golden Enhancement Stones 7. Silver Enhancement Stones 34. Common Enhancement Stones 68. Coins 48 gold, 32 silver, 18 copper. Must ration these carefully, Li Xiao murmured, exhaling softly. With his current reserves, he couldn't even enhance a single 20 gold tier item. Next he checked his demon cores. Demon's cores 15234. This was the yield from a full day's grinding in the demon-tainted zone. Li Xiao opened the system shop and browsed the special items category. His gaze settled on a scroll. Dimensional Ceiling Scroll, 1000 demon cores each. He'd survived his encounter with the Demon Lord's avatar solely thanks to this very item. Though unnecessary now, who could predict tomorrow? Purchase confirmed. Ding. 1000 demon cores consumed. Dimensional Ceiling Scroll 1 acquired. Li Xiao placed the scroll into his inventory and scanned the rest. Dimensional Leap Scroll Rare, 100 demon cores each. This too proved invaluable. During the Calamity boss fight, it allowed him to leap directly atop the boss and land perfect critical strikes on its weak point. Buy 2. Ding. 200 demon cores consumed. Dimensional Leap Scroll 2 acquired. Town Portal Scroll 10 demon cores each. Stock up, 100 copies. Ding. 100 demon cores consumed. Town Portal Scroll 100 acquired. After this spree, only 2234 demon cores remained. Truly, nothing withstands spending. As Li Xiao prepared to close the shop, a system chime echoed in his mind. Ding. Since adventurer Xiao Wei was outside the safe zone during the midnight ranking lock, the ranking reward cannot be claimed. Li Xiao paused, then smiled faintly. After all, the top rank belongs to my wife. The wealth stays within the family. Ding. On day 7 of the Apocalyptic World's Descent Survival Quest 45 has been issued. Survival Quest 45. Quest background: Demon Vanguard forces have assembled around all safe zones conducting pre-battle reconnaissance. Objective: slay demon warriors 0-100. Spawn locations: Wolf King Valley, Shadowy Grove, O Outer Soto Dungeon. Reward: 5 gold, 500 XP, 1 rare skill point. Time limit: 23 hours, 59 minutes. Failure penalty: 1 resurrection count. 100 demon warriors. Given his current stats, his grinding speed depended entirely on monster respawn rates. Perfect. I'll grind demon cores while completing the survival quest. Li Xiao stepped out of the inn, just as a private message notification flashed. Ling Shuang awake. Xiao Wei just woke up. Why didn't you wake me, my love? Ling Shuang, you looked utterly drained. I let you rest longer. Then came an emoticon. Xiao Wei, exhausted indeed. Someone was very energetic last night. Li Xiao's lips curved upward instinctively at the gentle patting gesture. Once Qin Shuang's messages had been terse and distant, her emoticons perfunctory and different. Now she exuded warmth, softness, unmistakably feminine grace. Indeed, only through true connection could a woman transform so completely. Yet the next message made Li Xiao's face flush crimson. Ling Shuang said, I never imagined the top powerhouse of server 4399 would possess so little strength. Li Xiao saw it and immediately grew anxious. Wei Xiao replied, I was really just out of sorts earlier. Wei Xiao continued, do you know that yesterday I farmed nearly 8,000 wild monsters, then soloed a level 25 silver boss, and scarcely paused? As Li Xiao hammered at the keyboard, another message arrived from the other side. Ling Shuang said, calm down, I understand all that, and can forgive it. Just perform well next time. Come to Langwang Valley 135459. You? If anyone called his level low or his equipment trash, he would merely smile. Such claims were complete and utter rubbish. But now this woman had dared to affront his masculine pride. Truth be told, Li Xiao was flustered. He mentally logged the offense in his little ledger, promising to set matters right that evening. The streets swarmed with people. Adventurers readied themselves for the midnight demon lord battlefield. Li Xiao did not linger. He hurried toward Luofeng village to take the teleportation array to Langwang Valley. Langwang Valley. Qin Shuang gripped the recently dropped Xingyun Liuhua bow. Her arrows flew like falling stars. 946. Weak point attack. 965. 954. 3 arrows loosed in succession, each striking the head with lethal precision. 3 demon warriors dissolved into shafts of white light. Ding. Killed demon warrior LV-15. EXP 50 demon core 2. Qin Tian stood aside swinging his greatsword, but his damage was not in the same league as Qin Shuang's. 345. Whirlwind slash. 365. Sis, how have you advanced again? Qin Tian lamented even as he hacked at the monsters. My physical attack has only just reached 220, you're nearly 600 right. Qin Shuang did not answer. From the corner of her eye she noticed a familiar figure at the valley entrance. Li Xiao strode in the Xingyun Liuhua staff, glittering in his hand, a smile tugging at his mouth. You're here. Qin Shuang's tone was cool, as if addressing an ordinary teammate. Li Xiao saw she had no intention of exposing his identity. Yet the memory of her earlier jest awakened a mischievous impulse within him. He stepped directly before Qin Shuang, looped an arm around her waist, leaned in, and planted a fragrant kiss upon her full, enticing lips. Qin Tian stood stunned. Wangxi was speechless. Qin Shuang's eyes widened, and she froze. In an instant she understood. He was settling a score. In her mind, love was a private matter between two people and did not need to be paraded before others. Li Xiao obviously felt otherwise. Qin Shuang pushed him away, her gaze a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance. What are you doing? Li Xiao pinched her cheek. You weren't making this face before. Her face flushed crimson. She slapped his hand away and put on a fierce act. He'll shoot you. Being seen by her brother and Wang Si made her feel awkward. Yet beneath those cold eyes, besides vexation, there lurked a faint, barely perceptible joy. The two were in a clinging, enamored phase. If there had been no one around, she might have thrown herself onto Li Xiao long ago. Qin Tian watched agape. Good heavens, he had never seen his sister like this, part resistance, and part— her face was flushed like a monkey's rump. Was this still the distant, aloof sister he remembered? Sisu. Qin Tian opened his mouth and found himself at a loss for words. On second thought, it was only natural his sister had been won over by that man. Shut up, Qin Shuang said as she could not really do anything about Li Xiao, and simply glared at Qin Tian. Poor Qin Tian immediately fell silent, then addressed Li Xiao. Bro. Oh no, brother-in-law, you're here. Li Xiao smiled, ceased teasing Qin Shuang, and sent a party invitation. Let's go finish the survival quests first. The four formed a party and began clearing the demon warriors of Langwang Valley. Li Xiao now boasted a base magic attack of 138 complemented by an 85 talent damage bonus, a 10 title bonus, a staff affix granting 15 fire damage, and an enchantment adding 10 to all elements. A single fireball could deal nearly 400 damage. Not to mention wide area spells like Red Lotus Karmic Flame and Frenzied Thunder. With Wang Si the Knight at his side, he did not even need to cast the control skill Frost Descent. Moreover, Frenzied Thunder had only a 25-second cooldown. By the time a demon warrior spawn point refreshed, its cooldown had already reset. Qin Shuang's output could now reach a quarter of Li Xiao's, already absurd. In under 2 hours, the four had completed the survival tasks. Ding. Survival quest 45 complete. Reward gold 5, EXP 500 rare skill point 1. A flash of golden light. Qin Shuang leapt to level 14. Li Xiao's experience bar rose to level 17 at 63. 2 levels to go, he murmured. Qin Shuang wiped the fragrant sweat from her brow and turned to Li Xiao. What did you say? I said that at level 20 we can change classes. Finished speaking, Li Xiao invested the rare skill point into Frenzied Thunder. Since they were still focusing on mobbing, he did not pick the higher single target damage skill Thunder Chain. Frenzied Thunder LV4 rare damage increased from 150 to 160, cooldown reduced from 25s to 20s, cast time 1 second, mana cost 80. 1 every 20 seconds. Mobbing efficiency improved. Li Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Qin Shuang invested her skill point into Rainstorm Gale. Rainstorm Gale LV3 rare arrow count increased from 5 to 6. Each arrow's damage raised from 130 to 140. 6 arrows each at 140. Li Xiao calculated. Qin Shuang's burst damage had become quite— Qin Shuang was no longer only his beloved she had become his most reliable accomplice. She would be worth cultivating properly. Keep grinding, let's aim for level 18 tonight. Li Xiao led them into another furious round of monster grinding. In the blink of an eye, it was 10 o'clock at night. System congratulations to adventurer Wei Xiao for reaching LV 18 EXP 565,000. Gained 3 free attribute points plus 2 extra from a title effect. Put the points into magic attack. 1,388, 1,394. Li Xiao allocated the points in a magic attack and sighed. A level requires 50,000 experience. He opened the level rankings. 1. Wei Xiao Mage LV 18 1. 2. Ling Shuang Archer LV 1524. 3. Fengyan Chang'e Archer LV 1486. 4. Wanbu Si Jiu Wang Si Li Wan Assassin LV 1476. Li Xiao watched the shifts on the leaderboard. Fengyan Chang'e had overtaken the Grind King to take third. Apparently guild members had pushed hard. The four returned to Soto Town and ate on the inn's first floor. Qin Tian chewed a roasted pork leg while watching the cross-server chat channels, grinning from ear to ear. Brother-in-law, look. The people from server 4401 are still bragging. Li Xiao glanced down. Rongyao Zhiguang 4401 LV14. Server 4399. Your gear belongs to us. Rongyao Wangzhe 4401 LV14. I heard your Wei Xiao went missing for a day. Maybe he died on some quest. They taunted. No resurrection. Yu Wenba 4399 LV14 replied. Hey, keep on boasting. When the Demon Lord battlefield opens, make sure you don't cry, or you'll be pitted. Xiangwang de Xinghua 4401 LV15 retorted, cry. I will make you understand despair. My sword has long thirsted for slaughter. Li Xiao read these messages with not a ripple of emotion. Brother-in-law, what's the plan for tonight? Qin Tian gripped his longsword, eager to enter the Demon Lord battlefield. He also wanted to put those loudmouths from server 4401 in their place. We will do what must be done. Li Xiao sipped his soup, his tone flat. Qin Tian paused, then gave a thumbs up. Brother-in-law, you're so calm. If I had your strength, I'd be showing off by now. Enough, stop the chatter. Qin Shuang wiped her mouth and 2 hours left. Oh, let's go back and rest, recover fatigue and energy. Roger. Qin Tian hauled Wang Si upstairs. Li Xiao and Qin Shuang trailed behind. At the stairwell corner, Qin Shuang suddenly stopped, turned to Li Xiao. Her beautiful eyes glittered with expectation. Where are you going later? Li Xiao looked at the coldly beautiful woman before him. He knew she had a taste now. He was no different. He answered naturally, where else? Wherever my wife is, that's where it'll be. Qin Shuang had her desired answer, and elated strode up the stairs. Li Xiao followed, his heart stirring at the sight of her supple back wrapped in leather armor and her swaying ponytail. Midnight arrived. A gilded sky panel appeared on cue. Daily midnight has arrived. The level rankings are finalized. First place, Wei Xiao. Reward 3 gold 5 free attribute points. Second place, Ling Shuang. Reward 2 gold 3 free attribute points. Third place, Feng Yunchanga. Reward 2 gold 3 free attribute points. The equipment rankings were finalized. First, 20 Xingyun, Liuhua LV, 15 Diamond Staff owner Wei Xiao. Reward Diamond Reinforcement Stone 1. Second, 20 Chuan Cheng, Yuan Robe LV, 15 Gold owner Wei Xiao. Reward Gold Reinforcement Stone 5. Third, 20 Chuan Cheng, Yuan Pauldrons LV, 15 Gold owner Wei Xiao. Reward Gold Reinforcement Stone 3. Fourth through 10th. Li Xiao watched the rewards with some surprise. A Diamond Reinforcement Stone. The words on the sky panel continued to appear. The world of Endfall has entered Day 8. The Demon Lord battlefield opens. Rules for the Demon Lord battlefield are as follows. 1. Adjacent safe zones form a unit. All adventurers from both safe zones enter the same Demon Lord battlefield. 2. The battlefield map is divided into 3 layers: outskirts, LV1015 mid-tier, LV1520 core, LV20. 3. The Demon Lord battlefield lasts 24 hours. OI points are awarded based on the level of slain demonic creatures. Killing adventurers from the opposing safe zone allows plundering 10 of their points. 4. Adventurers entering the battlefield trigger a temporary protection mechanism. Death does not consume revival counts, but costs 20 EXP and guarantees the loss of 1 piece of equipment. 5. During the battlefield, total safe zone points and personal rankings update in real time, and kills and plunder reports are broadcast live. 6. At 6 a.m., a boss will appear in the Korg safe zones. Dealing the most damage will receive rewards. 7. Afterward, total safe zone points are tallied. The zone with higher points wins. Personal top 100 receives special rewards. 8. After the Demon Lord battlefield ends, a limited time war shop opens. OI points can be exchanged for various items. Level 20 class change books, reinforcement stones, skills, equipment, special items, and so on. The Demon Lord battlefield will open in 10 minutes. Adventurers will be automatically teleported in. The chat area of 4,399 instantly erupted. Yuanba, it's finally started. That job transfer book must be essential for the job change. It seems I need to give it my all. Timid as a mouse, what should I do if I feel scared? Brother Xion, what are you afraid of? Just like last time when disaster struck, dying only causes you to lose experience. Besides, don't we have the smiling big brother? Feng Yunchanga, I originally wanted to team up, but I didn't expect it to be random teleportation. Everyone, those with weak strength, should find their teammates from their area to group up first. Crazy lowly smiling brother, please lead us fiercely to victory. My sister is ready to make progress. Li Xiao closed the chat area and looked at Qin Shuang, who was dressed, and asked, are you ready? Qin Shuang crossed her arms, her cheeks slightly flushed, but her eyes were filled with cold pride. Except for you, no one is my opponent. At 10 minutes past midnight, the golden sky appeared once again. The Demon King's battlefield has been opened, teleporting all adventurers from areas 4399 and 4401. Countdown 10, 9, 8. The countdown reached 0. A white light enveloped everyone in the safe zone. The next moment, Li Xiao opened his eyes and found himself standing on a wasteland. The sky was dark red, and in the distance, one could see rolling mountains and dense forests. Ding! You have entered the outer edge of the Demon King's battlefield. Current score 0. Total score for area 4399, 0. Total score for area 4401, 0. Battlefield countdown 475959. Li Xiao glanced at the minimap. His current position was at the very edge of the battlefield, about 5 kilometers from the mid-level area, and even further from the core area, estimating he would have to cross half the battlefield. Come on, teleport me to a better location. Li Xiao was very speechless. What a broken teleportation mechanism. He also discovered that in the Demon King's battlefield map, he couldn't send coordinate locations to others. Forget it, let's collect points first. Demon Warrior LV 12 health, 3500 physical attack, 130 physical defense, 55 magic defense, 45 points. 1 description: low-level Demon Warrior, main cannon fodder on the outer edge of the Demon King's battlefield. Li Xiao glanced at the points. Only 1 point for a single one. Relying on his 77 agility, he quickly approached the casting range, raising his staff to gather fireball at the tip. Boom. 3,882. 388. The staff's passive flowing fire dealt true damage. Before the disaster power depletion effect even triggered, the Demon Warrior turned into black smoke and dissipated. Ding. Killed Demon Warrior LV12, experience 1 points, 1 magic core, 1 current points 1. Li Xiao looked at the system notification speechlessly. At least killing it rewards a magic core. I'm in need of magic cores right now. Li Xiao quickened his pace. The monsters in the mid-level and core areas should grant more points in magic cores. Meanwhile, across the Demon King's battlefield, white light continued to flash as adventurers from areas 4399 and 4401 were randomly teleported to various corners of the battlefield. Some landed on the outskirts while others found themselves in the mid-level. Some were lucky to land beside guild members while others were alone and surrounded by enemies. At the same time, lines of golden text appeared at the top of everyone's system interface, scrolling in real time to report the battle situation. Battlefield Report 4401 Area Glory of Light, killed 4399 area. I heard you say stealing 1 point completing the first kill. Battlefield Report 4401 Area Heart's Desire, killed 4399 area. Brother Mendozi stealing 1 point. Battlefield Report 4401 Area Life I Long for, killed 4399 area. Brother Xiong stealing 1 point. 10 minutes later, 3 consecutive reports flooded the screen. The dual area chat channel instantly exploded. Glory of Light 4401 Area. Ha! Is it just starting and you can't hold on? Glorious King 4401 Area. Brother Xiong, weren't you pretty tough normally? How come you went down with 1 hit? You're all mouth and no action. Might as well change your name to Big Mouth. Brother Xiong 4399 Area. Stop spouting nonsense. I was surrounded by 3 people as soon as I teleported. You think I can't kill you unknown? Batet 4401 Area. Oh, you died while being surrounded by 3 people. You 4399 Area folks really are weak. Sunglasses, I love the truth. 4399 Area. Brothers, hold steady. Don't fight them heat and find your own people to group up first. Before he finished speaking, 3 more reports appeared. Battlefield Report 4401 Area Life I Long for, killed 4399 area. Wanna go home stealing 1 point. 4401 Area Life I Long for has completed a triple kill, a major slaughter. Scorpion Lili 4401 Area Life I Long for is awesome. Killed him. Wanna go home 4399 area. Damn, who is this life I long for? Damn it, I died just by getting too close. Timid as a mouse 4399 area. I just passed by and saw him kill several people. The sword in his hand is golden and it's above 15. Innocent and naive 4399 area. Don't panic. The great boss Ling Shuang and the great boss Chang Ge haven't made their move yet. Just as the words fell, the battlefield report finally mentioned the name of area 4399. Battlefield Report 4399 area. Feng Yun Chang'e killed 4401 area. Sima Old Thief stealing 15 points. Battlefield Report 4399 area. Feng Yun Chang'e killed 4401 area. Zhuge Villager stealing 18 points. Battlefield Report Feng Yun Chang'e has completed a quintuple kill. No one can stop him. Moreover, each report had a stolen point of over 10 points. This indicates that Feng Yun Chang'e was killing opponents with over 100 points, not ordinary adventurers. At this moment, the people of Area 4399 were instantly invigorated. I love the truth. 4399 area. Our area's boss finally made a move, and it's a quintuple kill. T-Sister 4399 area. President Chang Ge is so awesome. Admiration bot at 4401 area. Oh, your area finally killed someone. Quintuple kill. We've had over 10 consecutive kills on our side. Nose picking. I love to chase stars. 4401 area. That Feng Yun Chang'e does have some skill, but is it useful? How many can one person kill? He wasn't wrong. The battlefield reports continued to roll in. Battlefield Report 4401 area. Everyday Rising killed 4399 area. Feng Yun Inhua stealing 28 points. Battlefield Report 4401 area. Life I Long for killed 4399 area. Feng Yun Changqing stealing 25 points. Already completed 24 consecutive kills. Who can stop him? At this moment, the death reports from Area 4399 continued to flood, and almost every few seconds a new one appeared. In contrast, the kill reports from Area 4399, apart from the one quintuple kill by Feng Yun Chang'e, were all spaced out by half a minute. Battlefield Report 4399 area. Friendship killed 4401 area. Brother Su is the area stealing 16 points. Battlefield Report 4399 area. If I don't die, I will roll to death. Killed 4401 area. Feek, the Demon King, stealing 13 points. The sporadic reports from Area 4399 compared to the dense reports from Area 4401 were strikingly different. At this moment, there were cries of despair from Area 4399. Where's my husband? Where did the smiling brother go? Why hasn't he made a move yet? I'm so scared. Brother Xiong, the smiling big brother, is probably busy collecting points. Meng Gaduo. When our area first opened the adjacent channel, the average level was higher than the opposite side, but the turning point was yesterday. After the smiling big brother's name disappeared from the leaderboard, the ruffians from Area 4401 occupied our monster spawning spots, preventing us from farming monsters. Kudo washing machine, I said long ago that we have an insider. You didn't listen. Wang Jingwei's underwear, who is the traitor in our area? I really want to kill that bastard. Meanwhile, in the mid-level of the Demon King's battlefield, Glory King looked at his boss and pouted. Boss, I think that smiling one is nothing special. There haven't even been any kill reports for him. Thankfully, we were so cautious before. He isn't hiding somewhere, is he? While casting spells to kill monsters, Glory Pinnacle continued to look for adventurers from Area 4399 to steal points. It's still necessary to be careful. After all, the smiling one has triggered world announcements multiple times. That life I long for is just a fool. I can easily bait him into taking the bait. He loves to show off, doesn't he? Let him show off. It's just right to test that smiling one. Glory of Light sneered. Exactly how can someone with that level of intelligence hope to compete with us for the title of the #1 guild in Area 4401? What a dream. He gave a thumbs up to Glory Pinnacle. Before, I didn't understand why you, boss, were deliberately pretending to be weak. It turns out you wanted to play him like a fool. Boss, you truly are the #1 schemer in our area. Glory Pinnacle ignored the flattery and continued, by the way, who was the person from Area 4399 who told us that the smiling one disappeared from the leaderboard? Glory of Light shook his head. He told me anonymously. Boss, it doesn't matter who he is. Our goal has been achieved. We seized the monster spawning spots, and the average level has surpassed theirs. The victory of the Demon King's battlefield must be ours. On the other side, in the outer area of the battlefield, Xiao was rapidly farming monsters. Ding. Killed Demon Warrior LV 13 points. 1 ding. Killed Demon Warrior LV 14 points. 2 ding. Killed Demon Warrior LV 15 points. 3. Throughout this time, the system notifications kept ringing and points were rapidly increasing. 47, 89, 156, 247. Current points 358. Xiao glanced at the points leaderboard in the safe zone. Safe zone points leaderboard 1. 4401 area 8,654 points. 2. 4399 area 5,648 points. Half an hour ago the points were still 1,000 short. Now they have widened to over 3,000. This indicates that while he was farming monsters, the others in Area 4399 were dying in large numbers and points were being plundered by the opposite side. Xiao opened the battlefield report. The scrolling bar was densely packed with kill information from Area 4401. Battlefield Report 4401 Area Life I long for. Killed 4399 Area Milk Tea, must add sugar, stealing 4 points. Already completed a 59 consecutive kill. God blocks and kills God. Xiao licked his lips, revealing a meaningful smile. 59 consecutive kills. Not enough. You need to kill more. An hour later, Jiang Chun received a notification. Ding. You have killed a Magic Warrior LV16 Elite, gaining 3 experience points, 3 points, and 3 magic cores. Personal points, 3456. Treasure Map, Fragment, Rare Quest Item. Description: this records the location of a hidden treasure chest in the core area of the Demon King's battlefield. Collecting 3 pieces will illuminate the location on the map. He picked up the treasure map fragment, somewhat surprised. I didn't expect there to be hidden treasure chests in the Demon King's battlefield. I wonder what good items might be inside him. Really looking forward to it. He had now reached the edge of the mid-level area where the monsters were all above level 15A, and the points and experience gained from kills had correspondingly increased. Although he had been hiding his ID and effects along the way, he was still recognized by quite a few players from Area 4399. They expressed their desire to follow him, but Jiang Chun turned them all down. That would be ridiculous. The more people there are, the bigger the target becomes. How would he continue to collect heads later? Meanwhile, those from Area 4401 who encountered him saw that he was just an ordinary mage and had no interest in attacking him to seize points, deeming it a waste of time. Jiang Chun also refrained from killing them. There was no point in killing them now. The points were too low. He could wait until they gathered enough points before dealing with them. If he went on a killing spree now, the players from the opposing area would lose interest in gathering points. At this moment, he opened the leaderboard. Personal points ranking: Demon King's battlefield. 1. Aspirational life area 4,401, 18,654 points. 2. Pinnacle of glory area 4,401, 12,432 points. 3. Wind and cloud long song area 4,401, 8,765 points. 4. Roll to death area 4,399, 6,543 points. 5. Long road area 4,401, 5,987 points. 6. Winbaw area 4,399, 5,432 points. 7. Bastion Tiger area 4,401, 4,987 points. Jiangchen looked at the leaderboard intrigued. Among the top 10 apart from Wind and Cloud Long Song Roll King and Winbaw, the rest were actually from area 4,401. The first-ranked aspirational life had nearly 20,000 points, truly leading by a large margin. He was not surprised at all to see that Qin Shuang's ID was absent from the list. If he was not mistaken, that woman shared the same thoughts as he did. Fatten them up before harvesting. That is the true essence of reaping. Jiang Chun put away his staff and continued to advance toward the core area. The magic warriors he encountered under his starry flames saw their points rise rapidly. Meanwhile, the chat channel was bustling with activity. Glory Light, Area 4401, our aspirational brother, is on a killing spree. You useless lot can only talk big, huh? Brother Bear, Area 4399, he hasn't encountered our area's Wind and Cloud Long Song yet. If he does, your aspirational trash will definitely kneel. The next second, a golden notification instantly topped the battlefield channel. Battlefield report area 4,401's aspirational life has killed area 4,399's Wind and Cloud Long Song, seizing 896 points, ending Wind and Cloud Long Song's 65 kill streak, completing a 94 kill streak. As this notification appeared, the chat area exploded. Aspirational life, area 4401, I heard Wind and Cloud Long Song is your area's third on the leaderboard, is that all? Scorpion Lili, area 4401, I'm dying of laughter. Brother Bear, you were just bragging, and the next second aspirational brother killed you laughing and crying. Brother Bear, area 4399, damn it. Don't be so arrogant. Our area's true strong ones haven't even made a move yet. Sugar 3, area 4399, where are Captain Smile and Sister Ling Shuang? They can't still be grinding magic monsters, right? In the core area of the battlefield, Wind and Cloud Long Song revived here, his face dark as thunder. He had just been killing members of the Glory Guild when suddenly he was ambushed by a warrior wielding a golden great sword. The attacker not only dealt high damage, but also had a hefty amount of health. As an archer, he was naturally at a disadvantage in close combat. After a full set of skills, he didn't last 5 seconds. Wind and Cloud Long Song sighed. I fear only Captain Smile and Ling Shuang can deal with him. Meanwhile, at the edge of the core area of the Demon King's battlefield, aren't you people from area 4399 supposed to be awesome? Come and kill us. Ha ha ha, exactly. The woman, faced with the taunts of a dozen people, without saying a word, drew the sunbow, 6 arrows coalescing on the bowstring. A torrential storm. Whoosh. The 6 piercing sounds rang out almost simultaneously. 947. Weak point attack. 947. Weak point attack. 1894. Critical hit. Weak point attack. The 6 adventurers from Area 4401 charging at the front didn't even realize what was happening before horror struck them as their heads burst into white light. The ground was left with a pile of equipment and coins. The remaining few were instantly stunned. What the hell? What damage is this? Area 4399's masters. Run. Run fast. Sister, spare us. We were just joking. Qin Shuang gave them no chance to escape, unleashing another round of rapid fire. Whoosh. 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 3 arrows were shot in succession, 3 beams of white light. Only 3 people were left, frantically fleeing. But in front of Qin Shuang's high agility of 70, they moved as slowly as snails. In less than 10 seconds, all the players from Area 4401 were eliminated. This is the first time I've heard such a despicable request. Qin Shuang snorted coldly and picked up the spoils on the ground. Originally, she was searching for those high-ranking players from aspirational life to seize points. She had no interest in these small fries, but since they were looking for death, she could only help them out. Battlefield report area 4399's Ling Shuang has killed area 4401's Glory Hidden, seizing 47 points. Battlefield report area 4399's Ling Shuang has killed area 4401's Aspirational Beauty, seizing 35 points. Battlefield report area 4399's Ling Shuang has completed a 12-kill streak, going on a killing spree. A series of reports flooded the screen, and the players from area 4399 instantly felt invigorated. I love speaking the truth. Area 4399 Sister Ling Shuang finally made her move. The trash on the other side is starting to tremble. Brother Bear, Area 4399, our area's big shot, is starting to exert force. The trash from Area 4401, your death is imminent. Bastion Tiger, Area 4401, hee, it's just a last struggle. At this moment, another series of reports began to roll in. Battlefield report, Area 4399's Qin Tian has killed Area 4401's man like the wind, seizing 29 points. Battlefield report, Area 4399's Qin Tian has killed Area 4401's woman like the rain, seizing 22 points. Qin Tian, Area 4399, there are so many fools in your area. Is there really someone starting a link battle at the magic monster spawn point? Is there such a rush? Thumbs up, man like the wind. Area 4401, how dare you ambush me and my wife? Do you know who my cousin is? My cousin is aspirational life. Just you wait. As soon as he finished speaking, the battlefield reports began to scroll again. Battlefield report, Area 4401's aspirational life has killed Area 4399's Flowers Bloom and Fade, seizing 54 points. Already completed a 146 kill streak. Double kill. Looking at the terrifying kill count of aspirational life, the players from Area 4399 placed their hopes on Ling Shuang. Of course, there was also that Smile who had not yet appeared in any kill reports. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun was busy grinding monsters, seeing his points rise steadily. Personal points 7156. Ding. Having collected 3 treasure map fragments, the hidden treasure chest is now unlocked. Finally complete. Jiang Chun pressed forward toward the core area. At this point, a golden marker had lit up on his mini-map. Treasure map fragments have been gathered, and the location of the hidden treasure chest has been marked. Let's see what good items I can get. Following the marked direction, Jiang Chun arrived in front of a concealed cave. The entrance was very hidden. Without the map's marker, it would have been impossible to discover. He walked in. The cave was small, and in the center on a stone platform lay an ancient wooden box. Hidden treasure chest, Demon King's battlefield. To open treasure map fragments 3. Jiang Chun rubbed his hands together and bent down to open the chest. A dazzling golden light flashed. Ding. Gained 5,000 points. Ding. Obtained enchantment stone rare 1. Ding. Obtained intermediate life potion 10. Ding. Obtained return scroll 5. Rare enchantment stone. Jiang Chun had only 2 pieces of equipment that were enchanted. One was the rare enchantment on Starry Flames, increasing elemental damage by 10-0, and the other was a necklace with a regular enchantment of 10 magic attack. He wasted no time taking out the blessing of the goddess of luck from his backpack. The equipment in other slots had been changed too frequently with level ups, and the enchantment properties could not be transferred to other equipment. However, the goddess blessing required no such considerations and could be upgraded and worn indefinitely. Although the enchantment would overwrite the original regular enchantment, 10 points of magic attack meant nothing to him now. Thus, using the rare enchantment stone on the goddess blessing was the most cost-effective choice. Jiang Chun began the enchanting process. A dazzling light flashed. Ding. Enchantment successful. 20 Goddess of Luck's favor grants additional property lucky strike damage increases to 15 times, originally 10 times. Li Xiao was stunned at the sight of these words and immediately opened his personal attribute panel. Human Race Smile LV18 Hell Conqueror 89465 Invivo Magic Attack 13991389 Inheritance 3-piece set 10 Inheritance Power 5 Spirit 456 4560 Magic Points 456 Magic Defense Constitution 481 5291 Health Points 481 Physical Defense Health Cap 10 Agility 77 15 times damage. The original 10 times lucky strike damage was already insane, and now it's directly increased to 15 times. What does that even mean? His base magic attack was now close to 1400 points, and with various damage boosts from talents, titles, and passive attributes, a fireball spell could deal 4 to 5,000 damage. If a lucky strike is triggered, Li Xiao calculated at least starting from 50,000. He cherished the necklace as he put it back around his neck, patting it. Goddess, tonight not only will I make you weak in the knees, but I'll also make you cry. Current points 12156. He glanced again at the points leaderboard. Personal points leaderboard, Demon King's battlefield 1. Ideal life area 4,401 31,254 points 2. Glorious peak area 4,401 22,143 points 3. Song of Wind and Cloud area 4,399 18,765 points 4. Roll Until Death area 4,399 16,543 points 5. Long Road Ahead area 4,401 15,987 points 6. Predator area 4401 14,987.7. You Winba area 4,399 14,651 points. Ideal Life has already surpassed 31,000 points, while he was just above 10,000 ranking in 20th place. Xiao had just put away his staff when a commotion came from outside the cave entrance. He walked to the entrance and looked outside, seeing a dozen people surrounding a few adventurers from area 4,399. Leading them was a warrior nearly 2 meters tall wielding a large golden sword. The ID above his head read Ideal Life. Above his ID a blood-red mark was flashing. 205 consecutive kills, unmatched combo. Xiao squinted, truly a case of finding a needle in a haystack. More than 200 consecutive kills, over 30,000 points. He said, quickly moving closer. Just as he approached, an adventurer from area 4399 was instantly turned into white light by a single strike. Huh? Are you still feeling cocky? Ideal Life shook off the blood from his great sword, a look of disdain on his face. What about that one named Smile? Aren't you all so loud? Why is he still too scared to even make a sound? The guild members behind him echoed. Exactly. What first place? I see him as just a turtle hiding its head. Boss, let's go take down that one named Ling Shuang too. Let her know how formidable we are in area 4401. Boss, another one is coming to deliver equipment. A lackey beside Ideal Life pointed in Li Xiao's direction. Looks like a mage, seems quite ordinary. Definitely wearing garbage equipment, what bad luck. Ideal Life turned to look at Li Xiao, sizing him up, then scoffed. Just a mage, no need to pay attention to him. He didn't take Li Xiao seriously at all, retracting his gaze with a wicked grin. I heard that Ling Shuang is a top beauty with a figure and face that are absolutely stunning. Don't rush to kill her then. He was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly felt a chill down his back. Before he could react, a beam of ice blue light descended from the sky. Frost descends. Boom. The ground within a 12-meter radius instantly froze, a thick layer of frost covering the feet of the adventurers within the area. Ding. Frost descend hit targets 10, causing the frozen effect lasting 2 seconds. 4,432. 4,684. 9,744. Critical hit. A series of terrifying damage numbers jumped above the heads of everyone within the area. At this moment, among the 10 people within the area, except for Ideal Life, who had locked health, the other 9 were all left with over 2,000 health before they died. Ding. Frost descend triggered frozen effect. Ideal Life cannot move or attack, lasting 2 seconds. Li Xiao was somewhat surprised. It seemed the opponent had locked health, indicating a life-saving skill or item. What the hell? What kind of damage is this? Boss has been frozen. The lackeys of Ideal Life outside the area were stunned. At this moment, Ideal Life's heart was shaken. Ding. Triggered Heart of Guardian passive, generating a shield that absorbs 500 points of damage. Ding. Triggered blocking 10 damage. However, this was simply not enough to offset Li Xiao's terrifying damage. What truly saved his life was Ding. Used Guardian Scroll, blocking a lethal strike and restoring 20 health, remaining Guardian Scroll 0. Ideal Life recovered from the freeze, but that scroll was one of his treasures, and now it was gone. However, when he saw Li Xiao holding his staff and looking at him with a cold smile, he began to retreat. Don't come any closer. Ideal Life was genuinely panicking. It wasn't that he was afraid of losing 20 of his experience upon death, but he feared losing his equipment. Every piece of gear he wore was top-notch. An ordinary person would become a top expert with just one piece. Who are you? Ideal Life was extremely frustrated. He still didn't know who this person was that had beaten him to such a state. He retreated while frantically using potions. But just as his health recovered a bit, damage numbers of 22 started popping up beneath his feet. The effective power of Calamity drains 22 points per second. Haven't you been looking for me? I'm right in front of you, come kill me. Li Xiao wore a cold smile and revealed his ID. The two characters' smile glimmered with dazzling light under the dark red moonlight. Above the ID, a line of golden title Hell Conqueror was particularly eye-catching. Gudong Smile. He is the smile from area 4399. The remaining living members from area 4401 instantly panicked. A person's name, a tree shadow. Although they all yelled loudly before. Once Li Xiao stood before them, the sense of oppression was 100 times stronger than they had imagined. Otherwise, why did they only dare to move once Li Xiao left the safe zone to seize the spawn point? It was because they feared Li Xiao. At this moment, Ideal Life stared at Li Xiao, his eyes filled with trepidation. That last strike was too. He had gathered all the equipment dropped by 1,000 people in his guild and bought gear from the auction house to create an entire set of 15 golden equipment. With a health of 3,800, he was the first tank in area 4401, even higher than a knight's health, and yet he was locked health by a single hit. What kind of monster is this? You don't be arrogant. Ideal Life gritted his teeth and activated the active skill Iron Will on his arm. A golden shield enveloped his entire body. Iron Will when health is below 30, generates a shield that absorbs 30 of health damage lasting 5 seconds. His health was 3,800, and the shield could absorb 1140 points of damage. Phew. Now I should be able to survive right. Ideal Life sighed in relief. He didn't believe he could still be one-shot. Xiao looked at the shield on his opponent with a disdainful smile. He raised his staff with lightning flickering at the top. Thunder Chain. A second later, a purple lightning bolt struck down, hitting Ideal Life directly. 59,700. Lucky Strike. The shield shattered instantly, and his health bar emptied. You can't. Ideal Life couldn't believe it. Before dying, he had been crushed from start to finish. Moreover, that final 60,000 damage. Was that even something a person could deal? The thunder did not cease leaping continuously to the remaining adventurers from Area 4004, the second, third, fourth. 4,672. 4,486. 4,304. 4,120. A series of damage numbers jumped as the remaining adventurers from Area 4401 turned into white light one after another. The entire process from Xiao's attack to the annihilation of all took less than 5 seconds. An exhilarating one-shot kill. 18 kills. Battlefield announcement. Smile from Area 4399 killed Ideal Life from Area 4401, exceeding 200 consecutive kills, plundering 30 of points, 12,546 points. Battlefield announcement. Smile from Area 4399 ended the 205 consecutive kills of Ideal Life from Area 4401. First kill achieved. The announcements repeated 3 times, topping the Battlefield channel. Battlefield announcement. Smile from Area 4399 killed that woman from Area 4401, plundering 87 points. Battlefield announcement. Smile from Area 4399 killed Fairytale Town from Area 4401, plundering 98 points. Battlefield announcement. Smile from Area 4399 killed Lu Benway is awesome from Area 4401, plundering 92 points. Smile from Area 4399 became the ruler of the Demon King's battlefield. A series of announcements instantly topped the Battlefield channel. Everyone in the battlefield saw these golden words at the same time. The entire battlefield fell silent in an instant. The dual chat channels exploded with activity. I love speaking the truth. Area 4399 Big Brother Smile finally made his move. Brother Xiong. Area 4399 Ha. The 205 consecutive kills have been ended. Wishing Dog, weren't you just so arrogant? Keep calling out. Contempt. Tang Sen. Area 4399 Big Brother Smile is incredible. He plundered over 12,000 points. He's directly ranked 3rd. T-Sister. Area 4399 Big Brother Smile finally made his move. I've been waiting with tears in my eyes. Beijing Tiger. Area 4401. Impossible, this can't be. Glory of Honor. Area 4401 Wishing Brother was killed. Shocked. Wishing Life. Area 4401 Smile, you better watch out. I won't let you off. In the middle of the Demon King's battlefield, Glory Pinnacle watched the battlefield reports with a grim expression. How is this possible? Although Wishing Life is a reckless man, Glory Pinnacle knows his strength. Fully equipped with golden gear above 3,800 health points, nearly 300 magic defense, and a life-saving passive. Such a configuration, yet was killed by Smile. It is said that Smile has no guild, just a solo player. Where did he get so much top-tier equipment? Glory of Honor was also feeling a bit scared. Boss, are you Smile's opponent? Glory Pinnacle took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. For now, let's avoid his sharpness. He is the strongest mage in Area 4401, with an S-level talent, and his equipment is even slightly better than Wishing Lives. But at this moment, he truly wasn't confident in dealing with Xiao. Glory King wasn't that afraid because the guild leader would back him up if everything fell apart. Boss, what should we do next? Glory Pinnacle was silent for a few seconds, a hint of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. Let's continue to farm points. For now, don't actively seek out Smile. This is a contest between districts. Our district's average strength is greater than theirs. First, we need to widen the total points gap. Even if Smile is strong alone, he won't be able to make up for the entire district's disadvantage. Boss is right. Glory of Honor felt somewhat reassured. Just then, another battlefield report popped up. Battlefield report. Area 4399 Smile killed Area 4401 Wishing Flower, plundering 156 points. Battlefield report. Area 4399 Smile killed Area 4401 Wishing Tomorrow, plundering 143 points. Battlefield report. Area 4399 Smile has completed 56 consecutive kills. Unprecedented. Glory Pinnacle watched the plundered points on the reports, his expression growing increasingly grim. He finally understood Xiao's intentions. That son of a dog. He's specifically hunting for high point kills. Glory Pinnacle gritted his teeth. He didn't make a move earlier on purpose to let us lower our guard waiting for our people to farm points before striking. Damn, this son of a dog is even more cunning than I am. Damn it, boss, he wasn't afraid before, he was just pretending. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Demon King's battlefield, Qin Shuang looked at the battlefield report, her stunning face breaking into two charming dimples. Finally, unable to hold back, she put away the sun-chasing bow and turned towards the core area. Since Li Xiao started harvesting, she needed to pick up the pace. In other battlefields, she was slightly behind Li Xiao, but in the Demon King's battlefield, she had to give it her all. She didn't want to be forever suppressed, as she needed to fight alongside the opponent. On the other side, Li Xiao cleared the remaining players, looking at the pile of loot on the ground with a smile creeping on his lips. He first picked up the 15 golden ring. 15 breaking army ring, golden ring, all attacks 60-90, constitution 20-30, critical rate 3, passive breaking army, ignore 50 defense. Huh? Wishing is truly my lucky star. Li Xiao quickly took off the Heart of Disaster and directly dismantled it, because he didn't have enough golden stones now. Dismantling yielded 20 golden enhancement stones, and he began to enhance the breaking army ring. Congratulations. 20 breaking army ring, golden ring, all attacks 60, 120, constitution 20-40, critical rate 3, passive breaking army, ignore 50 defense, golden attribute breaking army power, ignore 100 defense. Awesome. Dismantling yielded 20 golden enhancement stones, and he began to enhance the breaking army ring. Human race smile, LV18 Hell Conqueror 134 565 0000, magic attack 138914449, inheritance 3-piece set 10, inheritance power 5, spirit 456 411, constitution 481496, life limit 10, critical rate 2124. No wonder that Wishing is so arrogant. He indeed has a bit of qualification. Just casually dropping a piece of equipment is enough to cause a transformation for an ordinary person. This was the first time Li Xiao encountered a situation where he couldn't instantly kill the enemy. To know he still lacked a piece of magic boots to be fully golden. Yet Wishing Life was in complete golden gear. Although his attributes fell short compared to Li Xiao, it was still extremely exaggerated. At this moment, Li Xiao finally realized the benefits of a powerful guild. This was merely a level 1 guild limited to 1,000 members. Though the drop rate in the end world is low with so many people, there will always be a few lucky ones. As long as 1 out of every 100 of these 1,000 people can drop a piece of golden equipment, it can instantly make someone a top-tier powerhouse. Li Xiao began to contemplate establishing a guild. Then he opened the total points leaderboard. 1. Total points of area 4401, 265,164. 2. Total points of area 4399, 194,544, still lacking over 70,000 points. Li Xiao hadn't paid attention to the rankings before, not realizing the total points gap was so vast. However, as long as we keep killing their people, the points will shift back and forth. Then he opened his personal points leaderboard. Personal points leaderboard, Demon King's battlefield 1. Glory pinnacle area 4,401, 22,143 points. 2. Smile area 4,399, 20,894 points. 7-3. Wishing life area 4,401, 18,765 points. 2-4. Wind cloud long song area 4,399, 18,765 points. 5. Rolling until death area 4,399, 16,543 points. Directly second, not much behind the first place, Glory Pinnacle. Indeed, killing is the fastest way to increase points. Li Xiao licked his lips, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. He then glanced deeper into the core area. There even more fat sheep from area 4401 were waiting for him. Continue. Li Xiao strode towards the core area. Who are you? Oh, don't kill me. I have family. Damn you. During the next moments, his points soared amidst the wails. 28765. 29876. 31234. Battlefield report area 4399, smile, killed Glory, Huagu, plundering 546 points. Completed 60 consecutive kills. Unstoppable. Battlefield report area 4399, smile, has completed 81 consecutive kills. No one can stop him. Battlefield report area 4399, smile, has completed 100 consecutive kills. Like a god. Battlefield report area 4399, smile, has completed 187 consecutive kills. Come and stop him. Golden reports flooded the battlefield channel. Li Xiao opened the chat channel. Smile area 4399, wishing life, thanks to the great benefactor for the golden ring sent my way, my damage is now real. Smile wishing life area 4401. Wishing life area 4401, smile, you better watch. Once my equipment is re-enhanced, it'll make sure to kill you. You are crying urgently. Area 4399, no doubt a great benefactor indeed, so kind to enhance the equipment before sending it to Big Brother. Smile laughing and crying. Meanwhile, in the core area of the Demon King's battlefield, Xiao stood in an open area surrounded by scattered equipment and coins. Beneath his feet were the spots where several adventurers from Area 4401 had just vanished. Personal points 48654 points 1. Total points of Area 4401 398,765 points 2. Total points of Area 4399 356,451 points, only lacking over 40,000 points. Xiao opened the personal points leaderboard. Smile Area 4,399 48,654 points 2. Glory Pinnacle Area 4,401 41,545 points 3. Lingshuang Area 4,399 35,615 points 4. Wishing Life Area 4,401 32,145 points 5. Wind Cloud Longsong Area 4,399 29,876.6. Rolling Until Death Area 4,399 26,543 points. Xiao frowned. Since he started the massacre, nearly 2 hours had passed. He had achieved over 400 consecutive kills, and his points skyrocketed from 20,000 to 48,000, directly taking the top spot. However, Glory Pinnacle's points were also rising, albeit not as quickly as his, but still closely trailing in second place. Moreover, he had never encountered this person on the battlefield. Is he avoiding me? Xiao squinted his eyes. In his recent round of slaughter, he had nearly wiped out all of the top 100 high-scoring adventurers in Area 4401. He had also killed quite a few from Wishing Guild and Glory Guild. Yet he had not seen a shadow of Glory Pinnacle. Either he was lucky enough to avoid his path every time, or he was intentionally hiding. This is interesting. A hint of amusement flashed in Xiao's eyes. Just then the system notification suddenly rang. Ding. Announcement of the Demon King's battlefield. 15 minutes until the boss in the core area descends. The demon markers on the corners of the map indicate the boss location. All adventurers are requested to participate in the boss contest. Safe zones with high damage to the boss will receive substantial rewards. Righty had forgotten about the boss arrival. Once the boss descends, everyone would compete for the ownership reward. Xiao's lips curled into a strange smile. If you have the skill, you can resist coming even when the boss descends. After saying that, he headed towards the location marked on the minimap, collecting more along the way. On the other side, in the core area of the Demon King's battlefield, Glory Pinnacle stood on a large rock looking down at the densely packed crowd below. More than 300 people, all wearing the same Glory prefix. These are core members of their guild. Boss, should we continue to hide? Glory King felt somewhat stifled. When has their Glory Guild ever been so submissive? Being chased and beaten by one person, they didn't even dare to show their heads. Glory Pinnacle's lips curled slightly. It's time to deal with him. With 20,000 people in our district, even a spit each could drown him. Glory of Honor clenched his fists, full of excitement. Let's get him. At this moment, Glory Pinnacle took out a scroll from his backpack, sneering. This time I won't let him release even a skill. The members of the Glory Guild instantly became excited. Boss is awesome. Huh. That kid Smile is dead for sure. Let him be arrogant. Let him kill our people. This time let him pay dearly. Huh. No matter how strong he is, can he fight against our entire district alone? The Glory Pinnacle has arrived at the boss descent location with the guild members. While waiting for the boss to appear, they are messaging in this area. Glory Pinnacle Xiangwang, De Xinghua, Bashianu, Chonglu Man, Ilu Xiangxi. Everyone Xiangwang De Xinghua spit it out quickly. I'm really annoyed right now. Glory Pinnacle, we have been targeting the high-scoring players in our area, and my personal score has already reached the top. The total score of the opposite safe zone is only 400 points away from catching up. If this continues, we will lose the Demon King battlefield. Xiangwang De Xinghua, isn't this obvious? I'm not blind. Just tell me how to fight. Stop the useless chatter. Glory Pinnacle, the boss, will descend soon. Let's put aside our grudges and focus all our strength on taking down the Smile first, then the boss. Aside from the Smile, the remaining players in Area 4399 are no match. Xiangwang De Xinghua, alright. I as a member of the Xiangwang Guild agree. This time I will not be careless. Bashianhu, I the #1 guild in the world agree. Chonglu Man, I the Chonglu Guild agree. Glory Pinnacle, our Glory Guild, has reached the boss descent location. Everyone hurry up. Meanwhile, Xiao has just arrived at the edge of the core area, having eaten a few pieces of roasted meat to recover some fatigue, and is rushing towards the boss descent location. On the way, he saw more and more adventurers from this area. Many of them had been bullied by Area 4401 before, and were now lacking equipment. To Xiao's surprise, the people from Area 4401, who had previously avoided him, now dared to appear in front of him for some reason. Not only that, but the fear had vanished from their eyes, and a few even dared to throw him provocative looks. How can this be tolerated? Xiao immediately waved his starry flowing fire, turning them all into his own points. Battlefield announcement 4399 area smile kills what are you looking at, and plunders 245 points. Battlefield announcement 4399 area smile kills what do you want and plunders 364 points. Completed a 456 kill streak. At this moment, the system notification sounded. Ding. Demon King Battlefield announcement. Attention, the boss has descended into the core area. Ding. Demon King Battlefield announcement. Attention, the boss has descended into the core area. A black pillar of light descended from the sky, crashing down in the center of the core area. The ground began to tremble violently, and an oppressive force that made it hard to breathe spread out. All adventurers in the Demon King battlefield, no matter how far away they were, felt the tremor from the depths of their souls. Xiao looked at the black pillar of light soaring into the sky in the distance, his expression unchanged. This sense of oppression is much weaker than that of Stokaya's avatar. He had experienced the horror of the level 49 Demon King's avatar, and that overwhelming demonic power that rendered him immobile was still fresh in his memory. Yet facing this boss, his heart felt completely calm. Meanwhile, a huge pit appeared in the center of the core area. In the center of the pit stood a 3-story tall humanoid demon with 2 curved horns on its head surrounded by flames. Demon King's messenger avatar Kashu LV-25 fire type battlefield boss health physical attack 800 magical attack 600 physical defense 300 magical defense 250 skills flame breath demon flame storm demon might domain death charge description the messenger avatar under Demon King Stokaya tasked with hunting talented adventurers in the eastern towns of the Apocalypse Empire. With 5000 health 800 physical attack and 600 magical attack. These attributes would be enough to instill fear in adventurers, but no one was paying attention to him now, because a fierce battle was unfolding around. As the saying goes, enemies meet, and their eyes turn red. Thousands of adventurers from both areas were mixed in battle, with colorful skills raining down. Damn, you people from Area 4401, how come you have the guts to come out now? Haven't you been scared by Boss Smile yet? Shut your mouths. We were just separated. Now let Smile come and see if he can kill us. Don't run. Leave your equipment. Are you blind? Don't shoot our own people in the back. White light flashed one after another with equipment and coins scattered all over the ground. The resentment of the adventurers from Area 4401, who had been slaughtered by Xiao, erupted completely. At this moment, a figure stood out in the center of the battlefield. The member of Xiangwang de Shenghua held a golden greatsword. He had been killed once by Xiao, losing 20 of his experience and a 15 golden ring. But as the #1 warrior of Area 4401, his strength still towered over the entire battlefield. Charge and strike hard. The golden greatsword swept out. 976. 1104. 2046. Critical hit. 3 adventurers from Area 4399 turned into white light on the spot. Huh. How refreshing. Xiangwang de Xinghua laughed wildly. Today I'm going to wipe out all of you from Area 4399. The morale of the members of the Xiangwang Guild behind him soared. Boss is mighty. Kill all the trash from Area 4399. Let them know how powerful we are in Area 4401. On the other side, the only strong player from Area 4399 who arrived first was Yuwenba. He was struggling to fend off Glory Pinnacle's attacks with his health already dwindling to less than 300 points. Glory Pinnacle don't celebrate too early. Yuwenba gritted his teeth, having exhausted his skills, and could only cast a fireball spell. 346. A damage number floated above Glory Pinnacle's head, which was negligible for him, who had nearly 2,500 health. Is that all? Glory Pinnacle chuckled coldly as a dark red light gathered at the tip of his staff. Shadow Spear. 1,245. Yuwenba's health bar instantly depleted, and he turned into a white light, dissipating. A silver equipment dropped on the ground. He then respawned near the boss descent location. Battlefield announcement 4401 area Glory Pinnacle kills 4399 area Yuwenba and plunders 1876 points. Glory Pinnacle disdainfully shook his head. The second mage of Area 4399 is too weak. Glory King flattered beside him. Boss is amazing. Those people from Area 4399 are not even your match. Glory Light echoed. Our people are still arriving one after another. By the time Smile gets here, it will be a gift of equipment. I heard he has a 20 diamond staff, who it will all belong to you, boss. At this moment, the adventurers from Area 4399, seeing Yuwenba's death, turned pale. Because from the beginning of the chaotic battle until now they had indeed been under constant pressure. Area 4401 was all organized guild warfare with cooperation and strategy. While most of Area 4399's players were scattered fighting individually unable to form an effective counterattack. In just 10 minutes more than 300 people from Area 4399 had died. Let's fight them. A warrior shouted angrily, raising his great sword and charging forward. Xiao de Xinghua sneered and raised his giant sword. Since you're looking for death, then I shall. He hadn't finished speaking when a purple lightning bolt descended from the sky, striking precisely on top of his head. 7,860. Critical hit. Smile. Xiao de Xinghua did not have a protective scroll this time. Although his passive shield was triggered, he still instantly lost 4,000 health. He turned into a white light, disappearing from the spot, leaving behind a shining golden giant sword. The battlefield announcement was instantly pinned. Battlefield announcement 4399 area smile kills 4401 area Xiao de Xinghua and plunders 1845 points. Completed a 487 kill streak, surpassing the divine. The entire battlefield fell silent in an instant. All eyes turned towards the direction where the lightning. There stood a young man clad in a golden robe, holding a staff shimmering with starlight. Though his ID was hidden, the blood-red kill streak over his head was particularly eye-catching. For 87 kill streak. Gods and demons tremble. Smile. It's Boss Smile. The adventurers from Area 4399 were overjoyed, bursting into deafening cheers. All the frustration, anger, and oppression they had endured now transformed into ecstasy at that moment. In their eyes, Smile was a source of reassurance. Boss Smile has finally arrived. Huh. You trash from Area 4401, you are finished. Woo, brother Smile, I've been waiting for you for so long. But the people from Area 4401 turned pale, feeling like they were facing a great enemy. Smile. Is that really Smile? How did he arrive so quickly? Glory Pinnacle squinted, his gaze fixed on Li Xiao, not daring to act recklessly. It was the first time he had seen this legendary opponent. He was not as tall and imposing as imagined, looking like an ordinary young mage. But the blood-red kill streak above his head told the story of his terror. At this moment, Li Xiao arrived at the center of the battlefield, his gaze coldly sweeping across the field. His voice was not loud, but it had great penetration, clearly reaching everyone's ears. The people from Area 4399 go fight the boss, and for the people from Area 4401, whoever moves dies. The players from Zone 4399 swiftly rallied under the leadership of newly arrived elites, Feng Yinchanga and Wan Wang, and launched a coordinated assault against the Demon Lord's envoy Xiao. Meanwhile, the players from Zone 4401 stood frozen in place, exchanging bewildered glances. Many among them had perished beneath Li Xiao's staff before. The endless thunderbolts and the apocalyptic sea of fire still burned vividly in their memories. Moments later, Xiao de Xinghua, freshly resurrected, hurried to the battlefield. Xiao you damn. Before the sentence could finish, Li Xiao's figure materialized before Xiao de Xiao you damn. Before the sentence could finish, Li Xiao's figure materialized before Xiao de Xinghua like a phantom, his agility of 77 rendering his movement uncanny and imperceptible. A searing fireball followed him in tow. Alert. Golden trait breakthrough force activated. Ignores 100 of target's defense. 5840. Critical hit on a weak point. Battle broadcast Zone 4399 Xiao Wei has slain Zone 4401 Xiao de Xinghua, seizing 1485 honor points. Xiao de Xinghua didn't even finish cursing before darkness swallowed his vision. Simultaneously, upon reviving, he saw his necklace had also been shattered, and roared in outrage. Xiao Wei, this isn't over between us. As he sprinted toward the battlefield, he opened his guild channel. Everyone, hold the line. Don't let that brat escape. I'm coming now. Meanwhile, at the heart of the battlefield, Rongyao Dingfeng stood behind the ranks, his face as dark and stormy as a cauldron's bottom. He cursed himself inwardly for having been cowed just moments ago. He was the top-ranked player in Zone 4401, the strongest mage in the zone, and the guild master of Rongyao Guild. How could he be overawed by the sheer presence of a single opponent? With a sudden surge of resolve, Rongyao Dingfeng raised his staff high. What is there to fear? He stands alone. Can 6,000 of us truly not overcome one man? Focus all fire on him. Those words struck like a potent stimulant. The adventurers of Zone 4401 snapped out of their daze. The earlier terror of death now transmuted entirely into white-hot rage and bloodlust. Guildmaster Rongyao is right. He's alone. Kill him. Crush him. Look how arrogantly he struts. That's right. He's no instructor. What gives him the right to make us stand like penitents? Of the 6,000 aside from healers, melee fighters held the front lines, while every range damage dealer unleashed their skills toward Li Xiao. Facing this deluge of incoming abilities, Li Xiao knew evasion was impossible, so he chose instead to absorb the damage and begin casting Crimson Lotus Inferno. At that very instant, spells rained down upon him in rapid succession. Boom, boom, boom. 1, 1, 1, 6. Critical hit. Alert. Golden trait inherited heart activated. Generates a 1684-point life shield. A radiant golden barrier instantly enveloped Li Xiao's entire body. After 5 seconds, the incantation of Crimson Lotus Inferno completed. Alert. Golden trait breakthrough force activated. Ignores 100 of target's defense. Alert. Diamond trait spark ignites the prairie activated. Firebase skill range increased by 20. Firebase damage increased by 15. A colossal crimson lotus of flame erupted amid the Zone 4401 ranks, engulfing an 18-meter radius. 5200, 5156, 10246. Critical hit. Every adventurer from Zone 4401 within that 18-meter radius fell instantly, not even suffering burn effects, obliterated by that defense-ignoring devastation. Over 100 blinding flashes of white light lit the air, leaving behind scattered gear. In stark contrast, torrents of damage numbers continued leaping atop Li Xiao's head. 111, 1, 1, 1, 38, 1, 1. Thousands of attacks appeared, overwhelming in spectacle. Yet in truth fewer than 1,000 actually landed upon Li Xiao. Moreover, the vast majority dealt only mandatory damage of 1 point. Occasional higher damage strikes barely reached several dozen points. His inherited heart shield flickered faintly, still holding over 400 points. This can't be real. I only deal 1 point of damage to him. No, it's force damage. In truth, we cannot even breach his defenses. The morale of Zone 4401's adventurers shattered instantly. Li Xiao uttered no words, only surged forward into the crowd, raising his staff Xingyun Luhua as crackling lightning coalesced at its tip. Dark clouds gathered overhead. Then thunder crashed down with cataclysmic force. 5480, 5445, 10840. Critical hit. Once again, defense-ignoring damage numbers danced wildly across the battlefield. White flashes blooming like fireworks one after another. Within 2 mere seconds, at least 100 players vanished in white light. Battle broadcast Zone 4399 Xiao Wei has slain Zone 4401's Xiangwang de Tsungsong, seizing 76 honor points. Battle broadcast Zone 4399's Xiao Wei has achieved 500 consecutive kills. Battle broadcast Zone 4399's Xiao Wei has achieved 600 consecutive kills. Divine and demonic resonance. Battle broadcasts flooded the screen, too fast to read. The players of Zone 4401 were utterly panicked, stripped of all will to fight. The being before them wielded power, so terrifying it plunged them into despair. Run. Run now. He's no human. He's a demon. Mommy, I want to go home. The crowd began to scatter, but Li Xiao would not let them flee. Frostfall descends. After 5 seconds, sapphire blue light rained from the heavens, instantly freezing the ground across a 12-meter radius. 11240. Critical hit. Defense ignored. 11240. Critical hit. Defense ignored. Over 200 white flashes ignited simultaneously. Battle broadcast. Zone 4399 Xiao Wei has slain Zone 4401's Qingfeng Mingyue, seizing 123 honor points, achieving 691 consecutive kills. Battle broadcast. Zone 4399 Xiao Wei has slain Zone 4401's Xiaoqiao Liushui, seizing 98 honor points, achieving 692 consecutive kills. Li Xiao fought like a berserker, darting through the throng, each swing of Xingyun Luhua claiming at least 1 life. Even during cooldowns, his fireballs and basic attacks dealt monstrous damage, around 500 points. Not even Xiangwang de Shenghua or Rongyao Dingfeng could withstand such punishment, let alone ordinary adventurers. 6,000 strong, they were driven backward relentlessly, utterly incapable of mounting any coherent counteroffensive. Don't panic. Don't break formation. Rongyao Dingfeng bellowed frantically from the rear. Knights and warriors, advance and tank the damage. Mages and archers, deal damage from the back line. Healers, reinforce the front line. Yet his commands went unheeded. Li Xiao's damage was simply too overwhelming. Anyone who ventured within 20 meters of him perished within 3 seconds. Even Rongyao Guild's bulkiest knight, clad in full silver-tier gear forged by the guild itself, boasting a health pool of 3,000, fell to a single fireball from Li Xiao. 7438. Defense ignored. Critical hit on a weak point. The knight evaporated on the spot. Rongyao Dingfeng's expression grew increasingly grim. Gritting his teeth, he finally resolved to enter the fray himself. A deep crimson aura coalesced at the tip of his staff, radiating overwhelming, chilling might. Xiao Wei, you overstep your bounds. I am entering the battle now. Draining crimson light. The scarlet beam tore through the air, streaking straight toward Li Xiao. Alert. Golden trait inherited wall activated. Blocks 60 of incoming damage. 132. Critical hit. Weak point strike. Li Xiao's health bar dipped by the faintest sliver. Rongyao Dingfeng's pupils contracted sharply. A pity. Li Xiao's voice drifted from ahead, laced with quiet mockery. Your damage doesn't even match the volume of your voice. In the next instant his figure vanished from sight. Rongyao Dingfeng possessed only 45 agility, while Li Xiao soared to 77. To Rongyao Dingfeng, Li Xiao became utterly invisible, and by the time he registered the movement, Li Xiao already stood 10 meters before him. Light flared at the tip of his staff. Fireball. 5-8-0. Defense ignored. Alert. Passive King's Heart activated. Generates a 666-point damage absorption shield. Yet such a shield proved paper-thin against Li Xiao's onslaught, shattering instantly. Rongyao Dingfeng's health bar emptied in a heartbeat. Wait, you! Rongyao Dingfeng died in furious disbelief, his form dissolving into a flash of white light. On the ground lay his staff gleaming with golden radiance. Battle broadcast. Zone 4399 Xiao Wei has slain Zone 4401's Rongyao Dingfeng, seizing 4264 honor points. Ending his 256 kill streak, completing 842 consecutive kills. Li Xiao scoffed. Do you not know that before me even a guardian scroll offers no salvation, only instant annihilation? At that moment the adventurers of Zone 4401 stared in stunned silence at the spot where Rongyao Dingfeng had vanished. He was obliterated. Our zone's top-ranked mage couldn't even survive a single fireball from Xiao Wei. Members of Xiangwang Guild trembled violently, having watched their guild master fall to Xiao Wei 3 times already. Yet what awaited them next was yet another torrent of relentless devastation. Meanwhile at the core zone, Rongyao Dingfeng revived, staring at his bare hands, and roared in fury. Damn it! My Qiming staff! Rongyao Zhiguang had waited specifically for his revival, and now cautiously approached. Guildmaster, perhaps we shouldn't go back. Not go. Then our zone loses. Rongyao Dingfeng clenched his jaw. If we lose the Demon Lord's battlefield, where do I even show my face? He drew a deep breath and opened the chat channel. Rongyao Dingfeng, listen up everyone. Stay calm. I've revived and am en route now. Hold Xiao Wei in place. Don't let him escape. Xiangwang de Xinghua and me. I'm nearly there too. Battle broadcast. Zone 4399 Xiao Wei has slain Zone 4401's Rongyao Dingfeng, seizing 3789 honor points. Battle broadcast. Zone 4399 Xiao Wei has slain Zone 4401 Xiangwang de Xinghua, seizing 2089 honor points. He revived once more. Rongyao Dingfeng stood motionless, stunned. He had already fallen 3 times, lost 3 pieces of equipment, and his level had dropped to 15. Just then a flash of white light shimmered nearby. Coincidentally, Xiangwang de Xinghua had also randomly revived in the same vicinity. Their eyes met, and in each other's gaze they saw identical anguish, fury, and a flicker of dread. You got killed too? Xiangwang de Xinghua asked. Obviously. Rongyao Dingfeng's face was ashen. How many times? 3rd, 4th, for me. Xiangwang de Xinghua winced in pain. I lost a level, and half my gear shattered. They stood in silence for several seconds. Then Xiangwang de Xinghua asked, shall we go back? No sooner had the words left his mouth than battle broadcasts exploded across the screen. Battle broadcast Zone 4399's Xiao Wei has achieved 200 consecutive kills. Invincible under heaven. Battle broadcast Zone 4399's Xiao Wei has achieved 400 consecutive kills. Demon God incarnate. Battle broadcast Zone 4399's Xiao Wei has achieved 6564 consecutive kills. Annihilator of mortals. That was the final straw, the breaking point. 6,000 versus 1, and they were utterly decimated. Rongyao Dingfeng clenched his fists, bitterly conceding. We yield the Demon Lord's battlefield. At level 20, we'll undergo class advancement in the Tier 2 capital, and then, revenge will wait no longer. Elsewhere at the boss spawn point, Li Xiao lowered his staff. Over 6,000 players had been cut down, solo, by his hand. His gaze then swept across the battlefield where gleaming equipment and coins littered the ground, and his composure finally shattered. In the Demon King arena, death guaranteed the drop of 1 piece of equipment. Thus more than 6,000 items lay scattered across the field, bronze, silver, and even over a dozen golden grade artifacts. Li Xiao bent down to collect the spoils. Ding. Acquired 15 enlightenment staff, golden staff 1. Ding. Acquired 10 breakthrough boots, golden 1. Ding. Acquired 15 guardian necklace, golden 1. A cascade of system notifications rang out, one after another, until Li Xiao's back ached from bending. Why is there no auto pickup function? His inventory held only 50 slots, so he selected only a dozen golden grade items. The rest held little appeal for him. He would leave them for fellow adventurers from Zone 4399. What truly mattered were the coins: 745 gold, 65 silver, and 45 copper pieces spilled across the field. What did that mean? Every player in Zone 4401 had dropped at least 10 silver coins. Li Xiao had never possessed such wealth, not since his descent into the end times. In one stroke his gold count soared past 800. Reinforcement stones were even more abundant, 246 golden, 1459 silver, and 24865 standard grade stones. Having recently exhausted his supply while upgrading gear, he now had more than enough to last him well into the future. Ha ha ha. Fortune favors the ruthless. It seems slaughter truly is the swiftest path to riches. Li Xiao gazed at his bulging inventory, laughter spilling unrestrained from his lips. He turned and strode toward the boss spawn point, where another formidable foe awaited. Meanwhile, in another corner of the arena, the Demon King's emissary avatar, Xiao, was besieged by adventurers from Zone 4399. With 500,000 HP, Xiao had already lost nearly half his life force under the concentrated assault, led by Qin Shuang and Fengyan Chang'e, 1,000 strong. Yet his counterattacks remained devastating. Demon Flame Tempest. Xiao threw back his head and roared. A colossal orb of black flame detonated amid the ranks. 1245, 1356, 1189. Hundreds of white lights flashed simultaneously as fallen adventurers left behind their gear. Healers, heal now. Tanks, move forward and taunt. Don't let him cast. Keep DPS up. He's almost dead. Fengyan Chang'e stood at the rear, voice raw with urgency as he directed the battle. Though he had been slain once by Xiangwang de Shenghua, costing him precious points, he remained aside from Li Xiao and Qin Shuang, the strongest combatant in Zone 4399. Brother Chang'e, Brother Wei Xiao has arrived. A voice rang out, brimming with elation. Fengyan Chang'e turned and saw a lone figure approaching from afar. Above Li Xiao's head floated a blood-red banner, so deeply crimson it verged on black. 6594 consecutive kills. Slaughterer of multitudes. Fengyan Chang'e swallowed hard. 6,594 consecutive kills. Absorbed entirely in commanding the boss fight, he had not glanced at the battlefield feed. He could scarcely believe Li Xiao had single-handedly obliterated the entire Zone 4401, a feat beyond the scope of his imagination. Qin Shuang, upon seeing Li Xiao, felt her normally glacial eyes soften, unbidden, into pools of quiet adoration. For a fleeting moment her gaze lingered, tender and warm as if drawn by invisible threads. From the start, what had captivated her was his effortless nonchalance, until the moment he focused when confidence and power radiated from him like an unassailable aura. Had this not been the height of battle, her outward frostiness would have melted instantly, her inner fire burning too fiercely to resist, drawing him close into the sanctuary of her affection. Brother Wei Xiao has arrived. Brothers, press harder. The boss is near collapse. Morale among Zone 4399's adventurers surged, their attacks intensifying with renewed ferocity. Li Xiao stepped before the boss and raised his staff. Chain lightning. A thunderclap split the air as a bolt of searing lightning struck Xiao. 8960. Critical hit. 4240. 4080. 59700. Lucky strike. 3780. Ding. Dealt 80760 damage to arena boss. Personal points increased by 80760. Personal points 18545554. 5 staggering blows, including 1 lucky strike. Xiao's health bar plummeted by 80,000 points. He shrieked in agony, his scarlet eyes locking onto Li Xiao with venomous hatred. Mortal you. Li Xiao gave him no time to speak. In one fluid motion, he closed the distance and drew forth the nebula flame staff. Raging thunder. Purple storm clouds coalesced above Xiao, and 10 bolts of violet lightning crashed down. 4480. 4480. 9960. Critical hit. Another near 20,000 blow. Xiao's health now dipped below 200,000. Domain of Demon Majesty. A black halo erupted from his feet, expanding 30 meters, engulfing all nearby. Ding. Affected by Domain of Demon Majesty. All attributes reduced by 10. Ding. Spiritual Oath buff activated. Immune to negative effects. The crimson debuff icon flickered above Li Xiao's head, only to vanish instantly beneath a radiant golden buff. His stats remained utterly unchanged. Frostfall. 2.5 seconds later, cerulean light descended from the heavens, freezing Xiao's massive form solid in an instant. Ding. Frostfall triggers frozen effect. Demon King's emissary avatar Xiao cannot move or attack for 2 seconds. Now, he's locked down, full DPS everyone. In that instant, every adventurer from Zone 4399 unleashed their most devastating skills without restraint. 58. 378. 57. 1240. Weak point strike. Xiao's health plummeted. 200,000, 150,000, 100,000, 50,000. Li Xiao seized the perfect opening and unleashed his next skill. Crimson Lotus Karmic Fire. A colossal lotus of blazing crimson flame bloomed above Kasha's head. 5360. Ignoring defense. 536. Burning damage. 536. True fire damage. I refuse to accept this. Kashu roared one final defiant cry, then collapsed his colossal frame, crashing to the earth. Ding. Zone 4399 has successfully defeated Demon King's emissary avatar Kasho. Damage distribution calculation in progress. Zone 4399 total damage 100. Zone 4401 total damage 0. As Zone 4401 inflicted 0 damage upon the boss, all rewards are automatically awarded to Zone 4399. Ding. Adventurer Wei Xiao of Zone 4399 delivered the final blow upon arena boss Demon King's emissary avatar Kasho. Reward experience 2000, personal points 5000, gold 20, reputation 1000. Ding. Congratulations to Zone 4399 on defeating Kasho. All participating adventurers receive experience 1000, personal points 1000, 5 free attribute points. A torrent of system notifications flooded every mind. The boss is down. Huh. Those fools from Zone 4401 couldn't even touch a single hair on him. Brother Wei Xiao is legendary. Li Xiao gained 3000 experience, and his reputation soared to 12100. Ding. Congratulations Adventurer Wei Xiao on reaching level 19, 4571 XP. Awarded 3 free attribute points bonus 2 from title effect. A golden glow enveloped him. Level up complete. Allocate points. Magic attack. 1449-1459. Kasha's corpse dissolved into black smoke, leaving behind a glittering pile of spoils. Meanwhile, adventurers from Zone 4399 continued eagerly gathering loot from the battlefield. Though Li Xiao had claimed all top-tier golden gear, numerous silver and bronze items remained, more than enough to delight the others. To them, these were unexpected treasures. Li Xiao stepped forward to the front line, surveyed the entire field, and addressed all adventurers of Zone 4399. Once you've collected all boss-dropped gear, remember, the outer arena holds equipment dropped by Zone 4401 players upon death. Take only what you need. But I expect no quarrels, no squabbles over a single item. Understood? Understood. Thank you, Brother Wei Xiao, for sharing your spoils. Long live Brother Wei Xiao. Ha ha. I'll wear gear from Zone 4401 and flaunt it right before their faces, just to drive them mad. Father. For a heartbeat, silence fell, then erupted into deafening cheers. They had suffered countless defeats at the hands of Zone 4401, losing gear each time. Yet Brother Wei Xiao had not only avenged them, he had ensured they shared in the spoils. In that moment, loyalty burned fierce and absolute. To die for such a leader was honor itself. Already many called him father. Li Xiao meanwhile turned his attention inward to examine his newly acquired treasures. Blazing Heart LV. 20 golden bracelet, all attacks 100, critical hit rate 5, passive Blazing Heart, critical damage 20, a bracelet boosting both critical rate and critical damage. Excellent. Pity, it requires level 20. He stowed the bracelet away. His inventory also held a ring obtained from slaying Grom, refined mana stone LV. 20, to be upgraded alongside this one. Elven Heart LV. 20 golden necklace. All attacks 80, constitution 20, agility 20, passive rapid shot 20, chance to fire an additional arrow. I already wield Goddess's favor. This necklace suits my partner perfectly, and its passive aligns flawlessly with her style. Golden reinforcement stones 57, silver reinforcement stones 341, mana cores 7234, gold coins 98. All currency and materials were secured within his inventory. Legacy wish chest 1. A legacy wish chest. Truly, Li Xiao's heart leapt with exhilaration. He needed only a pair of mage boots to complete his 5-piece set. The full set bonus conferred 15 skill cooldown and 10 mana cost. Crimson Lotus Karmic Fire had a 100-second cooldown, Frostfall 90 seconds, both painfully long. With the set bonus, he'd shave off over 10 seconds per cast. Li Xiao opened the chest without hesitation. A golden light flared. Legacy Wish Mage Boots LV. 15 golden legacy set, magic attack 50, spirit 30, agility 25, passive wishful speed, movement speed 10, the 5-piece set, complete. Li Xiao began to enhance without saying a word. Congratulations on the successful enhancement. 1. 20. 20 legacy wool boots LV. 15 gold legacy set, magic attack 50, 100, spirit 30, 60, agility 25, 50, passive speed of legacy, movement speed 10, gold attribute wings of legacy, additional movement speed 10. Li Xiao replaced his silver level necromancer boots, activating the 5-piece legacy set effect. Skill cooldown 15, magic consumption 10. He opened his personal attribute panel. Human Race Smile LV. 19 Hell Conqueror magic attack 1449158, 4 5-piece legacy set, 10 legacy power 5, spirit 4, 11471 physique, 496 max health 10, agility 77128 critical rate, 24 cooldown reduction 15. I finally have all golden equipment now. Li Xiao was very satisfied with his current attributes. Now his agility was even higher than that of Qin Shuang the archer. Combined with his high damage and strong defense, he was the most terrifying output machine on the battlefield. Li Xiao looked at the last two loot items. Fire Crystal Fire Elemental Power Essential for Fire Elemental Mage Class Change Essential for Fire Elemental Mage Class Change. Li Xiao quickly put it in his backpack. Although he didn't know what hidden elemental professions would be unlocked by gathering the fragments, this fire crystal might be useful for him. Guild Establishment Order exclusive drop from the Demon King battlefield use in the main city. To unlock guild features, this item can only be dropped by the bosses in the Demon King battlefield, and there are only about 500 of them in the entire area, 4,400 ones, 1,000 safe zones, making it very scarce. Moreover, he was indeed planning to establish a guild now, so this token was very useful for him. Boss smiled. At this moment, Feng Yunchanga Wan Wang and Yu Wenba also approached. Yu Wenba's eyes lit up when he saw the guild establishment order in Li Xiao's hand, and he said with joy, "Boss, are you going to establish a guild?" Wan Wang also became interested. He had suffered enough from being unorganized. If there was a powerful guild to rely on who would still want to be a free player, they wouldn't have been bullied by the people from Area 4401 like this. Li Xiao looked at the eager expressions of the few and nodded with a smile. That's right. After the Demon King battlefield ends, I will establish the guild, and then use this token to establish the guild territory in the main city. Boss, if you establish the guild, I will immediately disband Feng Yun and join. Feng Yunchanga was the first to express his stance. He had initially established the guild just to survive and warm up together and defend off the Eternal Guild without any ambition at all. If Li Xiao had established the guild from the start, he wouldn't have established Feng Yun. Me too. Wan Wang and Yu Wenba said in unison. Li Xiao waved his hand. Alright, let's talk about this after the Demon King battlefield. Just then the system notification suddenly rang. Ding! Demon King battlefield announcement. Time remaining until the battlefield ends 5 hours, 32 minutes. Safe zone total scores are being updated in real time. Li Xiao opened the scoreboard. Safe zone scoreboard 1. Area 4399, 312, 4344.2. Area 4401, 654,321 points, leading by nearly 2.5 million. The outcome was beyond doubt. Li Xiao then opened his personal score list. Personal scoreboard Demon King Battlefield 1. Smile Area 4,399, 194, 5613.2. Ling Shuang Area 4,399, 84,516.3. Feng Yunchanga Area 4,399, 43,210.4. Wanbu Si Jiawang Area 4,399, 39,876.5. Yu Wenba Area 4,399, 29,876 points. In the top 10 aside from Glory Pinnacle and A Life to Yearn for the Rest are all from Area 4399. His personal score had reached a terrifying 2 million. Boss, what shall we do next? Feng Yunchanga asked. Li Xiao raised his head, looking deep into the battlefield. You guys go organize people to pick up equipment and then continue to farm points. The battlefield shop not only has class change books, but good items will definitely be plentiful. The more points, the better. Understood. The three left after receiving the order. After they left, Qin Shuang walked over with her long legs, her gaze fixed on Li Xiao. There was admiration in her eyes, but more admiration. I didn't expect you to have such leadership talent. That can't be compared to our Qin zone. Li Xiao casually handed over the heart of the elf and gently squeezed her slightly cold jade hand. You can be a bit indecent at times. Qin Shuang accepted the necklace, and a pair of beautiful dimples appeared on her cold face. But I like it. Li Xiao reached out and pulled Qin Shuang's graceful figure into his arms, smiling and saying, I like it too. By the way, where are Wang Si and Qin Tian? Since the two had come clean with each other, Qin Shuang was getting more and more fond of being close to Li Xiao, allowing him to hold her. They went to farm points after killing the boss. Let's go, the Demon King battlefield will end in a few hours. We should also farm some points. Li Xiao held Qin Shuang's slender waist and walked deeper into the battlefield. Behind them, the adventurers from Area 4399 looked at the couple's backs filled with envy. Boss Smile and Sister Ling Shuang are such a perfect match. Wow, it's the first time I've seen Sister Ling Shuang look so delicate. Her usual gaze towards us was completely devoid of any fluctuations or feelings. Nonsense, that smile. Only smile can conquer such a strong and cold goddess. Sigh, why am I not a woman? Otherwise I would knock on Smile's door every night. Damn, don't if you were a woman going out at night you'd scare someone to death. How are you talking? Everyone laughed and continued farming monsters on the battlefield. In the dual area chat channel, the people from Area 4399 were already having a blast. I love speaking the truth. Area 4399, what's wrong with you guys from Area 4401? Why are you all silent? Funny. Brother Xiong, Area 4399, weren't you all so loud just now? Why is everyone suddenly mute? Laughter. Glory Pinnacle, Area 4401, smile, wait for me. When I get to the main city, I will let you know what a true powerhouse is. A life to yearn for, Area 4401, smile, make sure to take good care of the equipment for me. He'll get it back sooner or later. You Winba, Area 4399, oh, isn't this the duo of the wealth delivery children? What? Are you here to deliver equipment to our boss again? Clown. Brother Xiong, Area 4399, Glory Pinnacle, a life to yearn for. If your strength was even half as strong as your mouths, you wouldn't be hiding from our boss like stray dogs. A life to yearn for, Area 4401, we are not hiding. The real start will only be after we reach level 20 and change classes. Glory Pinnacle, Area 4401, that's right, the Demon King battlefield is just an appetizer. Only after class change can we see the real skill. Time passed by minute. The countdown of the Demon King battlefield finally came to the last 10 minutes. Ding! Countdown of the Demon King battlefield, 10 minutes. Please prepare, adventurers, the battlefield will soon close. You will be teleported to your respective safe zones. The settlement of the Demon King battlefield is in progress. Total scores of safe zones: Demon King battlefield, Area 4399, total points 546. 1873 points. Area 4401, total points 765. 432 points. Congratulations to Area 4399 for winning the Demon King battlefield. All adventurers in Area 4399 receive victory rewards: gold 10, free attribute points 10, experience 20,000, limited time buff. King of the battlefield, all attributes 5 for 24 hours. Personal scoreboard is being settled. First place, Smile, Area 4399 points 265. 4664 points. Rewards: diamond treasure chest 1, class legendary skill scroll 1, legendary title heroes, symbol experience 50,000, reputation 5,000. Second place, Ling Shuang, Area 4399 points 215645 points. Rewards: gold treasure chest 2, class epic skill scroll 1, epic title glorious victory experience 30,000, reputation 2,000. Third place, Feng Yunchanga, Area 4399 points 115464 points. Rewards: gold treasure chest 1, class rare skill scroll 2, rare title brilliant hero experience 20,000, reputation 1,000. 4th to 10th places. The battlefield shop has opened. You can exchange various items with points. Survival mission 55 has been released. Task background: the demon race's advanced troops have gathered and are about to launch a full-scale attack on the eastern towns of the Tianqi Empire. Task objective: eliminate demon warriors 0-200. Refresh locations: Wolf King Valley, dim forest outskirts of Soto Underground City. Task reward: 10 gold coins, 2 experience, 2 rare skill points. Task deadline: 23 hours and 59 minutes. Failure penalty: deduct 1 revival chance. Description: dear adventurer, the Empire is facing an invasion from the demon race. To become a powerful first-tier profession, this is a challenge that must be faced. Li Xiao listened to the system prompt with some surprise. So there's no more ranking rewards in the future. Does this mean the novice period is over? Li Xiao shook his head. Anyway, his current attributes were already sufficient to crush others of the same level, so it didn't matter whether there were ranking rewards or not. As for the survival mission, 200 demon warriors were merely half an hour's work for him. Li Xiao sat on the edge of the bed, beginning to tally the loot from this Demon King battlefield. A prompt sound echoed in his mind. Ding! The battlefield shop has been opened. You can exchange points for various items. Battlefield shop open time 23 hours and 58 minutes. Li Xiao temporarily ignored the shop and first dealt with the rewards. He took out his first trophy from his backpack. Diamond treasure chest, first reward for personal points in the Demon King battlefield. Diamond treasure chest. Li Xiao licked his lips, his eyes filled with anticipation. This was his second diamond treasure chest. The first one yielded the nebula flare, which directly allowed him to take off on the spot. He wondered what this one would reveal. He clasped his hands together and closed his eyes. Goddess of luck, him back. Don't cry tonight, I'll give you a massage. A dazzling silver light flashed. Ding! Congratulations on opening the diamond treasure chest, obtaining stars Fury LV 20 diamond ring 1. Stars Fury LV 20 diamond ring, all attacks 200, spirit 40, agility 20. Active stars power, the next skill will restore 10 of all damage dealt to its user, cooldown 300 seconds. Description: a bracelet imbued with the power of the stars, said to be a relic of a great mage, granting the wearer the favor of the stars. Wow. Skill healing. Li Xiao stared at the ring in his hand, his eyes nearly popping out. This was the first piece of equipment he owned with an active skill, and it was a healing skill. He currently dealt 4,000 damage with a fireball spell capable of restoring over 400 health, not to mention his other area attack skills, which could easily recover 1 to 2,000. Although he needed to be level 20 to equip it, he was still incredibly excited. Once he reached level 20 and equipped this ring, not only would his damage output rise to another level, but his survivability would also improve significantly. Hahaha, diamond equipment is amazing. Li Xiao stored away Star's Fury in his backpack and then took out the legendary skill scroll. Legendary skill scroll random, using it grants a legendary skill limited to mage profession. Li Xiao's breathing quickened. His current skills were only at the epic level and legendary skills were a step above their power, absolutely unimaginable. Learn. Ding. Skill slots are full, please choose a skill to replace. Replace magic shield. Li Xiao stood not lacking a shield. The scroll transformed into a brilliant golden light merging into his forehead. A massive amount of information surged into his mind. Ding. Learning successful. Acquired skill Wrath of the Wind God legendary. Wrath of the Wind God LV1 legendary, summon the power of a raging wind to deal 250 magic damage to all enemies in a straight line within a 30-meter range with an additional knockback. Effect cannot be removed, cannot act, lasts 5 seconds. Casting time 5 seconds, consumes 500 magic points. Cooldown time 120 seconds. Note the ultimate skill of wind element mages combining damage and control with astonishing power. Li Xiao looked at the skill description overjoyed. 250 damage. 5 seconds casting time, faster than both Red Lotus Flame and Frostfall by a second. 30-meter linear range, longer than Red Lotus Flame's 18-meter radius. And it comes with a 5-second knockback effect. With his current magic attack, who could withstand this combination? Ha ha ha. Li Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. He was already eager to find a monster to test the power of this skill. Li Xiao took a deep breath, calming his excitement. Next, it's time for the title. Legendary title, Symbol of Heroism. First reward for personal points in the Demon King battlefield. Symbol of Heroism legendary. All attributes 100. Damage 20. Critical hit rate 20. Passive heroic aura. All attributes of teammates within a 20-meter radius 5. Description: this title rewards those who stand against the demon invasion on the battlefield, heroes who single-handedly turn the tide. They are symbols of victory and reliance for their comrades. Without hesitation, Li Xiao donned it. He was currently wearing the epic title Hell Conqueror, which gave 10 to all attributes, 10 damage, and 10 The legendary title grants 100 to all attributes, 20 damage, 20 critical hit rate, plus an aura effect. It was on a completely different level. Changed. Li Xiao stored the Hell Conqueror title in his backpack, and the golden title above his head transformed into a legendary dark golden color. Symbol of Heroism shone brightly in the room. It looked great, and it had enough prestige. Now, from his title to his weapons and armor, he was basically equipped with the best configuration available. He was already anticipating how terrifying his attributes would be once he reached level 20 and equipped both Star's Fury and the Heart of Flames. Li Xiao closed his backpack and opened his personal attribute panel. Human Li Xiao LV19, Symbol of Heroism 51. Magic attack 1584164. Inheritance set 10. Inheritance power 5. Spirit 471 4710 magic points, 471 magic defense. Constitution 496 5456 health points, 496 physical defense. Health cap 10. Agility 128. Critical hit rate 2434. Legendary title 10. Luck 10. Revivals 5 times. Cooldown reduction 15. Talent chosen 1 LV1. Current effect increases damage by 95 171 001 0000. Can upgrade at level 20. Buffs: End of Calamity permanent 10 damage to bosses, Wild Intuition Calamity's Aftermath 10 damage to Demon Race Spirits, Blessing immunity to negative effects, Healing effects, Double Demon Calamity permanently resist 10 damage from demons, Heroic aura, all attributes of teammates within 20 meters 5 King of the battlefield, all attributes 5 for 24 hours. Equipment 20 Nebula Flare LV 15 Diamond Staff. Passive Flare when releasing fire element skills, additional 10 of magic attack as true damage. Passive Nebula restores 8 magic points per second out of combat, recovery speed increased by 35. Diamond attribute Starfire Blaze fire element skill range 20, fire element skill damage 15. Rare enchantment attribute all elemental skill damage 10. 20 Inheritance Wish Robe LV 15 Golden Inheritance set. Passive inheritance will when health is below 30, both defenses increase by 20, lasts 10 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Golden attribute inheritance power magic attack 5. 20 Inheritance Wish Shoulder Pad LV 15 Golden Inheritance set. Passive Inheritance Guardian 10 chance to block 50 damage when attacked. Golden Attribute Inheritance Barrier block chance increased to 20, block damage increased to 60. 20 Inheritance Wish Pants LV 15 Golden Inheritance Set. Passive Wish Power Health Cap 10. Golden Attribute 8 Critical Hit Rat. Xiao closed the personal attribute panel and opened the Demon King Battlefield shop. I have over 2 million points. It's time to gather the 7 fragments and unlock the hidden profession. Xiao opened the limited time shop. Limited time shop in the Demon King Battlefield common to the 5th district. Elemental Core of the Ceiling Fragment God level 1 points, 1 remaining. Healing Core of the Ceiling Fragment God level 1 points, 1 remaining. Power Core of the Ceiling Fragment God level 1 points sold out. When Xiao saw the word sold out, he was somewhat shocked. What? Can others in different districts also reach 1 points? He quickly exchanged for the Elemental Core, fearing that if he hesitated someone else might take it. Ding. Congratulations Adventurer Smile for successfully exchanging the Elemental Core of the Ceiling Fragment for 1 points. Points remaining 1654664. Immediately the icon for the Elemental Core of the Ceiling Fragment turned gray, displaying sold out. Xiao let out a long sigh of relief while reminding himself. Recently I feel like I'm getting a bit carried away of it's all because of the illusion of invincibility given to me by the glory peak and the life I yearn for. I can't continue to be so arrogant. The 5th district consists of areas 4001 to 5000 totaling 1000 safe zones housing 100 million people. Although 9 days have passed, each area averages only 2 people left, but together these 10 safe zones still amount to around 20 million. Aside from him, there might be others with awakened SS level talents. Ding. Detected that Adventurer Smile has collected 6 ceiling fragments and 1 elemental core. Would you like to synthesize the hidden job transfer book for the elemental mage? Synthesize. Xiao did not hesitate. The 6 fragments and the elemental core transformed into 7 beams of light, converging into a book radiating with colorful glimmers. Xiao opened the job transfer book. God level hidden job transfer book Elemental Overlord. Elemental Overlord God level hidden job rare epic legendary God level. Job characteristics can learn all elemental skills fire, ice, lightning, wind, earth without restrictions from job branches. Passive skill Elemental Resonance LV1 for each elemental skill mastered, all elemental damage 20 current fire, ice, lightning, wind totaling 80, upgradable at level 50 second transfer. Passive skill Elemental Control LV1 all elemental skills cooldown 50, a mana consumption 50, upgradable at level 50 second transfer. Passive skill Elemental Power LV1 gain 10 points of elemental power for each skill cast. After accumulating 100 points of elemental power, the next skill will deal 10 times the damage, upgradable at level 50 second transfer. Passive skill Elemental Body immune to all elemental control effects such as freezing, paralysis, knockback, etc. Active skill Elemental Burst LV1 all elemental skills damage 100 for 15 seconds, cooldown 300 seconds, upgradable at leave. The God level job Elemental Overlord. It truly did not disappoint me. Xiao clenched his fists, breathing more and more rapidly. From the experience notes of Eileen Fayer, he learned that an ordinary first transfer elementalist can only learn 1 elemental skill based on their elemental affinity. Moreover, an ordinary first transfer elementalist only has 1 passive skill, Elemental Resonance. Learning corresponding elemental skills grants 20 damage. But the Elemental Overlord is different. Not only can they learn all elemental skills, but they also possess 4 passives and 1 active skill. First, let's talk about the first passive Elemental Resonance LV1. He currently masters 4 elemental skills lightning, fire, ice, and wind, which together can increase his damage by 80. Later, if he directly buys an earth-type skill from the auction house, he can increase it to 100. The second passive Elemental Control LV1 reduces mana cost by 50 and also has a 50 cooldown reduction for skills. This is even more outrageous. His major skill, Frostfall, which originally had a 100-second cooldown, directly becomes 50 seconds. The minor skill, Thunder Fury, originally 20 seconds, directly becomes 10 seconds. He won't even need to finish casting a full round of skills before the cooldown resets. After the second transfer upgrade, the cooldown reduction will definitely be even more significant. By then, casting major skills will be as easy as casting minor skills, and casting minor skills will be as simple as basic attacks. Thinking about the battle where he won't have to worry about skill cooldowns at all, Xiao couldn't help but burst out. Ha ha ha, who else is there? Next up, Elemental Power. Every 10 skills cast will make the next skill deal 10 times the damage. There are many choices. If he's grinding monsters, then the next skill can be an area attack. If he's fighting a boss, the next skill can be a single target burst. Very nice. The next passive Elemental Body can grant immunity to control effects. The last active skill, Elemental Burst LV1, increases the damage of all skills cast within 15 seconds by 100 with a cooldown of 5 minutes. However, it's a pity that Elemental Burst cannot benefit from the cooldown reduction of Elemental Control. The cooldown reduction of Elemental Control only applies to elemental skills, while Elemental Burst is akin to a buff-type skill. Forget it, this job is already quite overpowered. I can't ask for too much. Xiao was very satisfied with the Elemental Overlord profession. Ding! The resonance of the 5 great elemental powers triggers the God-level transfer quest, the Coronation of Elements. Quest objectives: 1. Reach level 20, currently level 19, 51. 2. Master all elemental skills, wind, lightning, fire, ice, 45. 3. Collect 5 rare materials, flame crystal, ice crystal core, thunder shard, wind feather, earth core. 15. Flame crystal, obtained rare materials drop from elite monsters and bosses of corresponding elements. 4. Go to the Elementalist Temple in the level 2 main city and place the 5 materials on the elemental altar. Activate the exclusive job transfer trial and defeat the Trial Guardian, who merges the 5 major elements 01. Completing the above tasks will allow you to transfer to become the Elemental Overlord. Xiao looked at the job transfer quest. Objectives 1 and 2 are easy to complete. The most troublesome is still collecting the 5 rare materials, and the difficulty of the last trial is undoubtedly high. However, he is confident he can complete it. It's just a bit of a hassle to gather materials. Xiao placed the job transfer book into his backpack and continued browsing the battlefield shop. Elemental Core of the Sealing Fragment, God level 100 points, sold out. Healing Core of the Sealing Fragment, God level 100 points, 1 remaining. Power Core of the Sealing Fragment, God level 100 points, sold out. Shadow Core of the Sealing Fragment, God level 100 points, sold out. Hunting Core of the Sealing Fragment, God level 100 points, sold out. Holy Light Core of the Sealing Fragment, God level 100 points, sold out. Contract Core of the Sealing Fragment, God level 100 points, sold out. Xiao looked at the long list of sold-out icons in the battlefield shop, feeling shaken. In the 5th district, there are hidden talents. In less than an hour, 7 God-level transfer cores apart from the healing core for priests, the remaining 6 were all exchanged. This indicates that in the 100 safe zones of the 5th district, at least 6 people not only gathered 6 sealing fragments, but also had over 1 million points. I'm really looking forward to it more and more. Meanwhile, in the 5th district area, 4001, a deafening roar erupted from an inn. Damn it. I just opened a room, and the elemental core was actually exchanged by someone. Who on earth is it? On the other side, Xiao was completely unaware that someone had taken a grudge against him without having met. At this moment, he continued to browse the shop. The primary task at hand is to complete the divine level class change mission. I only need an earth-type skill to finish task 2. Let's see if I can get it. If I am going to unlock it, I might as well aim for a high-level skill. His gaze fell upon the epic skill scroll. To be honest, he was already prepared to spend more points as this scroll was random for all professions. Ding. Consumed 200 points is successfully exchanged for an epic skill scroll, X1. The scroll transformed into a streak of light and fell into his backpack. Xiao immediately chose to open it. Opened the epic skill scroll and gained the skill Healing Light profession requirement, priest. Xiao frowned. This outcome was already expected. It relied on luck to get a skill of his own profession from a... He continued to operate, exchanging and opening the 2nd and 3rd scrolls in succession. Shadow Stealth profession requirement, assassin. Grim Reaper's Eye Judgment profession requirement, archer. 3 consecutive attempts, yet he still could not obtain a mage skill. Xiao remained calm. After all, he had plenty of points. Moreover, the Grim Reaper's Eye could be used by his wife, so it wasn't a waste. Goddess of Luck, please favor me once more. Earth-type skill. Open. Ding. Open the epic skill scroll. Congratulations on obtaining the epic skill Earthshatter profession requirement, Mage Beastmaster. Xiao was overjoyed. After spending 800 points, he finally received the goddess blessing. Do you want to learn this skill? Learn. Ding. Skill slot is full. Please select a skill to replace. Replace Fireball. This skill, which had accompanied Xiao for 9 days, was finally honorably retired. The scroll transformed into a golden light and entered his forehead. Ding. Learning successful. Gain skill Earthshatter Epic. Earthshatter LV1 Epic summons the power of the earth to deal 180 spell damage to all enemies within a radius of 15 meters and adds a stun effect. Unable to act lasts 2 seconds. Casting time 2 seconds, mana cost 300, cooldown 80 seconds. Another control skill. With Frostfall, my output will be even more stable in the future. Xiao was very satisfied. Ding. Divine level class change task, crowning of elements, task 2 has been completed. Adventurer, keep up the good work. He immediately opened his character panel to check for changes. Elemental Resonance, LV1, for each elemental skill mastered, all elemental damage 20. Current Fire, Ice, Lightning, Wind, Earth, all 5 elements complete, all elemental damage 100. Gathering all 5 elements, the damage amplification effect is terrifying. Although he had to wait until after the class change to enjoy the damage increase, it did not prevent Li Xiao from feeling happy in advance. He had taken another step closer to becoming the elemental sovereign. Now he still had 1574664 points left, which was still quite ample. He completed the Earth-type skill, fulfilling the second requirement of the class change task. Next, all that remained was to level up to 20 collect 5 rare materials of the 5 elements, and finally the elemental trial. Li Xiao's gaze returned to the time-limited shop interface, pondering, I already have the flame crystal, but I still need the ice crystal core, thunder shard, feather of wind, and earth core. The shop did not have these exclusive materials. It seemed he could only venture into the wild to farm the corresponding elite monsters and bosses. Li Xiao's gaze fell again on the monster egg. Epic Beast Egg, random, 10000 points. The end world has a beast system that unlocks after reaching level 20. Beasts can assist in combat. Some excel in damage output, others can tank damage, and some can provide buffs. Epic level beasts are already quite rare in the end world. Bought it. Li Xiao exchanged points without hesitation. Ding. Consumed 100 points. Obtained Beast Egg, Epic Random X1. An egg radiating golden light appeared in his backpack. Beast Egg, Epic, Unbound, Tradable. After recognizing a master with a contract, the Beast Egg becomes bound untradable and begins to hatch. Hatching complete. Directly obtain a loyal beast with 100 loyalty. Description: a pet egg containing powerful life force, said to hatch an epic level powerful beast. Li Xiao looked at the large egg in his backpack, feeling quite pleased. He spent another 200 points to buy a pet contract binding it directly. Beast Egg, Epic, Bound, Untradable. The beast system can be hatched after reaching level 20. He still had 5700 points left and had not yet decided what to exchange for. Forget it, the shop still has more than 20 hours remaining. He'll level up to 20 tomorrow and see. Li Xiao closed the shop interface and got up to leave the room. The door next door was indeed unlocked. Li Xiao pushed open Qin Shuang's door and tiptoed inside. The room was only lit by a single lamp. Qin Shuang was sitting by the bed holding a book that emitted a dark purple glow. Her long curly hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she wore a black lace camisole nightgown. Her curves were subtly visible as she breathed. Under the hem of her dress, her long jade-like legs were crossed with her 10 toes painted in red nail polish. During the day she was sharp and cold, but at night she was lazy and seductive. This extreme contrast made Li Xiao's heart flutter. How has your harvest been? Li Xiao walked over and sat beside her, instantly greeted by a familiar fragrance. Pretty good. Qin Shuang looked up, her cold eyes revealing a rare hint of excitement. Li Xiao wrapped his arm around her slender yet curvaceous waist and leaned in to look at the class change book. Epic level hidden class change book, Undead Hunter. Class characteristics: Epic hidden class in the Archer category, mastering the power of the undead and shadows. Class passive: Undead Arrow, LV1. After killing a target, absorb its soul. Each layer of soul increases attack power by 8 and critical hit rate by 3, stacking up to 5 layers, lasting 10 seconds, cooldown 10 seconds. Class passive: Nightshade Affinity, LV1. At night or in shadow areas, range 20, attack speed 15, movement speed 10. Class active: Undead Mark, LV1. Mark a target, causing it to take 20 more damage, lasting 15 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Description: a hunter walking between shadows and death. No prey has ever survived after being targeted by her. Li Xiao's eyes flashed with surprise after reading the class characteristics and passives. The Undead Hunter class is very strong and suits you perfectly. It really does suit me. Qin Shuang put away the class change book and leaned against Li Xiao's shoulder. With 5 layers of undead arrows stacked, that means 40 attack power and 15 critical hit rate. Coupled with her level talent weakness source, it triggers 100. 5 times weakness damage, leading to a 60 increase. What about your hidden class? Elemental Sovereign Divine level. Li Xiao did not hide it from her and showed her the class characteristics. After Qin Shuang finished reading, her sexy red lips parted in shock. She actually had 4 passives and 1 active. That terrifying damage increase was truly tempting. Li Xiao looked at her astonished expression with some pride. It felt very satisfying to earn the admiration of his woman. He then took out a skill scroll from his backpack and handed it over. Wife, your points should all be spent on buying the class change book, right? This is for you. Thank you. Qin Shuang was not pretentious. After all, the two had been open with each other, so she reached out to receive it. Grim Reapers, Eye Judgment, LV1. Epic shoots 3 tracking arrows, each dealing 180 physical damage, ignoring defense, automatically. Hunting cannot be dodged. Consumes 120 mana, cooldown 65 seconds. So strong. Li Xiao kissed her on the lips. After you change classes, the output of this skill will at least double. Don't mess around, I haven't learned it yet. My high school grades weren't good. Ew, I need to learn from teacher Qin as well. Li Xiao picked her up and placed her on the bed. You. Qin Shuang had no time to say anything before he. Teacher, where are the black stockings and glasses? The next morning, when Li Xiao woke up, Qin Shuang had already put on her gear and was sitting by the bed. She appeared not only unwearied from the night, but also vibrant and radiant. Awake? Qin Shuang asked while tying her hair. Li Xiao propped herself up, rubbed her slightly sore waist, and looked at Qin Shuang's rosy cheeks. Why did you get up so early? Qin Shuang walked over in her long boots and gently kissed Li Xiao on the cheek. My job change quest requires me to collect a material called undead essence, and the only level 20 monsters near the safe zone are in the dark forest. I'm going to see if I can get some. Li Xiao patted her pert rear and asked, do you need my help? No need. Qin Shuang shook her head. Your job change quest also requires material collection and will be more efficient acting separately. Li Xiao thought for a moment and agreed. Then be careful. You two, see you tonight. Li Xiao watched her figure disappear at the door and opened the system interface to take a look. 1. Smile Mage level 1951 2. Ling Shuang Archer level 1787 3. Feng Yinchang Gu Archer level 1642 4. Roll Without Dying Assassin level 1638 5. Affection Archer level 1612. After passing through the Demon King's battlefield, everyone's experience increased significantly. I must reach level 20 today. Wolf King Valley. Li Xiao stood beside the teleportation array. A blue light flashed, and she directly appeared deep within Wolf King Valley. Along the way, she saw many adventurers from the 4399 zone teaming up in pairs to hunt monsters. Boss smiled. Someone recognized her and shouted in surprise. Good morning, boss. Boss, are you also here to hunt monsters? Li Xiao nodded at them, not saying much, and walked straight deeper into the valley. Her current target was the demon fighters, and she planned to complete the survival quest first. After walking for about 5 minutes, several figures shrouded in black mist appeared ahead. Demon Fighter LV 15 health, 5000 physical attack, 160 physical defense, 70 magic defense, 55 skills shadow, / demon bloodline. In the past, these monsters seemed weak to her, let alone now. Li Xiao eagerly grasped her star cloud flowing fire and quickly closed the distance. Before casting her skill, she habitually cast a magic shield on herself, only to realize that the magic shield had long been outdated. Now the lowest level of her skills were all rare. Since that was the case, she decided to try out the legendary skill she had just learned. Wrath of the Wind God. The tip of her staff gathered a swirling blue wind. After 1.5 seconds, a violent wind pillar burst forth from the staff. The wind pillar extended straight for 30 meters, pulling all the demon fighters in its path into the whirlwind. 7,456. Ignoring defenses. 7,456. 14,912. Critical hit. A series of terrifying damage numbers floated above the heads of the demon fighters. All the demon fighters within the wind pillar were swept into the air, unable to move. After being launched into the air for 1.5 seconds, the wind pillar dissipated. The dozen or so demon fighters fell from the sky, their health bars long since depleted, turning into white light and disappearing. Ding. Killed Demon Fighter LV 15, experience 10. A series of system notification sounds rang in her mind. Even after the monsters are dead, they can still be knocked back. It seems the control effect has a high priority. Li Xiao smiled. Legendary skills are indeed terrifying. She walked to the spot where the demon fighters had disappeared and picked up the loot on the ground. Silver coins 15, magic core 8, ordinary strengthening stones 5. Nothing particularly valuable. However, Li Xiao wasn't here for the gear, she wanted quest progress and experience. Survival quest, 55 kill demon fighters, 12,200. It's a pity the monsters respawn too slowly, otherwise I could finish it in less than an hour. Li Xiao continued deeper into Wolf King Valley. Next, she activated her frenzied monster hunting mode. Now her rampaging thunder had only a 17-second cooldown, so basically every time a monster respawned, her rampaging thunder would be ready again. One skill could take down at least a dozen demon fighters. Both her experience bar and quest progress were on the rise. Time passed by second. At 5 in the afternoon, deep within Wolf King Valley. Ding. Killed Demon Fighter LV 15, experience 10 ding. Survival quest, 55, completed. Kill Demon Fighters, 451, 6200, reward gold 10, experience 20,000, rare skill points 2. A flash of golden light, and Li Xiao leveled up. Ding. Congratulations, adventurer, smile, has reached LV 20, experience 245, 620, 0000, gained 3 free attribute points, additional 2 from title effect, finally level 20. Li Xiao took a deep breath, her eyes filled with excitement. The first requirement of the job change quest, reaching level 20, was fulfilled. Allocate points all into magic attack. 1684169. Li Xiao opened her personal panel to check her experience bar. Level 2245, 620, 0000. The experience required for leveling up is getting higher and higher. However, she didn't have time to worry about that now as she had more important things to do. She then used a return scroll. Adventurers in. Li Xiao sat by the bed and opened the skill interface. Survival quest, 55, reward rare skill points, 2. Li Xiao thought for a moment and decided to use both skill points on Rampaging Thunder. She was primarily focused on monster hunting, and Rampaging Thunder was her main skill for clearing monsters with a short cooldown and a large area, providing the highest leveling efficiency. Level up Rampaging Thunder. Ding. Rampaging Thunder leveled up successfully. Current level LV5 rare. Let's do it again. Ding. Rampaging Thunder leveled up successfully. Current level LV6 rare. Rampaging Thunder LV6 summons a thundercloud covering a 12-meter radius lasting 2 seconds. Each thunder dealing 180 magic attack damage. Costs 70 mana, cooldown 16 seconds. 1 every 16 seconds, combined with the 50 cooldown reduction from elemental control after the job change plus 15 from the inheritance set, it only takes 5. 6 seconds. Too incredible. Li Xiao was increasingly looking forward to her job change. Just then a system notification rang in her mind. Ding. Reputation system activated. Current reputation, 17100 reputation, level notable. Next level renowned, requires 100,000 reputation. Reputation store unlocked. Items in the reputation store are as follows: legendary job change scroll, this profession, 1 million reputation, limit 1, legendary monster egg 5000 reputation, limit 1, epic enchantment stone, 1000 reputation, limit 3. More items will unlock after reaching certain reputation levels. Li Xiao looked at the items in the reputation store, saliva almost dripping from her mouth. She had a divine job change scroll, so she didn't need the legendary one. But she needed that legendary monster egg. 500,000 reputation. She only had 17,000 now, far from enough. Looks like I need to do more hidden quests and trigger announcements in the future. Li Xiao closed the reputation system when another system notification sounded. Ding. Talent, chosen 1, has met the upgrade conditions. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade. Ding. Consume 10,000 reputation talent. Chosen 1, upgraded successfully. Chosen 1, LV2 next level requires 100,000 reputation, level must reach 51. Luck 10-2. Each level increases damage by 8. Current effect increases damage by 163. New unlocks second profession. Choices: Beastmaster, Priest. What? Second profession. Li Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. One profession was already powerful enough. Now she could choose a second one. Wouldn't that make her soar? However, she still needed to think carefully about which second profession to choose. No rush in making a decision. Next, it was time to change her equipment. Li Xiao first counted her coins and materials. Golden strengthening stones, 246. Silver strengthening stones, 1645. Ordinary strengthening stones, 29516. Coins, 1260. 4 gold, 65 silver, 98 copper. That's enough. Li Xiao took out 2 pieces of equipment that needed strengthening from her bag. Stars Rage, LV20 Diamond Ring, all attacks, 200 Spirit, 40. Agility, 20 active stars power. Next skill restores 10 of all damage dealt to her own life. Cooldown 300 seconds. Heart of Flame, LV20 Gold Bracelet, all attacks, 100. Critical rate, 5. Passive Heart of Flame, critical damage 20. Let's strengthen it first. Li Xiao opened the strengthening interface. Ding. Do you want to consume 1,000 ordinary strengthening stones and 10 gold to strengthen this equipment? Current success rate 100. Strengthen. Ding. Congratulations, strengthening successful. 1 stars Rage. Ding. Congratulations, strengthening successful. 2 stars Rage. A series of notifications sounds rang out, costing a total of 20,000 ordinary strengthening stones and 200 gold. Ding. Congratulations, strengthening successful. 20 stars Rage. 20 stars Rage, LV20 Diamond Ring, all attacks, 200, 400 Spirit, 40, 80 Agility, 20, 40, active stars power. Next skill, restores 15 of all damage dealt to her own life. Cooldown 300 seconds. Diamond Affix, Stars Blessing. Next skill restores 15 of all damage dealt to generate a magic shield lasting 10 seconds. Cooldown 10 seconds. Li Xiao looked at the ring in her hand, her eyes shining. The Diamond Affix was too powerful. Infinite shields. Theoretically, the more monsters she hit with her skills, the higher the damage dealt, and thus the more health restored and shields generated. It would be hard to die now. Currently, the affix on the Breaking Army ring was 100 ignore defense, but she didn't need that little damage anymore. In comparison, Stars Rage provided her with greater survivability, not to mention the impressive increase of 600 in all attacks. Complete domination. Continue. Ding. Congratulations, strengthening successful. 1 Heart of Flame. Ding. Congratulations, strengthening successful. 20 Heart of Flame. 20 Heart of Flame, LV 20 gold bracelet, all attacks 100, 200 critical rate, 5 passive Heart of Flame critical damage, 20 gold affix flame fire skill damage 10. Not bad, a 10 increase in fire damage. This affix is acceptable too. Li Xiao unhesitatingly replaced the spider silk bracelet and breaking army ring. She opened her personal attribute panel. Human race smile, LV 20 heroes, symbol 245 620 0000, magic attack 168923 49, inheritance set 10, inheritance power 5, spirit 471591, 5910 mana, 591 magic defense, constitution 496406. For 1460 health, 406 physical defense, max health 10, agility 128188, critical rate 3436, critical damage 20, revive 5 times, cooldown reduction 15, talent chosen 1, LV2 710 010 00001. Luck 10-2. Each level increases damage by 8. Current effect increases damage by 100. Second profession, not selected, buffs, end of disaster, wild instinct, aftermath of disaster, heroic spirits, blessing, demon calamity, heroic aura, king of the battlefield, all attributes 5 for 24 hours. 3 hours remaining, equipment 20 star cloud flowing fire, LV 15 diamond staff, 20 inheritance, will robe, LV 15 gold inheritance, set 20 inheritance, will shoulders, LV 15 gold inheritance, set 20 inheritance, will pants, LV 15 gold inheritance, set 20 inheritance, will belt, LV 15 gold inheritance, set 20 inheritance, will boots, LV 15 gold inheritance, set jewelry 20, favor of the goddess of luck, gold, LV 10, can receive achievement quest for upgrade 20 stars, rage diamond, LV 20 heart of flame, gold, LV 20 skills, wind god's wrath, LV 1 legendary frost, descend, LV 1 epic red lotus, karma fire, LV 1 epic earthquake, mountain rock, LV 1 epic rampaging thunder, LV 6 rare thunder chain, LV 2 rare skill slots are full, can increase skill slots after job change quest, divine job change quest. Crown. It's time to head to the secondary main city. Li Xiao closed the attribute panel as the system notification echoed in his mind. Countdown to the 10th day of the apocalypse world, 5 hours and 25 minutes. At that time, all secondary cities in the entire Tianqi Empire will be opened. All adventurers above level 20 can use the teleportation array to travel to any secondary city in their respective safe zones, and once entered it cannot be changed. Information about the secondary cities in the Tianqi Empire can be viewed in the system interface. Li Xiao clicked to open the system interface. He discovered that there were a total of 14 major regions in the Tianqi Empire. Based on an estimated population of 100 million per region, the empire had about 1.4 billion adventurers, which corresponds exactly to the population of Xiao before the fusion of the apocalypse world. However, the number of survivors now is certainly not that many. Their 4399 safe zone originally had 100 people, but now only less than 200 remain, with an average survival rate of about 1/5. At this moment, Li Xiao looked at the 22 bright spots on the map. List of secondary cities in the 5th major region of the Tianqi Empire: Dawn City, Morning Light City, Burning Sun City, Twilight City. A total of 22 secondary cities. Which one to choose? Li Xiao pondered for a moment, but his gaze lingered on the easternmost part of the map. That was Dawn City, a secondary city located at the very edge of the eastern border of the Tianqi Empire, adjacent to the territory of the Demon Empire. He'll choose Dawn City. Li Xiao's reason for this choice was very simple. He needed reputation points. He had the buff demon race disaster, which doubled the hatred the demon race had towards him. Since the demon race had already set their sights on him, he might as well deliver himself right into their mouths. Moreover, the closer he was to the front line, the more chances he would have to trigger hidden tasks and announcements. This could help him quickly accumulate reputation points. Li Xiao had one more thing to do. Establish a guild. Ding. Would you like to spend 10 gold coins to create a guild? Note the guild name cannot be duplicated and cannot be changed. Yes. Li Xiao thought for a moment and entered 2 characters in the name field. Guild Hope, LV1. Guild Leader Smile. Vice Leaders 02. Elite Members 10. Members 11,000. Guild Experience 010,0000 can be obtained by completing guild tasks, guild dungeons, and donating currency, equipment, consumables, materials. Guild Funds 10,000 can be obtained by donating currency, equipment, consumables, materials usable to unlock guild dungeons. Guild Residence unlocked, must go to a secondary city to establish a guild residence. Other functions unlock after establishing a guild residence. Alright. After finishing his actions, Li Xiao opened the 4399 district chat channel. Smile everyone, I have established a guild. Friends with a like-minded spirit are welcome to join. As soon as the message was sent, the entire chat channel exploded. You Winball boss, you finally built a guild. I can't wait to make history with you. Cool brother Shone smile boss, I want to join. I want to join. Pick me up. I love to speak the truth finally, I don't have to be a lone wolf. Smile boss, please accept my crazy lowly brother smile. I've already applied, please approve quickly. Pitiful. Rolling without death boss, I've already applied, please approve me. Li Xiao first invited Qin Shuang and her brother Wang Si into the guild, then opened the application list. Familiar IDs appeared one by one. Ding. Adventurer Chong, good, join the guild. Ding. Adventurer Wan Wang, join the guild. Ding. Adventurer Yu Wenba, join the guild. Ding. Adventurer Qing Yi, join the guild. A series of system notifications sounded in his mind. In less than a minute, the guild members went from 1 to 1,000, reaching full capacity. Ding. The Hope Guild has reached its member limit. 10001000, unable to continue joining. Please upgrade as soon as possible. Li Xiao couldn't help but laugh. The speed was much faster than he had anticipated. His appeal was still too strong. So he opened the chat channel and sent a message. Smile everyone, the guild is now full. Those who haven't joined yet, don't worry. You can join again after the guild upgrades. Chang'e boss, when will you go to the secondary city? Smile, I'll go as soon as the teleportation array opens at 6 tomorrow. Wait until you reach level 20 and come find me in Dawn City. You Winba, Dawn City. Okay. Following boss lead, Li Xiao closed the chat interface and opened his backpack. There were still 570 points left in the Demon King battlefield, and the shop was about to close. He opened the battlefield shop, his eyes scanning the row of exchange items. Epic Hidden Profession Transfer Book Random. For this profession, 200 points sold out. Rare Hidden Profession Transfer Book Random. For this profession, 100 points, 6 remaining. Enchantment Stone Rare, 100 points, 10 remaining. Without thinking, Li Xiao directly exchanged for 5 rare profession transfer books. Ding. Consumed 500 points to obtain 5 rare hidden profession transfer books random for this profession. He couldn't use these books himself, but he could put them in the guild warehouse for members to exchange with contribution points. This would not only strengthen the guild members, but also encourage everyone to contribute, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. With the remaining 700 points, he exchanged for all rare enchantment stones. Ding. Consumed 700 points to obtain 7 enchantment stones rare. Li Xiao took out 1 rare enchantment stone from his backpack and aimed it at 20-star Fury. A dazzling blue light flashed. Ding. Enchantment successful. 20-star Fury gained the additional attribute, all skill control effects increased by 1 second. Right now I'm not lacking in damage or defense, just the output environment. Li Xiao began to place greater importance on control effects. Icefall froze for 3 seconds, Wind God's Wrath knocked back for 2. 5 seconds, Earth-shattering mountain stunned for 3 seconds. Enhancing control effects would allow him to better face high-agility monsters and would make it less likely to miss skills. He stored the remaining 6 rare enchantment stones in his backpack, saving them for enchanting diamond equipment in the future. At that moment, the door was pushed open and Qin Shuang walked in. She placed the burning sun bow on the table and looked at Li Xiao, who was sitting on her bed with a silly smile, and asked, "What are you so happy about?" Li Xiao raised his head to look at Qin Shuang, still wearing a cheerful expression. She had already replaced her level 8 Phantom set and was now wearing a level 15 Silver Shadow set. The black leather jacket tightly wrapped around her mature and graceful figure. Li Xiao noticed that since the connection, Qin Shuang's figure had become even more alluring. He reached out and pulled her into his embrace, smiling. "How did the material farming go today?" Qin Shuang's delicate hand rested against Li Xiao's chest, somewhat resisting. "I farm monsters all day and am all sweaty in you." Before she could finish her sentence, her lips were met with a kiss. Li Xiao not only didn't let go, but also pulled her closer with a mischievous smile. "It's fine, I like the smell of nature." Qin Shuang rolled her eyes, knowing she couldn't resist, so she let him hold her. "I need to farm 100 materials, but I only managed to get over 20 after a whole day. The drop rate is too low." "It's okay, just make sure to gather enough by the time you reach level 20. Li Xiao looked at her, his tone suddenly serious. "I established the guild, and I won't have time to manage it, so this task will be left to you. Besides, you used to manage a company with over 1,000 people, so this should be your area of expertise." Qin Shuang looked at Li Xiao for a few seconds, and 2 dimples slowly appeared. "All right. Ding. Vice President appointment successful. Ling Shuang has become the Vice President of the Hope Guild." Late at night, in the room of the adventurers, and the light was dim. Li Xiao leaned against the headboard, holding Qin Shuang's fragrant, sweaty body in his arms. Her originally cold and beautiful eyes were now watery and somewhat dreamy. However, she still got up to light a cigarette for Li Xiao, as she had learned his habits. As they exhaled the smoke, a faint sense of parting filled the air. "What time are we leaving tomorrow?" Qin Shuang's voice carried a hint of reluctance. 6 o'clock, the main city passage will open on time." Li Xiao lowered his head and kissed her forehead, smiling. "What are you reluctant to part with me?" Qin Shuang did not deny it. Her usually cold and proud demeanor melted into a sense of reluctance at that moment. Li Xiao felt warmth in his heart and held her a little tighter. Don't worry, once you all reach level 20, you can come find me in Dawn City. I've calculated that you're almost level 19 now, and it takes 1 experience to go from 19 to 20. At your efficiency, you should be able to make it by the day after tomorrow. Qin Shuang looked up, her beautiful eyes fixated on Li Xiao. You won't go flirting with others in Dawn City while we're apart for 2 days, right? Li Xiao found it somewhat amusing. Am I that kind of person? Can't say for sure. Qin Shuang rolled her eyes, her tone nonchalant. After all, someone looked at me in a rather inappropriate way the first time we met. Li Xiao, I mean, just because you're good-looking doesn't mean you can't be looked at. He decided not to explain further. Some things only make it worse when you try to clarify. It would be better to prove it through actions. The next morning at 6 o'clock, the 10th day since the arrival of the End World, Li Xiao stood before the teleportation array in Sotuo Town. The secondary main city across the entire Tianqi Empire is now open. Adventurers who have reached level 20 can use the teleportation arrays in various towns to travel to the secondary main city. Adventurers who have not reached level 20, please keep working hard. The words slowly appeared on the golden sky, and all adventurers in the End World saw this announcement. Finally, it's open. Li Xiao took one last glance at the silhouette of Sotuo Town. This was the place where he had stayed for 10 days since the first day of the end, leveling up from level 1 to level 20. It was time to leave. Ding. Please select the secondary main city you wish to travel to. Dawn City. Teleportation countdown 3, 2, 1. A blue light enveloped Li Xiao's body. In the next moment, he vanished from the teleportation array in Sotuo Town. After about 10 seconds, Li Xiao opened his eyes to a completely different scene. Unlike the quaint style of Sotuo Town, this was a magnificent city. The towering city walls were made of massive stones reaching a height of 20 meters. Guards dressed in silver armor patrolled back and forth on the city walls, each one above level 30. Above the city gate, 3 large characters were engraved. Dawn City. Ding. Adventurer Smile has arrived at the secondary main city, Dawn City. Dawn City overview. The secondary main city at the eastern edge of the Tianqi Empire. It is the first line of defense against the invasion of the demon race. It is said that the name of Dawn City comes from an ancient paladin who during the darkest hours wielded his sword to bring the dawn to the people of this city. You are the first adventurer to arrive at Dawn City in the 5th district of the Tianqi Empire. Reward reputation 10000. Li Xiao listened to the prompt, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. He was actually the first adventurer to reach Dawn City. A reward of 1000 reputation points, how great. However, being here meant he was no longer confined to that small area of the 4399 district. From now on, he would be facing around 20 million adventurers in the entire 5th district of the Tianqi Empire. Interesting. Li Xiao strode through the city gate. The streets of Dawn City were more than 10 times wider than those of Sotuo Town. On both sides of the street were various shops, blacksmiths, potion shops, equipment stores, material shops, inns. Everything one could imagine. Moreover, these shops were no longer the relatively rudimentary stalls, but actual buildings. Li Xiao was dazzled by the sights. If the secondary main city is like this, what about the primary main city? Just then a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Adventurer Smile has arrived at the secondary main city, unlocking new features: profession advancement, beast system, guild residence, secondary profession district, trading house district. Chat. Profession advancement is the job change task he is currently undertaking. The beast system allows for hatching beasts after reaching level 20, which can assist in combat and be ridden. However, each person can only have one beast for life unless they are of the Beastmaster profession. Secondary professions can only be chosen after job change. District chat allows chatting with other adventurers in the secondary main cities within the 5th district, charged by the number of characters. Ding. Adventurer Smile has established a guild. Would you like to establish a guild residence? Establish. Ding. Establishing a guild residence requires 100 gold coins, 1 guild land deed. Current gold 102 guild land deed 1. Conditions met. Would you like to confirm? What the hell is this, a mistake? 1,000 gold coins. Li Xiao felt a pang in his heart. 100 gold coins was all the wealth he had accumulated over 10 days. He was now back to square one. But there was no choice if he didn't establish a guild residence in the secondary main city. The guild would just be an empty shell without any functions. Who would feel a sense of belonging in such a guild? Confirm. Ding. Consumed 100 gold coins, 1 guild land deed. Guild residence established successfully. Guild residence activated. New features: guild warehouse, guild quests, guild dungeons unlocked at level 3, guild wars unlocked at level 3. Experience required to level up guild to LV2. 0. Guild member limit increased to 5,000. The system prompt sounded, and Li Xiao opened the guild interface. Sure enough, several new functions had been added. Guild warehouse members can deposit, exchange equipment, materials, skill scrolls, and other items. Guild quests refresh daily, completing them grants guild experience, personal contribution, and currency. Xiao placed the 5 rare job change scrolls he had exchanged from the Demon King battlefield into the guild warehouse. Ding! Guild leader smiled, deposited rare hidden profession job change scroll random 5. The guild warehouse had 1000 slots. Xiao also stored a bunch of silver and bronze equipment that he didn't need, occupying over 200 slots. Now the guild members had the motivation to complete quests. After finishing all this, Xiao closed the guild chat. Next, he would first visit the Elemental Mage Temple, and then hatch a beast. He opened the map of Dawn City on the system interface, which marked all the important locations within the city. The Elemental Mage Temple was located in the western part of the city center, a dedicated place for mage profession advancement. Xiao walked in that direction. In the center of Dawn City, the Elemental Mage Temple. A giant statue stood above the main entrance of the temple. The statue depicted a mage holding a staff surrounded by the 5 elements of fire, ice, lightning, wind, and earth. Truly majestic. Xiao felt a sense of longing. At this moment, 2 guards in robes stood at the entrance of the temple, displaying the information Temple Guard LV-35 Elite above their heads. Xiao stepped forward and triggered a conversation. Adventurer, this is the Elemental Mage Temple. Are you here for a job change? The guard on the left spoke in a flat tone. Xiao took out the divine job change scroll from his backpack. The guards were stunned upon seeing the scroll shimmering with rainbow light. This is the divine job change scroll. The High Priest has been waiting for you for a long time. The High Priest has been waiting for you for a long time. He didn't ask further and stepped into the temple. At the deepest part of the temple, an old man with white hair stood before the altar with his back turned to Xiao. The old man wore a pure white robe with the golden emblem of the 5 elements embroidered at the hem. The information above his head made Xiao gasp. Human High Priest of the Elemental Temple Branch, Aldrich, LV-83rd, Transfer, Lightning Fire Mage. Description: the High Priest of the Elemental Mage Temple in the Tianqi Empire, a legendary archmage deserving of respect. He has guarded Dawn City for 100 years and has slain more than 1 Demon King. Oh my! Level 80. Xiao's heart raced. This was the highest level native he had ever seen. Aldrich turned around, his deep eyes seemed to see through Xiao's soul. Young man, you have finally arrived. Xiao dared not act presumptuously and slightly bowed. Senior, I am here for a job change. Aldrich nodded, a warm smile on his face. From the moment you stepped into Dawn City, I sensed the 5 elemental powers within you. He walked to the altar, gently brushing his fingers over the 5 crystals on it. Elemental Sovereign, one of the oldest hidden professions in the End World. In the End War 1,000 years ago, that Elemental Sovereign single-handedly repelled the onslaught of the 3 demon gods, saving the Tianqi Empire. However, after that battle, that senior perished from exhaustion. The inheritance of the Elemental Sovereign was thus severed. Aldrich turned his head, his gaze falling upon Xiao. Young man, if you wish to truly become the Elemental Sovereign, you need to pass the trial. The Elemental Altar is located behind the temple. Place 5 elemental materials into the altar, and the trial gate will open. Defeat the trial guard to gain the recognition of the Elemental Sovereign. Xiao nodded earnestly. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Aldrich took out a piece of parchment from his pocket and handed it to Xiao. This is some information on materials I have collected which may help you. Ding. Obtained Elemental Material Acquisition Guide 1. Xiao unfolded the parchment to take a look. It detailed the drop locations and acquisition methods for the 5 elemental materials. Fire crystal dropped by fire-type elite monsters bosses. Recommended location: Lava Cave, west side of Dawn City, level 2045 map. Ice crystal dropped by ice-type elite monsters bosses. Recommended location: Ice Canyon, north side of Dawn City, level 2248 map. Thunder Shard, dropped by lightning-type elite monsters bosses. Recommended location: Thunderclap Heights, east side of Dawn City, level 2045 map. Feather of Wind, dropped by storm-type elite monsters bosses. Recommended location: Wind Whisper Gorge, south side of Dawn City, level 2350 map. Core of Earth, dropped by earth-type elite monsters bosses. Recommended location: Underground Maze beneath Dawn City, level 2550 map. Tip: the above materials can also be purchased in the district trading house, though at a high price. Xiao looked at the guy, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He already had the fire crystal and needed 4 more. Thank you, senior. I will go collect the materials right away. Aldrich nodded. Go. Remember, the trial gate can only be opened 3 times. If you fail, it means you do not qualify. 3 times. Xiao clenched his fists. He didn't need 3 times, the once was enough. Xiao turned and walked out of the temple, opening the district chat. 5th district chat, secondary main city exclusive. Tip: sending messages is charged by word count, 1 copper coin per word. Minimum charge is 10 copper coins. Li Xiao opened the 5th district chat channel. In just a few seconds, hundreds of messages had already been sent. Sword Heart Liang City Level 20 Berserker Brothers and Sisters of the 5th District, I have completed the rare profession job change. Domineering Power Extreme Ice City Level 20 Hidden Rare Profession. Not worth mentioning. Contempt Emotionless Iron Hand Core City Level 20 Knight. How did you hide your profession? Is it something shameful? Invincible Myth Dawn City Level 20 Infernal Soul. You are all trash. This invincible myth seems a bit familiar. Li Xiao looked at those messages, unable to recall for a moment. However, he could be sure that those who could send messages in the district chat were all top-tier experts in their respective safe zones. Because in the 4399 district, he was the only one who had reached level 20, while the second-ranked Qin Shuang was still a level short. Ding! The number of adventurers in Dawn City has reached 1-0, unlocking the level rankings, ladder rankings, beast rankings, equipment rankings, skill rankings, and guild rankings. The top 10 adventurers or guilds on the leaderboard will receive bonuses. Ding! Congratulations, your equipment, 20-star rage, ranks first in the equipment rankings, gaining the bonus, equipment drop rate 10. Your 20 Nebula Flow Fire ranks 10th in the equipment rankings, gaining the bonus, equipment drop rate 5. Ding! Congratulations, your skill, Wrath of the Wind God, ranks first in the skill rankings, gaining the bonus, skill damage 10. Ding! Congratulations, you rank first in the ladder rankings, gaining the bonus, damage 10. Li Xiao stroked his chin. ID not hidden. Equipment information, skill information, and profession information will be hidden. Every secondary main city can accommodate 1 million adventurers. There are too many people here. It's better to keep a low profile for a while, understand the situation before becoming high profile. He then opened the leaderboard on the system interface. Dawn City level ranking 1. Longyin Zhou Xiao hidden level 21-10-2. Junlin Qingxia hidden level 21-13. Junlin Zhuguwei Bloodthirsty Warrior level 29-4. Longyin Hu Xiao Shadow Hunter level 20-84. 401. Wei Xiao hidden level 22, level 21. These people level up really fast. Li Xiao did not pay much attention. He hadn't had the chance to grind monsters yet. It was normal for his level to lag behind, and he would catch up soon. Dawn City equipment ranking 1. 20-star Fury LV 20 Diamond Ring, holder Wei Xiao. 19 Radiant Battle Armor LV 20 Diamond Armor, holder Hidden Tide, for second 2. 19 Death Sting LV 20 Diamond Dagger, holder Longyin Zhuaming Tide, for second. 20 Nebula Flame LV 15 Diamond Staff, holder Wei Xiao Tide, for 10th. 10. 20 Judgment Sword LV 15 Diamond Longsword, holder Hidden Tide, for 10th. Most of the equipment on the ranking is 18 or 19. These can be obtained through resource stacking. But besides him, there was also someone with 20. Li Xiao was somewhat surprised he could enhance it to 20 because of his talent. One must know that the probability of leveling up from 19 to 20 is only 1, and failing would cause a downgrade. Was that person lucky? Or did they also stack resources? Regardless, being able to enhance to 20 indicates that this world indeed has people with incredible luck. Dawn City skill ranking 1. Wrath of the Wind God LV1 Legendary Holder Wei Xiao Tide for Death's Pursuit LV1 Legendary Holder Hidden Tide for first 3. Icebound Land LV2 Epic Holder Yi Xiao Suiga. I was wondering why I have so many epic skills but didn't make the ranking. Oh, it turns out the top 10 are all level 2 epic skills. Li Xiao was somewhat puzzled. But where did their epic skill points come from? Dawn City Ladder ranking 1. Wei Xiao 35-34 Combat Power 2. Longyin Zhou Xiao 30-15 Combat Power 3. Junlin Qingxia 29-56 Combat Power 4. Junlin Zhuguwei 28-61 Combat Power. Hint: the ladder ranking only references base attribute values. Li Xiao shook his head upon seeing this hint. His 35-34 combat power comes from magic attack, physique, spirit, agility, which does not truly represent his real power. The values on the attribute panel are one thing, while the damage increase in actual combat equipment, passive skills, control, and on-the-spot reactions are another. To what extent has he stacked his damage increase? Magic attack increase, legacy set 10 magic attack, inscription, legacy power 5 magic attack. Critical damage, flame heart 20 damage, increased talent 160, legendary title 20, nebula flame diamond, inscription 15, fire damage, increase rare, enchantment 10, allument damage, increase flame heart, inscription 10, fire damage increase. Cataclysmic and 10 boss damage increase, cataclysmic remnant 10 demon race damage increase. He would have to use a calculator to calculate how much damage these increases can produce. However, some of these damage increases can also be obtained by others through equipment titles or enchantments. However, the 160 damage increase from the talent chosen one is a gap that others cannot compensate for. Of course, even if someone awakens an SS level talent, they might be comparable to him in terms of damage increase. But his greatest advantage is not these 8. Every piece of equipment enhanced to 20 has an additional inscription attribute balancing offense and defense. The panel is the only data others can get close to me. Dawn City Guild Ranking 1. Longing LV2 members 234750002. Junlin LV2 members 189750003. Sword Pavilion LV1 members 9871000. Li Xiao squinted at the leaderboard. Longyin and Junlin both LV2 guilds. Not only that, but the equipment ranking and level ranking are also dominated by members of their guild. These two are clearly the dominant guilds of a safe zone in the 5th district, and not just from one safe zone. They should have banded together from adjacent safe zones. However, Li Xiao was not worried. First, I need to do the job transfer quest. He closed the system interface and walked towards the eastern gate of Dawn City. There is currently no ranking for the Beastmaster, as no one possesses a beast. His current goal is very clear. First, grind elemental materials for the job transfer, while completing the Goddess Achievement quest to level up the necklace's level and quality. Goddess Achievement quest: kill monsters above level 20. Quest: reward blessing of the Goddess LV 25 diamond. On the way, Li Xiao opened his personal attribute panel. Human Wei Xiao LV 20 heroic symbol 24562000000. Growth star level apprentice, mage 1 star. Every level up increases all attributes by 1 magic attack. 23, 49 spirit, 591 physique, 406 agility, 188 yes. After reaching level 20, adventurers gained an additional growth star level. Additionally, every level up no longer grants 3 points of free attribute points, but instead increases all attributes by 1. He is currently an apprentice mage with a growth star level of 1 star. A regular first transfer is 2 stars, increasing all attributes by 2 with each level. Rare hidden professions are 3 stars, increasing by 3 per level. Epic is 5 stars, increasing by 5 per level. Legendary is 7 stars, increasing by 7 per level. His elemental sovereign is a god level 10 stars, increasing by 10 per level. This means that with each level up he has several times the attribute difference compared to others. This is also why so many people want to transfer to hidden professions. Because the higher the profession grade, the more outrageous the growth attributes. No wonder the god level transfer quest is so difficult. Li Xiao sighed, his gaze falling on the beast egg in his backpack. Beast egg epic bound can be hatched. Hatching conditions level 20. A Beastmaster system unlocked. Current level 20 conditions met. Would you like to hatch? Hatched. Ding. Hatching beast egg, please wait. The beast egg began to tremble violently, and cracks appeared on the shell. Golden light shot out from the cracks, becoming increasingly dazzling. Crack. The shell shattered, and a palm-sized little creature crawled out. It was covered in silvery scales with 2 pairs of small wings on its back, and 2 small horns on its head, the tips of which shimmered with purple lightning. Its pair of golden eyes curiously examined the world. Ow! Then it opened its mouth and let out a roar, only to find it had no intimidating power. So it started to nibble on the eggshell. Ding! Hatching successful. Congratulations, adventurer Wei Xiao has obtained the epic beast Thunderwing Wyvern hatchling. Thunderwing Wyvern LV1 epic wyvern species. Dragon species can evolve. Owner Wei Xiao. Growth star level 5 stars. Epic beast upper limit all attacks 700 physique 700 7,000 life 700 physical defense spirit 500 5,000 magic 500 magic defense agility 100 loyalty drops upon death. It is your most loyal companion. Please nurture it well. Equipment none. Talent passive Thunder Dragon. Bloodline LV1 attribute growth doubled. All lightning type skills damage 30 damage to all races except dragons. 20 talent passive Silver Dragon scale. Armor LV1 physical defense 20 magic defense 20 active skill Thunder Dragon Breath LV1 epic breeds lightning dragon breath in a forward fan-shaped area, dealing 200 magic damage. Cooldown 40 seconds. Consumes 200 magic. Active skill Thunderwing charge LV1 epic charges toe. Wow, a dragon. Li Xiao looked at the little thunder dragon in front of him, unable to take his eyes off it. No matter what world it is, dragons are an incredibly powerful race. Even the wyvern species is much stronger than ordinary beasts. Being only level 1, it already possesses a base attribute of 2,000. That is nearly 100 times that of humans. Its growth attributes are also twice that of humans. The 5-star growth is similar to his 10-star growth, as the elemental sovereign increasing by 10 per level. Reaching level 20 means 200. No wonder it is an epic wyvern species. Li Xiao stretched out his hand, and the Thunderwing Wyvern hatchling tilted its head to look at his hand, then climbed onto him with its short legs. He reached out and stroked the little thunder dragon's head. The little dragon let out another cry, its golden vertical pupils staring at Li Xiao for a few seconds, then it extended its tongue and licked his finger. Little one, I will call you Little Lei from now on. Little Lei seemed to understand, flapping its wings a couple of times, and let out a series of ah sounds. Li Xiao smiled, and open the beast panel to check on the beast's nurturing. The initial growth star level of the beast is determined by its quality, which is similar to the adventurer's profession growth system. Normal 1 star, excellent, 2 stars, rare, 3 stars, epic, 5 stars, legendary, 7 stars, god level, 10 stars. However, the talent passive of the Thunderwing Wyvern causes its growth attributes to double. Beast skills are upgraded through skill books, which can be dropped from wild monsters purchased at the trading hall or exchanged in the shop. Beast equipment can also be obtained from wild monsters purchased at the trading hall or exchanged in the shop. Moreover, the Thunderwing Wyvern can evolve to legendary quality, but it requires specific materials and items. New features of the Beastmaster system: feeding riding unlocked at level 20, evolution unlocked at level 50. Xiao opened the feeding interface. Current satiety 30100. If satiety falls below 10, the beast cannot battle. Feeding materials: meat, magic core, special beast feed. Xiao took a magic core from his backpack and held it to Little Lei's mouth. Congratulations to the Adventurer Smile for securing the first place on the beast ranking of Dawn City with the Beast Thunderwing Dragon. You have received the bonus Beast Experience Boost 10. Ding! Your Beast Thunderwing Dragon ranks first on the Beast ranking. Do you wish to hide the owner's information? Xiao shook his head. Just hide the attribute information of Little Lei. The moment the Thunderwing Dragon hatched, the chat channel of Dawn City was flooded. Junlin Jugue, bloodthirsty warrior, level 20. Smile, brother, you have 1 million points, and you don't buy the god level profession core. Instead, you buy an epic beast. I spent 2,000 on a rare beast egg back then, and I felt quite distressed. Xiao glanced at this message and curled his lips. It is indeed rare for someone to reach 1 million points in the Demon King battlefield. But he has over 2 million points. Who said he wouldn't buy a god-level profession core? He wants both epic beasts and god-level professions. Longyin Hu Xiao Shadow Hunter level 20. This is the Thunderwing Dragon. To be honest, it may not be inferior to a god-level profession when it grows. Brother, you're really lucky. Yi Xiao Sui Gu Extreme Cold Elementalist level 20. We have someone in Dawn City who has over 1 million points in the Demon King battlefield. I rank second in our area with only 35000 points. Smile, awesome, thumbs up. Wei Yufeng Tian Heavenly Sword Knight level 20. This smile sounds so familiar. Wait, I remember the first to kill the boss in the safety zone during the disaster was that smile from the 4399 area. Xiao Mo Berserker level 20. Brother, you've awakened my memory, it was him. The first to trigger the world announcement and receive the damage buff for the whole area was that smile. Xiao walked while looking at the chat area. These people are the elites of their respective safety zones. I didn't expect someone still remembered him. It seems he is quite famous in the 5th district. Junlin Qingxia Hidden, level 21. Smile, brother, are you interested in joining us? The position of vice president is reserved for you. Longyin Zhouxiao Hidden, level 21. Smile, we Longyin are the #1 guild in Dawn City. Join us, and your resource priority will be only second to mine. Xiao glanced at those recruitment messages without replying. He opened the beast ranking for a moment. 1. Thunderwing Dragon, Hatchling LV1, Epic Dragon Type, Owner Smile 2. Frost Giant Wolf LV3 Rare, Owner, Junlin Jugue 3. Shadow Bat LV3 Rare, Owner, Longyin Jueming 4. Flame Sprite LV1 Rare Spirit Type, Owner Hidden. Rare Beast Eggs are 200 each. There are actually more than a dozen of them. It seems these people are stronger than I imagined. Xiao closed the leaderboard. The Thunderous Highlands are located to the east of Dawn City, a rolling mountainous area. Boom. The sky is covered with dark clouds, occasionally rumbling with thunder. The monsters here range from level 20 to 45, and the outskirts are one of the main leveling spots for adventurers in Dawn City at this stage. As soon as Xiao stepped into the outskirts of the Thunderous Highlands, he saw many adventurers teaming up to farm monsters. However, most are from the same guild. Look, that person has a beast. Xiao's arrival immediately attracted attention. After all, there are too few adventurers with beasts now. After all, rare beast eggs require 200 points. Anyone with that many points has exchanged them for epic hidden professions. Wow, that beast feels so strong. That beast has wings. Could it be the 3rd-ranked Shadow Bat? Nonsense. Does your bat look like that? It's clearly the 9th-ranked Dragon Eagle. Xiao ignored the crowd and walked straight deeper into the highlands. His current target is the level 2025 Lightning-type monsters, farming Thunder Shards and Goddess Quests, while leveling up Little Lei. After about 10 minutes of walking, an open area appeared ahead. Several creatures surrounded by electric light were wandering on the ground. Thunderlight Leopard LV22 Life, 10,000 physical attack, 280 magic attack, 220 physical defense, 150 magic defense, 120 skills. Thunderlight Claw Lightning Strike, Thunder Shield. Description: common monster, found in the outskirts of the Thunderous Highlands. Fast speed attacks carry a paralysis effect. Ding. Due to the adventurer bringing a beast into battle, please confirm the percentage of experience allocated to the beast. Hearing this prompt, Xiao was taken aback. Beasts actually need to share their owner's experience. No wonder he had never seen any Beastmaster in the top 10 of the level leaderboard. 50 then. Li Xiao glanced at little Lei, who was perched on his shoulder, and patted its head. First he wanted to raise the little guy's level to 20, then he could ride it around the main city looking impressive. After allocating the experience, Li Xiao gripped his staff starry flowing fire and quickly closed the distance. He now had 188 agility, moving at an astonishing speed, almost darting into the midst of the Thunderlight Leopard pack in the blink of an eye. The Thunderlight Leopards reacted quickly. They immediately raised their heads, their eyes fixated on this intruder. Roar! 3 Thunderlight Leopards pounced simultaneously. Li Xiao raised his staff, gathering thunder at the tip. Raging thunder. 1 second later, 10 bolts of lightning crashed down with a crackle. 9,873. 9,873. 21,866. Critical hit. 3 terrifying damage numbers floated above the Thunderlight Leopard's head. The Thunderlight Leopard that was critically hit instantly turned into an experience orb. The other 2 were left with less than 200 health. Ow! At this moment, little Lei's eyes sparkled as it jumped down from Li Xiao's shoulder, dashing toward the 2 low-health Thunderlight Leopards with its short legs. It opened its small mouth and released a weak electric breath. 1,600. 1,600. Although the power was somewhat weak, the damage was surprisingly high. The 2 Thunderlight Leopards turned into white light and disappeared. Ding. Killed Thunderlight Leopard LV22, experience 250 allocated to Beast, actual gain 100. Ding. Beast Thunderwing Dragon experience 110 first in Beast ranking 10 experience, boost 110, 1000. After gaining experience, little Lei flapped its wings excitedly. Li Xiao marveled at how terrifying little Lei's damage was. At level 1, it dealt more damage than most level 20 adventurers. Let's go continue. Next, Li Xiao entered a frenzied monster farming mode. With a 15 cooldown reduction from the inheritance set, Raging Thunder had a cooldown of 14.6 seconds, while Thunder Chain had a cooldown of 17 seconds. He didn't even need to use Crimson Lotus Flame or other skills. The Thunderlight Leopards turned to dust at his mere touch. 1 Thunderlight Leopard after another turned into white light under his continuous waving of the staff. Little Lei's level was also rapidly increasing. LV4, LV5, LV6. Leveling up like a rocket. Ding. Beast Thunderwing Dragon reached LV7. Ding. Beast Thunderwing Dragon reached LV8. Soon it was evening. Killed Thunder Eagle LV26 Elite experience 200. Ding. Beast Thunderwing Dragon experience 220 reached LV15, 1605000. At this time, Li Xiao walked to where the Thunder Eagle had disappeared and picked up the loot. Thunder Shard Rare Quest Item 1. Finally dropped. Li Xiao was overjoyed. After farming all afternoon and killing dozens of elite monsters, he finally got it. Then he put the coins and enhancement stones on the ground into his backpack. Now, he could start farming other materials. Now that little Lei reached level 15, it had undergone a big change. Its size had grown from the size of a palm to that of a human. The 2 small horns on its head had also grown a bit, with the purple electric light at the tips becoming more distinct. Thunderwing Dragon LV15 Epic Dragon Type, all attacks 700 growth 150, Constitution 700 growth 150, Spirit 500 growth 150, Agility 100 growth 150, Attacks 1750 Life 17500, Physical Defense 2100, Passive Silver Dragon Scale, Physical Defense 20, Magic Defense 20, Magic Defense 2100. At level 15, it has 17,500 health and 2,100 in both defenses. Li Xiao stared at little Lei's attributes, unable to help but gasp in astonishment. This is just an epic beast. What if it were a legendary or god-level beast? Then what would happen? He then checked his experience level 2091. Goddess Achievement Quest: Kill monsters above level 21894500. Elemental Crown Fire Crystal, 11 Thunder Shard, 11 Ice Crystal Core 01 Wind Feather 01 Earth Core 01. It's a pity you shared half my experience. Otherwise I'd have leveled up by now. Li Xiao reached out and rubbed little Lei's head as he walked toward the ice canyon. Meanwhile, in Dawn City, Junlin Zhuogui had just returned from monster farming outside the city and opened the beast ranking to take a look. Holy crap! He couldn't help but curse. 1. Thunderwing Dragon LV15 Epic Dragon Type, owner Smile 2. Frost Giant Wolf LV5 Rare, owner Junlin Zhuogui. How long has it been? It rose from level 1 to level 15 in just an afternoon. Junlin Zhuogui had a face of disbelief. It took him a whole day for his Frost Giant Wolf to level up from 1 to 5, and that was with him fighting desperately. How could someone go from level 1 to level 15 in just an afternoon? Is this even human? He opened the guild channel and sent a message. Junlin Zhuogui Vice President Junlin Xiao boss, that Smile leveled his beast to 15 in just an afternoon. Isn't that ridiculous? Junlin Qingxiao President, it is indeed a bit outrageous. However, his own level is still 20, indicating that he has given most of the experience to the beast. But even so, this efficiency is too high, unless he can one-shot monsters. Junlin Zhuguwei ordinary monsters at level 20 have 8,000 health, who can one-shot them. Junlin Qingxiao, the 220 diamond equipment ranked first on the equipment board along with legendary skills really make it possible. Forget it, don't worry about him, focus on leveling up quickly so you won't be surpassed by Longyin. The same conversation occurred in the Longyin guild. Longyin Hu Xiao looked at the glaring name on the beast, ranking his expression somewhat unsightly. Smile. Who is this person? Truly abnormal. Longyin Jiu Xiao stood nearby, arms crossed with a deep gaze. To level a beast to level 15 in such a short time shows that his farming efficiency is far beyond the ordinary. People like this should either be recruited or avoided. Longyin Hu Xiao was taken aback. Boss, what do you mean? What I mean is to recruit him first. Longyin Jiu Xiao spoke calmly. If he is willing to join us, that would be best. If not, we shouldn't easily create enemies. Someone who can rank first simultaneously on the equipment board, beast board, skill board, and ladder board is definitely not someone who can achieve that by luck. On the second day of arriving in Dawn City at the Adventurers Inn, Li Xiao sat on the edge of his bed, opening his back. Fire Crystal X1, Oi Ice Crystal Core X1, Thunder Shard X1, Wind Feather X1, Earth Core X1. All 5 materials are gathered. In just over a day, he traveled to 4 locations and defeated countless elite monsters. Not only was he nearing level 22, but he had also collected all the materials needed for his job change. Finally, I can change jobs now. Li Xiao trembled as he spoke, a glimmer of excitement shining in his eyes. He picked up his staff and quickly exited the inn. At the center of Dawn City, in the Elemental Mage Temple, Audric stood before the altar looking at the 5 materials, in Li Xiao's hand a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. Young man, you are faster than I imagined. Li Xiao placed the 5 materials into the grooves of the altar one by one. On the altar, 5 crystals corresponding to the elements lit up simultaneously. The 5 colors coalesced above the altar into a brilliant beam of light. Ding! The 5 elemental materials have been gathered, and the trial gate has been opened. Please enter the trial gate and defeat the elemental trial guardian. A door shimmering with multicolored light slowly opened behind the altar. Young man, prove that you can inherit the elemental sovereign. Without hesitation, Li Xiao stepped inside. In the trial space, he stood on a vast platform. On the opposite side of the platform, a massive elemental creature was slowly coalescing. Its body was composed of 5 elements: fire, frost, lightning, storm, and earth. The 5 colors of light flowed across its surface, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Elemental Trial Guardian LV25 God's Guardian Life 2500 Magic Attack 100 Magic Defense 200 Agility 100 Skills. Elemental Storm Instant Cast deals 200 magic attack damage to all targets in the area. Targets hit will be affected by Elemental Turmoil, reducing resistance by 20 for 8 seconds, cooldown 20 seconds. 5 Elements Combo Instant Cast unleashes 5 segments of elemental power in a cone area 10 meters ahead. Each segment deals 80 magic attack damage, and hitting the same target consecutively increases the damage of each segment by 10. Each segment inflicts burning, freezing, paralysis, knockback, and slowing effects, each lasting 1 second. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Elemental Shield Instant Cast reduces all damage taken by 40 for 12 seconds. If hit by a spell during this period, it reflects 30 of the damage taken back. Elemental Counterattack, cooldown time 25 seconds. When health drops to 40, it ignores skill cooldowns and actively releases. Elemental Fury casting time 2 seconds, deals 400 magic attack damage to all targets on the platform, ignoring 30 magic defense. Additionally, it clears all beneficial buffs from the target priority over others, and applies Elemental Exhaustion, draining 3 of magic power per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown time 60 seconds, can be released a maximum of 2 times during the entire battle. Can only be unlocked when health is below 30. Description: the Guardian of the Elemental Altar. Only by defeating it can one gain the recognition of the Elemental Sovereign. Li Xiao looked at the skills of the Trial Guardian, his mouth twitching. With 4460 health, he could easily be defeated if he wasn't careful. This Guardian not only had an absurdly high base attribute, but also possessed skills that combined burst damage, control damage reduction, and counterattack. Moreover, Elemental Fury could dispel all beneficial buffs. Its priority is higher than his beneficial buff Spirit's Wish, which immunizes all negative effects. This is outrageous. However, considering this is a divine job change, such difficulty is understandable and fits the prestige of a divine profession. If anyone could change jobs, divine professions would be everywhere. Li Xiao stopped overthinking and focused on controlling the output of a set of skills. With 188 agility, he moved to the side of the Elemental Guardian and raised his staff to cast a spell. Frost descends. The elemental guardian quickly turned around, unleashing its elemental power. Elemental 5 strikes. Li Xiao felt an immense pressure as the frost had not yet descended upon the elemental guardian. Due to the opponent's instant cast, he was hit first. 320. His health dropped slightly, 4,460, 4,140. The trait Heart of Legacy activated, generating a shield of 1338 health. A golden light shield instantly enveloped Li Xiao. Then 4 elemental damage strikes hit Li Xiao. 420, 520, 620, 216, triggering Wall of Legacy to reduce damage by 60. The shield from Heart of Legacy shattered instantly, leaving Li Xiao with 3,700 health. However, the remaining effects of freezing and slowing were dispelled by the Spirit's Wish buff. Meanwhile, blue ice light descended from the sky, instantly freezing the massive body of the Trial Guardian. 20,580. Critical hit. Frozen for 3 seconds. Li Xiao seized the opportunity and actively released the healing skill Stellar Power. Then he began to cast Thunder Chain. 7,720. 7,240. 16,540. Critical hit. 6,540. 5,980. 5 terrifying damage numbers danced above the Elemental Guardian's head. 220000. 175000. 5,981. Green numbers floated above Li Xiao's head, instantly restoring his health to full. Not only that, the damage dealt triggered the diamond trait Stellar Blessing. A shield of 4,556 health enveloped him. Huh, do you think you can kill me? Li Xiao, taking advantage of the Elemental Guardian's frozen state, continued to release control skills. Earth Shatter. As soon as the Elemental Guardian was released from its frozen state, it was stunned. 8,782. Raging Thunder. Dark clouds gathered above the platform, and 10 bolts of lightning struck down. 8,546. 19,846. Critical hit. 8,646. 4,461. Area damage reduction. The Elemental Guardian's health quickly dropped. After being controlled and taking damage for 2 rounds, it was left with less than 1,200 health. Roar. The Elemental Guardian let out an angry roar. It usually only controlled others, but now it was unable to move under the control of this human. How frustrating. Li Xiao savored the sweetness of controlling and then outputting, continuing to release Wrath of the Wind God. 10,510. Crimson Lotus Flame. 9,740. 974 burning. At this moment, the Elemental Guardian's health dropped below 800, and a layer of multicolored shield appeared around its body. 2922 counterattack damage. Li Xiao's head instantly displayed a line of counterattack damage. Fortunately, he had the 4,556 health shield from Stellar Blessing. The opponent has triggered the Elemental Shield. Li Xiao stopped attacking. He knew that during the 12 seconds the Elemental Shield existed, all damage he dealt would reflect 30 back to him. He couldn't afford to reflect damage back onto himself, so Li Xiao began to buy time. Just then a storm of 5 colors erupted from the Elemental Guardian's body, spreading in all directions. Elemental Fury. Oh no. Li Xiao saw his opponent about to unleash a large skill and quickly retreated. But this was an area attack, and he couldn't avoid it. 3,654. In an instant, a shocking damage number floated above Li Xiao's head. The Stellar Blessing shield around him shattered, and his health dropped from 4,460 to 2,346. Fortunately, the trait Heart of Legacy triggered again, generating another shield of 1338 health. Immediately after, the beneficial buff Spirit's Wish and Wild Intuition vanished above his head. His magic power was depleting at a rate of 3 per second. Damn, this is too unfair. Li Xiao dodged while consuming intermediate magic and health potions. With about 6 seconds left until the Elemental Shield would disappear, he couldn't attack yet, or the counterattack. He continued to evade the Elemental Guardian's attacks. 800-765. After suffering 2 more hits from the Elemental Guardian, Li Xiao finally found an opportunity to counterattack. The moment the Elemental Shield disappeared, a roaring thunder struck directly on the Elemental Guardian's head. 7,720. 15,640. Critical hit. 16,540. Critical hit. 6,440. 5,960. Lightning crackled on the Elemental Guardian, with red damage numbers floating up. It now had less than 2,000 health left. Li Xiao raised his staff, his gaze sharp. No one could stop him from becoming the Elemental Sovereign. Wrath of the Wind God. The Azure Storm struck again. 21,564. Critical hit. A terrifying damage number danced above the Trial Guardian's head. Its health bar instantly dropped to 0, and its massive body dissipated on the spot. Li Xiao was already severely injured, leaning on his knees, panting heavily. Finally dead. That was insane. Is this something a human can fight? Ding. Defeated the Elemental Trial Guardian LV-25 God's Guardian Trial cleared. Ding. Congratulations to Adventurer Smile for successfully changing to a divine hidden profession Elemental Sovereign. Ding. Growth Star Rating updated. Ding. Gain new skills passive Elemental Resonance, Elemental Control, Elemental Power, Elemental Body, Elemental Burst. Ding. Skill slots increased by 5. Ding. New equipment slot unlocked after job change Earring X1 a Metal X1. Ding. Congratulations on becoming the first adventurer in the Apocalypse Empire to complete a divine job change opening the Ascension to God event. A world announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your ID? Xiao pondered carefully. The God-tier profession is too envied. The one who stands out is bound to be shot down. It's best to keep a low profile for now. Hide the professional information on the leaderboard. World announcement. Congratulations to the human adventurer from the Tianqi Empire who has become the first to complete the God-tier job change in the end world. The Ascension Path has been opened. Reward Reputation 20,000. Ascension Path Points 1,000. Experience 1,000,000. God-tier Treasure, Chest 1, God-tier Skill Scroll. This profession 1-3 announcements. Adventurers from all races in the end world including humans, demons, and elves heard this news. The entire end world erupted. In the Tianma Empire, the 7th Demon Domain, District 3766. James Bond stood on a charred battlefield with the corpse of a level 25 silver boss beneath his feet. After hearing the world announcement, he looked up at the sky, his voice trembling slightly. How is that possible? The first to change to a god-tier profession is actually a human. John Mel walked out from the side, his expression grim. Big brother, humans should not be underestimated. Previously, there was a human named Smile who triggered 2 world announcements. Now another human with a hidden name has become the first to change to a god-tier profession. James Bond tightened his grip on the sword hilt, veins bulging on his arms. God-tier. No one from our demon race has achieved that yet. John Mel looked at him cautiously. Big brother, your demon god job change task. James Bond's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Within 3 days I will become a god-tier. James Bond will not lose to anyone. At this moment John Mel leaned closer to James Bond's ear, his eyes gleaming with glee. Big brother, I think it's not a good thing that the first to change to a god-tier profession is a human. Didn't you see he didn't even dare to reveal his name? Just think about it, anyone capable of possessing a god-tier job change book must be a proud individual. Who wouldn't covet the god-tier rewards from the announcement? This person will definitely be hated by all those who possess god-tier professions. John Mel said, that previous one Smile who triggered 2 world announcements is likely one of them. He is also human and will surely find a way to trouble this person. At that time when 2 tigers fight, one will surely die. Exactly, ha ha ha, let them battle it out. James Bond laughed as he left. In the Holy Light Empire, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man opened his eyes after finishing the Holy Light baptism and looked up at the sky. Interesting, someone actually beat me by a few minutes. What a pity I missed out on the rewards. Meanwhile, in the 5th district of the Tianqi Empire, in various level 2 main cities, the chat channel was in an uproar. Invincible Myth Morning Dew City level 21 Hellfire Soul. Who the hell is the one with the god-tier job change? Which district? Sword Heart Liang City level 21 Hidden Dam. Who is this godly person? I'm still doing my epic job change task, while he has already achieved god-tier sad. Dragon's Roar Dawn City level 21 Hidden. This reward is simply too outrageous. God-tier treasure chest. God-tier skills. Dominant Power Extreme Ice City level 21 Hidden God-tier. Growth 10 stars, every level up 10 to all attributes. Drooling. The discussion sparked by the world announcement was still ongoing. Xiao stood in the trial space, clenching his fists, his heart surging with excitement. The system prompt sound continued in his mind. Ding. Growth star level updated. Current profession Elemental Sovereign. Growth star level 10 stars, every level up, all attributes 10. Normal job change 2, rare 3, epic 5, legendary 7, god tier 10. Ding. New skill acquired. Elemental Resonance LV1 passive for each elemental skill mastered, all elemental damage 20. Current Fire, Ice, Lightning, Wind, Earth, all 5 elements complete, all elemental damage 100. Elemental Control LV1 passive, all elemental skill cooldowns 50. In magic consumption 50. Elemental Power LV1 passive releases skill to accumulate 10 points of elemental power. After accumulating 100 points, the next skill will deal 10 times damage. Elemental Body LV1 passive immune to all negative effects from elemental types, burn, freeze, paralyze, stun, slow, knockback damage from elemental types reduced by 30. Elemental Burst LV1 active within 15 seconds. All elemental skill damage 100, cooldown 300 seconds for passives. 1 active. Although Xiao had reviewed these skills more than once, more than twice, When he truly possessed them, he felt an overwhelming urge to shed tears. Let me see how much the skill cooldown has been reduced. Xiao took a deep breath to calm his excited emotions, then opened the skill interface. Wind God's Fury 120 seconds, 60 seconds. Crimson Lotus Inferno 100 seconds, 50 seconds. Frostfall 100 seconds, 50 seconds. Earth Shatter 80 seconds, 40 seconds. Rampant Thunder LV6 16 seconds, 8 seconds. Thunder Chain LV2 20 seconds, 10 seconds. 8 seconds for Rampant Thunder. 10 seconds for Thunder Chain. 50 seconds for a major skill. Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. And that's not all, his skill cooldown can still be reduced by 15 from the legacy set. Rampant Thunder 6. 8 seconds. Thunder Chain 8. 5 seconds. Crimson Lotus Inferno 42. 5 seconds. Frostfall 42. 5 seconds. Earth Shatter 34 seconds. Wind God's Fury 51 seconds. With 6 skills to cycle through, there's almost no downtime. Xiao couldn't wait to test his strength after the job change. Ding! The Ascension Path has been opened. Ascension Path, the path to becoming a god in the end world. Only adventurers who completed the god tier job change are eligible to open it. Current ranking: Tianqi Empire no. 1 end world no. 1. Points 1000. The Ascension Path has 100 levels. Completing each level successfully grants rewards such as points, reputation, skill points, and special items. Xiao opened the Ascension Path interface and took a look. Ascension Path, Tianqi Empire, Leaderboard 1. Hidden Profession, Hidden Points 1000. Ascension Path and World Leaderboard 1. Hidden Tianqi Empire Profession, Hidden Points 1002. Vacancy 3. Vacancy, am I the only one? Xiao was somewhat surprised, but then he understood. Achieving a god tier job change is not that easy. Currently, he is the only one in the entire end world who has accomplished it. Ding! Adventurer Smile has changed to a god tier. Hidden Profession, new functions unlocked. 1. Secondary Profession System can learn secondary professions: alchemy, potion maker, forging, enchantment, cooking, decomposition, etc. from the secondary profession tutor in the main city. 2. Earring slot unlocked, can wear earring type equipment. 3. Metal slot unlocked, can wear metals. 4. Ascension Path challenges, each level corresponds to the adventurer's level. Cannot challenge levels above your own level. You can only clear 1 level per day, limited to 10 challenges. Ding! Rewards have been credited. Reputation 20,000. Ascension Path points 1,000. Experience 1,000,000. God tier treasure chest 1. God tier skill scroll. This profession 1. Xiao looked at the god tier rewards in his backpack, his eyes nearly popping out. However, it wasn't the time to open the treasure chest just yet. Aldrich was still waiting for him outside. Xiao closed the system interface and turned to leave the trial space. In front of the altar, Aldrich was still standing there. When he saw Xiao come out, a hint of admiration flashed in his deep eyes. Young man, congratulations on your achievement. Xiao smiled. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Aldrich shook his head. I merely pointed you in the right direction. Reaching this step depends on your own strength. He took out a multicolored glowing badge from his pocket and handed it to Xiao. This is the proof of the Elemental Sovereign, as well as the honorary badge of the Elemental Mage Temple. Ding! Acquired Sovereign's Majesty Legendary Badge 1. Xiao's eyes lit up as he received the badge. Sovereign's Majesty Legendary Badge. All attacks 500 spirit, 200 physique, 200 passive, ignore 100 defense, passive 20 damage. To demon race. Description: a symbol of honor from the Elemental Mage Temple. Only the most outstanding elemental mages are qualified to wear it. It is said that this badge contains a trace of the will of the ancient Elemental Sovereign. Xiao's heart raced. He was just in need of a badge. This was like a timely assistance. He had just learned from the system interface that the badge's rank is the same as the title, with legendary being just below god level. Moreover, the ways to obtain the badge are as difficult as obtaining titles. Thank you for the gift, Senior Aldrich. Xiao put on the badge, and an aura of subtle pressure instantly surrounded. Aldrich smiled kindly. This is what you deserve. Young man, Dawn City is the first line of defense for the Empire against the demon race. Since you have become the Elemental Sovereign, your responsibilities have become heavier. I hope that when the demon race attacks again, you can protect this city. Xiao nodded solemnly. Senior, rest assured I will. Even if he didn't seek out the demon race, they would come. Stepping out of the Elemental Mage Temple, Xiao opened his personal attribute panel. Human Sovereign's Majesty Smile, LV21 Heroic Symbol, Level 2191, Profession Elemental Sovereign. Ascension Path, Level 0 Growth, Star Level 10 Stars, Magic Attack, 2349, 2849, Inheritance 5-piece set, 10 Inheritance Power 5, Growth 10. Spirit 591791, Growth 10, 8,700 Magic Points, 870 Magic Defense, Physique 406606, Max Health 10, Growth 10. 7,270 health, 667 physical defense, agility 188, growth 10, critical rate 36, critical damage 20, skill cooldown reduction 50, elemental control 15, inheritance set 65, magic consumption reduction 50, elemental control 10, inheritance set 60, revival 5 times, reputation 3, 7100, talent chosen 1, LV2 1, luck 10 2. Each level increases damage by 8, current effect increases damage by 168. 3. Second profession, not selected. Buff, end of disaster, wild intuition, aftermath of disaster, heroic spirit, prayer, demon race, calamity, heroic halo, weapons 20, nebula, flowing fire, LV 15, diamond staff, armor 20, inheritance, wool 5 piece, set LV 15, gold, inheritance, set jewelry 20, blessing of the goddess of luck, gold, LV 10, 20, wrath of the stars, diamond, LV 20, 20, heart of flames, gold, LV 20, skills. Elemental burst, LV1, Godir, active wind, God's fury, LV1, legendary frostfall, LV1, epic, crimson lotus, inferno, LV1, epic. Earthshatter, LV1, epic, rampant thunder, LV6, rare, thunder chain, LV2, rare, 4 skill slots, remaining passives, elemental resonance, LV1, elemental control, LV1, elemental power, LV1, elemental body, LV1, quest, goddess achievement, quest, kill monsters above level 21, 89, 450000. Li Xiao closed the interface and quickly walked back to the inn. He was going back to open the God-tier treasure chest and learn the God-tier skills. Today marks the second day since the opening of the secondary main city. By evening, over 100,000 adventurers have flooded into Dawn City. The capacity limit for adventurers in the secondary main city is 1 million, barely enough to accommodate 1/10. Li Xiao walked along the street. At this moment, adventurers with various colored IDs were coming and going everywhere on the street. They were the elite of their respective safe zones, all busy preparing for their class transfers. Ding! Your friend Ling Shuang has sent you a private message. Ling Shuang, is it you who triggered the world announcement this afternoon? Question. Li Xiao, of course, don't you know my strength, my wife? Ling Shuang, you just keep boasting. I just reached level 20, but Xiao Tian and Old Wang are still a bit behind. He'll help them level up, and then he'll come to Dawn City to find you tomorrow. Li Xiao smiled and replied, sure, he'll go to the teleportation array outside the city to pick you up. Ling Shuang, no need, I have a map. Li Xiao, then he'll wait for you at the inn. Ling Shuang, pervert. Li Xiao, how many rooms should I book? The other side fell silent for a few seconds before sending another message. Ling Shuang, 1 room is enough. Li Xiao saw the reply and had a mischievous smile. Li Xiao, teacher Qin, you've changed. Ling Shuang, Li Xiao closed the private message interface. He had not held his fragrant and soft wife for a day and missed her terribly. Adventurers in. Li Xiao sat on the edge of the bed with 2 items placed on the table in front of him. A treasure chest and a skill scroll. His heart was racing even more so than the first time he linked with Qin Shuang. Let's open the divine treasure chest first. Li Xiao, as usual, pressed his palms together, closed his eyes, and prayed to the goddess of luck. Goddess, I know your legs are weak, but please love me one more time. He opened his eyes and reached out to open the treasure chest. A dazzling light burst forth from the chest. Ding! Congratulations on opening the divine treasure chest. You have received Oracle Earrings, LV1, Divine Earrings X1. Oracle Ring Divine can be upgraded with Divine Ascension points 100, 0100000. Next level, LV20. All attacks 1000, Spirit 500, Physique 500, Agility 200. Passive Divine Eye Perception, range 200 meters, can detect detailed information about monsters up to 20 levels below oneself. Passive Oracle, all skills learned through skill scrolls increase by 1 level. Passive Divine Protection, when receiving a fatal blow, automatically triggers an invincible shield for 3 seconds, cooldown 10 hours. Description: an ancient divine relic. The wearer will receive the protection of the divine, turning peril into safety in critical moments. Li Xiao stared at the earrings in his hand, utterly stunned. Another piece of growth equipment. Like the necklace of the goddess of luck, it can be continuously upgraded and worn. The 3 passives are more powerful than the last. The normal adventurer's perception range is 50 meters. His wild instinct buff increased it to 100 meters, and now, with an additional 200, it reached 300 meters. Moreover, the information perceived is also 10 levels higher than others. The remaining 2 passives are that all skill levels increase by 1. Finally, there's the life-saving invincibility. It's equivalent to being able to use a guardian scroll every 10 hours. Divine-grade equipment is terrifying. Li Xiao eagerly clicked to open the enhancement interface. Ding! Do you want to consume 1 million ordinary enhancement stones and 100 gold to enhance this equipment? Current success rate 100. Li Xiao. He looked down at his backpack. Enhancement stones 125 gold, 1561 silver, 36,548 copper. Coins 106 gold, 65 silver, 98 copper. Li Xiao sighed and silently closed the enhancement interface. Even if I sold myself, it wouldn't be enough to enhance it to level 1. But thinking about it, even a base divine-grade equipment is still incredibly powerful without enhancement. He directly equipped the earrings. Ding. Adventurer Smile has equipped the earrings Oracle Ring. Since this equipment is of divine quality, it will automatically enter the equipment ranking. Do you want to hide the equipment information and owner information? Hide all. Xiao did not hesitate at all. This is the first divine-grade equipment in the entire end world. If people knew it was in his possession, it would certainly lead to continuous trouble. Ding. Successfully hidden. Equipment ranking has been updated. Ding. Ladder ranking has been updated. Xiao clicked to take a look at the rankings. 1. Hidden Owner Hidden 2. 20-star Rage, LV 20 Diamond, Owner Smile. 3. 19 Radiant Battle Armor, LV 20 Diamond, Owner Hidden 4. 19 Fatal Stab, LV 20 Diamond, Owner Longing Pursuit. Ladder ranking 1. Smile 66, 34 Combat Power 2. Longing Xiao 39, 84 Combat Power 3. Junlin Qingxia 37, 65 Combat Power 4. Junlin Zhou Goei 36, 45 Combat Power. As the Oracle Ring made it onto the list, the chat area of Dawn City became lively. I want to seal the Heaven Sky Sword Knight level 21 brothers. Quick look. The equipment ranking has been updated. The originally first strength Smiles equipment has been knocked down by someone else. Shocked. Seeking Demon Berserker level 21. Damn. What equipment could possibly knock down a 20 diamond equipment? Could it be an epic item? A Smile with a song Extreme Cold Elementalist level 21. I just observed the first on the leaderboard. Smiles combat power suddenly surged by 2,000. Could it be his? Glory Peak Wind and Thunder Elementalist level 21. It can't be Smile. I'm quite familiar with him. His personality is very flamboyant. It's impossible for him to hide information. Moreover, if he really wanted to keep a low profile, why wouldn't he hide the information of the other first strength item? The life I long for, Berserker level 21 exactly. I also know Smile. If that were his equipment, given his personality, he would love for the whole world to know he is first on the ranking. I want to seal the Heaven Sky Sword Knight level 21 Glory Peak. The life I long for. What is your relationship with Smile? How do you know him so well? Glory Peak Wind and Thunder Elementalist level 21. We just know each other. On the other side, Xiao saw the familiar names Glory Peak and the life I long for, and recalled everything that happened on the Demon King battlefield. For a moment his hands felt a bit itchy. Those two actually came to Dawn City as well. But thanks to the two of them, they stirred up the waters this time. Xiao looked at the Divine Skill Scroll in his hand. Divine Skill Scroll universal for all professions. Can obtain a divine skill after use. No class restrictions. Can obtain a divine skill limited to the adventurer himself, not tradable. Universal for all professions. Xiao was overjoyed. This type of skill usually has two possibilities, either a support skill or a life-saving skill. Regardless of which one it is given its divine grade, it would definitely be impressive. Learn. Xiao did not hesitate and directly used it. Ding. Learning successful. Obtain skill Divine Power like Prison Divine Limited Skill. Divine Power like Prison LV1 LV2 Divine Limited Skill can teleport to any designated location within a 100-meter radius, 200 meters, ignoring all restrictions, such as space blocks, imprisonment seals, etc. With the highest priority. Consumes 2,000 magic points, cooldown 60 minutes, limited to 2 uses per day. Earring passive skill level 1. Note this skill is a limited skill and is not affected by any cooldown reduction effects, occupying 2 skill slots. Ding. Adventurer Smiles skill Divine Power like Prison ranks first on the skill leaderboard of Dawn City. Do you want to hide the information? Hide. Xiao looked at the skill description, his eyes wide open. Ignoring all restriction effects with the highest priority. This means that any space blocking skills or items will be ineffective against him. What space sealing scrolls, what barriers and seals, all are mere decorations before him. Moreover, it also benefits from the passive of the earrings skill level 1. Within a 200-meter range, he can go anywhere he wants. In actual combat, he can advance or retreat freely. What a divine skill. Xiao was so excited that he jumped up from the bed. Then he clicked to open his personal panel. Magic Attack 2849, 3849. Spirit 791, 1291. Physique 606, 1106. Agility 188, 388. Skills Divine Power like Prison LV2 Divine Limited Skill Elemental Burst LV1 Divine Profession Wrath of Wind God LV2 Legend Frost Descends LV2 Epic Crimson Lotus Flame LV2 Epic Earthshatter Mountain LV2 Epic Berserk Thunder LV7 Rare Thunder Chain Lock LV3 Rare. Remaining skill slots 2. Passives Elemental Resonance LV1 A Elemental Control LV1 A Elemental Strength LV1 A Elemental Body LV1. With 12 skills including passives, he is well-rounded in both offense and defense with maximum control and possesses a life-saving divine skill. Ding. The adventurer enters the divine space. Li Xiao stands at the center of the entire space, his eyes filled with shock. Is this the divine space? It is an endless void. Surrounding him are dazzling star rivers, and in the distance countless stars twinkle. He feels that this place does not belong to the end world, as if he has stepped into outer space. Li Xiao looks up. Above him is a staircase that seems to stretch into infinity, each step radiating a different hue of light. Ding. Ascending the divine long staircase, first step. Challenge target, first step, Guardian Divine Projection, LV20. Health, 150000. Physical attack, 800. Physical defense, 400. Magical defense, 400. Agility, 200. Holy physique, for every 15 of maximum health lost, all defenses increase by 8, stacking up to 5 layers. Divine Impact unleashes divine power, dealing 180 physical damage, reducing the target's double defense by 15 for 3 seconds, cooldown 15 seconds. Holy Shield generates a shield equal to 12 of own health for 8 seconds, immune to control effects during this time, cooldown 20 seconds. Judgment Sword, 260, single target, high damage, doubles damage if the target's health is below 20, cooldown 60 seconds. Description: the gatekeeper of the ascending divine long staircase, responsible for selecting adventurers qualified to step onto the path of divinity. Is the first step so monstrous? Li Xiao felt relieved. The ascending divine long staircase is said to be the path to divinity, so it cannot be simple. At this moment, the golden eyes of the divine guardian suddenly opened wide, fixating on Li Xiao. Without any preamble, it raised the giant sword in its hand and charged at him. The speed was astonishing, but Li Xiao was even faster. His current base agility is 388 points, and with a 20 movement speed boost from his magical boots, he moves like a fleeting shadow. Just as the divine guardian's giant sword was about to strike down, Li Xiao had already evaded to its side. While moving, he activated Elemental Burst, increasing all skill damage by 100 for 15 seconds. He raised his staff. Earth Splitter. 1 second later, a crack spread from the top of the staff, instantly expanding to a radius of 15 meters. The gigantic body of the divine guardian was engulfed by the crack, freezing in place. A number 24739 floated above his head. At the same time, a stun effect triggered, lasting 3 seconds. Li Xiao stared at the damage number, momentarily stunned. Has he reached such high damage without a critical hit? The elemental mastery is terrifying. Li Xiao quickly closed the distance and swung his star cloud flame. Thunder Chain. 24,497. 23,456. 48,645. Critical hit. 44,648. Critical hit. Although the Divine Guardian had a 40 double defense boost from the Holy Physique, Li Xiao also possessed the Oracle Ring, which ignores defenses. Under his terrifying damage, the Divine Guardian crumbled like paper, its health bar dropping to 0. Ding. Ascending the Divine Long Staircase, first step cleared. Time taken 5. For seconds. Rating SSS. Rewards: ascending the Divine Long Staircase, points, 500 reputation, 5,000 experience, 50,000 rare skill. Point 1. A flash of golden light. Li Xiao leveled up. Ding. Congratulations, adventurer. Smile has reached LV22, experience 156,030,0000, all attributes 10. Wow. 2 skills took him down in a second. I still have 10 seconds left on my elemental burst. Li Xiao felt a bit disheartened. As he prepared to leave the divine space, he caught a glimpse of something glowing in the distance. That was not the light from the staircase, but from a person. Li Xiao squinted. The aura radiating from that figure was unlike any adventurer he had encountered before. It was a resonance from the depths of the soul. A similar aura. This was the first time Li Xiao encountered another divine class professional besides himself. It was a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes. He wore a silver-white armor that shimmered with holy light, holding a long sword that also glowed with holy light. His expression was stern, exuding an innate elegance characteristic of nobility. Human race, will of judgment, hidden LV23. Meanwhile, the blonde man was also appraising Li Xiao. In the blonde man's eyes, Li Xiao's information was likewise hidden. Human race, authority of the dominator, hidden LV22. What could be confirmed was that both were human and both were divine class professionals. At this moment, their gazes met in the void. The blonde man broke the silence first, his voice deep and magnetic. Human race, empire of revelation. Are you the first to complete your job change? Li Xiao walked toward him and nodded. That's right, but you'll be soon. The corner of the blonde man's mouth lifted slightly, his smile carrying a hint of pride without appearing frivolous. Let me introduce myself, Holy Light Empire, 3rd District, City of Light. Arthur, Holy Light Empire. Li Xiao's heart stirred. He had seen a brief introduction on the system interface. The end world had 5 major empires. The human race has 3 major empires: Empire of Revelation, Holy Light Empire, and Starry Moon Empire. The Starry Moon Empire is isolated overseas. The Empire of Revelation lies to the east, bordering the Demon Empire. The Holy Light Empire is located in the west, bordering the Elven Empire. The Holy Light Empire worships the God of Light, and is known for its holy knights and light warriors. Empire of Revelation, 5th District, City of Dawn. Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still revealed his ID. Smile. He did not hide it, nor did he need to. In this world, divine class professionals would ultimately stand on the same stage, and they would meet sooner or later. Arthur's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise upon hearing Xiao introduce himself. I've heard of you. The first adventurer to trigger the world announcement. The first adventurer to achieve a first kill on a silver boss. Xiao smiled. I didn't expect to be so famous. Although the rankings of the major empires do not communicate, the world announcement is shared. Your name has appeared on the world announcement more than once. It's hard not to remember. Xiao nodded, not saying anything more. The two faced each other across the void, and the atmosphere was somewhat subtle. There was no hostility, nor was it friendly. It was a form of scrutiny. Both being divine class professionals, and meeting for the first time, they were evaluating each other's strength. How long did it take you to clear the first step, eh? Arthur suddenly asked. 5. For seconds. Xiao did not hide it. Although Arthur remained calm, his expression clearly changed. You were a little faster than me. Xiao noticed the other's discomfort, shrugged, and said deliberately, the guardian of the first step is simply too weak. I killed it before I could even finish casting my skills. You? Arthur wanted to appear more composed. But this guy whose nose seemed to be reaching for the sky was infuriating. He wanted to shout, bastard. Have you ever considered my feelings? After all, it took him a whole 10 seconds to clear the first step. The more relaxed Xiao appeared, the angrier he became, as he had exerted all his effort. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he had lost this round. Xiao looked at the disgruntled expression on Arthur's face and felt a bit amused. At this moment, Arthur sheathed his long sword and stared directly at him. Smile. I remember you. I look forward to meeting you in reality. As soon as the words fell, his figure completely disappeared from the divines. He feared that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to maintain his elegant demeanor. Xiao stood in place, looking at the spot where Arthur had vanished. What an interesting guy. A hint of battle intent flashed in his eyes. However, this guy is indeed strong. The holy light armor he wore is at least of diamond quality, and that long sword is likely divine grade equipment. Perhaps his talent is also SSS rank. I also look forward to meeting you in reality. Xiao's figure likewise vanished from the divine space. City of Dawn Adventurers Inn. Xiao emerged from the divine space, sitting by the bed, lost in thought. His encounter with Arthur in the divine space today made him realize something. Every divine class professional should not be underestimated. Moreover, judging from the other party's demeanor and tone, Arthur was equally confident in himself. The 3rd District of the Holy Light Empire. Xiao opened the system interface and searched for relevant information. Among the 3 major empires of the human race in the end world, the Holy Light Empire has the strongest overall strength. Because they share a border with the Elven Empire, and the Elven Empire's forging level is recognized as the strongest in the world, both sides have trade relations. Adventurers from the Holy Light Empire can obtain equipment and weapons that are hard to acquire from other empires through trade. No wonder his equipment is so good. Meanwhile, in the Holy Light Empire City of Light, inside a magnificent church, Arthur stood before a gigantic cross holding the holy longsword. Beside him stood a young woman in a white robe. The woman had a noble face and gentle demeanor, her ID above her head reading Light of Dawn. Did you meet that person? The woman asked softly. Arthur nodded. I did. How was it? Very strong. Arthur took a deep breath. Although the divine guardian was weak for him, Xiao was 5 seconds faster. The Light of Dawn's eyes flashed with surprise. She had never heard the words, very strong, from Arthur before. Stronger than you. Arthur fell silent for a moment and shook his head. I don't know. We didn't fight. But I have a gut feeling. If it really came to a fight, I wouldn't have the assurance of victory. The Light of Dawn's expression grew serious upon hearing this. Who is that person? Empire of Revelation, City of Dawn. Smile. At this moment, Arthur looked at the holy long sword in his hand and gripped it tightly. The moment I changed jobs to become a holy judgment, I thought I had reached the peak of this world. But today I realized that there are others standing at the top as well. The next morning, Xiao woke early. Today, Qin Shuang and the other guild members would arrive in the capital. He opened his character panel. Reputation 42100. Ascension rank points 1500. Rare skill points 1. Goddess achievement, kill monsters above level 26484500. Upgrade Thunder Chain. System notification, Thunder Chain has been upgraded successfully. Current level LV4 rare. Thunder Chain LV4 condenses a bolt of thunder to deal 190 magic damage, chaining across 5 targets with a 5 damage reduction per jump. Costs 70 mana, 16 seconds cooldown. Not bad. Aside from lacking crowd control, a level 4 Thunder Chain already rivals epic skills and damage. Like Frenzied Thunder, it can be cast in under 6 seconds. Li Xiao smiled with satisfaction and opened the guild channel. Wei Xiao, the guild leader, announced that upon arrival in the capital, everyone should first complete the class change quest. Wei Xiao added that he had placed 5 rare hidden class change books in the guild vault. Members could donate coins, gear, or materials to earn personal contribution in exchange for them. Donations would not only grant personal contribution, but also increase guild experience. Once the guild reached level 2, all members would receive attribute bonuses. After speaking, Li Xiao opened the guild interface to check the upgrade requirements. Hope Guild LV1. Guild experience 0100000. Member cap 1000100. Daily donation limits 100 gold per person, 100 pieces of equipment material enhancement stones per person. Experience sources member donations completing guild quests, clearing guild dungeons. Li Xiao thought for a moment, took 100 gold from his bag, and chose to donate. His own coins were not plentiful, but as guild leader, he had to set an example and inspire others. System guild leader Wei Xiao donated 100 gold, guild experience 100, personal contribution 100, guild funds 100. 1 gold equals 100 contribution. Next, he removed the equipment looted over the past 2 days from his bag and donated it all. System guild leader Wei Xiao donated 45 silver items and 55 bronze items, guild experience 5050, personal contribution 5050. A string of notification chimes sounded as the guild experience bar twitched. A silver item grants 100 contribution, a bronze item grants 10. Of the 100 experience needed, he alone contributed 15000. Most other members were not so wealthy, for many having 10 gold was already fortunate. Yet with 1,000 members today, they might really reach level 2. Wei Xiao, everyone, let's strive to reach level 2 today, but donate within your means. What AI Shua Shihua boss has spoken. Messages poured in. Brothers charge. I happen to have a full bag of unused bronze gear. I'll donate it all. Xiong Dage, me too. Ooh, I've been saving for 10 days. Qin Tian Elite, brother-in-law, rest assured. My sister has already donated all the gold she saved for Wei Xiao. Everyone, after Guild LV2, the member cap will increase to 500, so those who couldn't join before will be able to enter. Chunga Elite, boss, don't worry. I'll max out my donations today. Wanwang Elite, I'll save 100 contribution to redeem a rare class change book. Qingyi Elite 1, Yu Wenba Elite 1. Messages streamed one after another in the guild channel. Li Xiao watched for a while and then closed it. He had set each rare hidden class change book to cost 100 contribution to redeem, which could be achieved by donating 100 gold. Chang'e ranked 3rd on the Demon Lord battleground with more than 100,000 points, and had already redeemed a class change book in that shop. Although Qin Tian Zhuanwang and Yu Wenba were in the top 10, they did not have enough points to redeem one. Li Xiao donated the rare hidden class change books mainly so they could redeem them, raising their collective strength. After all, rare classes grant 3 to all attributes per level, 1 more than ordinary class changes. Everyone knew that a single % of damage could be decisive. At Thunder Roar Heights, a Thunder Drake commanded Leilong Breath. The small Thunder Drake, already the size of 2 men, opened its maw and exhaled a terrifying bolt of lightning, then shot forth. Boom. 4200. 4200. The 2 Storm Eagles, already heavily wounded by Li Xiao, dissolved into white light and vanished. System killed Storm Eagle LV-26, EXP 88. System killed Storm Eagle LV-26. Mount Lei Yalong gained 96 EXP and reached level 20. System Monster Leilong Yalong reached level 20 and unlocked 1 skill slot. Monster skill books can be used to learn skills. A cascade of notification chimes rang. Li Xiao checked Xiao Lei's attributes. Lei Yalong LV-20 Epic Yalong Species. Growth Star 5. Base Al Attack 700, Growth 200. Constitution 700, Growth 200. Spirit 500, Growth 200. Agility 100, Growth 200. Attack 2100. HP 21000. Physical Defense 2520. Magical Defense 2520. Loyalty 100. Equipment none. Passive Talent Leilong Shumai LV1 Attribute Growth doubled all lightning skill damage, 30 damage to all races except dragons, 20. Passive Talent Inlong Linjia LV1 Physical Defense 20, Magical Defense 20. Active Skill Leilong Tushi LV1 Epic exhales a cone of thunder forward, dealing 200 magic damage. Cooldown 40s, mana cost 200. Active Skill Lei Chongfeng LV1 A Epic dives at the target with wings spread, dealing 180 physical damage and knocking back. Cooldown 30s, mana cost 100. Learnable skill slots 1 another unlocks at level 50. Mount function unlocked. Adventurers may ride Lei Yalong into battle. Goddess achievement: kill monsters above level 2104615000. Attack over 200 HP over 200, both defenses 2500. Li Xiao stroked Xiao Lei's head, unable to hide his pleasure. Xiao Lei responded with an excited cry and nuzzled against his arm. Xiao Lei, let's go. Li Xiao swung onto Xiao Lei's back. Xiao Lei spread its wings, and with a powerful beat launched into the sky. A silver-white silhouette cut across the heavens above Thunder Roar Heights. On the ground, countless adventurers looked up, their faces full of envy. What on earth is that? A dragon. Is that really a dragon? A silver-white dragon. Isn't that the top-ranked Lei Yalong on the monster leaderboard? Its owner is Wei Xiao. Wei Xiao, the one who ranks first on the ladder and second on the equipment board. My word, riding a dragon looks incredible. Just as Li Xiao reveled in the sensation of flight, a system message arrived. Guild announcement. Hope, guild has been upgraded to LV2. Guild experience 1001201000000. Member cap 11485000. Guild features unlocked. Guild shop, guild skills. Guild LV2 all member buff, all attributes 1. Additional bonus for guild leader, deputy leader, and elite members, all attributes 2. Guild dungeon unlocks at LV3. Guild wars unlock at LV3. Li Xiao was somewhat surprised. He had been grinding monsters all morning, and the guild leveled up. Moreover, new members began pouring in immediately. It seemed the brothers and sisters in the 4399 safe zone were very active. He opened the guild donation records. Dense donation logs scrolled through more than 10 pages. Deputy leader Ling Shuang had donated 100 gold plus a pile of equipment. Chang'e donated 100 gold plus a mass of gear and materials. Wan Wang and Yu Wenba donated 100 gold. Qin Tian Wang Si and Qingyi had all filled their quotas. TSK, those few were indeed wealthy. The most stocked was Chang'e, no wonder he had been a previous Fengyun guild leader. Wei Xiao guild leader, everyone well done. Chang'e elite, it's my duty boss. Wan Wang elite, I exchanged for a rare class change book, Shadow Assassin. Zhuan Wang, thanks boss. Yu Wenba elite, boss am now a Windfire elementalist. Dual Baozu Luoli member, Wei Xiao brother, I donated all the magic cores I had saved. Praise me. Xiang Huijia member, haha, with the guild buff of 1 to all attributes my constitution passed 700, totally worth it. Li Xiao watched the stream of guild messages and allowed a faint smile. This was the result he had wanted. A strong guild would aid him in the long run. Wei Xiao guild leader. Alright, those who meet the level requirement come to the capital to change classes. Li Xiao opened the guild shop and skimmed its offerings. Guild shop LV1 more items unlock as the guild upgrades. Mid-tier HP potion 10 contribution per bottle daily limit 100. Mid-tier MP potion 10 contribution per bottle daily limit 100. Silver enhancement stone 5 contribution each daily limit 200. Gold enhancement stone 50 contribution each daily limit 20. Rare skill scroll random 500 contribution each monthly limit 1. Rare equipment chest 200 contribution each monthly limit 2. Not many items, but practical, suitable for ordinary members. He then opened the guild skills menu. Guild skills 1. Experience amplification LV1. Guild members in a party minimum 2 gain 2 monster experience. Unlock requires 100 guild funds. 2. Drop rate amplification LV1. Equipment drop rate 2. Unlock requires 100 guild funds. 3. HP amplification LV1. Maximum HP 2. Unlock requires 100 guild funds. 4. Attack amplification LV1. All attacks 2. Unlock requires 100 guild funds. All 4 skills required guild funds to unlock. Guild funds came from member donations and guild quest rewards. The guild now had well over 100,000 in funds. Without hesitation, Li Xiao upgraded all 4 skills to LV1. System spent 400 guild funds. Guild skills upgraded successfully. Guild skills unlocked: experience amplification LV1, a drop rate amplification LV1, HP amplification LV1, attack amplification LV1. After unlocking the 4 skills, guild funds remaining 600. Raising each skill to LV2 would require 500. Li Xiao chose not to continue. System guild leader Wei Xiao unlocked guild skill buffs. Guild members gain 2 monster experience, 2 equipment drop rate, 2 maximum HP, and 2 to all attacks. He then closed the guild interface. These buffs were but a trifle to him, yet a meaningful boost for other guild members. The Hope Guild had entered a period of rapid development. As Li Xiao rode Xiao Lei back toward the city, the wild instinct in his mind suddenly triggered frantic warnings. He turned sharply to the north. There a mass of black clouds collided with a violet sea of lightning. System adventurers in Shuguang City, please be advised. Demon Lord Commander Sakian and Golden Lord Tianhai Ling are clashing and approaching. At this moment the sky was in chaos. Li Xiao rode on the back of Xiao Lei, feeling as if the surrounding air was about to be torn apart. Even his breathing became labored. He could no longer remain in the sky. He patted Xiao Lei's head and shouted, "Xiao Lei, let's quickly descend." With Li Xiao's command, Xiao Lei flapped his wings twice and landed on the outskirts of Thunderclap Heights. At this moment, it wasn't just Li Xiao. All the adventurers in Dawn City looked at the sky with solemn expressions. Their two completely different powers were colliding and approaching. To the left was a mass of black clouds that obscured the sun, within which a gigantic figure towering 5 meters tall could be vaguely seen. To the right was a surging sea of purple lightning, at the center of which was a giant eagle with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters. Feeling the immense pressure, the surrounding adventurers' faces changed dramatically. What the hell? What level are these two lords? Why am I seeing question marks at level 20? Don't mention yourself. Ooh, I'm level 22, and I see question marks too. Damn it. So that means those two lords are at least level 33. In the eyes of the other adventurers, aside from their names, everything else was also a question mark. The only one present who could clearly see their information was Li Xiao, thanks to the passive ability, Eye of the Gods, from the Ring of Prophecy. Demon Lord Grom Sakian LV40 Fire Dual System Golden Lord Normal Elite Boss Lord Health 4. 9 million physical attack, 1800 magical attack, 1900 physical defense, 1000 magical defense, 1200 agility, 240 skills, Infernal Flame, Dark Devour, Hellfire, Demonic Descent, Undying Body. Skill details available at level 25. Description: the strongest commander under Demon King Stokaya, the Vanguard commander attacking the Apocalypse Empire. Extremely cruel, having personally killed all his relatives except for his brother Grom, as they have no blood relation. Thunderclap Heights Overlord Tiamat Thunder Eagle LV41 Thunder Magic System Golden Lord Health 5 million magical attack, 2000 physical defense, 1300 magical defense, 1400 agility, 300 skills, Thunderstorm, Thunder Fury, Electromagnetic Shield, Heavenly Thunder Wrath of the Thunder God. Skill details available at level 26. Description: the Overlord of Thunderclap Heights, the Golden Lord commanding Thunder Beasts. Legends say it has the bloodline of an ancient Thunderbird and will soon grow into a king of the demon race. Looking at the attributes of the two lords, Li Xiao couldn't help but hold back his astonishment. 5 million health and 2000 attack. Moreover, his level wasn't sufficient to view their skills. Such high-level lords were beyond anyone's capability to fight at this stage. This was simply not something they could contend with. With a shriek, Tiamat Thunder Eagle emitted a sharp cry, flapping its wings as countless bolts of lightning surged towards Sakian. Thunderstorm. A dense rain of lightning descended, enveloping a radius of 100 meters. Sakian sneered, forming a black barrier of demonic flames around himself. Infernal Flame. The two terrifying attacks collided once again. At that moment, a golden sky slowly emerged. Attention, all adventurers in Dawn City. Demon Lord Sakian and Golden Lord Tiamat Thunder Eagle are clashing and approaching. It has been detected that the two lords have entered a berserk state due to the struggle for control over the entrance to the Dragon Demon Cloud Sea. Spatial rifts have reappeared. The secret realm of the Dragon God Cloud Sea has been opened. Li Xiao looked up at the golden sky, unable to contain his excitement. Every time a dungeon appeared, it was an excellent opportunity for him to showcase his skills and rapidly increase his power. How could he not be thrilled? Background introduction to the Dragon God Cloud Sea secret realm, the core area of the final battle 1,000 years ago. This place was also the site of the fall of the wrathful Dragon Emperor Zophiras and the Dark War God Baal, where divine power remains undiminished, forming this eternal Cloud Sea. Within the Cloud Sea secret realm lie treasures, legacies, and trials left by the Dragon Emperor, and now the clash between Demon Lord Sakian and Golden Lord Tiamat Thunder Eagle has unexpectedly torn apart the spatial rifts within the Cloud Sea, causing the entrance to the secret realm to reappear in the world. Secret Realm Layers 10 layers entry requirement: must use a Secret Realm key, which can be obtained by defeating monsters above level 20, in Thunderclap Heights, Icebound Canyon, Wind Whisper Canyon, etc. Team limit up to 10 people. Death penalty: death within the Secret Realm does not consume resurrection attempts, only 20 experience is lost, and the player exits the Secret Realm. Secret Realm rules: specific tasks must be completed on each layer to enter the next layer. The higher the layers, the stronger the monsters, and the richer the rewards. Dragon Demon Cloud Sea Layer and Reward Preview Layers 13, Level 2025 Normal Elite Boss Monsters with a chance to drop Level 2025 Silver Equipment Sets, Excellent Skill Scrolls, Excellent Enchantment Stones, and Crystal Cores. Layers 46, Level 25-30 Elite Boss with a chance to drop Level 25-30 Golden Equipment Sets, Rare Enchantment Stones, Rare Skill Scrolls, Rare Materials, etc. Layers 79, Level 30-35 Boss Lord with a chance to drop Level 30-35 Golden Diamond Jewelry, Equipment, Epic Enchantment Stones, Epic Skill Scrolls, and Rare Class Change Scrolls. Layer 10. The higher the layers, the stronger the monsters, and the richer the rewards. Dragon Demon Cloud C Layer and Reward Preview Layers 13, Level 2025 Normal Elite Boss Monsters with a chance to drop Level 2025 Silver Equipment Sets, Excellent Skill Scrolls, Excellent Enchantment Stones, and Crystal Cores. Layers 46, Level 25-30 Elite Boss with a chance to drop Level 25-30 Golden Equipment Sets, Rare Enchantment Stone. Adventurers in the 5th District can participate. The golden sky slowly dissipated. The chat channel of Dawn City exploded. Hi Tion E First Class Warrior Level 20. What the hell? The rewards for the 10th layer are too outrageous, right? Epic Equipment, Legendary Monster Eggs, Hidden Class Change Scrolls. I want them so badly greedy. I love Teacher Bodo, First Class Knight, Level 20. You better give up, the 10th layer. You an ordinary class changer shouldn't aim too high, you just grind for the silver set on the 1st layer picking nose. I want to seal the sky. Bloodthirsty Warrior Level 22. Teacher Bodo is right. This secret realm is a stage for us hidden class players and top guilds. I am online recruiting rare class level adventurers into the secret realm. Handshake. The second in the world first class elementalist Level 20. By the way, what are the Dragon Race Trial tokens and God Race Trial tokens? Glory Summit Wind and Thunder Elementalist Level 22. What the hell? You guys look. The system interface has updated with introductions to the 2 hidden races. Li Xiaodian opened the system interface and discovered an additional option for hidden races. Introduction to hidden races in the end world. Dragon race possessing the strongest physical offense and defense along with dragon breath magic. After joining the dragon race, one can obtain the dragon bloodline, grow 5 and star level, unlock exclusive dragon skills, and can change class to the exclusive profession of dragon knight or dragon tamer. Divine race possessing the strongest healing ability and physical attacks. After joining the divine race, one can obtain the divine bloodline, grow 5 and star level, unlock exclusive divine skills, and can change class to the exclusive profession of divine warrior or divine healer. Note the dragon race and divine race are neutral factions, so joining either allows one to retain their original race identity without faction restrictions. The 2 major factions have opened their doors to all adventurers in the end world. Those holding the corresponding trial tokens and completing the trial tasks can join. Once you join a faction, it cannot be changed, so please choose wisely. Adventurers holding trial tokens can head to Dragon Valley or Divine Domain after reaching level 50 to begin their race trials. What the hell? Dragon race. Divine race. Joining the dragon or divine race grants 5 in star level. I already have a rare profession, and if I get 5, it'll gain an 8 boost to all attributes with every level up. Awesome. I want to become a dragon tamer. I want to contract a true dragon. You can't handle it. If you dare to contract a true dragon, the dragon race will definitely destroy you. In my opinion, joining the divine race is the best choice. Agreed, the divine race is perfect for a well-endowed priest like me. Everyone wake up, stop dreaming. This is just an introduction, it doesn't mean you get to choose. Damn, why are you talking too much? I can think about it, can't I? Li Xiao looked at these introductions, breathing rapidly. Growing 5 in star level. If he joins the dragon or divine race, his star level would reach a terrifying 15 stars. Every level grants 15 to all attributes. Not only that, but there are also exclusive skills and professions. Li Xiao thought for a moment, and still felt the dragon race suited him better. He hasn't chosen his second profession yet. He plans to choose beast tamer. If he joins the dragon race, he can change to a dragon tamer. In the end world, beast tamers do not have the qualifications to contract true dragons. Not to mention that true dragons are exceptionally rare and hard to tame. If anyone were to contract a true dragon by chance, it would be tantamount to seeking death. The proud and murderous dragon race would certainly not let him off, leading to an unending cycle of vengeance. Therefore, a beast tamer can only contract sub-dragon species like Little Lay. However, dragon tamers and dragon knights are different. They are recognized by the dragon race and are qualified to contract a true dragon. That dragon race trial token is a must for me. Li Xiao closed the system interface and mounted Little Lay. Let's go back to the city first. Little Lay spread its wings, and its silvery white figure shot into the sky. East Gate of Dawn City. Li Xiao rode on Little Lay's back, hovering in midair outside the city gate, waiting for Qin Shuang's arrival. At this moment, people were coming and going at the city gate, and many adventurers looked up at the sky with envy. A dragon. I want to meet and worship the great smiling boss. Stop dreaming, you don't even have the right to talk to him. You're full of crap. The smiling boss is approachable. I'm in the same guild as him. Damn brother, I'm honored. Does your guild still accept new members? Our guild is currently full at 5,000 members. We can only accept more after reaching level 3. However, there are still many people in our 4399 area waiting to get in. You'll have to queue. Half an hour later, blue light flickered on the teleportation array. Several familiar figures appeared in Li Xiao's line of sight. Leading them was Qin Shuang, still sporting a high ponytail and a tight-fitting shadowy leather armor. Perhaps having been apart for 2 days, her demeanor had returned to its previous coolness, but her figure had become increasingly mature and alluring. When she saw Li Xiao riding little Lei in midair outside the city gate, her eyes instantly lit up. But someone was even faster. Qin Tian's eyes widened in excitement as he ran over after spotting little Lei. Damn, brother-in-law, is this your magical beast? It's so cool. Brother-in-law, come down and let me touch it. Wang Xi was also amazed. Though he was usually quiet, he couldn't help but express his astonishment. President, this dragon is too powerful. Li Xiao descended from the air and patted little Lei's head. Little Lei folded its wings, obediently shrinking down, and lying beside Li Xiao, its golden vertical pupils curiously observing Qin Shuang and the others. Qin Shuang walked up to Li Xiao and poked little Lei's scales with her finger. Is this the Thunderwing subdragon? So cute. Upon hearing the word cute, little Lei immediately made an unhappy sound, releasing a weak breath of lightning. Was it deliberately making itself small? Its true form is exceptionally majestic. How can it be described as cute? Isn't that too insulting to a dragon? Little Lei turned its head away, ignoring the woman before it. Feeling little Lei's negative emotions, Qin Shuang instinctively withdrew her hand and shot Li Xiao a glare. It has quite a temper. Truly, what kind of master raises what kind of magical beast? Li Xiao wrapped his arm around Qin Shuang's waist, feeling the softness in his embrace, and smiled. Little Lei is the same, cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. Oomph. Qin Shuang snorted lightly, allowing him to hold her. Although she didn't say anything, her body was quite honest as she missed Li Xiao a little. Qin Tian, sensing the atmosphere, dragged Wang Xi aside, pretending not to see anything. By the way, where are Changgu and the others? They'll be here soon. Alright, let's head into the city first. Oh, I've already booked a hotel. After putting little Lei back into the magical beast space, Li Xiao wrapped his arm around Qin Shuang and walked towards the city. Adventurers in. Li Xiao pushed open the door and Qin Shuang followed him inside. The room was not large, featuring a double bed and a table. Qin Shuang looked at the double bed, her cheeks slightly flushed, but she quickly regained her cool demeanor. As the door closed, Li Xiao pulled Qin Shuang into his arms, leaning close to her flushed earlobe. Wife, did you miss me? Qin Shuang looked up, her clear and cold, beautiful eyes shimmering with moisture. She remained silent, but tiptoed forward to kiss him. Li Xiao was momentarily taken aback. After 2 days apart, this woman had become more proactive. It was uncertain how long had passed. Qin Shuang, glistening with fragrant sweat, leaned against the bed's edge. Her cheek pressed against Li Xiao's chest, listening to the strong heartbeat. Li Xiao held her with one arm, while taking a puff of fine smoke with the other, exhaling clouds as he inquired. How's the collection of class change materials going? It's all done. Qin Shuang reached for the fine smoke in Li Xiao's hand, took a puff herself, and then blew out a smoke ring. I've gathered all the necessary items, including undead essence and shadow core. Li Xiao looked at her familiar actions, a bit surprised. When did you learn to smoke? Qin Shuang pushed the smoke back into his mouth, her tone somewhat hoarse. Seeing you smoke so many times, I naturally picked it up. Li Xiao twitched the corner of his mouth. Is this something you just learned by watching? He had choked on his first puff back then. Then Li Xiao glanced at the black silk beside him, a mischievous smile appearing on his face. Teacher Qin, you learn everything so quickly. Qin Shuang rolled her eyes, too lazy to respond. The Dragon God Cloud Sea Secret Realm opens at 6 o'clock. How do you plan to arrange it? Speaking of serious matters, Li Xiao extinguished the cigarette butt and became serious. You should first go to the archery shrine to complete the trial and change to become a necromancer hunter. Your profession is epic level with a growth star level of 5 stars, gaining 5 to all attributes for each level up, which is already top tier in Dawn City. Qin Shuang nodded in agreement. Currently, besides Li Xiao, only legendary professionals could surpass her. And while legendary professionals may not have god level rarity, there certainly aren't many throughout the entire 5th district. So this epic profession